Mingyue approached the door, receiving her takeout from the delivery person. She placed one portion into her personal space, a secret sanctuary that belonged solely to her. The other portion was set upon the coffee table in the living room as she prepared to dine. Settling onto the sofa, Mingyue relished her meal while casually scrolling through her phone, indulging in a variety of intriguing videos. Since her childhood, Mingyue had discovered this unique space, considering it her greatest secret. Whenever she felt fatigued or sought solitude, she would retreat into this realm, allowing her mind and body to fully unwind. Upon entering, one would behold over 10 acres of fertile and vibrant land. At the heart of this expanse stood a quaint bamboo cottage, harmoniously integrated with its surroundings. Though unassuming in appearance, the interior concealed remarkable mysteries. As she opened the door, a spacious and brightly lit living room greeted her. The decor was elegantly simple, with a cozy bedroom to the left, its soft and tidy bed exuding a subtle fragrance to the right lay a refined study, its shelves brimming with precious tomes, resembling a treasure trove of knowledge awaiting exploration. Mingyue speculated that within the bamboo cottage might be the fabled spatial array, a wondrous formation capable of altering the structure of space, rendering the limited area remarkably expansive. Thus, despite the cottage's modest exterior, its interior was a realm of endless possibilities. Venturing further into the kitchen, she was met with a plethora of modern appliances that dazzled the eye. Yet, what astonished her even more was the seemingly inexhaustible supply of essential resources such as water, electricity, and gas. Honestly, she was curious about the underlying principles that enabled such a phenomenon. In this mysterious and extraordinary place, conventional logic no longer applied. Perhaps it concealed advanced technology or enigmatic powers that made all of this feasible. Ever since discovering this magical space for cultivation, she understood that traditional scientific reasoning could not elucidate its wonders. Everything happening here transcended imagination, epitomizing the notion that anything is possible. Returning to the kitchen, she opened a cabinet near the door, revealing a passageway leading to the basement. This subterranean chamber was vast, and over the years, Mingyue had stored numerous items within. Perhaps influenced by this space, she exhibited an extraordinary memory from a young age, vividly recalling many things, yet she remained clueless about how she arrived at the orphanage. She only remembered that on a tranquil night, as she slowly opened her eyes, the first sight that met her gaze was the resplendent moon, pristine and radiant, suspended in the sky. It resembled a brilliant gem embedded in the night, casting a soft and mysterious glow. A kind-faced woman in her 40s cradled her gently, whispering, "You have arrived on this mid-autumn festival from this day forth. You shall be called Mingyue. May you shine as brightly and beautifully as this moon, gentle and lovely." From that day onward, Mingyue became her name. Once Mingyue was able to earn a living through part-time work, she developed a habit of placing all excess or temporarily unnecessary items into her space. This sanctuary resembled a treasure chest, capable of accommodating an array of belongings. The basement was a segment of this realm, known as the stasis space. Any object placed within would exist in absolute stillness, as if time had ceased to flow. Whether it be food, clothing, or other essentials, once stored in the basement, they would remain unchanged. If animals were placed in the stasis space, they would become as motionless as sculptures. Yet, when these creatures were retrieved, they would spring back to life, unscathed and ready to resume their activities. This marvelous ability filled Mingyue with exhilaration and curiosity. When she purchased excess ingredients that she could not consume in time, she would stow the remainder in the basement, preventing spoilage and waste while allowing her to access fresh supplies at will. Similarly, when she needed to safeguard precious items or documents, the basement served as the most secure refuge. Particularly after being recommended to read certain novels by her classmates, Mingyue began to prepare extra portions, whether cooking for herself or ordering takeout. The surplus was not immediately consumed, but rather stored within her space. Moreover, she consistently stocked up on various daily necessities, such as toiletries, clothing, and even medications, ensuring she had ample supplies for any eventuality. Whenever discounts or promotions arose, she seized the opportunity to stockpile. Additionally, upon hearing of surplus fruits and vegetables, Mingyue would procure some, alleviating the immediate concerns of farmers while granting them more time to seek buyers. She could also choose to resell these goods at opportune moments, reaping considerable profits. This dual benefit brought her immense joy. Thus, over the years, despite her frequent donations of various necessities and funds to the orphanage, Mingyue's own life remained quite prosperous. Through her method of accumulating resources bit by bit, she had inadvertently amassed a significant fortune and treasures. Suddenly, a series of urgent electronic beeps filled the air, followed by a cold, mechanical voice. Player has been bound, entering the apocalyptic game. Please prepare, host. As the countdown commenced, 3.2.1. When the final digit fell, a blinding light erupted, engulfing everything around. In that moment, Mingyue's presence vanished from the room. The only remnants of her existence were the softly glowing phone and the half-eaten breakfast left upon the table. Abruptly, a flash of light flickered before her, prompting her to squint. Upon reopening her eyes, she was astonished to find herself in an entirely different location. Blinking repeatedly, she confirmed it was no illusion. Mingyue had indeed changed her surroundings. Just then, a notification chimed in her ear. Ding. Players must survive for 30 days in this world. The current world instance is extreme cold disaster. Each player will receive 2,000 flower coins as initial funds, and the game provides a backpack with 5 slots, each capable of holding 99 identical items. Players are not permitted to leave their birthplace. Game start. What had that system just proclaimed? An apocalyptic game. Ever since she had read about such themes, she had contemplated her newfound spatial abilities, believing she possessed a fundamental means of self-preservation. Yet she never anticipated such an abrupt turn of events. If this had occurred in a public setting, it would have been utterly terrifying. Fortunately, Mingyue was at home at this moment. Dwelling on it further was futile. The immediate priority was to ascertain her current circumstances. Presently, she found herself seated quietly on a park bench, the morning sun casting its light. Nearby, an elderly group practiced Tai Chi, while a little farther away, others engaged in morning runs. The system had mentioned other players, yet whether they hailed from the same world remained a mystery. Thus, prudence was the best course of action. Taking advantage of the solitude surrounding her, Mingyue hastily recalled a scene from a novel she had previously read and mentally recited the incantation to open her personal panel. To her astonishment, this method truly worked. Before her, a panel materialized, clearly displaying name, Mingyue physique, 3 stamina, 4 speed, 3 intelligence, 5 luck. For gazing at this exceedingly mundane and unremarkable personal information, Mingyue felt a wave of numbness and helplessness wash over her. With such a lack of robust physicality and intellectual prowess, how could she possibly survive in a game environment rife with hostility and peril? A singular thought echoed in her mind: to proceed with utmost caution and avoid reckless actions. The melancholic musings concluded, and the essence was summarized. She was but a novice, surviving cautiously, without causing a stir. Surveying her surroundings, she made her way towards the park entrance. After all, possessing a spatial advantage meant she was already one step ahead of others. It was understood that this instance was beset by extreme cold disasters. Basic supplies were available within her space, and she merely needed to supplement them according to actual circumstances. Since leaving the initial location was not an option, she was confined to this city. The consequences of departure would be revealed to those headstrong enough to experience it firsthand. The immediate priority was to find a place to settle. The urban area would facilitate stockpiling supplies. Rescue teams would likely reach densely populated areas first for evacuations. The drawbacks were equally apparent. A high population could lead to conflicts during disasters. Heating would be inconvenient, and due to the game's delineated activity zones, even if rescue teams arrived, players would be unable to leave. Having contemplated this, Mingyue walked out of the park, entering a public restroom to change out of her home attire and slippers, storing them away in her space before exiting the park gates. After inquiring with passers-by about the library's precise location, Mingyue dared not linger, hastening her steps towards the library. Along the way, she occasionally encountered hurried individuals eager to shop, predominantly entering and exiting nearby supermarkets or pharmacies. Mingyue understood that these people, like herself, were players in the game. At that moment, She needed to exercise extreme caution, her steps growing increasingly steady should her identity be discerned by other players. Her supplies might be jeopardized as the cold approached. Thus, she subtly brushed past them. Upon finally reaching the library, Mingyue swiftly purchased a detailed map of the city and delved into studying the urban layout. After considerable reflection, she resolved to venture towards the suburban bungalow district to see if she could rent a small yard. This would not only minimize disturbances from others, but also aid in addressing heating concerns. This area also featured a mountain, where, should her floral currency prove insufficient for stockpiling supplies, she could at least gather some firewood. With a plan firmly in mind, Mingyue stepped out of the library without hesitation, quickening her pace towards a nearby bus stop. Once aboard the bus, Mingyue selected a window seat. Suddenly, a gust of cold wind rushed in, sending a chill through her. Turning to gaze out the window, she noticed a gigantic screen displaying an advertisement. It noted that today was May 26th, although it was early summer. The wind carried a hint of chill. It seemed this unknown challenge had indeed commenced as the bus neared its destination. Mingyue caught sight of a farmer's market through the window. A spark of interest ignited within her, prompting her to decide to disembark and explore, hoping to find items such as a metal stove or coal for heating. After all, while her space held some supplies, these essentials remained scarce. Entering the farmer's market, Mingyue was taken aback by its vastness, filled with an abundance of various daily necessities. Not only that, but farming tools were also plentiful. Enthusiastically, she selected items, initially purchasing 2 iron picks, 2 shovels, and 2 hammers. Her gaze was then drawn to axes, machetes, and manual chainsaws, which she promptly acquired 2 of each. Just as she was contentedly admiring her selections, she suddenly noticed a stack of backpacks nearby and thought them quite practical, deciding to buy 10. However, when she gathered all her chosen items at the checkout, she realized she could not possibly carry them all. With no other choice, she paid for them and requested the vendor to store them for her, promising to return later. After leaving the market, Mingyue circled the perimeter and discovered a secluded entrance at the west gate, nearly devoid of foot traffic. She calculated that she could store her items in her space here later. On her way back, she also ordered a ton of coal, instantly spending 800 floral currency. She couldn't help but lament inwardly, money truly does not last. Chapter 2. The frigid catastrophe. Having purchased coal, Mingyue suddenly remembered that she had forgotten to buy an iron stove and hurried back. Upon arriving at the store, she quickly bought 2 iron stoves, a portable earthen stove, 2 kettles, and 2 large pots. Just then, the shopkeeper's wife dragged something out from the back, capturing Mingyue's attention. It was none other than the solar cooker she had seen online. Mingyue approached the shopkeeper's wife to inquire about it. It turned out that this contraption was not particularly practical for modern individuals and could not be utilized in all regions, resulting in it languishing in the warehouse unsold. The shopkeeper's wife intended to clear out her stock and offered to sell it to Mingyue at a reduced price. After some haggling, and including her previous purchases, Mingyue ended up spending 400 flower coins in total. Given the sheer volume of her acquisitions, Mingyue found it impossible to carry everything. Observing her predicament, the empathetic shopkeeper's wife kindly offered assistance. "Would you like me to help you move these items outside?" Seizing the opportunity to gather local insights, Mingyue replied, "Thank you for your kindness, but I would like to ask if there are any places nearby where I can rent a vehicle. I need to transport these items to the west gate, where someone will come to collect them." The shopkeeper's wife smiled and suggested, "You needn't bother renting a vehicle. I have a tricycle at home that you can borrow. However, you will need to leave a deposit, which I will return once you bring back the tricycle." Elated by this fortunate arrangement, Mingyue expressed her gratitude, paid the deposit, and took the keys. After leaving the iron goods store, she purchased 10 pounds of ginger, 5 pounds of brown sugar, and 2 comforters weighing 12 pounds each. She also acquired 2 old-fashioned comforters that were in surplus. Despite it being early summer, there remained some winter socks, thermal underwear, hats, gloves, and scarves that had accumulated, which Mingyue also bought. While on her way out with her numerous bags, she noticed plastic bags for sale and purchased 5,000 of the largest size, along with 1,000 disposable meal containers. Riding the tricycle borrowed from the shopkeeper and Appo's wife, she transported all her goods and coal to a secluded corner, carefully storing them away in her space. After completing this task, she returned the tricycle to the shopkeeper's wife. While returning the vehicle, Mingyue casually asked if the shopkeeper and Appo's wife knew of any small courtyards available for rent in the area. To her surprise, the shopkeeper's wife made a phone call and found a suitable property. This house belonged to her brother, who was conducting business in the south and had taken his family away, leaving the house unoccupied. Coincidentally, Mingyue was in need of a rental, making it a perfect match to add some life back into the house. Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper and Appo's wife advised, if you and Appo's not in a rush, you might want to wait a little while. The store is a bit busy at the moment, but it should ease up soon. Alternatively, you could take a stroll around and return later. By then, we should be less occupied. Mingyue agreed, and after confirming the location of the pharmacy with the shopkeeper and Appo's wife, she stepped out. Upon arriving at the pharmacy, she found two customers checking out, purchasing items such as frostbite ointment, heating pads, and isatis root powder, clearly fellow game players. This realization prompted her to exercise utmost caution. Mingyue bought 5 oxygen tanks, frostbite ointment, cold medicine, and several heating pads, spending an additional 200 flower coins. As she walked back, she grew anxious, uncertain whether she would have enough funds left for rent. Taking a different route home, she endeavored to familiarize herself with the surrounding area. As she walked, she spotted a 2-meter-wide river, approximately 1 meter deep, lined with variously shaped pebbles on both banks. Recognizing the value of these pebbles in the frigid weather, she quickly walked along the river, collecting them into her space. After a considerable distance, she removed her shoes and rolled up her pants, wading across to the opposite bank, and then returning while gathering more stones along the way. Upon returning to the iron goods store, it was indeed less busy. The shopkeeper was tending to the store while the shopkeeper's wife took Mingyue to the small courtyard that was available for rent. The courtyard was modest, measuring about 30 square meters. In the center stood a 2-story building, with the ground floor consisting of a living room, kitchen, and bathroom. The upper floor featured 2 bedrooms and another bathroom, both with spacious balconies. The house was fully furnished and equipped with appliances, allowing for an immediate move-in. The shopkeeper and Appo's wife observed Mingyue's reaction to the property and inquired, "What do you think?" "Isn't it quite nice? This courtyard previously housed a family of 3, so it should be more than sufficient for you." Mingyue pondered, "Is the pricing based on my wallet?" The house was indeed decent and situated in a relatively quiet area, but given the circumstances, she would be left with no money at all. After a moment's reflection, she replied, "The house is generally fine, but it's a bit far from the market, which makes daily shopping quite inconvenient. I believe 550 flower coins would be more reasonable." After some negotiation, they settled on a price of 580 flower coins, successfully securing the rental of the small courtyard. Fortunately, unlike in the real world, there was no requirement for a deposit, or else she would have truly been at a loss. After bidding farewell to the shopkeeper and Appo's wife, Mingyue carefully inspected the courtyard. Although she had previously complained about its distance from the market, this was, in fact, a point of satisfaction for her. It allowed for a respite from the crowds, preserving her well-being when resources were limited. The location appeared to be only 2,000 or 3,000 meters from the mountain, ideal for stockpiling firewood. At the entrance of the courtyard, she discovered a garage where she found a cellar. The garage was empty except for some clutter along one wall, beside which stood a small cart. Pushing the cart aside, she uncovered a door leading to the cellar. Not wanting to descend just yet, she noted that it had likely been sealed for quite some time and contained no air. After opening the cellar door to allow for some ventilation, she decided to leave it for now. Back in the courtyard, she retrieved the solar cooker and large pots she had bought earlier. Although the temperature was not high, the sun was shining brightly, and it was now the early afternoon, the hottest time of day. Carefully washing the pebbles she had collected by the river, she filled the 2 large pots with water, placed them on the solar cooker, adjusted the angles, and left them to boil. Returning to the living room, she realized she was quite hungry. Since her half-breakfast that morning, she had been so engrossed in her activities that she had forgotten to eat. This was a mistake she vowed never to repeat. From now on, she would ensure to eat on time and commit to regular exercise, striving to enhance her physical fitness comprehensively. Only by doing so could she hope to survive in this gaming world. Indeed, Mingyue held such modest aspirations. Surviving was paramount, and notions of victory paled in comparison to the importance of life itself. Having finished a bowl of noodles and an egg from her space, she felt a sense of comfort in her stomach. Remembering that the cellar should have aired out by now, she retrieved a flashlight and made her way back to the garage. Upon entering, she switched on the flashlight and descended the ladder, curious to see if this cellar could serve as a safe refuge. At the bottom, she discovered a space of approximately 20 square meters. While not excessively large, it might still provide some shelter from the biting cold, although its depth might not suffice to withstand the impending catastrophe. Furthermore, this location was not entirely secret. Should the disaster worsen, there was no guarantee that no one would come looking, which could lead to perilous situations. She decided to designate this place as an alternative option. After all, preparing for unforeseen difficulties through multiple strategies is a prudent approach. Upon emerging from the cellar, Mingyue proceeded directly to the solar stove, adjusting its angle slightly before returning to the second floor to commence her cleaning endeavors. The house appeared to have been regularly maintained, as the overall environment was quite tidy. Both upstairs and downstairs were swiftly rendered immaculate. Following this, she made the bed, finally securing a comfortable resting place for the night. In truth, to withstand the biting cold, nothing surpasses a rural dwelling equipped with a firewall and an earthen con. Unfortunately, leaving this place was not feasible at the moment. Thus, having such a small courtyard to reside in was indeed a stroke of fortune. Moreover, possessing a cellar was quite advantageous. One must not be overly greedy. Chapter 3. The extreme cold catastrophe. Having tidied up the room, I glanced at the clock, noting that it was already past 5 in the afternoon. In early summer, although the sun was nearing its descent, the absence of wind kept the air somewhat oppressive. I checked the temperature of the water in the solar cooker, which was merely lukewarm. Therefore, I stowed the solar cooker along with a large pot containing heated pebbles into the stillness of my space, planning to retrieve it tomorrow when the sun reappears to continue the cooking process. With only 20 flour coins left, I needed to devise a way to earn some money. Casting a glance at the items in my space, I recalled the unsold mangoes I had purchased from a fruit farmer in the previous world. I pushed a small cart out of the garage, retrieved 2 bamboo baskets I had bought today, and filled them with mangoes. I found a thick piece of cardboard and wrote, "Fresh mangoes, 2 flour coins per gene," placing it in the baskets. I then produced an electronic scale. With everything in place, I set off to sell the mangoes. Unsold products often possess no quality issues. They simply coincide with a year of overproduction of a particular item or result from the previous year as profitability, leading to a surge in cultivation, saturating the market and causing prices to plummet. When encountering such products, it is wise to stockpile, selling them later when the market stabilizes, yielding considerable returns while aiding others and enriching one's own purse. Currently, I still had a fair amount of unsold goods in my space, some reserved intentionally, and others freshly harvested, which I could now utilize to boost my income. As I pushed the cart forward slowly, I remained attentive to the surrounding activity. A kind customer, after purchasing mangoes, suggested, "Sister, why not set up a stall at the night market or the square? It's bustling there, and business would surely thrive." I smiled gratefully at the kind woman, acknowledging her suggestion while discreetly adding a few of the recently sold mangoes back into my basket. The square was lively, filled with couples enjoying sweet rendezvous. Turning away from a pair, I chose not to dwell on their public display of affection. Groups of friends meandered about cheerfully, indulging in shopping. Observing such heartwarming scenes, I considered the health benefits of social interaction. Thanks to the dense throng, my business flourished. While selling, I couldn't help but admire the attractive passers-by, regardless of gender. Anyone possessing good looks caught my discerning eye. Before I knew it, the clock approached 8 in the evening. Despite having covertly replenished my 2 baskets several times from my space, I had sold a substantial portion of my stock. Realizing that lingering any longer might raise suspicions among nearby vendors regarding the actual capacity of my baskets, I bid farewell to the charming young crowd and pushed my cart towards the night market. Upon arrival, I chose not to enter the market itself, but rather positioned my cart nearby, having discreetly refilled the baskets once more. Just as I set up my stall, 2 young women approached, likely friends enjoying an outing. One of them inquired, How do your mangoes taste? They look quite tempting. They wouldn't be sour, would they? Allow me to cut one for you to taste. This year's mangoes are particularly delightful. With ample sunlight, they are sweet. Give a try, I replied, slicing open a mango and handing it to the two girls. After sampling, one exclaimed, "Please give me a bag. I'll take 2 jeans." Thus, my venture in the night market commenced. While I focused on my merchandise, my peripheral vision remained keen on the comings and goings of the bustling market. The night market thrived, with stalls lining the streets, selling an array of tantalizing snacks and charming trinkets. I pondered whether other players might be lurking in the vicinity. At that moment, a young man with a backpack caught my attention, clad in a simple hoodie and jeans. He piqued my curiosity as he ordered 2 to 3 portions of food at each stall before moving on, his hands brimming with snacks. Once he could carry no more, he would depart, only to return shortly, his hands empty again, and repeat the process. I quickly deduced that he must also be a player. I noted this observation. One must avoid frequently purchasing supplies in densely populated areas, as others like myself could be concealed nearby. As the clock neared 10, I began to pack up my stall to head home. Suddenly, a voice interrupted. "Boss, I'll take all the remaining mangoes. Can you give me a discount?" I looked up to recognize the hoodie-clad youth. Smiling, I replied, "If you buy the rest, I can offer you a price of 3 flower coins for 5 jeans." The young man proceeded to fill his bag with the remaining mangoes, totaling over 16 jeans, and I calculated the cost at 15 jeans. After completing the sale, I packed up and made my way home, stopping to purchase 10 thermometers as a precaution. Once home, I relished a long-awaited shower and a late dinner before sitting on the sofa to tally my earnings. Today, I had made a total of 632 flower coins, selling over 300 jeans of mangoes. Not too shabby. I could stockpile some supplies. Placing the thermometers on the windowsill, I glanced at my watch. It was already past 11. I needed to hurry with my evening routine and get some rest, as tomorrow would require me to prepare diligently. The following morning, after washing up and enjoying breakfast, I opened the door to find the temperature had dropped again. I picked up the thermometer from the windowsill and noted that it was 5 degrees lower than yesterday's reading of 30 degrees. If the temperature were to decrease by 5 degrees daily, surviving the next 30 days would indeed be a daunting challenge. I resolved to gather as many heating supplies as possible and await the forthcoming changes. I retrieved the solar cooker and large pot from my space and set out. My first stop was a specialty outdoor equipment store, where I had the staff assemble a complete set of mountaineering gear for snowy conditions. The prices were exorbitant, far beyond my current means. Eventually, I negotiated with the staff to pay a deposit of 500 flower coins for 2 complete outfits, promising to return shortly for pickup. After leaving the outdoor store, I made a beeline for the gold shop. With the gold bars I had previously hoarded in my space, I aimed to ensure my survival in the game. Exchanging 2 bars yielded me 4,500 flower coins. Internally, I mused about the uncertain pricing in this world, but I needed the supplies regardless. Upon returning to the outdoor store, I retrieved my 2 sets of mountaineering gear and asked the staff for recommendations on outdoor essentials such as barbecue grills, sleeping bags, and tents. Ultimately, I spent 3,800 flower coins at the outdoor shop, a sum reduced due to my persistent negotiation for additional small items. The quality of the gear was exceptional, and it was considerably cheaper than in my previous world, where such quality might not even be available. Through these 2 days of stockpiling, I discovered that in the game world, every item was of the highest caliber, prompting me to purchase as much as possible with my flower coins in preparation for future quests. The outdoor shop owner, Mr. Zhang, a robust, middle-aged man with slightly tan skin, kindly provided me with a guide on mountaineering safety and a list of essential medications for snow climbing. I was immensely grateful. After packing my items, I entered the changing room to store everything in my game backpack. I had observed other players discreetly stowing their belongings in the presence of locals, who seemed oblivious, indicating that only players could perceive the disappearance of goods. After bidding farewell to Mr. Zhang, I headed to the pharmacy to procure 2 sets of the medications he had recommended for snowy adventures. The pharmacy attendant remarked upon the prescription above. "This is a prescription from Boss Zhang for outdoor use. Surely he ISN and Oppos. Planning another expedition to the snow-capped mountains." Chapter 4. The frigid catastrophe, it was not Boss Zhang who intended to go, but rather my friends and I, seeking his assistance in preparing a list of medicinal supplies. I was uncertain if these provisions would suffice for a fortnight on the snow-capped mountains. The shop assistant scrutinized the list and remarked, "It appears quite comprehensive. However, I recommend acquiring a few extra boxes of frostbite ointment and muscle spray. Additionally, considering the physiological differences, girls require supplemental vitamins." She then turned to Mingyue and inquired, "Do you experience altitude sickness? The elevation on the snow mountains is significant. You may need to prepare an oxygen tank." Mingyue had previously procured 5 tanks, seizing the opportunity to acquire more while she could, for one never knows when they may be needed. "I have never been to the snow mountains, and I am unsure of what to expect once I arrive. Please assist me in gathering the necessary medications based on various potential scenarios, as your expertise in this matter surpasses mine." The shop assistant contemplated for a moment, then replied, "Very well, I shall gather what might be useful, and we can adjust later. Presently, there is a promotional event where spending over 500 currency units grants a chance to win a prize. You might consider stocking up on frequently used items while also trying your luck at the draw." Mingyue, intent on acquiring medications for the extreme cold, decided to browse for other necessities. She noticed that both Huaxiang Zhengqi water and insecticide were on sale. Thus, she collected 10 bottles of Huaxiang Zhengqi water and 2 bottles of insecticide. After the shop assistant had gathered the medications, the two of them reviewed and eliminated the less crucial items. At last, they managed to accumulate a total of 500 currency units. In the lucky draw, Mingyue won a protective suit. Although it was not the grand prize, it was still a commendable reward. As the protective suit landed in Mingyue and Appo's hands, a notification chimed. Ding! Congratulations to player Mingyue for obtaining a hidden reward, a full set of protective gear. Would you like to reveal this? Simultaneously, Mingyue and Appo's personal panel displayed the options yes and no, awaiting her choice. Mingyue decisively clicked no. After all, revealing her identity would make her a target. Regardless of the quality of game rewards, there would always be individuals eager to seize them, and she needed to keep her little vest concealed. Once she had collected her reward, Mingyue lost interest in browsing. Noticing that the pharmacy was empty, she stored the medications prepared for the extreme cold into her game backpack, while carrying the Huaxiang Zhengqi water and insecticide in hand as she made her way to the bus stop. Upon arriving at the stop, a figure rushed towards Mingyue, causing her to stagger backward and drop the bag of medications. The young woman, seeing this, quickly steadied Mingyue, her face filled with apologies. "I am so sorry. We were just playing around and didn't and Appo's see you coming. Are you all right? Did you get hurt?" As she spoke, she swiftly knelt to gather the scattered medications. Mingyue observed closely and noted the names of the medicines. Silently accepting the bag, Mingyue realized she had encountered another player who was likely testing her. Given her lack of combat prowess and her preference for peace, Mingyue chose to remain discreet. Summarizing her thoughts, she acknowledged her inferior attributes and decided to endure the situation. With a smile, she reassured, "It's all right. I'm unhurt. However, you should exercise more caution while playing. If you were to collide with someone older, they might truly get injured." The two nodded in agreement, promising to learn from the experience. At that moment, the bus gradually approached the stop. After bidding farewell to the two, Mingyue boarded the bus and found an empty seat. She overheard the girl in damp, Appo's voice from outside. "She doesn't in damp? Appo's. Seemed like a player. The bag contains medications unrelated to the extreme cold." Mingyue remained composed, scanning the surroundings, while the other passengers exhibited no reaction. She couldn't and Appo's help but ponder. Could it be that only players could hear discussions about the game? As the bus departed, a boy remarked, "Perhaps they have already received their game backpacks." Just then, the bus drove away, and the conversation faded. Mingyue surmised that their earlier dialogue was also a probe. Had she reacted, they might have confirmed her identity as a player. Fortunately, she had been observing the native passengers beside her, thus avoiding any slip. Arriving home after 11, she found the solar cooker had reached a boil. Mingyue retrieved the previously stored heated pebbles, drained the water, and placed them into a storage box for safekeeping. She prepared another batch of pebbles, cleaning them before placing them in the large pot to continue boiling. Hastily washing her hands and preparing to dine, she recalled the takeout she had ordered before entering the game, deciding to indulge in that meal. Regrettably, she had not finished the previous order, leading to wasted food. After a delightful meal, Mingyue took out a bottle of soft drink and opened her personal panel. Name: Mingyue Constitution, 3 Stamina, 4 Speed, 3 Intelligence, 5 Luck, 4 Special Item, Protective Suit Protection Value, 100, defends against ultraviolet rays, radiation, viruses, acid rain, etc. The greater the protection, the more susceptible to damage. If the protection value reaches 0, it will no longer provide protection. What a remarkable item this is. After a satisfying meal, fatigue began to set in, yet she had unfinished tasks to attend to. Mingyue poured out another batch of pebbles to wash, setting the clean ones aside to await the cooking pot's completion. Finally, around 1:30 in the afternoon, she completed washing all the pebbles, retrieving those from the pot, and storing them in the still space. She added more pebbles and water to the pot, adjusting the stove's position to continue boiling as much as possible before the extreme cold arrived. With a basket on her back, she descended the mountain, collecting dry wood along the way, stealthily storing it in her space while filling the basket. Upon encountering a dead tree, she took out a manual chainsaw, felled the tree, and stored it away for later chopping. It was early summer, and the wild vegetables had matured, while the wild fruits were yet to ripen. It felt like a missed opportunity. After wandering for over 2 hours, she finally reached the mountainside. Mingyue initially contemplated searching for a cave, but upon reflection, she realized that the city's mountains lacked even the presence of wild animals, let alone caves. Her intelligence score of 5 indicated she had overestimated her capabilities. Noticing the time, which was already 4 o'clock, and recognizing how quickly night falls in the mountains, she hurried back home. Her return journey was significantly faster than her ascent, as she collected more dry wood along the familiar path. By 5:30, she arrived home, stowed away the boiled pebbles, and placed the cleaned ones into the storage space along with the stove to be cooked again tomorrow. She washed up and prepared to sell fruits that evening. Dinner consisted of mapo tofu, fish-flavored shredded pork, a bowl of rib soup, and a bowl of rice, leaving her satiated and ready for another successful sales night. She planned to take an extra basket of oranges to sell, and after dinner, she set out early. As usual, she visited the plaza before heading to the night market. Today, she did not encounter the young man in the hoodie from the previous day, nor did she spot any players, though they might have been concealed, so she remained cautious. After selling the mangoes, she pushed her cart into the night market, purchasing 10 each of buns and pancakes. Noting the long queues at certain stalls, she made sure to buy several portions of those popular items, along with a few intriguing local delicacies she had yet to try. Regardless of their taste, she felt compelled to buy them for a taste test, placing everything on her cart. Once home, she cautiously stored the day's culinary acquisitions in her space, leaving one appetizing grilled cold noodle dish for a late-night snack, savoring it while reflecting on any potential slip-ups during her night market purchases. Discovering that she had no apparent mistakes lifted her spirits, and she relished the good fortune. After finishing her meal, she joyfully counted her earnings. Upon tallying, she noted an increase of over 100 currency units compared to the previous day, filling her with delight. This business was indeed feasible, and the local populace was amicable. They were truly good people. The next morning, Mingyue awoke to a noticeably colder atmosphere. It was only the 3rd day, yet the thermometer indicated a temperature of 20 degrees. Indeed, a day for wearing a coat. She positioned the solar cooker by the large window on the 1st floor, where sunlight poured in abundantly. After adjusting the stove's angle, she planned to boil the stones indoors today, as the outdoor cooking lacked insulation, leaving her uncertain of when she would achieve a proper batch. Chapter 5. The frigid catastrophe. With a swift motion, I devoured 2 large steamed buns, a boiled egg, and a cup of soy milk, hastily concluding my breakfast. I boarded a bus and arrived at the shopping mall, where I sought out the self-heating down jackets, a marvel from the original world, known for their friction-induced warmth. However, given that the season had already passed, finding suitable attire proved to be a daunting task. After visiting several stores, I finally selected 3 coats, 1 mid-length and 2 that reached my ankles. I also acquired 2 pairs of snow boots, all boasting excellent waterproof capabilities, ensuring I would remain dry even amidst the heaviest snowfall. The mall bustled with activity, teeming with people, making it difficult to discern who among them were players. As I navigated through the shops, my peculiar search for down jackets likely drew the attention of some observant onlookers. Carrying my numerous purchases, I made my way to the public restroom, where I changed into my new attire, altering my appearance. With a hat and mask adorning my face, I stored my recent acquisitions in a hidden space and confidently exited the restroom. As expected, several pairs of eyes were drawn to me from the benches and railings. Though uncertain if my sensitivity was merely paranoia, I deemed it prudent to leave the area quickly. Feigning nonchalance, I leisurely strolled out of the mall, promptly hailing a taxi to vacate this troublesome place. My shopping spree had entirely depleted the more than 700 currency units I had earned the previous day. I realized that essential items like food and clothing were considerably more expensive than cooking utensils and agricultural tools, presenting yet another challenge the game had imposed. Observing the frequent help-wanted postings in shops over the past few days, I noted that the initial 5 days of gameplay posed little danger. The only issue was a lack of funds for stockpiling supplies. If I could secure a job during this period, I could accumulate resources while earning money, making survival significantly easier. Now on the 3rd day, I pondered how many others had made this discovery. Though I was quite cautious due to my limited capabilities, I remained willing to assist others within my means, as this was not the time for navet. On my way home, I witnessed police apprehending individuals and saw scattered antifreeze ointments on the ground, indicating a pharmacy had been robbed. It appeared that some players, having failed to stock up on supplies, had resorted to desperate measures. Arriving home just past 10 in the morning, I glanced at the solar cooker, which had already brought water to a boil. I quickly replaced the pebbles and stored the heated stones in a concealed space. After confirming the absence of caves on the mountain from my previous expedition, I still yearned to explore for potential shelters such as air raid bunkers. Today, I chose a different path up the mountain, gathering several dead trees and plenty of firewood along the way. By noon, I reached the same elevation as yesterday, albeit on the mountain's reverse side. Once again, no suitable hiding spots revealed themselves, but while gazing down the slope, I caught sight of a series of shadowy buildings. Deciding to continue my ascent, I resolved to investigate these structures if my search yielded no results. As I munched on a hamburger, I realized the urgency of my situation. I could hardly afford to contemplate the health implications of eating while walking. Preserving my strength was paramount. After satisfying my hunger, I quickened my pace, soon arriving at the mountain summit. I circled the peak, but found nothing of use, merely observing the layout of the land below. The river where I collected pebbles lay to the east of my home, while this mountain was situated to the northwest. The route from the city passed by that river, and had there been no alternative, this mountain would have made a splendid refuge from calamity. Lost in thought, I surveyed the general arrangement of the area below before hastily descending to investigate the nearby buildings. Upon reaching the base of the mountain, I discovered I was near the rear wall of the structure. I decided to circumvent it for a better view and, following the wall to its terminus, I turned right and stumbled upon a small wooden door, only about 1.5 meters high, barely wide enough for a single person to pass through. Cautiously, I peered inside through the door, catching sight of a portion of a livestock breeding workshop, bustling with various fowl and livestock. It seemed to be mealtime, as the animals chirped and clucked, adding to the lively atmosphere. I couldn't help but think, what a pampered existence they led. Adjacent to the breeding workshop was a warehouse, with workers busily transporting sack after sack of feed. Observing this scene, I mused that this establishment appeared to be a sizable breeding farm. Just as I was about to depart, my attention was captured by a freshly opened door leading to another workshop, revealing a slaughter and processing area. Workers skillfully dispatched the poultry and livestock, cutting them into market-sized portions before loading them onto waiting trucks bound for the city. It all made sense now. I realized why this breeding farm was situated in such a remote location. It was specifically designed to supply meat to the urban populace. After a brief moment of contemplation, I continued along the wall, only to be halted by an unseen barrier. Curiosity piqued, I reached out to touch the obstruction, finding it soft and elastic. It appeared that I had reached the game's boundary. At that moment, a system notification chimed. Ding! Player Mingyue has reached the game boundary. Crossing the line will incur penalties. Players are advised not to attempt crossing. Retracting my hand, I refrained from testing my luck. Even a tofu block would struggle against such an obstacle, so it was wiser to retreat. After circling the breeding farm for some time, I discovered that the entire facility was divided by the game's boundary line. Upon closer inspection, I noted that the processing rooms, warehouse, and poultry breeding areas, along with a small section for livestock, were all situated within the boundary I occupied. In contrast, the larger breeding zones, office spaces, and employee quarters lay beyond it. Interestingly, the indigenous inhabitants were unaffected by this boundary, moving freely without any apparent awareness of its existence. Understanding the situation, I made my way home, acknowledging that this breeding farm represented a tantalizing glimpse of a different kind of life, one I could not claim for myself. Once home, I promptly set about my tasks, collecting the heated stones, washing the pebbles, and finally storing the stove. This routine had become second nature to me. I could perform it with my eyes closed, were it not for the fear of burns. After a quick wash and changing into my pajamas, I collapsed onto the sofa, indulging in a well-deserved moment of relaxation. I muttered to myself, whoever invented this lounging position must have been a genius. It is simply too comfortable. Yet my mind wandered back to the breeding farm I had encountered that day. It could potentially serve as a refuge. Firstly, its secluded location, adjacent to the boundary, would render it relatively undetectable to other players. In the face of the impending severe cold, few would suspect that anyone might dare to hide within a facility designed for the storage of frozen meat. If the temperature outside plummeted, it was conceivable that the cold storage might remain warmer than the frigid air outside. Moreover, these cold storage facilities were constructed with high-quality, insulated materials, designed to maintain their low temperatures. Thus, if one could manage to disable the refrigeration systems, ignite a fire inside, and ensure a sufficient supply of oxygen, this place would undoubtedly transform into an ideal sanctuary. However, there were drawbacks. Sealing the space too tightly would render breathing impossible, and without oxygen, the fire would extinguish. Furthermore, entry would mean relinquishing any hope of exit. Without the keys or codes, outsiders would find themselves trapped within. Mingyue cursed, wondering who could have conceived such a dire notion. Was this a new form of suicide? Truly bizarre. She has voluntarily placed herself in a frozen meat locker, actively participating in this peculiar endeavor, and even offering home delivery. A true model worker, indeed. The intelligence bestowed upon her seems rather superfluous. She did not languish in despair for long. After all, one must venture out to earn a living. Having engaged in no shortage of embarrassing escapades, this time, as long as no one else is aware, it is as if it never transpired, embracing a carefree spirit. She savors a portion of spicy hot pot with rice and a bowl of seaweed soup, relishing every bite. Once finished, she promptly pushes her cart to diligently attend to her business. This evening, numerous customers engage in discussions about the drop in temperature, considering it merely a fleeting change typical of early summer, and thus not taking it seriously, only reminding one another to dress warmly. While selling her goods, Mingyue attentively listens, discovering through their conversations that there is a morning market nearby, prompting her decision to explore it the following day. By 10 o'clock at night, Mingyue has sold the remaining fruits in her basket and maneuvers her cart through the night market, yearning for the delectable foods she has longed for all evening: fragrant roasted chicken, refreshing salads, and steaming spicy skewers among various snacks. Having missed the opportunity to bring them home last night, she is determined to take them back tonight, arranging them neatly on her cart for a leisurely enjoyment. Upon returning home, she swiftly stores the snacks in her space, leaving only a serving of spicy skewers, proclaiming that she shall indulge in them tonight, while the others may take their leave. After her performance, Mingyue finally begins her late-night meal. Having eaten to her satisfaction and finished bathing, she retrieves an alarm clock from her space, setting it to the appropriate time, for she must not oversleep with an early visit to the morning market on the agenda. Once these tasks are complete, Mingyue drifts into a sweet slumber. Before the sun graces the earth, at 5 in the morning, The crisp sound of the alarm clock resonates punctually. Mingyue rolls over in bed, momentarily recalling the day's responsibilities, realizing she cannot indulge in her usual laziness. With swift motions, she rises, dresses, freshens up, and quickly consumes her breakfast. Glancing at the thermometer on the wall, she notes that today marks the fourth day of a temperature decline, which has dropped another 5 degrees, now resting at 15 degrees. In such conditions, a light cotton jacket is essential to avoid succumbing to the cold. Should this rapid decrease persist, in 30 days, temperatures may plummet to a chilling minus 120 degrees. Such a drastic drop in temperature would likely leave only a few survivors. The game surely cannot be so merciless as to aim for total annihilation of its players. Chapter 6. The catastrophe of extreme, cold. Mingyue pushed her little cart towards the morning market, her heart heavy with thoughts, but within 5 minutes, she felt a sense of liberation. There was little point in worrying. If calamity sought to obliterate, players would have no chance to resist. She resolved to focus on herself and observe what unfolded. Such was her optimistic outlook. The morning market primarily offered fresh fruits and vegetables, a favorite spot for many elderly individuals seeking the freshest produce. Mingyue filled her cart with an assortment of items: eggplants, peppers, tomatoes, green beans, cucumbers, and bok choy, totaling 10 kilograms. She also purchased various cuts of pork, ribs, chicken legs, and lamb, along with 20 kilograms of potatoes, sweet potatoes, and chestnuts. Amidst the bustling market, numerous individuals were coughing and sneezing. Mingyue donned a mask, wary of falling ill herself, as she perceived her own fragility. The cart felt rather small, overflowing with her purchases, prompting her to return home and store the items in her space before venturing out again. On her way, she could not overlook the pharmacy. Inside, she acquired some banlangen granules and cold medicine, and upon spotting oxygen tanks, she bought 10 before returning to the market. This time, she sought hotel-grade soup containers, 10 of the largest size, along with 10 kilograms of salt, 2 boxes of hot pot base, and an array of essential condiments. Lastly, she purchased 1,000 large plastic bags, 2,000 small ones, and 2,000 takeout boxes. Noticing cat litter, she bought 2 bags, anticipating a time when it might prove useful. After returning home, Mingyue did not rest. She stored her goods in her space, intending to organize them later when the disaster struck and outdoor ventures became impossible. She set up her solar cooker and commenced her stone heating project for the day, then made her way to the garage. Upon arrival, she equipped herself with a headlamp and descended into the cellar, wielding a pickaxe to break through the cement floor, careful to avoid collapsing the wall by working a safe distance away. After excavating an area of roughly 1 square meter, she switched to a shovel, continuing to dig downward. At a depth of 5 meters, fatigue set in, and she wondered why the game had compelled her to undertake such laborious tasks. As she dug, she began to store the soil in her space. However, a sense of foreboding arose. If she dug too deep, she might find herself unable to ascend, as there were no ladders within her space. She hastily released some soil to create a foothold, climbed back to the cellar, and retrieved a ladder from the entrance. Realizing she was still ill-prepared, she resolved to purchase additional supplies the next day. By this time, noon had arrived. Mingyue retrieved several wooden boxes she had previously hoarded and stacked them, securing the ladder atop them. After climbing back into the cellar and storing the ladder in her space, she returned to the garage and then to her room, where she promptly washed her hands and face before dining. Having exerted herself immensely that day, she felt the need for sustenance. She prepared a feast of steamed fish, a dish of marinated pork, and a fruit platter, savoring her meal. After replacing the pebbles in her solar cooker, she changed her clothes and ventured out with her cart, eager to procure the ladder without delay. At the hardware store, she selected the longest and mid-sized extendable ladders, determined not to repeat her earlier mistake of being unprepared. She inquired with the shopkeeper about where to find cement and plastering tools, and he kindly directed her to a nearby store. Before leaving, she noticed hammers in the shop and purchased 2 of varying sizes, ensuring she would have them on hand when needed. Upon arriving at the recommended store, she acquired 5 bags of quick-drying cement, and to her delight, the proprietor offered to deliver the goods. Relieved, Mingyue provided her address and pushed her cart homeward, grateful for the kindness of others. By the time she reached home, the cement had also arrived, with the delivery person assisting in moving it to her courtyard. After closing the gate, Mingyue stored everything in her space and resumed her excavation efforts. She secured the newly acquired ladder in the pit she had dug, then stored the boxes and ladder in her space before continuing to dig another 3 to 4 meters, expanding the hole. With the cellar soil thickness around 2 meters and its height similar, combined with her additional excavation of 8 to 9 meters, Mingyue envisioned gradually creating a small room of approximately 2 meters in height and 10 square meters in area. She knew better than to make it too large, as it could compromise the garage's foundation. A basement 10 meters below the surface would be warm if properly ventilated. As she expanded the underground space, reaching approximately 5 to 6 square meters, Mingyue retrieved wooden boxes from her space, allocating a 3 square meter area to stack them until they reached the top. This not only supported the weight above, but also created a small bathroom for convenience. Continuing her expansion, she extended the area to around 10 square meters. Observing her newly formed 15 to 16 square meter room, she endeavored to smooth the surrounding walls and stack boxes in the center for additional support. To prevent soil from crumbling and causing inconvenience, she mixed a bag of cement and plastered the walls, floor, and ceiling of her basement. As she reached the entrance, she stored the boxes, climbed out, and opened the doors to the cellar and garage, ensuring ventilation. She hoped the space would dry within 2 days. Exhausted, she returned to her room, took a shower, changed her clothes, and then descended to the first floor to put the pebbles from the solar cooker into her space, replacing them with unboiled ones before storing them away. Reclining on the sofa, she turned on the television, catching a segment featuring a journalist interviewing a representative from the Meteorological Bureau. The journalist, holding a microphone and wearing a serious expression, inquired whether the sudden drop in temperature was a normal occurrence. The meteorologist, clad in uniform and glasses, smiled and responded calmly, stating that at present, this temperature drop was indeed a typical climatic variation. He elaborated that what they had experienced over the past few days was merely a minor cold wave and reassured the public not to panic. He further advised, however, that the rapid fluctuations in temperature could increase the risk of illness. Therefore, he recommended that individuals pay particular attention to their health and take appropriate measures to keep warm. He suggested keeping common cold medications at home for emergencies and wearing masks when venturing outdoors to effectively reduce the transmission of respiratory illnesses. Mingyue, however, did not pay attention to the remainder of the broadcast. She pondered whether the Meteorological Bureau had truly failed to detect the actual weather conditions or if they were intentionally concealing the truth. After much consideration, she arrived at no conclusion. She could not control others' decisions and resolved to focus on her own well-being. Realizing it was already 6 in the evening, she retrieved a portion of braised meat rice, finishing it off with a large chicken leg, feeling satisfied at last. With her spirits lifted, she pushed her cart to continue selling fruits. The following morning, she awoke around 8, realizing she had truly exhausted herself the day before. With such frail stamina, Mingyue doubted her ability to endure many more sessions online. After lying in bed for a while, she finally got up, washed, and checked the thermometer. It had dropped 5 degrees, with the current temperature at 10 degrees. Dressed warmly in her cotton jacket and a sweater, she ventured out with her beloved cart. Sales of fruit had dipped compared to previous days, likely due to the cold weather that kept people indoors at night. This posed yet another hurdle for her finances. Determined to prepare adequately, Mingyue set out to purchase foam insulation boards and also acquired 5 12-kilogram comforters. At the hardware store, she bought nails, a hammer, and strong adhesive. With a professional approach, she affixed the insulation boards to the walls. Unsure of the exact method, but confident that using glue first and then reinforcing with nails would prevent them from falling. Upon returning home, I descended into the basement and adorned the entire space with insulation panels. After a thorough inspection, I found the structure to be sufficiently secure, thus deeming this makeshift refuge virtually complete. The world had dealt a heavy blow to Mingyue, who resolved to introspect for answers. The previous day's fruit sales had been lackluster, and rather than attributing this to external circumstances, she recognized it was her own lack of diligence that warranted blame. Determined to rectify this, she planned to spend the entire day selling fruit while simultaneously gathering intelligence and familiarizing herself with the city's layout. In a secluded alley near the bustling downtown, Mingyue unveiled her small cart laden with apples and pears, displaying a cardboard sign with prices affixed to the edge of the basket as she strolled and sold her goods. Surprisingly, business thrived, drawing a considerable number of onlookers. Mingyue gravitated towards the more populated areas, selling as she stealthily replenished her stock. In the heart of the park, a group of elderly ladies engaged in conversation about the unpredictable weather, while an older gentleman expressed uncertainty regarding impending rain, advising the purchase of additional provisions for home. Nearby, the discourse of several young individuals caught Mingyue's attention. They spoke of a player organization that had rented a villa in the eastern part of the city, contemplating whether to join forces. Mingyue had no intention of participating. She surmised that cohabitation among so many would inevitably lead to discord, with resource allocation posing a significant dilemma. While the sheer number might deter bullying from outsiders, internal unity was not guaranteed. Furthermore, in any nascent team, rules often remain chaotic. Mingyue harbored no grand ambitions of becoming a founding member. If the team proved commendable, she would be content to join as an inconspicuous participant, eliciting minimal attention, preferring to observe for the time being. This day, Mingyue's sales flourished, accumulating nearly 1,000 flower coins within the morning alone. As she navigated her route, by late afternoon, her earnings had soared to 2,500. With a gleeful touch to her pocket, her mind began to whirl with ideas. Yesterday's poor sales could indeed be attributed to the world's shortcomings. And today she would teach it a lesson. Did it truly think it could best her? She could manage it effortlessly. After indulging in a moment of self-satisfaction, Mingyue resolved to first explore the eastern part of the city before returning home. Finding a discreet spot to stow her cart, she boarded the bus heading towards the east. Chapter 7. The extreme cold disaster of the eastern part of the city is known as the affluent district. From the bus, one can observe imported supermarkets, upscale restaurants, and luxury boutiques. The villa area mentioned by those individuals is situated halfway up a hill. Mingyue, seated on the bus, can see the trees on the mountainside arranged in a picturesque manner, with glimpses of houses partially concealed behind the foliage. The villa community appears to have stringent security. Even from the base of the hill, one can spot the barbed wire on the outer wall and patrolling guards. To secure a rental in such a location reflects the remarkable capabilities of the leader. Typically, such residences are not available for lease. It remains a mystery how that person managed to find such a place. Even if it were available for rent, the cost would be exorbitant. Mingyue did not disembark. She merely surveyed the area from the bus before returning home. Upon arriving home, her first action was to prepare a cup of hot milk tea. A sudden chill accompanied the wind during her return from the bus stop, leaving her hands feeling numb with cold. From this evening onward, she decided to cease selling fruits. The frigid temperatures would undoubtedly diminish foot traffic at the night market. After dinner, she retired early, having been busy for several days. She considered this day a well-deserved rest, relinquishing her pursuit of small earnings. Unexpectedly, she awoke in the middle of the night, feeling cold even beneath her thick blankets. Hastily, Mingyue got up to turn on the air conditioning, don a warm pajama set, and check the thermometer outside, revealing a temperature of 0 degrees. It was 12:30. It seemed that the temperature began to drop each night at midnight. On this sixth day of the game, the temperature plummeted by 10 degrees. The situation was dire indeed. Returning to her room, Mingyue first boiled water to fill a hot water bottle. She decided to postpone any further actions until tomorrow. For now, sleep was paramount, as staying awake would resolve nothing. When she awoke in the morning, she felt the chill of the room despite the air conditioning. She turned on all the air conditioners to warm the space for a while before proceeding with her morning routine. After breakfast, Mingyue took the branches she had collected from the mountain a few days prior and set about chopping firewood. She sawed the branches into segments based on their lengths and split them into kindling, managing to finish only 3 trees in a day. Although this task appeared to be merely physical labor, those unaccustomed to it would struggle to master the technique of chopping wood, making it quite challenging. In the following days, the temperature remained constant, and Mingyue kept herself occupied, tirelessly chopping firewood, heating river stones, and preparing additional meals to stock her supplies, including several nourishing soups. She felt this was perhaps the calm before the storm, prompting her to make ample preparations. She also purchased a ton of coal and, seeing barbecue charcoal, bought 200 pounds of it as well. If circumstances allowed, she could even enjoy barbecues to keep warm. Passing by a supermarket, she went in to buy a box of heating pads, 10 boxes of bottled water, freshly baked bread, and some rotisserie chicken, items that would provide variety when cooking was inconvenient. After bringing these supplies home, her daily routine consisted of collecting firewood in the mornings and chopping it in the afternoons, ensuring her stock of warm supplies was thoroughly prepared. On the 10th night, once again, Mingyue was awakened by the cold. Learning from her previous experience, she had made prior preparations. She immediately turned on the electric blanket she had just laid out 2 days ago. Once warm, she got up to activate the electric heater and air conditioning. Stepping outside to check the thermometer revealed a chilling -20 degrees. This drop in temperature came 5 days after the last decrease, which had been 10 degrees. Now, on the 10th day of the game, the temperature had already plunged to -20 degrees. This temperature, though severe, was manageable for players who were prepared for the extreme cold disaster. However, for the indigenous people, accustomed to the early summer season, this sudden change was far less forgiving. Many were unprepared for such an unusual weather event, and those with elderly or young children were likely in distress. As she turned on the television, reports of overcrowded hospitals filled the screen, advising those with colds to seek home treatment. Doctors mentioned several common cold medications. Given the drastic temperature fluctuation, it was likely that more individuals would fall ill tonight, with the possibility of some succumbing to the cold. Concerned for her health, Mingyue quickly consumed a packet of Banlangen, adhering to the principle of treating illness when it arises and preventing it when possible. Once the indoor temperature rose, she returned to bed for a brief rest. Upon waking, she found the world outside blanketed in silver. The rapid temperature drop had coated the greenery of the hillside in ice and snow before it had a chance to turn yellow. If not for the cruel nature of the disaster, this scene could have been considered picturesque. With the snow still falling, Mingyue had no intention of venturing outside. She lacked any necessities at home, rendering an outing unnecessary. After breakfast, taking advantage of the still functioning water, electricity, and gas, she decided to prepare and store more meals for future convenience. She retrieved ingredients from her storage space, began cooking a pot of rice, and set the dough to rise in the electric heater. Next, she chopped vegetables, eggs, and meat to stir-fry. Once cooked, she packed the meals into containers, ready to be consumed when cooking was inconvenient. In her previous life, Mingyue had purchased numerous shelving units, and her neatly packaged meals and stockpiled supplies were arranged systematically on the shelves. She had a variety of home-cooked dishes and local snacks. Yet she still wished to prepare more, ensuring she was well-equipped. Once the rice was ready, she portioned it into boxes and continued cooking. After finishing the stir-fried dishes, she found the dough had risen sufficiently. Mingyue then took out the meat filling to prepare dumplings, steaming them in 2 pots simultaneously until they were ready. With all the dumplings placed in a large basin and stored in her space, she glanced at the clock. It was already 12:30. After lunch and tidying up, Mingyue headed to the basement. The temperature there was noticeably warmer than the garage, and the walls were nearly dry, showing no signs of collapse from the ceiling. This makeshift shelter was thus deemed satisfactory. With no possibility of going outdoors on a snowy day, she returned to her room, turned on the television for background noise, and resolved to engage in some exercise to strengthen her frail body. The news reported police and medical staff steadfastly maintaining their posts amid the sudden weather changes, along with scenes of overcrowded pharmacies and hospitals. However, no solutions were presented. It seemed the authorities were in meetings to discuss the situation. Yet, regardless of the policies enacted, Mingyue knew she would not benefit from them. As these thoughts surfaced, a surge of frustration welled within her, prompting a desire to escape. In the living room, she practiced push-ups, high knees, kicks, and punches. Lacking formal training, she relied on exercises she had previously observed that could enhance physical fitness. Mingyue mused that upon her return, she would download martial arts tutorials into her space and practice them whenever she had the time. Perhaps she possessed a natural talent for martial arts and could become self-taught. After tiring from her workout, she boiled a large pot of spicy soup, adding extra pepper. Drinking it warmed her body and made her break into a sweat. After finishing the soup, she began organizing items she had previously stored in her space. To her surprise, a single firewood cutter occupied one of the slots in her game bag, displaying its name. She could store another identical cutter, but other tools, even kitchen knives, were not permitted. Taking out a large storage box, she placed the firewood cutter, hammer, and axe inside before transferring the box into her game bag. This way, it also occupied a slot, showing as a tool, though retrieving items would be less convenient, as she would need to extract the storage box first. Given that the storage container was large enough, this system bag could hold a significant amount of items. The next morning, upon waking, she checked the thermometer, which still indicated -20 degrees without any change. After a full day of snowfall, the snow had piled up to thigh deep. The snowfall had ceased, so she retrieved a large plastic bag, cleaned her shovel, and began filling the bag with snow. While collecting the snow, she left 10 centimeters of the layer closest to the ground, ensuring that only the clean top layer was gathered. Once filled, she stored one bag in her still space and another in the yard, clearing the snow from her property and sweeping the rooftop snow to the ground. Mingyue piled the swept snow outside the yard against the wall. She then placed a large plastic bag over a large soup pot, ensuring it remained watertight before filling it with water and taking it outside to freeze. All the soup buckets and large containers were covered with plastic bags and filled with water, then placed in the yard to freeze. Mingyue decided to venture outside to observe the current situation. At this moment, the snow on the roads had been cleared, making it quite convenient for the populace to travel. However, places such as pharmacies and supermarkets were overcrowded, with people jostling for supplies. It was now possible to hear the locals discussing apocalyptic themes, as such drastic changes in weather were enough to provoke anxiety. To claim that this weather signified the end of days was not entirely unfounded. After all, this had always been a doomsday scenario. Mingyue made her way to the farmer's market and passed by a coal vendor, where a customer was haggling with the proprietor. Is 1,500 flour coins per ton of coal too expensive? Just a few days ago, a young girl bought it from you for only 800. Mingyue lowered her head and pulled her scarf up, concealing her entire face. She believed her disguise to be effective. Yet little did she know, she had still been recognized. Chapter 8. The frigid catastrophe. It is indeed quite logical to ponder upon the absurdity of purchasing coal in the early summer heat, when temperatures hover around 20 degrees. Such actions, if noticed by the curious onlookers, could provoke suspicion regarding one's intentions. Yet, this individual does not appear to be a player, otherwise they would have joined in during Mingyue's previous coal acquisition, rather than waiting until now. As long as they are not inclined to seize her belongings, Mingyue feels reassured. Upon entering the bustling farmer's market, she finds herself amidst a crowd reminiscent of the rush hour at a subway station. The prices of goods have surged significantly since her last visit, particularly for heating supplies and foodstuffs. Vegetables, in particular, have experienced the most rapid price increases, as the plummeting temperatures have devastated large quantities of crops, leaving farmers with scant produce. Mingyue, conforming to the trend, purchases a selection of vegetables, potatoes, and sweet potatoes. On her way home, she detours into a pharmacy, managing to secure a box of fever-reducing patches, and hastily exits the store. Fortunately, her purchases do not include the most sought-after items, though several mothers cast envious glances in her direction, prompting her to leave quickly. Not far away, she observes a mother and daughter emerging from supermarket, burdened with numerous bags. Their disheveled hair and crooked hats reveal the chaos of their shopping expedition. With the older sister having even lost a shoe, acquiring basic necessities has become akin to waging a battle. The mere act of entering the marketplace results in disheveled appearances and potential losses. Despite the fever-reducing patches being among the top 10 bestsellers, it is no wonder that the mothers regard her with disdain. Upon returning home, she activates all her heating devices, cradling a cup of hot cocoa to warm her hands, and sinks into the couch, lost in thought as she watches television. Once she feels sufficiently warm, she changes into her workout attire and begins her exercise routine. Today, she practices wielding a chopping knife. After a warm-up, Mingyue stands in the center of her living room, exuding confidence as she repeatedly practices various combat movements such as chopping, slicing, and kicking, focusing on familiarizing herself with the knife's usage and improving her agility. As a novice in this game, she senses a leniency from the system, allowing players the time to acclimate. However, she knows that this ease may not last. The known calamities and the gradual drop in temperature suggest that as long as one prepares adequately in the early stages of the game, they can navigate through challenges successfully. It remains uncertain whether such fortuitous circumstances will persist. After practicing for several hours, she heads to the kitchen to stir-fry a dish of greens and reheat some pre-stored beef and rice. Since entering the game, her daily exercise has noticeably increased her appetite. After lunch, she stands by her second-floor window, observing the house nearest to hers, about 20 meters away, where a family of 5 resides, an elderly couple, a young couple, and a child of 5 or 6 years. They have always seemed amiable, as she hopes that their demeanor remains unchanged in the face of adversity. After a brief respite, Mingyue resumes her exercise regimen. Even those who once preferred lounging in the comfort of their homes are now compelled to engage in physical activity. With no immediate threats in sight, she embraces the discomfort of sore muscles as a consequence of her efforts. After a tiring session, she enjoys a cup of milk tea before continuing her practice. As evening approaches, she checks the large pot of water left outside, discovering that it has not yet frozen solid, so she leaves it to continue freezing overnight. The following day dawns bright and sunny, but Mingyue awakens with her body aching. Reluctant to move, she applies a pain relief spray liberally across her body before finally rising from bed, every inch of her feeling sore. Stepping outside, she glances at the thermometer, which reads a steady 20 degrees below zero. Though the temperature is frigid, the sunlight is strong enough to utilize her solar cooker. She places it by the floor-to-ceiling window, preparing a large pot of ginger soup while boiling stones in another cooker. After breakfast, she brings in the now-frozen soup buckets and storage boxes, removing the ice and placing it back in her storage space, refilling the buckets with water to freeze once more. Although this ice-making method is somewhat cumbersome, it is necessary in the absence of an ice maker. The outdoors serves as a natural freezer, and it is prudent to prepare for any future heat waves. Additionally, she places a bag of pear-shaped fruit outside to freeze, anticipating the delight of enjoying them in the summer. This joy, akin to that of the locals in northeast China, is now hers as well. While continuing her exercises in the living room, Mingyue fills containers with water to freeze into ice chunks. She decides to venture out to procure a book on wilderness survival, realizing that while she has been focused on self-defense, she has neglected the essential skills of surviving in the wild. Not every environment will be urban, and it is wise to prepare adequately, including acquiring binoculars for environmental observation. After purchasing the book and binoculars, she notices a store selling curtain fabric on sale. Curious about the prices, she approaches the owner, who explains that the fabrics are older styles being cleared out. After some negotiation, she acquires 50 square meters of sunshade fabric for a mere 200 currency units. A modest expense, considering her remaining balance of over 2,200. In this game, it seems that supplies not urgently required for extreme cold are priced quite reasonably. She plans to explore this pricing trend in future scenarios. After settling the bill, she stows her purchases in her backpack and wanders through the streets. Ahead of her, 2 young individuals are engaged in conversation, lamenting the frenzied shopping in the city center and the inexplicable hoarding of food. They mention a nearby villa district where over 50 individuals are hoarding supplies, leading to a recent altercation that resulted in police involvement. The situation appears suspicious, with many locals unaware of the true circumstances, merely assuming that the well-off are privy to information that they are not. Regardless of the situation, one cannot be too cautious. Stocking up on food and supplies is prudent, even if nothing dire transpires. One of the young men wisely remarks that if essential goods are unavailable in the city center, they will surely be sought after in the surrounding areas, urging haste. As they turn a corner and fade from her hearing, Mingyue reflects on the peculiar phenomenon of so many players gathering supplies without drawing attention. It seems commendable that the system manages this seamlessly. Approaching the river in the east, She notices that the snow on the roads remains unshoveled. Understandably so, as few would venture out for a stroll in this biting cold. Descending the slope into the river valley, she retrieves her snow shovel and plastic bags, meticulously cleaning the shovel with snow, ensuring to leave only the dirt-encrusted part exposed. She fills the bags with snow, spending the remaining hours of her day collecting as much as she can. By 4 in the afternoon, she has lost count of how many bags she has filled. Once she has stowed the last bag and shovel into her storage space, she finally makes her way home. This snow-collecting endeavor has proven fruitful, free from interruptions, albeit a bit chilly. She must hurry back, as the temperature is sure to drop further when the sun sets. Upon returning home, she activates her heating devices and serves herself a bowl of ginger soup, storing the heated stones and solar cookers away. Once the indoor temperature rises, she sheds her heavy winter coat and warms herself with a comforting bowl of soup. The moonlight-infused ginger soup is laden with a generous amount of brown sugar, for without it, the taste would be rather unpalatable, a flavor I find less than appealing. Once the ginger soup is consumed, warmth envelopes Mingyue from head to toe. After a refreshing bath, she reclines on the sofa, lost in thought, allowing her mind to wander freely, embracing a state of tranquility. Thus, the 11th day concludes in this manner. On the 12th day, the outside temperature remains a biting -20 degrees. She carefully collects the frozen ice chunks and pears from the outdoors, replacing them with fresh ones to continue the freezing process. While Mingyue persists in gathering snow by the riverside. Chapter 9. The frigid catastrophe in the following days. The temperature stabilized at a chilling -20 degrees. Every morning, Mingyue would retrieve the frozen ice chunks and pears from the previous day, replacing them with fresh ones, and then venture to the riverbank to collect snow. Lunch was enjoyed by the riverside, consuming food that remained warm after being stored in a still space. As time passed, it would cool, so for these days, lunch consisted of bite-sized delicacies like soup dumplings and shao mai, accompanied by a cup of ginger tea to ward off the cold. Evenings were reserved for hearty dinners, followed by studying wilderness survival knowledge in a room. 5 days swiftly passed. The last drop in temperature occurred on the 5th day after a period of stability. She wondered if there would be any changes tonight. After watching wilderness survival shows until midnight, she finally retired to bed, reassured by the lack of a temperature drop. On the 16th day, upon rising, she checked the thermometer and confirmed that the temperature remained unchanged. Was there truly no pattern to these fluctuations? She decided to observe how things would unfold. Today, Mingyue took a bus to explore the city. The frenzy at the supermarket had lessened. Perhaps the recent stable temperatures had eased the public's sense of urgency. In previous days, families had hoarded supplies, and it seemed that now they were sufficiently stocked. However, as she passed a pharmacy, she noted a sign stating that cold medicine was sold out. Inside the store, only the attendant was present. The most sought-after items were undoubtedly cold medicine and banlangen. The absence of customers was to be expected, and the attendant, without lifting their head, stated that all cold medicine had been sold. How frenzied the purchasing must have been for the attendant to develop such a reflex. Mingyue disregarded the attendant's comment and noticed the neglected mosquito repellent and cooling oil in the corner. She took 10 boxes of each. The attendant cast her a surprised glance, but said nothing. After completing her purchase and placing the items in her backpack, she exited the store. This time, she intended to visit the southern part of the city, having already explored the eastern and western areas. With the recent stability, she felt no need for frantic preparations. She had gathered most of what she needed, so she decided to take the opportunity to survey her surroundings, ready to acquire anything useful she might find. The southern district, known for its amusement and water parks, was bustling with youthful energy. It was the weekend, and laughter echoed among the carefree young people, as if nothing was amiss. If it weren't for the knowledge that it was mid-June, a time that should herald early summer, one might mistake it for an ordinary winter's day. Upon reaching the water park, she was astonished to find it transformed into a winter wonderland. The entrepreneurial spirit was commendable. The same attractions had merely changed form, turning liquid into solid without hindering profit. Families reveled in joy, oblivious to the previous day's panic over supplies. Across from the water park stood a swimming supply store, where the owner was about to lock up for the night. Mingyue called out, eager to enter. The owner opened the door, inviting her to browse. Noting that with the cold weather, swimming was not an option. With a smile, Mingyue suggested using swimming rings tied with ropes to pull people across the icy surface, proving they could still be of use. The owner chuckled, appreciating her ingenuity, and offered not only a discount on her selected items, but also a complimentary gift as gratitude for her creative idea. The owner had come to retrieve something left in the store, and as Mingyue examined the merchandise, he decided to stay and let her take her time. She purchased 5 large and 5 standard swimming rings, along with 2 inflatable pools for children, 3 by 5 meters and 1.5 by 2 meters. The total came to 280 currency units. The uninflated items easily fit into a plastic bag, and as she stepped outside, the owner locked the door behind him to head home. Satisfied with her purchases, Mingyue prepared to return home. Passing by a bathhouse, she felt a fleeting pang of regret. The sauna would be an ideal refuge from the cold. Uncertain of how low the temperatures might drop, she recognized that during weather like this, the sauna would be the warmest place imaginable. However, public spaces could be risky. If the outside temperature dipped to the point of immobility, such a place might become fraught with peril. Reflecting on this, she regained her composure, reminding herself that she was merely a small player in the grand scheme of things. Best to keep her distance from potential dangers. On the bus heading home, Mingyue recalled the home sauna, typically reliant on electric heating. She dismissed the thought. It was uncertain whether there would even be power, and at minus 30 degrees, generators might become ineffective. She quickly silenced her mind, feeling unworthy of such luxuries. After a moment of self-pity, she cleared her thoughts, wary of drifting into further peculiar contemplations. Arriving home, she turned on the air conditioning. Realizing it was already past 2 in the afternoon, she had missed lunch, which was unhealthy, and promised herself to be more mindful in the future. Spending too much time alone had enriched her internal dialogue. Previously, she had called out to the system, but received no response. Aside from the occasional announcement when entering or exiting a scenario, the system remained absent, leaving her to entertain herself. With ginger tea in hand, she mentally returned the items she had purchased today to her still space. On the 17th day, she planned to explore the northern district. Residing in the west, she had already traversed the east and south, so it was only fitting to visit the north as well. For someone like her, it was essential to ensure that no area was neglected. Otherwise, it would seem as if she held a bias against the northern region. The northern district, along with the western area, was primarily residential. The west had expanded over time, and Mingyue's home was a self-built structure in what was once the suburbs, now integrated into the city as it grew. The north was denser, with numerous neighborhoods, ensuring that essential needs were met through the abundance of shops lining the streets. Mingyue observed small clusters of people walking together, possibly concealing players among them. It appeared that everyone was cautious, with half the time in the scenario elapsed. Those seeking companions had likely found suitable partners, while solitary players had secured their hiding spots, differing only in the adequacy of their preparations. On the first day of entering the game scenario, Mingyue had noticed many shops hiring, and she believed that working while stockpiling supplies would be a sound strategy. She entered an electronics market and purchased 2 portable radios. In an era dominated by smartphones, she recognized her choice as unconventional. However, when phones, computers, and televisions lacked signals, a radio would be essential for receiving external news. It was wise to be prepared for any eventuality. After enjoying lunch at a restaurant, she wandered the northern district but found nothing particularly noteworthy. Returning to the west, she bought 2 5-ton water tanks. Purchasing multiple tanks from a single store could raise suspicions. A single full tank would suffice for a month, so acquiring 2 was undoubtedly prudent. She arranged for the shopkeeper to deliver the tanks to an unoccupied corner, claiming someone would come to collect them. Once the shopkeeper departed, Mingyue retrieved the tanks into her space and strolled home at a leisurely pace. Arriving home around 3 in the afternoon, she warmed herself and recalled that she hadn't checked the basement in several days. Upon descending, she discovered it was significantly warmer than above. While the outside temperature plunged below freezing, the basement remained a comfortable temperature. The walls were dry and ready for use at any moment. After returning from the basement to the kitchen, She retrieved the rural stove she had purchased earlier, cleaned it thoroughly, and prepared a bowl of northeast sauerkraut along with a large slab of pork belly, slicing it and setting everything aside for storage. Having descended into the cellar, I retrieved the earthen stove and firewood, igniting them to life. I then procured the prepared sauerkraut, meat, and an array of seasonings, oil, salt, and star anise among them, readying them for the culinary endeavor. With the wok set over the flames, I heated the oil, preparing to braise a generous pot of sauerkraut with pork belly. Chapter 10. Cataclysm of frigid weather. To stave off dampness, one must kindle a fire. Moreover, it is prudent to simmer a pot of stew, ensuring that no heat is squandered. Just as this thought settled in my mind, a billowing cloud of steam erupted from the pot. With remarkable quickness, Mingyue retracted the clay stove into the spatial realm, leaving her momentarily embarrassed in the process. Such frugality is hardly misplaced. She hastily retrieved a coal stove and ignited it, refraining from placing any soup or water atop it. Once the stove was alight, the basement would fill with steam. Better to let it burn dry. The coal stove, once fueled, could burn for an extended period. She opened both the basement and cellar doors to prevent any risk of carbon monoxide poisoning before retreating indoors. The stew had only recently begun to cook. It was essential to ensure it was thoroughly prepared. Mingyue set the clay stove in the living room and sat on a small stool, tending the fire for over an hour. Once the pot had cooled slightly, she portioned the stew into containers, saving a serving for dinner later, and meticulously cleaned the pot before storing it, along with the prepared sauerkraut and pork, in her spatial realm. She rearranged the items in the living room, placing the newly purchased water tank there after washing it. Connecting a clean hose to the kitchen faucet in the tank, she began filling it with water. Meanwhile, she retrieved a box of rice, a box of sweet and sour pork, and the recently made sauerkraut and pork, commencing her dinner. The flavors were delightful. How could her culinary skills be so exquisite? The foolish actions she had engaged in earlier in the basement could not possibly be her own. They must have been the result of some extraterrestrial manipulation, driven by envy of such delectable fare. Thus, as she dined, she found solace in her self-reassurance. After finishing her meal, she counted her remaining funds. 300 currency coins. The material of the water tank was beyond her comprehension, but surely it would not betray her in the game. In truth, Mingyue need not have prepared so extensively. When calamity struck, she could simply retreat into her spatial realm, where sustenance and comfort awaited her. She could emerge only once the disaster had passed. Yet, she adhered to the philosophy that it is better to be prepared for the unforeseen than to remain complacent. What if some were unable to access the spatial realm? What if it were to close unexpectedly? Or worse, what if it vanished altogether one day? It was prudent to anticipate the worst-case scenario and avoid any semblance of luck. Moreover, if there were benefits to be gained, would she not also reap them by remaining hidden in the spatial realm? Thus, her resolve to prepare was further solidified. Mingyue organized her game backpack, placing a firewood axe in the first compartment for easy access. The label read, "Firewood Axe." In the second compartment, she located several large storage boxes within her spatial realm. One held neatly arranged meals, another contained instant noodles, self-heating pots, compressed biscuits, and chocolates, an assortment of snacks. A separate box was designated for grains and oils, while yet another was reserved for various seasonings. She also stored her stockpile of medicines and common remedies, along with an oxygen tank, in one box, all neatly tucked away in her game backpack. To her delight, it all fit perfectly. The second compartment now displayed Food 5. She learned that medicines could indeed be categorized as food, as anything ingested qualifies as sustenance. No discrepancies there. The third compartment also utilized a large storage box. This was the most substantial container she could currently access. She retrieved 5 blankets and 2 comforters, along with outdoor gear, down jackets, and several sets of sportswear. All seasonal clothing was packaged in vacuum-sealed bags. One box for blankets and comforters, another for jackets, hats, scarves, and gloves. Shoes were sealed in yet another box, while sportswear filled another. Underwear, socks, and other intimate apparel were layered and set aside in a smaller box. Lastly, she gathered camping supplies, including a tent and sleeping bag, into her backpack ensuring multiple packages were stored in the storage box. All of this was ultimately secured within her game backpack, which now displayed clothing 8. The fourth compartment would undoubtedly be reserved for water. As the 2 tanks filled, they would occupy a full slot. The fifth compartment housed tools. Mingyue produced a wardrobe and arranged her previously purchased shovels, pickaxes, and hammers within it, along with an array of useful items like flashlights, lighters, compasses, and binoculars. She endeavored to include every small item that might prove useful, even a box of nails. Once the water tanks were filled and stored in her game backpack, she ascended to shower and study survival skills. On the 18th day, she prepared the requisite frozen ice lumps and frozen pears, glancing at the thermometer, which remained unchanged. Connecting the water tank to the faucet, Mingyue turned on the television for background noise while exercising nearby. Sit-ups, push-ups, punches, and kicks. Her training was unorthodox, yet any effort was better than none, and she worked up quite a sweat. The television broadcast was cheerful, a stark contrast to the impending cataclysm. When players mentioned the game or terms like calamity, the locals would automatically disregard such words, leading to a disconnect where players, even aware of the impending disaster, could only stand idly by, unable to communicate with the native populace. After an exhausting morning, she collapsed onto the sofa. Once the water tank was filled, she stored it in her game backpack, which preserved freshness. With 10 tons of water, it would suffice for 2 months for one person, and with careful rationing, could cater to a family of 3 for a month. Suddenly, she remembered that she had neglected to boil the river stones. Hastily, she retrieved the solar stove and set the stones to simmer. This could prove invaluable, and she must not forget again. After lunch, she opted against venturing outside, choosing instead to take a nap. Upon awakening, she resumed her exercise and study routine. Though Mingyue occasionally indulged in frivolity, she was acutely aware of her weaknesses. Despite the fatigue, she persisted in her daily training. On the 19th day, the sun failed to shine, and Mingyue, fearing a sudden change in weather, decided against venturing outdoors. A sense of unease enveloped her, prompting her to secure the front door with a heavy iron lock from the outside, then stealthily climbed over the wall to create the illusion that no one was home. Once inside, she drew all the curtains, concealing the frozen stones and pears, and exercised in the living room while keeping noise to a minimum, the television sound muted. Although she believed the outside world could not hear her, her worries persisted. Perhaps these precautions would provide her with a measure of comfort. Henceforth, she resolved to conceal herself. Mingyue understood that all fear stemmed from a lack of power. Until she strengthened her shortcomings, she would always desire to hide. Only by becoming formidable could she walk amongst others without fear of harm, knowing that they could not inflict injury upon her. True strength is the only shield against life's tempests, for she had developed the capacity for self-preservation. On the 20th day, the sky loomed dark and low, casting a foreboding shadow. By 3 or 4 in the afternoon, the outside air was utterly still, as tranquil as a vacuum. Today was evidently significant. It marked the 20th day, and aside from the sudden drop in temperature reminiscent of summer turning to winter, it hardly qualified as a disaster. Mingyue remained tense throughout the day, dedicating herself to exercise as a means of building endurance and releasing her anxiety. Sweat soaked her clothes, dispelling the fear that threatened to engulf her. After venting her emotions, she indulged in a hot shower. While having dinner, she noticed the television urging the public to remain indoors that evening, advising against overtime work and canceling evening classes for students. At around 10 o'clock, Mingyue conducted another thorough check of all doors and windows, ensuring they were securely locked and the curtains drawn tightly. She contemplated her next move and decided to light a metal stove, adding coal. Though this was ill-advised in such a confined space due to the risk of carbon monoxide poisoning, extraordinary times called for extraordinary measures. She aimed to warm the room temporarily and would reassess the situation at midnight, depending on the weather. It was astonishing that this city lacked central heating. Whether it was a game design choice or a characteristic of this southern region, she could not tell. Regardless, warmth was to be derived solely from air conditioning and stoves, the electric heater having been brought from the previous world. As midnight approached, the temperature began to plummet. Mingyue, unwilling to venture outside for fear of freezing. Pulled back the curtains slightly, illuminating the thermometer with her flashlight to gauge the situation. The numbers on the thermometer continuously plummeted, descending to a chilling -50 degrees before finally ceasing their descent. Meanwhile, from the distant north, a formidable current of air seemed to surge forth, rolling southward like a tumultuous wave. Wherever this force swept through, whether it be the exposed earth or the walls, a shimmering frost instantly enveloped everything, blooming into translucent ice flowers. In her observation of the thermometer's fluctuations, Mingyue remained oblivious to these transformations. When she finally regained her awareness, she discovered that the ice flowers had climbed up the exterior walls of the house, adorned the windows and roof, and were creeping into the backyard. Suddenly, a faint crack echoed, yet this sound failed to capture Mingyue's attention. She remained focused on the thermometer, and once she confirmed that the temperature had stabilized, she contentedly turned off the flashlight and returned to her seat on the sofa. Following this drop in temperature, the in-game climate had plummeted by a full 30 degrees. Marking the 20th day, Chapter 11, The Catastrophe of Extreme Cold. In truth, human existence in an environment of -50 degrees is not insurmountable. In the northern borders of our country, such frigid temperatures occasionally occur during winter, but that is under prepared circumstances. In this city, devoid of heating, it is indeed a catastrophe. One can only wonder how many elderly individuals and those with frail constitutions will survive the night. Life in such moments is exceedingly fragile. As I drew back the curtains to glimpse outside, I was greeted by a flurry of snowflakes dancing in the air. It was on the 10th day of the game that a rapid drop in temperature by 20 degrees was accompanied by a heavy snowfall. Despite having the air conditioning and electric heater running, as well as a coal stove ablaze, the temperature within the room continued to decline. The walls of this house are not constructed from insulating materials, leading to a swift drop in warmth. I hurriedly donned the thermal undergarments I had previously stockpiled, layering them beneath a set of cotton pajamas, and slipped on thick, fleece-lined socks. I endeavored to create a cocoon of comfort and warmth within my home, striving to envelop myself in protection against the cold. With over 100 square meters of living space, burning a stove full of coal should pose no risk of carbon monoxide poisoning. However, I refrained from further risking the coal stove, opting instead to utilize the large logs I had salvaged. Although wood does not burn as long as coal, it will suffice for warmth. Nonetheless, the house's considerable size would elevate heating costs, leading me to contemplate a move to the basement. For the time being, with electricity still flowing and the air conditioning and electric heater operational, the house offered more comfort than the basement. I resolved to prepare the basement, ensuring that should the need arise, I could take refuge there without delay. Without hesitation, I retrieved a metal stove for my supplies, which I would use to burn the wood, leaving in the room while taking the coal stove back to storage. Dressed warmly in my down jacket, I descended to the basement. Little had changed in the basement. It remained significantly warmer than the upper floors. To my delight, upon checking the thermometer, I found it to be a stable 10 degrees. This realization was a lesson in humility. I had previously heard that basements retain warmth, and having excavated this space 10 meters underground, I did not expect such efficacy. A natural temperature of 10 degrees is quite remarkable, and even without a stove, it will not be frigid. After enduring life in the cold outdoors, this space felt positively balmy. I took the burning coal stove downstairs, ensuring to open the basement door and crack the cellar door slightly to facilitate airflow. I had initially intended to arrange my dwelling for the coming days, laying out a single bed with a layer of latex mattress, but I decided to postpone further arrangements until I had moved in. My primary concern was that if someone familiar with the house appeared before I had settled in, they might claim the basement as their own, forcing me out and leaving me with significant losses. As I returned to the living room, the sound of shattering glass caught my attention. The window nearest the stove had broken. It dawned on me that while attempting to avoid carbon monoxide poisoning, I had positioned the coal stove too close to the window, which, combined with the rapid temperature drop, had caused the glass to crack. With the door closing and sending vibrations through the house, the glass shattered. It became clear that I must vacate this place. Living in a drafty house in such cold weather was akin to courting disaster. I swiftly ascended to the upper floors to gather my belongings, stowing bedding, electric blankets, and heaters into storage, while ensuring all appliances were turned off. I placed the thermometer from the windowsill at the garage entrance, locked the door, and made my way back to the basement. I left the garage and basement doors ajar to avoid suffocation during sleep. I replaced the coal stove with the wood-burning one, as the basement had no electricity, rendering the electric blanket unusable. I folded a blanket over the mattress and placed the heated river stones between the layers, then added a thin mattress cover and laid out the sheets, preparing my sleeping area. The cramped space of the basement precluded the use of a water tank, so I decided to return to the house for a bucket of water. Upon reaching the kitchen and turning on the faucet, I discovered there was no water. The pipes had frozen. Even if I remained in the house for a while longer, it would not be long before the electricity ceased to function. I would inevitably need to move down. I resolved to fill a storage tank to prepare several buckets of water for future use. The tank's large size made it cumbersome to retrieve, prompting me to consider acquiring a smaller tank for convenience. After securing the water, I organized the supplies back into storage and my game backpack. By the time I returned to the basement, the snow had accumulated to ankle height. During the previous drop in temperature, the snow had fallen for a day and a night, ultimately reaching thigh-deep. If this snowfall continued for the same duration, it was likely to reach chest height. With the water supply cut off and heavy snowfall threatening to collapse the garage above, it was evident that without timely intervention, the weight of the snow could jeopardize the integrity of the house. In such dire circumstances, devoid of water, electricity, shelter, and heating resources, survival would be impossible. I realized that chaos was imminent, and my only recourse was to safeguard my well-being. Back in the basement, I removed my outer garments, stowing them in storage, and set a small table and chair by the bed. I brought forth a battery-operated lamp, securing it at the table's corner, and sipped ginger tea while seated. After finishing my tea, I added a few pieces of wood to the stove and donned my clothing in preparation for sleep. Between the two mattresses, the heated stones provided warmth, despite being slightly uncomfortable. It was a luxury to nestle into a warm cocoon on such a frigid night. As I succumbed to slumber, the world outside faded away. On the 21st day, I awoke to find the fire had died down, yet I felt surprisingly warm. A glance at the thermometer by my bedside revealed a cozy 16 degrees, quite satisfactory indeed. Rising from bed, I stoked the fire, noting the time was already past 8 o'clock. Since entering the game, my routine had become remarkably regular. Typically, I would retire before 11 and rise around 6. After a night of labor, I had indulged in a much-needed lie-in. The basement's facilities were rudimentary, so I resorted to cleaning myself with wet wipes. The makeshift restroom partitioned from a box. House cat litter for convenience during these unusual times. I brushed my teeth using a plastic bucket to catch the wastewater, planning to dispose of it when the opportunity arose. With breakfast completed, I intended to venture upstairs to assess the snowfall and its impact on the garage. Fully equipped, I approached the garage, only to find it devoid of windows, leaving me unable to see outside. After rummaging through my supplies, I unearthed a toolbox and retrieved a power drill. I surmised that a small hole would suffice, and the drill should do the trick. Such tools were seldom employed, and had it not been for this search, I would have forgotten their existence. I planned to drill a higher hole to prevent blockage from the accumulating snow. Setting up a ladder, I climbed to the top, one hand pressing against the garage door while the other operated the drill. Soon, I had created a small hole, but finding it insufficient, I drilled another adjacent to it, allowing for a clear view. To my dismay, the snow outside had reached nearly a meter in depth. If this continued by evening, it could easily reach 2 meters. A sense of anxiety washed over me. Chapter 12. The frigid calamity of the snowfall was so immense that venturing outside posed a challenge. Thoughts of the government's response flitted through my mind. Surely there must be news by now regarding disaster relief or evacuation protocols. I decided to await their announcement. If it were indeed a rescue operation, I would feel reassured. I withdrew the ladder into my personal space and retrieved the tool cabinet from my gaming backpack, placing the toolbox I had discovered today inside before storing it away again. Such a fine toolbox deserved a proper home in the cabinet to avoid the hassle of searching for it in the future. Although I felt a twinge of anxiety, I remained composed. I located the radio and turned it on, hearing a call for citizens to venture out and clear the snow. Reports indicated that snowplows had begun their work early this morning. However, the sheer volume of snow and the rapid freeze on the ground rendered them ineffective. The reliance on manual labor became paramount. All sanitation workers have been dispatched, and many citizens responded to the call, actively participating in the snow-clearing efforts. I applied antifreeze cream to my face and hands, donned my snow boots, and equipped myself with a mask, hat, and goggles, finally layering on a down jacket in preparation for the arduous task ahead. While my home was flanked by neighbors, there was a considerable distance of 20 to 30 meters on either side. I filled plastic bags with the snow from my yard, knowing that the footprints leading to my garage would soon be obscured by the falling snow, creating the illusion of an unoccupied house. Clearing the snow from the garage roof was imperative to prevent collapse. Being crushed would be as detrimental as suffocating from the snow. After removing the snow from the garage roof, I leapt over the wall, having previously locked the door from the outside. Now, I found myself unable to exit through the front door, which was thickly coated in snow and likely frozen shut. I intended to clear the path between my home and my neighbors first. Scanning my surroundings, I noted that those clearing snow were still some distance away. I took out the large plastic bags I had stored and a shovel, initially shoveling the clean snow into the bags. After clearing both sides up to my neighbor's doorsteps, I moved to the snow lining the road, ensuring the path was clear. As I worked, I noticed a fresh layer of snow accumulating on the ground. People began to emerge from their homes, greeting one another as they commenced their snow-clearing duties. In the distance, others were also tidying the snow from their doorsteps. I overheard snippets of conversation regarding the scarcity of water, as the supply had been halted since last night, catching everyone off guard. After completing my side, I heft the shovel and ventured toward the mountain. My home was roughly 2 kilometers from the foothills, and the open expanse afforded me a view of the area. As I approached, I discerned several figures on the mountain, individuals gathering firewood and chopping down trees. The sight of freshly cut timber raised concerns about smoke from burning it. Yet it was a necessity driven by the dire circumstances. No one would willingly resort to such measures unless absolutely required. The situation in the city was chaotic, especially in the northern districts where overcrowding and insufficient supplies created turmoil. Most air conditioning units had ceased functioning due to the frigid temperatures. All underground garages were filled to capacity, with early arrivals claiming the best spots to set up tents, while latecomers scrambled for any available space to lie or sit. Water had become a prized commodity. Supermarkets were stripped bare of supplies as people fought over dwindling resources. The frenzy for water led to numerous altercations, emptying the shelves of drinking water throughout the city in a single morning. Snow was now being contested as well, with plows having piled it together. And someone had even brought back buckets of snow from the park, igniting a rush for it. Injuries were rampant, and hospitals were overwhelmed, dealing with frostbite and injuries from the chaos. Noticing individuals chopping trees, I feigned an interest in finding suitable branches and discreetly withdrew an axe from my space. I began to chop a few accessible branches, acknowledging that felling a tree would be futile without a means to transport back. As I pretended to search for branches, I carefully distanced myself from the crowd, heading towards the rear of the mountain to check on the state of the nearby farm. After trudging through the snow, which reached my calves, I arrived on the other side of the mountain. Observing that the area was clear of people, I contemplated my next move. I transferred the water tank from my gaming backpack into my space, then began collecting snow into my backpack, delighted by my success. The method was efficient, provided I was careful to avoid mixing the underlying layers of snow. After over 3 hours, I had gathered enough snow near the farm, but refrained from collecting more, wary of being discovered. Circumventing the farm, I noted that the processing plant was deserted, while many animals huddled together, some lying motionless, likely frozen to death. The dormitory and office area lay ahead, but I could not venture closer due to game restrictions, though I could see that some individuals were still at work. Reluctantly, I turned back. The return journey was easier, as I had cleared the snow on my way in, though a fresh layer had settled. I navigated stealthily back to the basement, where the stove had gone cold. I retrieved the coal stove, quickly adding fuel to rekindle the fire. For my space, I took out a prepared hot water bag to warm my hands while sipping ginger tea. After a brief respite, I felt the chill that lingered from my time outside, as if I had been frozen from within. The warmth from the stove elicited an involuntary shiver and fearing illness. I finished my tea and prepared a pot of boiling water for a packet of herbal remedy. I stored the hot water in my space for future use, ensuring the coal stove was stocked for the next occasion. Ideally, boiling water in the basement was not advisable due to moisture issues, especially in such cold weather. But it was a necessary compromise this time. After a day spent outdoors, I feared catching cold. I swapped the pebbles in my mattress for heated ones and, after dinner, fully stoked the stove before lying down to sleep. On the 22nd day, I awoke just after 6, the bed already cold and the stove extinguished. I rose to rekindle the fire and return to bed. Today, I felt reluctant to clear snow, as I suspected I'd caught a chill and my nose felt stuffy. Once the temperature rose, I got up, washed up briefly, turned on the radio, and prepared a bowl of beef noodles, eating while listening. After finishing my meal, I waited half an hour before swallowing 2 cold medicine tablets. Fortunately, my cold was mild, merely causing nasal congestion, and I hoped the medicine would suffice. A hospital visit was out of the question at this time. Before long, the radio announced an evacuation order for residents. Those with vehicles were urged to drive themselves, while military vehicles would transport those without. All residents were to be evacuated within 2 days, with strict limitations on how much personal belongings could be taken aboard the military transport. Chapter 13. The frigid catastrophe last night. The snowfall was so heavy that, despite the efforts of many to clear the snow, several houses in the urban village collapsed. The city is now facing a severe shortage of medical supplies, coupled with a lack of heating materials and water. Many have already succumbed to illness. It remains uncertain how long this treacherous weather will persist, as the meteorological station has yet to provide any updates, perhaps to avoid causing panic or due to other constraints. Transporting supplies into the city seems less practical than evacuating people to safety. The city is in dire need of sustenance, clothing, medical care, and warmth, all of which would need to be brought in, while there is not even enough shelter for those remaining. The cost of rescuing the citizens would be immense. In contrast, relocating the populace would be far simpler. Removing individuals would resolve numerous issues. This is how Mingyue perceives the situation. Only the players are aware that the calamity will worsen, and relocating the citizens is undoubtedly the correct course of action. Soon, the city will be left with only players, and Mingyue's greatest fear is being discovered by fellow players. She must prepare her disguise meticulously. Not everyone has adequately prepared for the impending disaster. When only players remain, the struggle for survival will intensify, and with resources scarce, the unfortunate reality of theft may ensue, escalating into a conflict over resources. After her meal, Mingyue rises to exercise, knowing that while she may not be able to outmatch others in strength, improving her endurance and speed will serve her well. In this confined space, she resorts to sit-ups, push-ups, and high knees, and retrieves 2 water buckets from her storage space to practice her arm strength like a Shaolin monk. After a while, she recalls that martial arts training often involves stances, a crucial element she had overlooked in the frenzy of recent events. She hastily incorporates this aspect into her regimen. Regardless of its practicality, it offers her some psychological comfort. The stance proves to be more taxing than anticipated, her thighs trembling and calves cramping. Mingyue lasts less than 10 minutes before collapsing to the ground. She decides to practice other exercises, allowing her legs to recover before resuming the stance, repeating this cycle until she is drenched in sweat. After wiping herself down with wet wipes, she opts against washing her hair, finding it too inconvenient. Wary of catching a chill after her workout, Mingyue wraps herself in a coat and settles by the stove with a cup of ginger tea. Remembering the chestnuts she purchased at the farmer's in Appos market, she places them on the stove to roast while reading a survival guide. Before long, noon arrives, prompting her to contemplate lunch. After surveying her storage space, she settles on a dish of boiled fish, its spiciness leaving her lips flushed, yet the flavor is undeniably delightful. For days, the city has been in chaos as residents evacuate. Mingyue prefers to avoid complications. Her area is relatively quiet due to fewer inhabitants. As long as she remains indoors, she is unlikely to attract attention, content to enjoy her solitude in the basement, indulging in food, drink, and exercise. Occasionally, she ventures to the garage to listen to the sounds of the outside world. The neighbors departed the day after receiving evacuation orders, and Mingyue heard their cheerful voices as they loaded their belongings into their vehicles. Their joy only emphasizes her own predicament. If she cannot leave, so be it, she can still explore other instances. She opens the garage door and clears the snow from her yard, ensuring that when only players remain, anyone who approaches will assume her family has joined the mass evacuation. Mingyue can continue to quietly linger in the basement, relishing her carefree existence. Day 25 today. She reduces her exercise routine, taking a nap in the afternoon to conserve energy for her nighttime venture, during which she plans to embark on a significant endeavor, perhaps even striking a small fortune. The military withdrawal will surely transport a substantial amount of supplies, but it is unlikely that everything will be taken. The library she visited previously should remain untouched, and the outdoor goods store may also retain some items. The military will prioritize essential supplies, leaving behind odds and ends due to the time constraints of their evacuation. As the clock approaches 6 in the evening, Mingyue prepares her dinner, a serving of boiled beef, stir-fried vegetables, and rice, all consumed with relish. She affixes a heat pack to her body, layering a thermal suit beneath a white down jacket, completing her ensemble with white snow boots, a hat, scarf, and gloves, and finally donning goggles to blend in with the snowy landscape. By 7 o'clock, the darkness envelopes the surroundings. After a final equipment check, she gathers the waste accumulated over the past few days to dispose of it. She sets off toward the back mountain, where, even if humans have evacuated, wildlife is likely to remain, presenting a potential opportunity for resource acquisition. Mingyue quietly approaches the back mountain, where remnants of previous logging are still visible. Although obscured by fresh snow, the ground here is easier to traverse than elsewhere. She ascends the slope with caution, relying on the sturdy trees for support, fearful of slipping. A fall at this moment would leave her entirely reliant on herself. The snow-covered path is treacherous, and the effort to rise after a tumble would be considerable. As she climbs, the view from below becomes less distinct. Mingyue begins to collect snow into her game backpack, leaving a layer deep enough to obscure her tracks while making her ascent easier. Once she rounds the back of the mountain, she feels more at ease, using her flashlight to illuminate her path. The snow here is merely a thin veneer, revealing a direct route to the livestock farm. Upon careful inspection, she confirms that the farm's personnel have also evacuated. Now, apart from Mingyue, this place is deserted. Following her memory, she enters the chicken coop, where every bird lies frozen and unresponsive, dead from the cold, with no one to oversee them. These creatures are now hers for the taking. Frozen or sick, they bear no difference from fresh ones. She collects every last one into her storage space. Moving on to the next coop filled with ducks, followed by geese, all similarly frozen. Mingyue methodically proceeds through each enclosure, gathering sheep, cows, pigs, and rabbits, all of which have succumbed to the cold within the last few days, rendering them perfectly fresh and suitable for consumption. The farm is extensive, housing a wealth of edible animals, now fortuitously at her disposal. Free provisions are a true delight. She opens the row of warehouses. The first is filled with feed, of little practical use, but worthy of storage in her space for future needs. The second is stocked with a plethora of chicken, duck, and goose eggs. While many are frozen, their edibility remains intact as long as they have not spoiled. Stored away, these will last her for quite some time. Among the warehouse treasures is an electric tricycle, an invaluable find, particularly since she has been lacking transportation, though uncertain if it will function in the next instance. It may prove beneficial in her future endeavors. She gathers it along with a charger and power strip, feeling fortunate to have stumbled upon such a bounty. In the cold storage facility, only a fraction of the meat remains, likely taken during the evacuation. The arrangement is meticulous, with the butchered meat categorized for easy identification. Mingyue follows the same classification as she collects the racks, saving herself the trouble of organizing later. Elated with her haul, Mingyue feels as though this location has become her personal treasure trove. It is no exaggeration to say that the meat, eggs, and animals she has gathered today could sustain her for a lifetime. Within the areas of the farm that she can access, she conducts one final search and discovers another electric tricycle tucked away in a corner. Beyond that, there is little else to be found, as the administrative and living quarters are off-limits, and only half of the farm lies within the game's designated area, leaving her no choice but to abandon the rest. As I retraced my steps, I swiftly made my way back to the mountain's base. Glancing at the time, I noted it was nearly 2 o'clock. Gritting my teeth, I felt an urge to venture into the city. At this hour, most players were likely asleep, and as long as I maintained a low profile, discovery seemed improbable. Risk often begets reward. I sought only a modest bounty today, leaving the rest for my fellow players. Determined, I decided to run into the city. When fatigue set in, I would switch to a brisk walk. I had tested the electric tricycle earlier, but it proved useless, and, after over an hour, I finally arrived at the library. Thankfully, it was situated near the western edge of the city. Otherwise, I might not have had the courage to proceed. My intention for visiting the library was clear. If the books remained intact and had not been burned for warmth, they would significantly aid my survival efforts. My personal collection lacked any modern texts, so this opportunity was fortuitous. Moreover, libraries typically attract fewer players, thus posing a lower risk. From the moment I entered the complex, anxiety gripped me, fearing a sudden encounter with another person that could lead to conflict. Fortunately, my journey to the library was uneventful. I had no plans to enter through the front door, knowing it would be locked. Instead, I opted for a window. Using a ladder, I ascended to the second floor, shattered a pane of glass with a hammer, and swiftly slipped inside, retracting the ladder into my space. The sounds of breaking glass had become commonplace in recent days. People had grown accustomed to it, and perhaps the players nearby were too distant to notice. Crouching beneath the window for a while, I heard no sound from outside, allowing me to relax and begin collecting books. With the lights off, I navigated the shelves, gathering both books and shelves into my space. I ran and collected for half an hour, managing to clear the entire library. Chapter 14. The catastrophe of extreme cold. At this point, Mingyue was utterly exhausted. After sprinting from the foot of the mountain to the library and circling around inside, she felt as if she might collapse. She retrieved a cup of steaming soy milk from her spatial storage and quickly drank it down. Then, she approached the window, extended her hand, secured the ladder, and cautiously climbed out. Sliding down the ladder to the ground, she returned the ladder to her spatial storage and turned towards the outdoor equipment store she had previously visited. Fortunately, the distance was not far. It was merely 1,000 meters, about a bus stop away from when she first entered the instance. This was indeed a survival scenario. Had it been a physical fitness test in the real world, she would have been unable to run at all. The truth was not that she couldn't run, but rather that there was no enticing carrot dangling in front of her. If there were gold awaiting those who arrived first, everyone would undoubtedly sprint toward it. Upon arriving at the store, Mingyue quickly located the window on the second floor. Employing the same method as before, she climbed the ladder, knocked on the glass, and slipped inside, securing the ladder behind her. This time, her movements were remarkably fluid. Practice had honed her skills. The outdoor supplies were located on the 5th floor, and she dashed upstairs, illuminating her path with a flashlight as she hurriedly gathered items. This floor was primarily stocked with outdoor gear and sports products, leaving her no time to be picky. She hastily collected everything visible, deciding against exploring the storeroom, knowing the items she had gathered would suffice for a considerable time. Among the equipment outside, she made sure not to overlook the kayaks, inflatable boats, balance bikes, and mountain bikes. There was even a beach quad bike on display, which astonished her, despite it being the only one available. This quad bike boasted impressive performance and could prove invaluable in critical situations. After swiftly collecting items from the 5th floor, she raced down to the 1st floor and gathered all the gold jewelry from the display counters. Using the ladder, she climbed back down to the ground and mounted the mountain bike she had just acquired, pedaling towards her residence. Time was of the essence. It was already 5:40 p.m., and if she didn't hurry back, she would soon become a target with the approaching dawn. Since the temperature had dropped, the natural order had shifted to resemble winter. The dawn was delayed. Otherwise, Mingyue would not have dared to take such a risk. She rode with great speed, returning to her residence in just over half an hour, despite a few tumbles along the way. Once home, she stashed the mountain bike, leaped over the wall into the garage, and securely closed the garage door, finally allowing herself to relax. Standing in the garage, she took a moment to catch her breath and calm her racing heart. Upon returning to the basement, she found the furnace had gone out. She retrieved the coal stove from her spatial storage, lit it, and settled into a chair to rest and gather her thoughts. She had always known she was merely surviving. Her recent outings had revealed that she was not just surviving, but becoming cowardly. While it was acceptable to survive, it was imperative not to be timid. Mingyue realized that since entering the game, she had shut herself off from others, her instinct being to run upon encountering anyone. She had never considered engaging in conversation to gather information or confront others. Ultimately, her lack of strength led to her insecurity and fear of harm, causing her to act with extreme caution toward the outside world. Though she had collected many items during her nighttime excursion, she remained oblivious to the players around her, their distribution, and the factions in play. She had truly become invisible, and if this continued, how long could she survive in the game? She needed to change. To thrive in the game, strength was essential, and with it, she could face any schemes without fear. In fact, she possessed numerous advantages over others. The supplies in her spatial storage were her reassurance. As long as she could enhance her combat skills, there would be no need for her to remain in her current timid state. Once she mastered martial arts, those around her would be no match for her. After regaining her composure, Mingyue dispelled her daydreams and ceased her reverie. She stoked the furnace, added coal to the stove, and returned it to her spatial storage. She changed her clothes, washed up, and prepared a meal before tidying her bed and lying down for a brief nap. Waking up around noon, she replenished the stove with firewood, finished her meal, and began practicing stances. Acknowledging her weaknesses, she resolved to train harder. She focused on enhancing her combat abilities and courage. Determined to survive in the real world, whether or not her family still existed, she would strive to live, not for others, but for herself. On the 27th day, with only 3 days remaining in this instance, Mingyue dedicated each day to intense training, pushing herself until her arms could barely lift. When fatigue set in, she envisioned herself as a hero defeating a gang of thugs, which reignited her motivation. If that failed, she pictured herself being cornered and forced to submit, which not only fueled her drive, but also unleashed a primal strength within her. Not long after her midday meal, Mingyue faintly heard noises from above, as if someone was opening the garage door. The door had not been locked, likely frozen in place. Being 10 meters underground, the sounds were muffled, and she strained to hear clearly. Climbing to the cellar entrance, she distinctly heard the garage door creaking open and quickly retreated into the basement. All the clutter that had been at the entrance to the cellar had been stored in her spatial storage, leaving only a small cart behind. By moving the cart aside, the cellar entrance would be revealed. She had left the cart there intentionally, thinking that if anyone entered the garage and found it empty, they would certainly be suspicious. If they pushed the cart aside and discovered the dark cellar entrance, they might find it peculiar. The dim light in the cellar coupled with the current power outage provided a good cover. As long as she concealed the entrance well, it was unlikely anyone would notice. As she entered the cellar, she extended her hand from the entrance, placing some of the debris and construction waste from the cellar over the entrance. This served as a simple disguise, with half a brick propped up to allow for ventilation, while the rest of the debris effectively blocked the entrance. She hoped this would minimize the risk of exposure. Standing on the ladder, Mingyue listened intently to the sounds above. Sure enough, before long, she heard 3 men descending into the cellar. Only a door separated her from them. It would be disingenuous to claim she felt calm. Now was the time to practice her courage. Against 3 large men, she would surely be outmatched. Charging would not be an act of bravery, but rather a death sentence. One must not be cowardly, yet recklessness was equally perilous. Mingyue dared not make a sound. Even the crackle of the furnace startled her, causing her to hold her breath and remain still against the wall. The issue was that the cellar door could not be closed. If it were, there would be no air, and she would suffocate. However, leaving it open meant that any sound would carry above, rendering it no different than being in the same room. Fortunately, the basement was about 7 or 8 meters away from the cellar, and the soil provided some sound insulation. as long as she kept her voice down. They had not yet discovered the hidden space below. Mingyue could only take things one step at a time. This place seems suitable, doesn't it? I agree. Let's eat first. Afterward, we can gather anything combustible in the vicinity to last us through these days. She heard a deeper voice and a more cheerful one chatting. All right, let us settle here. I'm exhausted. I can't believe where Mingyue found that gun. If I hadn't run fast last night, I would have been cornered by him. It seems he discovered it in some hidden compartment in a villa. Without that gun, he wouldn't have been able to gather so many people. Most of those were coerced by his threats. He may seem impressive now, but once he runs out of bullets, those people will surely turn on him. Mingyue heard the sound of a plastic bag being opened. They were likely eating. Serve him right. The villa district has now become their stronghold. With a gun, he roams about robbing others of their supplies and coercing them into joining his gang. Once it is confirmed he has no bullets left, he and his lackeys are finished. Another serious voice remarked, "Hurry up. We must gather fuel quickly. It will be too cold after dark, and this cellar cannot withstand the chill for long." Indeed, the rustling sounds intensified, followed by the distinct sound of their departure. Ascending the ladder back to the basement, Mingyue added another log to the stove. Initially, she felt they were not villains. The disciplined responses bore the mark of soldiers. Yet she remained uncertain and decided to continue her observation. However, Mingyue recognized the need for early preparation. When there were people above, adding firewood to the stove would be impossible without being heard. After all, she had distinctly heard them opening food packaging moments ago. Although she had been close at the time, she was certain that if the room above had been silent, she would still have discerned that sound, albeit slightly muted. A strategy was indeed necessary. Later that evening, they returned, and Mingyue climbed up once more to eavesdrop on their conversation, eager to learn more about the group to decide on her next course of action. This area is rather pleasant. Many households possess firewood, though it is quite damp, and most of the furniture remains intact. We need not worry for the next few days. The wet firewood must have been gathered from the mountains after the power outage. It is best not to use it for now. We still have 3 days left, so let us burn the furniture first. Tomorrow, the two of you will accompany me to knock on the floorboards. There is a house near the river with solid wood flooring and furniture, all adorned with solid wood decor. We shall retrieve it tomorrow, and it should suffice. Chapter 15. The extreme cold calamity at that moment. Mingyue slipped on the ladder, causing her slipper to fall and nearly losing her balance. In her effort to stabilize the ladder, she inadvertently made a sound. It was clear that her presence was now compromised. The chatter outside abruptly ceased, and Mingyue felt a wave of frustration wash over her. She was indeed inexperienced, having been discovered so quickly after others had only just arrived. There was no longer any room for hesitation, as the others would surely come to investigate. She could only hope that they were benevolent souls. From their conversations, she sensed that they were not devoid of morals, and she wished for the best outcome. Provided they possessed decent character, it would not be the worst scenario. If they proved too powerful, she could simply join forces with them. However, preparation was essential. She couldn't simply surrender without a fight. Mingyue retrieved a hatchet from her game backpack, gripping it tightly in her hand. While it was easy to say she would join if she couldn't win, the reality of holding the weapon made her palms sweat with anxiety. Although she had told herself not to be afraid, Mingyue, having grown up in a city in the new century, had witnessed only the most gruesome sights at the market, where fish were slaughtered. She had never seen a chicken killed, and now she was expected to learn how to take a life. She sensed the faint sound of footsteps approaching, accompanied by the rustling of objects being moved. Her heart raced, as if it might leap from her chest. Time seemed to stretch, each heartbeat feeling like an eternity, yet fleeting, as she locked eyes with a pair of piercing gazes. Just as the individual lifted the cover of the basement entrance, Mingyue swung the hatchet without hesitation. Whether she could prevail was another matter. She had to muster the courage to strike. With all her strength, she brought the hatchet down, but her opponent deftly sidestepped, their movement fluid and effortless. Mingyue quickly leaped out of the passage, pointing the hatchet menacingly at the group before her. Faced with her threat and the dark passage behind her, the three men appeared highly alert. One of them, standing at the rear, cautiously approached the passage, intending to investigate. Mingyue chose not to intervene. fully aware that she could not stop him. If he wished to look, he would. After approximately 5 minutes, the man returned to the surface, shaking his head at the leader. Upon receiving this feedback, the other two visibly relaxed, though they remained vigilant. The leader turned to Mingyue and suggested, "Shall we sit down and converse?" Mingyue did not respond positively or negatively, lowering her hatchet to point at the ground instead. In the center of the room, a fire crackled, and the three men returned to sit by it while Mingyue maintained a distance, positioning herself near the basement entrance. The central figure introduced himself, saying, "I am Qin Zheng, and these are my brothers, Zhang Hao and Zhang Mingze. Shall we exchange information?" Mingyue realized she had little to offer in terms of knowledge. Apart from selling fruit, she had only spoken to the young man in the hoodie, and this was her first encounter with these individuals as a player. Mingyue expressed her thoughts candidly, acknowledging her limitations. She could not want to fight, so playing mind games seemed futile. The man in the middle exuded a calm demeanor that suggested he was not to be trifled with, while Zhang Hao appeared sly, resembling a fox. Zhang Mingze, positioned on the right, was indeed the same young man she had encountered while selling fruit. Upon hearing Mingyue's voice, Zhang Mingze recognized her and recounted her fruit-selling experience to his companions. "Since that is the case, I will speak while you listen." As a gesture of our willingness to coexist peacefully, Mingyue nodded in agreement. Qin Zheng continued, "Currently, the city is primarily divided between two factions. One is led by a man named Mingyue, who possesses firearms and commands dozens of followers occupying the villa district, though dissent brews among them. The other faction is based in a southern underground market, led by a small-time thug known as Kunzi. Pingji's group focuses on raiding supplies, while Kunzi not only robs resources but also preys on women. There are also smaller factions like ours. Last night, Pingji's men raided the northern part of the city, prompting us to seek refuge here. Mingyue understood that Qin Zheng aimed to ease her tension by explaining their presence. Lacking current information, she had only the knowledge from her initial entry into the instance. They had extended a gesture of goodwill, and she felt it prudent to reciprocate, especially since they would be cohabiting the space. If they intended to invade her hideout, she would be powerless to resist, so it was wise to display an air of cooperation. Upon her arrival in the instance, she had noticed numerous recruitment advertisements. It seemed that 2,000 flower coins were insufficient for stockpiling supplies. The game had intentionally designed this feature to enhance income, as items related to the instance's calamity were priced higher than others. The temperature had dropped significantly at midnight, and it appeared that every 10 days marked a critical juncture. "This is all the information I have gathered since entering the instance. I have not ventured outside to grasp the situation," Qin Zheng nodded. "We have decided to reside here and will not intrude upon you. We have sufficient basic supplies, so you need not worry." Mingyue, understanding the necessity of maintaining the status quo, agreed. She thought to herself, "What choice do I have? Even if I disagreed, they would still occupy the space. They wouldn't heed my wishes. I cannot win against them, so it is better to be pragmatic and navigate this situation with some measure of ease." Back in the basement, Mingyue felt a lack of security due to the door not being fully closed. Yet, sealing it completely would deprive her of oxygen, a vexing predicament. As she stood there, contemplating how to barricade the entrance, she realized that nothing would suffice. The confined space left her no options, as anything she placed would be too close to the fire, risking ignition. Ultimately, it seemed futile. Regardless of what she attempted, it would only serve to deter the honorable while failing against the unscrupulous. Thus, she resigned herself to the situation. In the ensuing days, Mingyue engaged in physical training and indulged in food and drink while the others busied themselves with gathering firewood above. Both parties maintained a respectful distance, coexisting harmoniously. Through her daily workouts, Mingyue could feel a marked increase in her strength, instilling her with a sense of accomplishment. On the 30th day, by 8 o'clock the following morning, the game would conclude. To be candid, this instance was not particularly challenging. As long as one accumulated sufficient resources early on and located a suitable refuge, survival was attainable. However, after the city's evacuation, the darker aspects of human nature revealed themselves. The departing forces had taken most supplies, yet the remaining provisions would last until the instance's end. Yet some individuals, driven by insatiable greed, aspired to seize power, dreaming of reigning as tyrants within the game. Perhaps some thought, what transgressions I commit in the instance bear no consequence in the real world. True, the law does not govern the game, but what if this were a reflection of the real world? If the malevolence of humanity triumphed over virtue, would one not also return to reality unchanged? Regardless, Mingyue resolved to uphold her moral boundaries, preserving a sanctuary within her heart amidst the chaos outside. During her time spent with Qin Zheng and his companions, she had effectively maintained a peaceful coexistence, never venturing outside while they, in turn, showed discretion by not intruding upon her. Thus, they lived as amicable neighbors for several days. At midnight, the game would reach its final frenzy. On the 10th day, the temperature dropped by 20 degrees, and on the 20th day, by 30 degrees. Tonight marked the 30th day, and whether the temperature plummeted by 20 or 30 degrees posed a challenge for players. Moreover, the game was unlikely to be so simple. In the morning, Mingyue continued her exercise routine, but by afternoon, she found herself busily occupied, though she was uncertain of her tasks, only aware that disaster was imminent. She could not resist it. She could only passively accept the anxiety that accompanied the impending calamity. Her restlessness throughout the afternoon was a manifestation of her inadequate capacity to cope. Mingyue was acutely aware of her current predicament. But who among those who had lived in a calm and stable world for so long could remain untroubled when suddenly thrust into a disaster scenario? Such emotions could only be managed internally, as no one else could alleviate her distress. As night fell, her tension mounted. She began to worry that the men above might lack sufficient warmth supplies and resort to violence, knowing that as a solitary woman, she would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. Such a situation is not beyond the realm of possibility. Perhaps it would be prudent to make arrangements in advance, if their resources are indeed insufficient. Rather than waiting for them to encroach upon our territory, it would be wiser to extend an invitation for them to join us. This approach should prove to be more secure. As long as we have yet to sever ties, there remains room for negotiation. Although this method carries a degree of risk, it is certainly feasible. We might as well give it a try. If they're not benevolent, no amount of precautions will deter them from coming to take what they desire. Taking the initiative is undoubtedly preferable to a passive stance, as it grants us greater control over the situation. When Mingyue arrived, they were also engaged in preparations, bustling about. She thought to herself that she might offer assistance if needed. However, even she found her own words somewhat insincere. Had she truly wished to help, she would have arrived earlier. Her introverted nature rendered her incapable of even greeting others, and when she spoke to strangers, it was always in such an awkward manner. Fortunately, there were social adept individuals present who prevented Mingyue's greeting from falling flat. Perhaps sensing her discomfort, Zhanhao waved to Mingyue, saying, "You've come at the perfect time. Please let me hold this." His casual response effortlessly alleviated Mingyue's embarrassment. The group was busy nailing blankets to the wall, securing them with long wooden boards and nails to effectively insulate against the cold air. While this method may not be as effective as using insulation boards, it is certainly better than nothing. Mingyue, not one to be overly fastidious, graciously accepted their offer and hurried over to assist in stabilizing the wooden boards while Zhanhao hammered the nails. Qin Zheng inquired of Mingyue, "Have you made the necessary preparations on your end? Do you require our assistance?" She replied, "My space is rather limited, merely half the size of the cellar, and adding more items to the room could pose a fire hazard." Chapter 16. The frigid catastrophe. If you need assistance, feel free to speak up. We are neighbors, so there is no need for formality. Thank you. Mingyue perceived the sincerity in Qin Zheng's words and his genuine gratitude. Zhanhao inquired, "You know our names? But what about you? May I ask your name?" "There is no inconvenience. My name is Mingyue. Were you working when you sold the mangoes?" "Those mangoes were truly sweet and flavorful. However, I did not see you when I returned later." Zhang Mingze adjusted the angle of the wooden board he was propping up. "I stopped going when the weather turned cold." Mingyue hesitated, contemplating whether to share more. Zhanhao, sitting closest to her, observed her expression and encouraged, "Mingyue, if there is something on your mind, do share. There is no need for hesitation." Qin Zheng and Zhang Mingze also turned their attention to her, urging, "If you have something to say, we're here to help." Actually, it's not much. On the day Zhang Mingze bought mangoes, I realized he was a player. He bought snacks from one end of the street to the other, indulging in every delicacy before disappearing into a narrow alley, only to emerge without any of the treats he had just purchased, and then he continued the cycle. I was simply selling fruit. It was hard not to notice. The two men burst into laughter, and Zhang Mingze, feeling slightly embarrassed, joined in their mirth. After their laughter subsided, Mingyue remarked, if you're not afraid of being discovered by other players, there is no need to avoid the locals while stashing items in your game backpack. All eyes turned to Mingyue, who was taken aback by their puzzled expressions. You didn't know? Zhang Mingze asked, what is it that we should know? Glancing at the equally perplexed faces of the other two. Mingyue surmised they were unaware of this information and seized the opportunity to enlighten them while also promoting her own interests. In the game, if players mention terms related to the game, such as disaster or catastrophe, the locals will automatically filter them out. This includes the use of the game backpack. Locals will also block it or find a plausible explanation. Only fellow players can discern what has been said or done. Seeing their astonished expressions, Mingyue realized they were genuinely uninformed. I assumed this was common knowledge among all players. I can assure you, very few people are aware of this. After their shock, the group turned back to their task of securing the quilt. They were nearing completion, and the seller would have an added layer of protection. How could this be? Mingyue was now the one astonished. It may be a case of habitual thinking. Who knows? Nevertheless, this information is crucial. Thank you, Mingyue. Qin Zheng expressed his gratitude earnestly. Mingyue smiled bashfully. There is no need for thanks. We are merely exchanging valuable information. Indeed, an exchange of valuable information, Zhan Hao concurred. Glancing at the wooden board Mingyue was supporting. With your left hand, help me pull the quilt out a bit so the edges are exposed. Perfect, hold it steady. Don't move. Mingyue adjusted the board, and with a few swift motions, Zhan Hao secured it in place. This marked the last piece of wood on his side. He looked at the others, noting only the finishing touches remained. The cellar and amp, Oppo's, insulation was nearly complete. Mingyue, are you hungry? Shall we share a late-night snack? Qin Zheng and the others completed their wall and joined her by the fire. Let us eat together and check the temperature at midnight to decide our next steps. Zhang Mingze, seated beside Qin Zheng, began to unpack provisions. Mingyue, feeling no hesitation, replied, All right, give me a moment. Let's prepare something delicious. With that, she made her way to the basement. Upon returning to the cellar, she entered her space and retrieved a wardrobe to store items. The top shelf held an assortment of pre-washed vegetables suitable for hot pot, arranged into a grand platter. Mushrooms and meatballs occupied another large platter, while packed meals and snacks filled the center. The bottom shelf contained beef, lamb, and pork, all sourced from the farm earlier, perfect for a hot pot meal. Mingyue also placed 2 bottles of white liquor, 2 bottles of soft drinks, and 2 packets of hot pot base in the cabinet. After preparing everything, she returned to the cellar, bringing out a portable rural stove and the ready ingredients. Let us have hot pot. It will keep us warm. I didn't prepare a special pot, so we will make do with this stove. The others widened their eyes, impressed. This is remarkable, truly meticulous. The rural stove is excellent. It will provide warmth. Today we shall enjoy a rustic hot pot. They all laughed. Zhang Mingze opened the cabinet door. Observing the abundance of food and drink, who would guess you're taking refuge from a catastrophe? Who will cut the meat? Mingyue inquired as she poured water into the pot, while Qin Zheng pulled burning wood from the fire to stoke the stove, which promptly began to boil water. I'll do it, Zhan Hao and Zhang Mingze said, grabbing the meat. They attempted to rinse it, but had no place for the dirty water, prompting Mingyue to make another trip to retrieve a bucket for waste. None of them had a knife, and upon turning around, Mingyue saw Zhang Mingze and Zhan Hao using a dagger slice the meat. She retrieved a kitchen knife from her space and handed it to them. We can't draw too much attention. It would raise suspicions. Having brought these items, Mingyue felt secure. As long as the containers were large enough, she could store many things without raising alarm, presenting herself as well prepared. Before the disaster struck, there was ample time to stockpile supplies. Moreover, today was the last day. This was also a test. If they proved trustworthy, she could have allies when facing future trials, sparing her the burden of solitary struggle. If she misjudged their character, she had little to fear. There were only a few hours left, and even if they attempted to seize some food, she was not concerned about failing the mission, especially since they did not strike her as foolish enough to steal items that were genuinely meant to be shared. With a knife now available, cutting the meat became much easier. Zhang Hao asked Mingyue if she had a cutting board, and she feigned leaving the basement to retrieve one, instead pulling it from her space and handing it to Zhang Hao. Once we slice this meat, I have not eaten a proper meal since arriving here, and I doubt you all have fared well either. Let us feast today. As Zhang Mingyue sliced the meat, he lamented, when we first got here, we had so little money and no knowledge of when the disaster would strike, so we could only hoard supplies. Once the money ran out, we continued to gather resources. But it was never enough. We dared not indulge in finer fare. However, you seem to be doing quite well. Mingyue opened the hot pot base and added it to the pot. One packet may not suffice. I'll add both. I synchronize hoarding supplies with earning money. I gather resources by day and sell by night. It's a more efficient approach. You girls are quite meticulous. We had to notice what you mentioned regarding players and the locals, they admitted. Mingyue covered the pot, sitting beside it to wait for the broth to boil. It's not about being meticulous. I discovered it when I was on a bus, trying to blend in when a couple was testing the waters. It seemed the locals couldn't hear what they were saying, so I pretended not to hear either. You all are quite brave. You've explored the city thoroughly. I was too timid to enter. Zhang Mingyue felt a bit sheepish. I also relied on Qin and Zhang Hao. They gathered information. Mingyue lifted the pot lid and added scallions, ginger, and garlic. How did you all cross paths? I first met Zhang Mingyue in the west of the city, thinking you had settled here. I met them while collecting supplies. Qin Zheng, tending the fire, added, Zhang Hao and I are comrades. We came together. Xiaoza is a friend from Zhang Hao's courtyard, so we traveled together. You all are quite fortunate. How is the meat preparation coming along? The broth is ready here. Zhang Hao replied, it's coming along. We can slice more if needed. The group gathered around the stove, ready to enjoy their first proper meal after several days. Chapter 18. The frigid catastrophe. Qin Zheng observed the group, contemplating the acquisition of larger containers to alleviate concerns about insufficient space in their game backpacks. Mingyue added that water storage tanks could hold up to 99 similar items, provided the containers were sufficiently spacious. With 5 backpack slots, they would undoubtedly have ample room. Zhang Hao opened a chestnut and remarked, you are correct. A single slot can accommodate 99 identical items, which allows for substantial storage. As long as we categorize and pack our possessions neatly into boxes, they count as one item when stored in the backpack. 5 slots should suffice. Next time will be easier, he continued. Now, we must see if the items in our game backpacks can be preserved until the next dungeon. If so, we can avoid the strenuous efforts we face this time. Mingyue poured some liquor for the group, but they merely set it aside, uninterested in drinking. The ginger tea simmered on the stove, bubbling away. Mingyue poured herself a cup, which she held in her hands, while the others declined. As they were not fond of ginger tea, she then stored the hot ginger tea in her space. Soon, the oxygen in the room began to dwindle. Initially, they believed they could endure longer. The oxygen tanks purchased from the in-game pharmacy could last for half an hour, yet the stove was another matter. The 3 others shared the same concern. Did you leave a ventilation hole in the cellar door? One asked. Yes, but it's quite small, was the reply. Qin Zheng inquired. We all have oxygen tanks, right? We should make use of them. Otherwise, the remaining oxygen won't suffice to keep the stove burning. The group agreed with Qin Zheng's suggestion and retrieved their equipment. Mingyue produced a hand warmer, requesting assistance in placing it on her back. The others followed suit, applying hand warmers to one another. Dressed in their down jackets, they felt significantly warmer, no longer experiencing the chilling sensation on their backs. Each person quietly inhaled from their oxygen tanks, refraining from conversation. Frost gradually crept across the floor, and glancing at her watch, Mingyue noted it was nearly 2:30. With 5.5 hours remaining until 8 o'clock, if they used all the oxygen tanks, they would need 11 in total. She had sufficient supplies, but was uncertain about the others' reserves. She hoped their supplies would be adequate. Otherwise, she would have to relinquish her contributions, lest they be seized by others. In the face of life and death, the integrity once valued might soon lose its worth. Acting preemptively could ensure her passage through the dungeon, resulting in merely a loss of some wealth. It struck her that such thoughts were rather foolish, revealing a lack of caution. However, once she understood everything, Mingyue felt at ease. The others also had their principles. As long as there was no life-threatening crisis, she would remain safe. At 4 in the morning, frost had already settled behind them. Had the stove not been burning, their current location would have been frozen. Ironically, the fire had dwindled, and the oxygen in the room was insufficient to sustain the flames for warmth. Mingyue wrapped herself in a blanket, draping another over her legs. With a less vigorous flame before them and warmth from the hand warmers and thick blankets behind, she felt a slight alleviation of the cold. Yet, this was merely a temporary fix. The stove was destined to extinguish, and the remaining embers were inadequate for warmth. Thus, Mingyue stored the stove in her space. She urged the others to rise and asked if anyone had an extra blanket. Each of the three produced one, and Mingyue accepted one, returning the others. Folding the blanket, she placed heated river stones in the center, and they all squeezed onto the bed, the warmth beneath them providing some comfort. With the stove no longer needed, they settled onto the bed, each wrapped in a blanket, inhaling oxygen. Mingyue also held a hot water bottle close. By 5 in the morning, the floor beneath the bed had begun to freeze. The 2 bottles of liquor previously taken out had been opened by the gentleman, who took sips occasionally. Mingyue poured herself a cup of ginger tea, but had to quickly store it away as it cooled rapidly. The temperature was low, and the river stones also lost heat quickly. Mingyue refrained from rising, instead offering the warmed river stones to the others, suggesting they place them beneath or hold them for warmth. These stones proved to be quite effective at retaining heat. As the final hour approached, the oxygen levels in the room remained slightly elevated due to their conservation efforts, but Zhang Ming's oxygen tank was running low. Just as Mingyue considered offering her spare tank, Zhan Hao presented one to Zhang Mingze, who nodded in acknowledgement. Half an hour later, when that tank was depleted, Qin Zheng handed over another. Mingyue's concerns did not materialize. Everyone remained well, and she felt reassured, with no unpleasant incidents occurring. As 8 o'clock approached, Mingyue rose to collect all her belongings into her space, and the other 3 did the same. At the stroke of 8, they vanished from the room. Upon returning to the real world, everything remained as it was when Mingyue had left, even a half-eaten breakfast on the table still warm. Ding! Congratulations, player Mingyue, for completing the trial dungeon. Reward: 3 to basic attributes and a bound stealth smart bracelet. The next dungeon will open in 3 days. The game backpack is paused in the real world, and all player-related information is blocked. The system mall is now open, and the chat channel is active. Mingyue opened her personal panel. Name: Mingyue Physique, 3 Stamina, 4 Speed, 3 Endurance, 4 Intelligence, 5 Luck, 4 Special Item. Protective Suit Protection Value: 100, can defend against UV rays, radiation, viruses, acid rain, etc. The greater the protection, the greater the damage. Once the protection value reaches 0, it will no longer provide any defense. At the bottom were 2 icons, one for a shopping cart and another for a speaker, presumably for the mall and chat channels. Upon opening the mall, she found only 3 items: bread, water, and bandages. In the upper right corner was a shelf icon. Upon clicking it, she discovered items for sale. Mingyue attempted to list a cup, but received a message stating that the real world rejected the listing, meaning it could only be done within the game. The upper left corner displayed 13 20-flower coins, the remaining balance from her last dungeon, confirming that this currency could be utilized in the next dungeon as well as in the system mall. What a fortunate turn of events. In the future, if the mall offered desirable items, she could simply earn more currency in the dungeon to purchase them, making the process much more convenient. Mingyue then accessed the chat channel, which prompted her to change her nickname. Without hesitation, she clicked yes and changed it to Starry Sky. Conversations buzzed within the chat, with many discussing the extreme cold of the recent dungeon, others seeking teammates, and some sharing information. After reviewing the shared updates, which were largely familiar to her, she closed the chat window. Recalling her 3 remaining basic attributes and the newly introduced endurance, Mingyue contemplated where to allocate her points. Remembering the adage, in the world of martial arts, only speed is invincible, she decided to prioritize speed. Ultimately, she allocated points to physique, speed, and luck, recognizing that luck is indeed a component of strength. These timeless truths must be etched in her memory. Thus, Mingyue's attributes were rendered more balanced. After the adjustments, her personal panel updated to name Mingyue Physique, 4 stamina, 4 speed, 4 endurance, 4 intelligence, 5 luck, 5 special item, protective suit protection value, 100, can defend against UV rays, radiation, viruses, acid rain, etc. The greater the protection, the greater the damage. Once the protection value reaches 0, it will no longer provide any defense. The bright moon observed that upon closing the personal panel, one was directly returned to the wristband, which became invisible thereafter. It was only through tactile engagement that one could discover its presence. The remaining funds were also contained within the wristband, allowing for direct payments when entering the next instance. This could be regarded as a reward for surpassing the novice dungeon. Presently, if one were to join as a formal employee, each dungeon run would equate to a company assessment, with equipment being bestowed only upon successful completion. The bright moon felt entirely justified in this interpretation, as it conveyed a certain sentiment. In 3 days, the next dungeon awaited. According to the system, anything related to the game, once outside, must remain unspoken, or perhaps, even if one wished to articulate it, the words would elude them. The game inventory would be inaccessible. Thus, in the coming days, one must strategize and prepare diligently to ensure a more favorable passage through the dungeon. Chapter 17. The extreme cold catastrophe. Once everyone settled in, no one dared to touch their chopsticks, and all eyes turned to Mingyue. Confused, she asked why they were staring at her, urging them to add meat to the pot. Zhanhao lifted a piece of meat with his chopsticks and chided her to say a few words. Mingyue shot him a glare, insisting he add more meat, stating that a mere morsel wouldn't suffice. She could easily consume half a plate herself, and she doubted these few big men could settle for so little. Zhanhao chuckled foolishly, encouraging everyone to indulge since it was their last day. Finishing everything posed no concern. They could stock up again when they ventured into the dungeon. Conversations flowed freely as they enjoyed their meal, having already established a basic understanding of each other during their earlier tasks. They all had intentions of forming a temporary team and exhibited good character, which was sufficient for now. There would be plenty of time for deeper connections later. Zhanhao, while eating, remarked that in such cold weather, hearty food was a necessity for comfort. He lamented that without Xiaoza occasionally bringing out snacks to satiate their cravings, he might have forgotten the taste of proper meals. However, those snacks had long since been devoured, leading to their current dire circumstances. Qin Zheng noted how initially, they feared the disaster would strike swiftly, hoarding high-calorie items like compressed biscuits and chocolates. As temperatures dropped and vegetables grew prohibitively expensive, they found themselves in their current predicament. Fortunately, he stumbled upon a wholesale market where he was able to buy fruits and some vegetables, or else they would still be subsisting on just biscuits and bread. As their meal continued, Qin Zheng glanced at his watch. Almost midnight. The atmosphere shifted as they ceased their jovial chatter, and a serious expression took hold. Mingyue recalled placing a thermometer at the garage entrance and decided she would check on the temperature shortly. Qin Zheng urged her against it, warning that it was currently 50 degrees below zero, and based on past experiences, this would likely result in a rapid drop in temperature, posing a significant danger. Zhanhao concurred, suggesting they remain where they were for now and observe any changes. Zhang Mingze nodded in agreement, and Mingyue recognized her recklessness. The group fell silent, the tension palpable. Mingyue encouraged everyone to eat more to build their energy against the cold, emphasizing the high caloric content of meat to stave off hunger. Zhang Mingze promptly tossed all the chopped meat into the pot, and their eating accelerated. Unbeknownst to them, the temperature outside began to drop stealthily. This cold wave was unlike any they had previously experienced. Even at night, one could clearly see the towering white air current sweeping in from the north, its speed astonishing. By the time Mingyue and her companions felt the chill creeping in, they had finished their meal and were in the process of tidying up. The cold seemed to manifest as an invisible hand, infiltrating every corner of their surroundings. Anyone caught outside at that moment would undoubtedly be instantly frozen into an ice sculpture. Mingyue quickly washed and stored the wardrobe, cutting board, knife, and earthen stove into her space. The underground cellar had been burning steadily, causing the temperature to drop more slowly than above ground. Just as she felt a shiver run down her spine, the group realized that the temperature had begun to plummet. They hurriedly donned their stockpiled warm clothing to fend off the cold. Zhang Mingze, with keen eyes, noticed a thin layer of frost forming on the cellar ceiling, spreading towards the walls. The blankets they had previously used to insulate the cellar ceiling were now frozen into solid blocks of ice. Given that the cellar was over 2 meters deep underground, the rapid penetration of the cold wave was alarming. As the frost reached the walls, its expansion slowed. Yet it was still evident that it was inching toward the central fire pit. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Mingyue decided to take the initiative. Since they had expressed a desire to collaborate in the future, she felt it best to extend an invitation rather than hesitate. "You won't be able to hold out here for long. Come down to my basement. It won't freeze there for a while, though it might be a bit cramped," she offered. The three men were not ones to be overly formal, quickly gathering their things to head to the basement. Before leaving, Qin Zheng added some firewood to the pit, hoping to maintain warmth in the room a bit longer, believing that it might help slow the temperature drop in the basement. Zhan Hao and Zhang Mingze cleared away the edges of the fire pit, packing everything usable into their game backpacks. Mingyue stored the small cart in her space, then used some debris she had left behind to create a fire break around the pit, ensuring there would be no risk of fire. With Mingyue leading the way, the others followed down to the basement. By the time they reached the basement, the fire in the stove was nearly extinguished. Mingyue hurriedly added wood to fuel the flames, ensuring they would have warmth as the temperature continued to drop. Once everyone settled in, the cold did not seem as oppressive. Mingyue invited them to find places to sit, but the cramped space left little room for movement, as standing felt nearly impossible. After shedding their outer layers, Qinjing took a seat and picked up a wilderness survival book, flipping through a couple of pages. "Do you enjoy reading this sort of book?" he inquired. Mingyue, without needing to look, knew precisely which book it was. Before entering the game, her reading list had consisted solely of novels. She had no prior knowledge of survival skills, only returning with a book to learn on the go. Zhan Hao and Zhang Mingze approached Qin Zheng, eager to glance at the pages. Qin Zheng stood, passing the book to Zhan Hao, and settled by the stove, inspecting the walls, which were lined with foam boards, providing decent insulation. Mingyue placed several sweet potatoes, and chestnuts around the stove, turning to Qin Zheng. "You're in charge of flipping them," she instructed. He agreed with a smile. Zhan Hao and Zhang Mingze shifted closer to the stove, teasing Mingyue for being overly prepared. "Being timid and afraid to venture out means you have to think of everything," she replied. Mingyue then instructed Zhang Mingze and Zhan Hao to drag the bed closer to the stove, as there was no room to sit otherwise. She retrieved a storage box to pack away the pillows and mattress, leaving only 2 blankets on the bed. The 3 men sat on the bed while Mingyue remained on the chair, forming a circle around the stove. As the men chatted about the food roasting above, Mingyue resumed her reading. An hour passed, and they began to feel the chill creeping into their backs. They donned their jackets and wool hats, keeping them within arm's reach. Zhan Hao stood up, flashlight in hand, inspecting the walls for frost. Finding none, he checked the ceiling, satisfied there were no issues. Silence enveloped the room as they sat quietly, each engaged in their own tasks around the stove, with Zhan Hao occasionally shining his light to inspect their surroundings. Approximately 40 minutes later, frost began to form in the corners of the walls, glimmering under the flashlight. Mingyue placed a kettle filled with ginger slices in the center of the stove. "If you don't fancy ginger soup, I also have some liquor. It can help warm you up, but I hope you won't get too tipsy," she offered. Eyes lit up at the suggestion, and Zhang Mingze recalled seeing the liquor during their earlier meal. "We didn't want to impose," he admitted. Mingyue chuckled, revealing her intention to share it all along, having assumed they weren't fond of alcohol. "But we may need to conserve it since the oxygen might run low for the stove later," she added, aware that the small crack left at the entrance for ventilation was insufficient for 4 people and a fire. The bright moon retrieved the large wardrobe once more, handing them the white liquor and snacks from within, before putting the wardrobe away again. Qin Zheng remarked, "Thanks to your generosity, we have been thriving in this game as well." The moon smiled and replied, "This time, the dungeon is relatively simple. As long as we locate our dwelling and stock up on provisions, we shall succeed. However, if we encounter a slightly more challenging dungeon, I, who am utterly inept, will surely falter." Zhang Hao disagreed, asserting, "Your meticulous preparations are a testament to your capabilities. Do not underestimate yourself." The moon pondered silently, thinking, "This is not self-deprecation. I have been preparing for many years. Had I waited until entering the game to begin my preparations like you, I wonder what my fate would be." However, such thoughts must remain unvoiced. Chapter 19. The real world regardless of her plans. Mingyue intended to first indulge in a restful slumber to rejuvenate herself, as she felt utterly exhausted by the end of the day. Upon returning to a safe haven, her eyelids grew heavy, almost refusing to remain open. Before succumbing to sleep, she tossed her soiled clothes from the game into the washing machine and set it up, then retreated to the bathroom for a soothing hot shower to relax. Although all negative physical states had dissipated upon exiting the game, the grime accumulated from several days without a bath in the basement could not simply evaporate. She needed a scrub thoroughly. After spending nearly an hour in the bathroom, Mingyue emerged, standing before the mirror to dry her hair. As she toweled off, she marveled at her reflection, feeling like a delicate beauty once more and relishing the moment. The laundry was done and dried. She neatly retrieved her clothes, reheated the leftover breakfast in the microwave, and consumed it to avoid waste. Still feeling slightly unsatisfied, she retrieved a bun from her storage space, feeling content afterward. Stretched out on her large bed, Mingyue luxuriated in the comfort of her home, where everything resonated with her preferences. Here, she could truly unwind. As her consciousness gradually faded, she quickly drifted into slumber. When she awoke, the sun was nearly setting. For a moment, she felt dazed, taking a while to gather her thoughts and realize she had emerged from the game. Her hair was tousled, with a few rebellious strands standing out, giving her an adorably bewildered appearance. She noted the time. It was not a long sleep, and having gone to bed around 11, she was now ready for dinner, planning to catch up on her sleep later. After freshening up and changing into comfortable attire, she descended to the community park for a stroll, savoring the normalcy of the world around her. For Mingyue, this moment was blissful, a stark contrast to her recent experiences of disaster which had illuminated the beauty of the present. Before long, her stomach began to protest, prompting her to cross the street and order a whole roasted duck to enjoy at home. Mingyue savored the entire duck, relishing each bite. It felt as though she had been in the disaster dungeon for an eternity, and even the duck tasted more exquisite than before. Indeed, it is only through suffering that one can truly appreciate the splendor of the world, and only through hunger that one comprehends the value of food. After her feast, she sat on the sofa with a pleasantly full belly. Glancing at her phone on the coffee table, she recalled the sensation of something missing. As she picked it up, she finally felt a sense of completeness. Engaging with her phone, she watched videos until her discomfort subsided. Mingyue then entered her storage space, harvesting the ripe fruits and vegetables she had cultivated. She retrieved an organizing box, intending to prepare additional resource boxes for future gaming adventures, allowing for quick access without drawing suspicion for fellow players. Moreover, she needed to organize the books from the library and the outdoor gear she had collected, ensuring everything was in order for future endeavors. She placed the books and the bookshelf into her study, which adhered to the spatial laws, allowing her to store in abundance without any visible change. Mingyue meticulously selected books on first aid, natural disasters, and everyday knowledge to keep on her desk for easy access, sparing her the need to search later. The outdoor equipment was categorized by season, with several boxes prepared for each. She was cautious to pack items that would not reveal her ability to transport items from the game. She organized her clothing, tents, sleeping bags, binoculars, military shovels, portable gas stoves, and more, ensuring everything was neatly arranged. She also set aside a protective suit in a separate box, waiting for the opportunity to place it in her gaming backpack. Organizing her belongings brought her much satisfaction, as searching for items previously had been quite inconvenient. By the time she emerged from her space, nearly midnight had arrived. She hurried to freshen up and retire for the night, knowing that a well-rested body was essential. The following morning, Mingyue rose early to go for a run. This time, she did not experience the previous discomfort in her breathing. It was evident that she had not trained sufficiently in the past. The muscles she had developed within the game could not afford to regress. She needed to persist in her training to ensure her survival in the game. As the saying goes, pressure breeds motivation, and with a metaphorical tiger chasing her, even a limp would run swiftly. She purchased breakfast sufficient for 5 and returned home, enjoying a portion while storing the rest in her space. Mingyue then turned to her computer to download tutorials on military boxing, kickboxing, taekwondo, and various martial arts. Given the 3 days of rest ahead, attending a class would yield little benefit, and by the time she returned, she might have forgotten everything. She resolved to learn online first, and later seek a coach to help refine her skills, maximizing her efficiency. While her computer downloaded resources, Mingyue picked up her phone to check for any updates. In the reality of the world, devoid of survival urgency, she found herself uncomfortable without her phone for even a moment. She came across a post from a user in the Eastern Province, lamenting the previous year's tomato blight that had driven prices sky high. This year, however, the weather was favorable and the tomatoes were thriving. Yet the market value remained low as suppliers pressed for reduced prices. One manufacturer of tomato sauce even offered a mere 50 cents for 2 pounds, a price so low that it would not cover labor costs, let alone production expenses. Such exploitation by unscrupulous merchants, indifferent to producers' losses, was indeed disheartening, although most were fair. Tomatoes were inexpensive, and even if prices were squeezed, there was no justification for risking a business's reputation over a few tomatoes. Mingyue shook her head at the post, feeling indignant. 50 cents for 2 pounds was truly outrageous. She reached out to her connections in the Eastern Province, negotiating with the local village chief for a fair price of 80 cents per pound, arranging for farmers to harvest their crops while she swiftly booked storage and transportation to the Eastern Province. 80 cents per pound seemed reasonable to Mingyue. At least the farmers would not toil in vain this year. She would store the tomatoes in her space until prices rebounded, ensuring a profit for herself. With only 2 days at her disposal before entering the game again, she needed to act swiftly. Upon arriving in the Eastern Province, she checked into a hotel to drop off her luggage before hiring a vehicle to transport the tomatoes from the warehouse. Mingyue inspected the fields and found the quality to be exceptional. The favorable weather had resulted in juicy, flavorful tomatoes. She sliced one open to reveal its sandy texture and vibrant red flesh, confirming her lucrative investment. The harvesting window for tomatoes was about 40 days, implying that Mingyue would remain here for approximately 30 days, allowing her ample time to savor the local cuisine. After a day of transportation, she stored the day's harvest in her space and set out to explore the city for delicious treats. She indulged in various street foods, enjoying the experience while discreetly storing her favorites in her space. The stall owners were warm and welcoming, eager to share their local specialties, and Mingyue relished every moment of her culinary adventure. After wandering through the street food market, she sought out a local restaurant, ordering a selection of dishes to take back to her hotel. On her way, she also placed an order for takeaway. Upon returning to the hotel, the takeaway had also arrived. After entering the room, I gathered all the meal boxes and disposed of the packaging in the trash bin. The following day, I repeated the previous day's routine, diligently stashing food into my limited space. As I passed by the supermarket and wholesale market, I would venture inside, purchasing several items that might prove useful. By the morning of the 3rd day, Mingyue, rose early to prepare myself. Today marked the beginning of a new chapter. Entering the dungeon, I was uncertain what calamity awaited, hoping it would be a simpler world. Having just completed the novice dungeon, I was anxious about the upcoming level of difficulty. In the morning, I enjoyed a hearty breakfast, donned my athletic attire, laced up my sneakers, and equipped myself with a mask and hat. I placed 2 bottles of water into my backpack, curious to see if I could carry these items into the game. Once prepared, I settled onto the sofa, awaiting the arrival of 8 o'clock. Each time I found myself waiting, the passage of time felt particularly arduous, dragging on at an agonizing pace. To alleviate the tedium, I decided to play on my phone, hoping it would hasten the clock. as I became engrossed in amusing videos. Laughter filled the room until suddenly I vanished from the hotel suite. The game had commenced. Ding! Welcome to the survival game. Players must endure for 15 days in this world, where the natural disaster is a torrential downpour. Each player is granted 2,000 flower coins, and during the game, players must not leave their starting point. The game begins now. Chapter 20. Cataclysmic downpour. Upon reopening her eyes, she found herself in a fountain square. Glancing around, she located a resting bench at the edge of the square and took a seat, inspecting the possessions on her person. The backpack she had carried prior to entering the game was nowhere to be found. It seemed that apart from her attire, no other items could be brought along. Upon accessing her personal panel, she discovered an additional 2,000 floral coins, raising her total to 320. A thorough examination of her game inventory revealed that all items from the previous dungeon remained intact, along with 2 new cards, an identification card and a key with an address inscribed on it. As she retrieved the identification card, the personal panel automatically prompted her to confirm whether she wished to bind the card to her profile, to which she decisively agreed. Once bound, the card vanished, and from then on, her identity would be accessible through her wristband. It turned out that completing the novice dungeon granted her an identity. She had previously pondered how to rent accommodation without any documentation, unaware that the novice dungeon overlooked such requirements. Items were only issued after passing the novice trial. Moonlight examined the key, which resembled a hotel room card, with the address provided on the accompanying paper sleeve. Holding the key, an arrow appeared before her, indicating the direction to follow. She wondered whether this room served as a gathering point for all players or if they were randomly dispersed throughout the city. Moonlight felt it prudent to observe her surroundings before proceeding directly to the room. In the event of a cataclysmic downpour, raincoats, life vests, and boats would be essential. She had previously collected some supplies during the last dungeon, so there was no immediate rush. Spotting a supermarket, she entered and purchased several towels, 10 large bath towels, 10 small towels, along with an assortment of household seasonings to replenish her stock, and some ginger, as it would be consumed rapidly in such weather. With her acquisitions in hand, she arrived at the community mentioned in the address and found a vantage point at the base of the building to observe the passers-by for any potential players. If there were players around, her belongings would not draw undue attention, allowing her to prepare in advance. Ideally, if no players were present, she could securely stockpile her supplies without the fear of betrayal. After 2 hours of vigilant observation, she had yet to spot anyone suspicious, leading her to believe that the player presence here was minimal. Otherwise, there would surely be some sign of their existence. Following the address back to her temporary residence, she arrived at an 8-story building with an elevator, her room situated on the 6th floor. Noticing the distribution of apartments in the hallway, she deduced that the building likely consisted of smaller units, especially if occupancy was high. The entrance lacked a security door, and she mused that when the disaster struck, this solitary barrier might not offer much protection. Entering her room, she noted its modest size, a 1-bedroom apartment of just over 50 square meters, fully furnished with all necessary appliances but devoid of any signs of prior habitation. Since she would be residing here for a while, Moonlight swiftly familiarized herself with the layout, tidied up, and prepared her bed. She settled onto the sofa, contemplating what supplies would be necessary for this dungeon. While there was no lifeboat available, she did find a kayak, which would suffice. It was better not to attract attention with overly conspicuous means of transportation. First, she needed to purchase a map from a bookstore to familiarize herself with the city's layout, aiding her in determining safer locations in the future. After descending for lunch and surveying the nearby facilities, she made her way to the bookstore. The journey from the restaurant to the bookstore required just 2 bus stops to reach the back street of the bookstore. An elderly lady pointed her in the right direction, indicating that she could reach the bookstore by crossing a nearby alley rather than taking the longer route, which would take 20 minutes. Though the alley was cluttered with debris, it posed no hindrance to passage. Grateful for the guidance, Moonlight thanked the lady and proceeded into the alley. However, no one warned her that traversing the alley might lead her to a murder scene. As she approached the middle of the alley, she heard ominous voices ahead. Without a moment's hesitation, she concealed herself behind a pile of debris, crouching low enough to peer through a gap in a broken crate. Before her stood a man with tousled golden curls, clad in a loose sweatshirt and tight jeans, alongside another sporting a stylish wolf-like hairstyle and a jacket. Between them lay a boy, appearing no older than 18 or 19, with his eyes tightly shut and a pallid complexion. His body quickly losing vitality as blood poured from his wounds, staining the ground around him. Then, something utterly unexpected occurred. The lifeless boy suddenly vanished, as if he had never existed at all, leaving only the two men behind. Were it not for the lingering scent of blood in the air, Moonlight might have believed it a mere hallucination. She recognized that this must be a player, yet she had not anticipated that a player's demise would result in such instantaneous disappearance. Had he returned to the real world, or was it truly death? Before she could ponder further, she overheard the golden-haired man say, "Cohen, what do you think? Did we strike it rich?" "Just a broke loser," replied the other. "Only had 2,000 floral coins and a few compressed biscuits. Let's keep searching. We need to find a big catch." As he spoke, he gestured in the air, presumably manipulating his personal panel. Moonlight held her breath, remaining utterly still behind the debris. The wolf-haired man signaled to the golden-haired one, suggesting they head toward the back street to see if any opportunities awaited them there. They began moving in her direction, leaving Moonlight in a state of panic, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. She knew that if they discovered her, there would be no escape, just as they were about to pass in front of her. In a moment of desperation, Moonlight remembered her ability to enter her spatial realm. She swiftly maneuvered into her space, collapsing onto the ground. The experience was harrowing. She had never witnessed a murder before. Sitting on the floor, she gasped for breath, taking a considerable time to regain her composure. This encounter revealed to Moonlight that killing could yield valuable items and floral coins from other players' inventories. The casual demeanor of those two indicated that they had likely discovered this fact during their previous dungeon run. As more players learned that they could inherit the possessions of those they killed, a moral decay would inevitably ensue, leading to a survival of the fittest mentality. Such thoughts were futile. When the day arrived that others sought to harm her, Moonlight resolved that she would not hesitate to defend herself, whether sooner or later. Donning a mask and a cap, Moonlight emerged from her space, glancing around to find that the two men had vanished. Continuing forward, she passed the site of the murder, scrutinizing the ground for any remnants. To her surprise, there were no traces left. Even the bloodstains had disappeared, demonstrating the game's meticulous attention to detail in cleaning up such scenes. While preparing herself mentally was one thing, passing through the murder scene still sent shivers down her spine. She hastened her pace, exiting the alley and making her way to the bookstore. The store was nearly deserted, and after purchasing a map, she departed hastily, wary of the possibility that the two men might return. This time, she dared not take any shortcuts. Opting against public transport, she chose to stroll home, familiarizing herself with the surroundings. Passing a pharmacy, she entered to procure some medications for diarrhea, skin infections, antibiotics, and cold medicine, paying effortlessly with her smart wristband. After placing the medications into her backpack, she considered taking a detour into a nearby alley, ensuring it was empty before retrieving an electric tricycle from her space. Fearful of encountering players like those from earlier, Moonlight exercised extreme caution. With the tricycle at her disposal, she felt more secure in her ability to transport supplies without drawing attention, allowing her to navigate and conceal her identity more effectively. Along the way, she noticed that this dungeon lacked the numerous job postings seen in the previous one, perhaps because accommodations had been directly provided, leaving no need for such advertisements. She pondered this mystery as she continued on her journey. Mingyue first rented a warehouse near the wholesale market. There was no need to purchase bottled water and bread, as those items were available in the gaming mall. She then examined the rainproof tarpaulin. A 100 square meter thick rainproof tarpaulin cost 500 flower coins. Mingyue decided to acquire 2 sheets, along with 5 moisture-proof mats. Previously, she had collected only a few moisture-proof mats from the outdoor supplies store, so she wished to prepare more of these items, better safe than sorry. Additionally, she purchased 3 pairs of waterproof overalls and 3 pairs of high-top rain boots. In total, These purchases amounted to 1,300 flower coins, essentially exhausting all the earnings she had acquired from the last dungeon run. Chapter 21. The calamity of rain. Mingyue loaded her belongings onto her tricycle, intending to return them to the warehouse before continuing her shopping for other items. Upon exiting the wholesale market, she noticed the sky had darkened ominously. The game had decided to unleash rain from the very first day of this chapter. It became evident why the game had provided housing. It was simply impossible to find shelter in such a short time. She felt grateful for the game's generosity. Otherwise, she would be scrambling to gather supplies on the streets. Swiftly, she transported her goods to the newly rented warehouse, secured the door, and directly stored everything into her space inventory before venturing back into the market for further procurement. She purchased 5 boxes each of instant rice, self-heating hot pot, and instant noodles. Although the ginger bought in the previous chapter was still sufficient, she anticipated needing more for ginger tea during the rainy days, so she acquired an additional 20 pounds, considering it a stockpile for future chapters. The market offered a plethora of dried goods. Mingyue selected 50 pounds each of black fungus, daylilies, dried mushrooms, and vermicelli, filling her tricycle to capacity before transporting the haul to the warehouse, where she once again secured the door and stored the items in her space. Next, she hurried back to the market for vegetables, aiming to procure 100 pounds of each variety. The sheer volume of her purchases made it impractical for her to transport everything alone, so she enlisted the help of shopkeepers to assist with deliveries. Just as she finished, the rain began to fall. While it was not a heavy downpour, it rendered the chapter unprofitable for her, leaving Mingyue feeling distressed. If she couldn't earn money, her 2,000 flower coins would only stretch so far, making it impossible to afford anything in the game shop. Determined to devise a solution, she focused on stockpiling supplies. Her final trip to the wholesale market was to the condiment section, where she bought 10 boxes each of braising sauce and hot pot base, along with 10 pounds of chili powder and dried chilies. She replenished her stock of essential seasonings like oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and Sichuan pepper before returning to the warehouse, where she stored everything, including the tricycle, into her space. Dressed in a raincoat and rain boots, she made her way home. On the way, she stopped at a pharmacy for additional supplies. As she neared her residence, the rain intensified. Although her basic supplies were ample, other players faced dire circumstances. Earlier, she had encountered a notorious duo in her neighboring district who, having failed to gather supplies, were now observing players to ambush for their gear. They had employed the same tactics in the previous chapter, and after claiming their first victim, they had spiraled into a spree of looting. While the duo had no worries regarding food or drink, as they still had plenty from the last chapter, they lacked rain gear and were confined to their room due to the downpour. They had discovered that infringing upon the locals would attract the attention of law enforcement, but targeting players was permissible, thus their focus remained on fellow gamers. The actions of a player named Kuan had already been exposed in the game's chat, prompting caution among players in this chapter, fearful of revealing their identities. Aside from the murder she had witnessed, they had garnered no other rewards. The pair was currently plotting to scavenge for supplies once the rain ceased. Upon returning home, Mingyue hung her raincoat on a nearby rack and placed a basin underneath to catch any dripping water, preventing her room from becoming damp. She turned on the air conditioning to reduce humidity, then stepped into the bathroom for a hot shower. From her space, she retrieved the water tank used in the previous chapter, refilled it, and stored it away again. She then switched on the television and settled on the sofa to catch up on the news. After flipping through channels without finding any reports of heavy rain, she pondered whether such weather was commonplace here. Suddenly, lightning flashed outside, prompting her to swiftly turn off the television. Ingrained from childhood was the belief that one should not watch television during a storm. With no pressing matters at hand, she didn't mind shutting it off. Upon checking her personal panel, she found her balance had dwindled to a mere 1,260 flower coins. As someone of modest means, the thought of money flowing out without any income was quite anxiety-inducing. She needed to brainstorm a method to generate income. Spotting the shopping cart icon in the corner of her screen, a light bulb moment struck her. She could list items in the marketplace. How could she have overlooked this? Selling goods to other players was a viable means of earning. Given the swift onset of the calamity, many individuals likely hadn't had the chance to gather supplies. presenting an opportunity for profit. She decided to list some of her unused items, selecting sportswear and shoes she no longer favored, while others had stockpiled winter gear. The current chapter's temperatures were still in the 30s, rendering such clothing impractical. Some players had only just gathered food and drink, and now faced the predicament of wet clothing due to the rain. Mingyue and Appos, as apparel listings would provide a timely solution for those in need. Unbeknownst to her, the prices for her items were set by the system, leaving her no control over pricing. With that settled, she closed the marketplace and began preparing dinner. She started by steaming a pot of rice in a rice cooker, then took a large chunk of pork belly to prepare braised pork. After readying the seasonings, she diced the pork into bite-sized pieces and briefly boiled them before setting them aside. She then cooked a large pot of braised pork with potatoes and cleaned a variety of leafy greens, storing them in her space for future use. As the pork neared completion, she stir-fried a generous bowl of garlic water spinach, timing it perfectly to finish alongside the pork. She packed the meals into takeout containers, reserving a portion for her dinner while storing the rest in her space for later convenience. The remaining meals she listed in the game's marketplace, transforming her cooking into a potential source of income. Outside, the rain continued unabated, having escalated from a drizzle to a downpour by the time she sat down to eat. The school entrance was crowded with parents waiting to pick up their children, while the subway was teeming with commuters, all jostling to board. In such weather, the subway was even more congested. After finishing her meal, she tidied the table and spread out the map she had purchased earlier, scrutinizing it carefully. She discovered that a river bisected the city from east to west, dividing it into two distinct halves. She resided in the southern section, which was located towards the western side of the river. The city's geography sloped downward from east to west, suggesting that in the event of excessive rainfall, her area would be among the first to flood, as it was nearing the lowest point in the city. It became clear that cheap housing often came with drawbacks. Such a fortuitous gift had placed her directly in the most disaster-prone area. Eventually, she would need to relocate eastward to ensure her safety. For now, however, she had no choice but to stay there, as her limited funds left her with no other options. Around 10 o'clock that night, the rain finally ceased, revealing a sky adorned with stars and a moon, signaling a clear night ahead. Uncertain whether the rain would return tomorrow, Mingyue resolved not to wait. Time was of the essence. She intended to seize the moment and venture out to assess her surroundings while the weather was favorable. Dressing appropriately, she descended the stairs, only to find the air outside stifling and humid, the moisture palpable in the atmosphere. Public transport had ceased, yet numerous pedestrians remained on the streets, some trapped outside by the rain, while others strolled out for late-night snacks. The city thrived with a vibrant nightlife, even under such conditions. Currently, financial constraints render taxi rides an unaffordable luxury. Every penny must be meticulously conserved. Mingyue retrieved an electric tricycle from a narrow alley and gradually pedaled eastward. Along the way, she observed that the buildings flanking the banks of the Great River were generally taller, suggesting that this area could be considered a thriving locale, perhaps due to the allure of Riverview residences. Continuing her journey eastward, she noted that the supermarkets and shopping centers had closed for the day. At this hour, apart from bars and nightclubs, the predominant establishments were barbecue stalls, indicative of a city that relishes grilled delicacies. Mingyue herself had a penchant for these delights on summer evenings. She would relish the simple pleasure of sitting at a food stall with friends, enjoying skewers and a bottle of beer, engaging in light-hearted banter. Such moments felt like a distant memory now, a stark contrast to the serene days she once knew, as time remained unchanged while she immersed herself in the virtual realm. Chapter 22. The calamity of torrential rain. In this moment of crisis-laden world, there is no room for light-hearted banter among friends, yet the allure of grilled skewers remains. Mingyue parked her vehicle and ordered 10 meat skewers and 10 vegetable skewers from the vendor, opting to take them away. With limited funds, she decided to indulge her cravings modestly, hoping to savor the experience without extravagance. As she walked, savoring a skewer, she stealthily stored the remaining ones in her space, aware that they would lose their appeal if left to cool. Consulting her map, she discovered a vast forest park to the east of the city, which was free of entrance fees and open until midnight. It was already past 11, and while she pondered the risk of being caught after hours, Mingyue was resolute about venturing into the park. Upon entering, she noticed a sparse crowd, with most people exiting. The security guard at the entrance merely cautioned her to leave before midnight, allowing her passage without hindrance. Seizing the opportunity, Mingyue slipped into the nearby bushes, planning to wait until midnight before continuing her exploration. She felt it prudent to scout the area tonight rather than risk being caught in the rain tomorrow, as the park might not even be accessible in inclement weather. As the clock struck midnight, she observed the security guard driving his patrol vehicle deeper into the park, presumably checking for lingering visitors. Remaining still behind the bushes, Mingyue felt the chill of the damp forest seep into her clothes, which were now soaked from the rain. After waiting for about half an hour, she decided the guard would not return and emerged from her hiding spot, looking rather disheveled with leaves entangled in her hair. Not daring to linger, she hurried forward, fearful that the guard might return unexpectedly. Once she felt she was out of sight, she retrieved her electric tricycle, switched on the headlights, and rode onward. The exertion of hiding and walking had left her sweating, and the damp fabric clung uncomfortably to her skin. Riding the tricycle, a refreshing breeze swept past her, offering a moment of solace. Indeed, the forest was cooler than the city. The park spanned 32 hectares, devoid of large wild animals, hosting only small creatures like wild chickens and rabbits, along with various birds. Had there been lions or tigers, Mingyue would never have ventured here, fearing she would not suffice as a meal. This area primarily served as a habitat for birds. The park connected to a small mountain, and Mingyue sought to determine whether it could serve as a refuge. According to her map, it was the highest point in the city, with the eastern side being notably elevated. She intended to scout for a suitable campsite, for if the entire city were to flood, this mountain would be one of the safest havens aside from tall buildings. Riding to the foot of the mountain, she noticed a river traversing the city, nestled between two hills. The boundaries of the game, she was participating in lay at the river's edge and the mountain on the opposite side. This indicated that both the river and the wildlife park were within the game's designated area, while the opposite mountain was not. As she approached, she realized she could no longer ride and would have to continue on foot. Securing her tricycle, she took a flashlight and walked along the riverbank, eager to explore its depths. After traversing a considerable distance, she reached a significant bend in the river. Beyond this curve, she spotted the boundary of the game, which enclosed the entire bend, rendering it a safe zone. The river at this point was wide, and the current appeared gentle, suggesting minimal danger. Mingyue stood on the riverbank, positioned within the bend, on a small slope that was gently sloping and surrounded by the river, contemplating whether to set up camp here. She suddenly recalled that this area could very well serve as a riverbank during flooding. Realizing the imprudence of her thoughts, she quickly abandoned the idea of camping there. Recognizing the potential dangers of flooding, having fled from her previous position, she found herself questioning why she entertained such perilous notions, whether it was deliberately placing herself in harm's way or contemplating camping on a riverbank during impending storms. The mountain adjacent to the river sloped gently, and as she ventured upward, she discovered untrodden paths obscured by the recent rains, rendering them slippery yet manageable. After ascending about 20 meters through some bushes, she stumbled upon a relatively flat area, sparsely populated with underbrush. Towering trees surrounded her, each boasting a diameter exceeding 30 centimeters. This indicated that the soil in this area would be firm and stable, with ample space between the trees, enough for her to construct a shelter. The mountain was gentle, and the dense foliage would mitigate the risk of landslides during heavy rains, making it a promising campsite. The challenge lay in erecting a shelter that would remain dry, should the ground become inundated with water. Continuing her ascent, Mingyue felt compelled to explore the entirety of the park. The mountain occupied a substantial portion of the park, with its gentle slopes and thick woods providing a safe harbor during storms. Should the city be engulfed by floodwaters, this location would undoubtedly draw residents seeking refuge. Standing atop the mountain, she gazed down at the city. To her left lay the northern bank of the river, with a bend also situated to the north, adjacent to her intended camping site. To her right was the southern bank, which served as the park's main entrance. If anyone sought shelter from the flooding, they would likely gravitate towards the south, as the northern side was perilously close to the river's edge. Confirming her observations regarding the bend, she began her descent, riding her electric tricycle to further explore the park's environment. By the time daylight broke, she had only traversed half of it when rain began to fall, compelling her to don her raincoat and boots as she hurried home. The remaining portion of the park would have to wait for another day. Upon arriving home, it was already past 7 in the morning. The rain obscured her path, and she dared not ride too swiftly. Once inside, she took a hot shower, consumed a packet of traditional herbal medicine to ward off illness, dried her hair, and hurried to bed for some much-needed rest. Mingyue was awakened by the rumble of thunder. Glancing at her watch to find it was already noon, her eyes were dry and uncomfortable from insufficient sleep. Rising from her bed, she approached the window and beheld the torrential downpour outside. The raindrops, resembling pearls, cascaded down in a relentless torrent. If such rain persisted through the night, certain areas would undoubtedly suffer flooding. Fortunately, the heavy rains abated after half an hour, though the downpour continued steadily, suggesting that prolonged precipitation would inevitably lead to inundation. With the city's drainage systems overwhelmed, it was only a matter of time before the area succumbed to flooding, regardless of whether the rain was light or heavy. After tidying up and settling in the living room for lunch, thoughts turned to the necessity of constructing a shelter on a mountain. It is imperative to have a framework outdoors. Pitching a tent directly on the ground is utterly impractical. Rainwater would undoubtedly seep into the tent, rendering it uninhabitable. The incessant rain made it impossible to venture out and commission someone for the task. Thus, the only recourse was to attempt to create one's own solution. Throughout the afternoon, the rain continued unabated. Mingyue rummaged through her belongings, contemplating whether she could fashion a wooden frame. After toiling away, clattering and hammering for quite some time, she reluctantly came to the realization that woodworking was not her forte. The end result was a frame that collapsed at the slightest touch. Defeated, Mingyue found herself with no choice but to brave the elements once the rain subsided slightly, heading to the building materials market to inquire about a custom-made frame. Unfamiliar with the offerings in this domain, she had no idea what services were available. To her surprise, upon arriving at the shop and describing her needs, the proprietor informed her that a custom solution was unnecessary. Ready-made options were readily available. Presenting a finished product, he showcased a steel frame where each rod or pipe featured clips for easy assembly. With this, she could create a structure of any desired size, simply by connecting the clips. However, this convenience came at a price. She ordered a frame capable of supporting 50 square meters, along with an equal amount of footboards, which cost her a total of 1,000 flower coins, leaving her with only 260 coins thereafter. As she made her payment, Mingyue pondered the state of her marketplace sales, realizing that without any income, she had truly returned to square one. Chapter 23. Catastrophic Rainstorm 4. After purchasing the rack, Mingyue hurried home, determined not to be distracted by any mischievous sprite along the way, seducing her into making unnecessary purchases. She truly had no money left and needed to exercise restraint. As she approached home, the rain intensified, the droplets stinging her face as she rode on her tricycle. Seeking refuge, she found a small alley close to home, where she stored the tricycle and its contents into her space before continuing on foot. Upon arriving home, she took a warm shower and removed the battery from the tricycle to charge it. Since the two tricycles had never been charged since they came into Mingyue's possession, she was curious about the durability of the batteries in this game world. With power still available, she aimed to fully charge both batteries, lest she be caught off guard by a sudden depletion. Opening her personal panel, she checked for any income. The prices for the goods she had listed matched those she had stocked up on, and outdoor supplies were still rather expensive. She wondered if they would sell. Initially, her gaze fell on her balance, which had already surpassed 2,000. Evidently, sales were going well. Among her listed items, 2 sets of sportswear had sold, leaving only windbreakers. The waterproof feature of these jackets likely contributed to their rapid sales, as they were probably being purchased as raincoats. The boxed meals had yet to sell, but with restaurants still operating normally, it was understandable. The real opportunity for those meals would arise once takeout options dwindled. Satisfied with her earnings, Mingyue closed her personal panel. She refrained from opening the chat channel, anticipating that some would be criticizing her for being heartless. She believed they would understand once they began listing their own items. Engaging in disputes seemed pointless, and she preferred to ignore any disparaging remarks. This game was indeed remarkable. Once Mingyue listed an item, it vanished from her inventory, only leaving an icon in the listed section. If she chose to delist an item, it would reappear in her possession. This feature allowed her to clear out unnecessary items from her backpack while still being able to utilize them later, a truly efficient system. When players purchased items, they would simply click to buy, and the goods would instantaneously transfer to the buyer, exemplifying convenience. On the third day of the game, Mingyue awoke to a cacophony echoing through the hallway. Pressing her ear to the door, she learned that the first floor had been flooded overnight. Someone had discovered the water while using the restroom. The residents on her floor only realized the situation when they prepared to leave for work that morning. And now the first floor inhabitants were making makeshift beds in the second and third floor hallways. Turning on the television, she saw reports of the flooding. Areas even nearer to the river had already submerged the second floor, with police assisting in evacuating residents. Given the circumstances, Mingyue decided to set up a tent in her space. She assembled a quarantine frame measuring 5 meters wide and 8 meters long, recalling that the greatest distance between trees was 8 to 10 meters. This size would suffice, and if needed, she could extend it later. After laying down a floorboard for the quarantine frame, she secured a double camping tent atop it and filled the tent with a folding bed and sleeping bags, preparing everything for easy access when the time came. With that done, she emerged from her space, retrieving broccoli, chili peppers, and pork, intending to prepare garlic broccoli and spicy stir-fried pork. She planned to make extra portions to sell in the marketplace later. As she chopped the vegetables and meat, the electricity in the building went out following the flooding, rendering her unable to cook rice. Fortunately, she still had provisions in her space. The aroma of her cooking wafted into the hallway, prompting several neighbors to open their doors, discussing which household was responsible for the enticing scent. With the flood rendering takeout impossible, many were left to rely on their stockpiles of instant noodles. After finishing her cooking and lunch, she packaged the dishes for sale in the marketplace. Shortly thereafter, there was a knock at her door. Peering through the peephole, she saw 2 girls standing outside. Given the current state of affairs, she cautiously opened the door a crack and inquired whom they sought. The shorter girl appeared somewhat bashful, asking if she had any food left. They typically ate at work and had not prepared any provisions at home. They offered to either return with food or pay her for a meal. Mingyue could tell they were genuinely in need, and as the girl spoke, her voice dwindled, while the taller girl bowed her head in embarrassment. It was evident that asking for food indicated they were in dire straits. Yet Mingyue felt it was not her place to break this precedent. With so many households in the building likely lacking food, she contemplated the potential for conflict arising from her generosity. While she couldn't provide meals, she decided to offer instant noodles. She told the girls, "I don't have any food left, only 2 chili peppers, which I just finished eating. Would instant noodles suffice? But you mustn't tell anyone I provided them. I only have 5 packs. I can spare 2 to help you out, but if others start asking, I can't give more. We don't know how long this rain will last." The girls nodded vigorously, assuring her they wouldn't disclose the source and would eat discreetly. They were polite, after all. Mingyue turned to the kitchen, feigning to retrieve the noodles, but in reality, she summoned a 5-pack of instant noodles from her space, handing 1 to each of the girls. They expressed their gratitude profusely, and as they turned to leave, she added, "We don't know when the rain will cease, and the first floor is already submerged. How long can the second and third floors hold out? If possible, try to move to higher ground. I have a feeling this place isn't entirely safe." After saying this, she closed the door, leaving the shorter girl in contemplative silence. The next morning, the flood had already engulfed much of the first floor. If the rain persisted, it was certain that the second floor would soon be compromised. The residents of the building were now in a state of panic. Most had no habit of stockpiling food, with only a few snacks available, leaving them hungry and discussing their next steps in the hallway. Around 9 in the morning, community workers arrived by speedboat, using loudspeakers to instruct everyone to collect supplies downstairs with their identification. Mingyue followed suit, and by this time, The water had nearly reached the transition platform between the first and second floors. The building's head had tied a basket to a rope and lowered it down, where community workers placed supplies for him to retrieve and distribute. Each resident received 2 bottles of mineral water, 2 loaves of bread, 2 packets of pickled vegetables, and 2 cups of instant noodles. Adequate provisions for one day. They weren't being stingy. The boat simply couldn't carry much, so everyone had a share, leaving little behind. Upon hearing the community workers' explanation, the residents learned that the western side had already flooded to the 3rd floor. Police and firefighters were busy evacuating people from that area, which housed 2 boarding schools, a vocational training center, and a mid-sized hospital, all of which had a large number of residents yet to evacuate. Authorities urged everyone to prioritize their safety and evacuate independently, as they were unable to deploy additional personnel at this time. For those residents who find themselves unable to leave, remaining here is an option, as the community committee will deliver food daily until the rescue teams arrive to facilitate a transfer alongside the main forces. Upon hearing this, Mingyue returned home, gathering all her personal belongings into a spatial compartment. She then retrieved a thickened swimming ring, donned a sporty outfit, and packed the supplies she had just received into a backpack, which she slung over her shoulders while holding the swimming ring in her hands as she stepped outside. Time was of the essence. The situation with the troops must have worsened, or they would have already arrived. Given the current water level, she believed that with the swimming ring, she could still venture out. However, if the water rose further, unforeseen dangers might arise, making an early departure prudent. In the corridor, others were still debating whether to leave, only to notice Mingyue preparing to set off. The onlookers fell silent until the girl from yesterday, who had borrowed instant noodles, spoke up, expressing concern. "It's far too perilous for you to go out like this. Why not wait for the main forces to join us?" Chapter 24. The catastrophe of torrential rain. Mingyue smiled faintly, deciding not to wait any longer. With the relentless downpour, the water would continue to rise. If a sudden torrential rain were to occur, this place would become perilously dangerous. "Where do you intend to go?" another person inquired. "Didn't they say everyone is being relocated to the gym? Let us head there. The majority are already gathered. The rain has lessened a bit, so I'll set off now. You all can talk amongst yourselves." With that, Mingyue turned into the fire escape and descended the stairs. At this point, the water had completely submerged the landing between the 1st and 2nd floors. Mingyue opened the window of the stairwell, planning to exit through it. She squeezed through the window, fastening a swimming ring around her waist like Neza wielding his universe circle, as visibility in the murky water was poor, making her hesitant to leap down. Carefully, she supported herself along the window ledge, finally feeling at ease when her feet touched the concrete canopy at the building's entrance. The ground below was a sea of water. Mingyue secured her swimming ring, leaned against the wall, and stepped into the water, shivering from the cold. Navigating through the water without a wall to lean against, she swam her way out of the residential complex. Outside the complex, the situation was even more chaotic, with cars parked along the roadside, shared bicycles cluttering the sidewalks, and the occasional manhole cover to avoid. The thought of these obstacles was daunting. As she considered this, Mingyue gradually edged toward the side, feeling her way along the buildings as she headed east. In truth, many others were already evacuating. Upon reaching the fountain square where she had entered, she saw numerous people attempting to rescue themselves from the rising waters. Young and old alike were engaged in their own efforts. One father pushed a large plastic barrel, within which sat a 2- or 3-year-old girl, blissfully unaware of the gravity of the situation. She held an umbrella that her father had placed in the barrel, chatting cheerfully with him about playing water games and spending time with kittens. The father smiled at her, patiently coaxing her with playful words. There was also an elderly couple who had fashioned a rudimentary raft from a plastic barrel and a door panel, slowly paddling along in their makeshift vessel. Remarkably, their raft was well constructed, sturdy, and buoyant, albeit somewhat unsightly. Various makeshift watercraft were visible, most cobbled together from household items, each appearing unappealing, yet serving its purpose well, though all were struggling against the currents. As noon approached, Mingyue found herself wading through water that reached her thighs. The exertion of moving through the water was exhausting. leaving her feeling both cold and famished. She sought refuge under an awning, retrieving a bottle of water and a loaf of bread from her backpack to fill her stomach and rest for a moment. After eating, she continued onward, noticing that the water on the road had significantly receded. Emerging from the flooded area, the number of people increased, all heading toward the gym. It seemed that Mingyue could only stop by for a glimpse, as there would be no opportunity to rest there. Following the throng for over an hour, she finally arrived at the gym. Just as she had anticipated, it was crowded, mostly filled with those who had escaped the disaster zone. Staff were distributing ginger soup, and after changing into dry clothes in the restroom, Mingyue joined the line for a cup of the warming drink. The soup was devoid of sugar, making it less than palatable, yet its warming properties were undeniable. After downing a cup, she broke into a fine sheen of sweat. Nearby, a conversation caught her attention. People were discussing how the western part of the city lay in a low-lying area, and that such heavy rain had never fallen for so many consecutive days. The heavens had offered no respite. At that moment, a commotion erupted nearby, stemming from children playing noisily and disturbing others trying to rest. Normally, such trivial matters would go unnoticed, but in times like these, everyone's patience was thin, and even minor annoyances could lead to quarrels. The noise grew unbearable as the crowd thickened. Mingyue decided not to linger. The gym was small, and soon there would be no place to lie down. After surveying the situation, she resolved to depart. Before leaving, she changed back into her damp clothes and stepped back into the rain. Mingyue hoped to scavenge some supplies, in a world where survival hinged on the next 15 days. Any resources left to soak would be wasted. She recalled a furniture store she had passed on her way here and aimed to check it out, as she had not yet acquired similar supplies. The return journey was easier than the outbound. The water flowed steadily downward, allowing her to maintain her balance and drift along. Upon reaching the furniture store, she found the first floor completely flooded. She attempted to enter through a second-floor window, but it was situated too high to reach. Circling the building, she discovered a small window on the side, presumably a stairwell or a ventilation opening, just large enough for her to climb through. Inside, she confirmed it was indeed a stairwell, with windows designed for ventilation, situated at the corner of the first and second floors. The first floor contained mainly display models, all now waterlogged. The second floor featured complete furniture sets. Mingyue did not assess their quality, simply collecting everything into her space. Even the lesser items could serve as firewood, and one never knew when they might come in handy. Life was about resourcefulness. The third floor housed textiles, bedding, curtains, and tablecloths, all of which Mingyue gathered. The fourth floor was stocked with home appliances. She left nothing behind, collecting everything into her space. Peering out from the fourth floor window, she noticed a gas station at the back street, with a fuel tanker parked nearby, an opportunity she could not afford to miss. It was still bright outside, and she was uncertain if other players lurked nearby. The tanker's presence would be conspicuous. Mingyue resolved to return under the cover of darkness when visibility would be limited. By now, it was past 5 in the afternoon. She took out a spicy hot pot dish and a box of rice, settling down to enjoy her dinner. While resting, she opened the chat channel, where lively discussions were ongoing. Fish beauty. Someone come save me. There will be a generous reward. Accompanied by a photo of the flood below, taken from above. Starry Sea. Sister, send me a photo, and I'll come to rescue you. Evening breeze. Don't listen to him. He has no boat and can't save you. Starry Sea. Evening breeze. You're delusional. How do you know I don't have one? Yellow hair. Brother Kuin is recruiting teammates. Those willing to join us. Let us go rescue people. Accompanied by a dinner photo and a hotel room photo. Stone. Everyone, don't believe this yellow hair. Joining their team means giving them your supplies and currency. Yellow hair. Stone, are you courting death? Don't let me find out who you are. The chat channel erupted into chaos. Mingyue exited the chat, feeling unlucky. Her brief glimpse into the conversation yielded nothing useful, just a squabble among inexperienced players. Around 7 o'clock, she crawled out through the small window. The water had risen significantly again, and venturing out at night required extra caution to avoid floating debris. Fortunately, she was not far from the gas station. Carefully, she swam to the gas station, where all the fuel pumps were submerged. Reaching the tanker, she discovered it was still full of fuel. which she promptly stored in her space. This trip had proven worthwhile, and she swam over to the supermarket within the gas station, gathering bottled water, instant noodles, and other well-packaged goods. Today marks the 4th day, and Mingyue remains oblivious to the changes in weather that tomorrow may bring. It is already past 9 o'clock, and as she surveys her surroundings, she notices several office buildings and shopping malls not far from the path leading to the forest park. Resolute in her decision, Mingyue decides to venture in that direction to see if she can procure any useful supplies and perhaps stay there for the night. As the night deepens and rain pours heavily, visibility is severely compromised. Using the trees along the roadside as her reference points, she painstakingly inches forward, exerting considerable effort to reach the cluster of office buildings. Upon arriving, she finds the ground floor of the nearest building submerged in water. Climbing through a window, she ascends the stairs while collecting items, meticulously inspecting each room, leaving no detail unchecked. Not even the toilet paper in the restrooms, nor the snacks in the break room. Office furniture, computers, and printers are all gathered into her space. Upon reaching the 5th floor, she discovers it is home to a live streaming company, promoting a plethora of diverse products that cater to various aspects of daily life. Without pausing to assess their utility, she swiftly collects everything, intending to organize her findings later. The 5th and 6th floors are entirely occupied by the live streaming company, and to her surprise, there is even a cafeteria. While prepared meals are absent, the abundance of ingredients and cooking utensils cannot be overlooked. She is determined to incorporate them all into her inventory. Chapter 25. Catastrophe of Rainstorm. Mingyue continued her arduous journey, methodically collecting items as she went. By the time she finished clearing the top floor, the entire building was reduced to mere load-bearing walls. Having come this far, she could not neglect the nearby structures. All were fair game for her collection, regardless of what she gathered. The ample space and time at her disposal urged her to scour each edifice thoroughly, lest her extensive efforts be in vain. She commenced her exploration, moving from one office building to another. The contents were largely similar, yet she remained undeterred, for even decayed wood has its utility, and these intact objects were certainly of worth. One of the buildings housed an educational institution, which yielded little of value. However, Mingyue did not disdain what she found. Apart from the dance studio's flooring, she collected calligraphy supplies and the uniforms from the training center. Next, she ventured into the adjacent shopping mall. The 1st floor had once featured high-end boutiques, now rendered worthless by the torrential rain. The deluge had inundated the ground floor, submerging luxury skincare products beyond salvage. However, the clothing stores on the 2nd floor still held potential treasures. After a thorough round of collecting, she even salvaged from the storage rooms, mindful of the waste that would ensue if left unchecked. In the center atrium, a CAF beckoned her attention. Mingyue could not overlook it. Anything that escaped her grasp would be a loss. Thus, she completed her collection and ascended to the 3rd floor. Through her tireless efforts, the once bustling mall transformed into an empty shell. Fatigue began to weigh heavily upon her as she glanced at the clock, which indicated nearly 1 in the morning. With 2 more buildings to conquer, she steeled herself, determined to retrieve the supplies before resting. The 1st floor of the next building was an auto dealership, where vehicles floated helplessly in the water. Mingyue felt a pang of sorrow. They were beyond saving, and had she acted sooner, their fate might have been different. With renewed urgency, she set about her task, knowing that time was of the essence to rescue the remaining items. The 2 buildings were relatively modest, only 7 or 8 stories high. Had they been taller, she might have faltered. After clearing the last building, she found a small room on the 7th floor, set up a bed, and succumbed to sleep. Though she could have retreated to her spatial realm, the thought of encountering others upon her return filled her with trepidation. Be it an ambush or confinement, both scenarios were stifling. Exhausted and weary, she soon drifted into slumber, unaware that she had begun to snore softly. As dawn broke, Mingyue awoke abruptly, feeling as if she had just closed her eyes. The sound of something striking the window roused her. Upon investigation, she discovered hailstones the size of rock candy pelting down. Fortunately, the hailstorm lasted less than 20 minutes, or the windows might have shattered under the assault. The brief barrage had caused a cacophony against the glass. no longer inclined to sleep. She resolved to prepare her campsite early. After a quick breakfast, she set out towards the forest park. Unexpectedly, the rain ceased following the hail, though the water levels in the city would not recede swiftly. Nonetheless, travel became more manageable. Upon descending, she noticed the water had nearly reached the second floor. Exiting through a small window, Mingyue found the surroundings desolate, save for the occasional debris floating past. With no one else around, she abandoned the need to swim through the flooded streets. Instead, she retrieved her kayak from her spatial storage and paddled swiftly towards the forest park. As she passed another mall, she hesitated but ultimately decided to collect its contents. Her reluctance stemmed from the fact that she did not particularly need anything from there, having gathered ample supplies the previous night. Yet, knowing the mall would soon succumb to the rising waters, she could not bear to see it all wasted. Greed, it seemed, remained an inseparable part of her nature. The underground supermarket was inaccessible due to flooding. Without lingering, she continued her journey, covering approximately 3 kilometers until the streets appeared less inundated. She stowed away the kayak and switched to an electric tricycle, arriving at the forest park by 11 o'clock. The park entrance was deserted, prompting Mingyue to scale the wall to gain entry. Shortly after her arrival, rain began to fall once more. After traversing both by tricycle and foot, she finally reached the anticipated bend in the river by mid-afternoon. Overwhelmed, she felt as if she had endured a pilgrimage akin to that of a monk seeking enlightenment. The journey had been arduous. The path up the small hill was treacherous, especially in the rain, and she had lost count of the times she stumbled along the way to this spot. Having overcome numerous trials, the most critical task lay ahead. From her spatial storage, she retrieved the pre-assembled isolation framework and tent, securing the structure to surrounding trees for stability. To prevent rainwater from leaking, she planned to drape a waterproof tarp over the tent, ensuring a drier and more comfortable shelter. As the rain poured outside, setting up the tarp proved challenging. The 50-square-meter tarp was insufficient to cover the entire structure due to the trees obstructing it. Instead, Mingyue folded it to a more manageable 25 square meters, securing the 4 corners with ropes. Using a ladder, she tied 2 corners high and the other 2 lower, facilitating drainage for rainwater. After ensuring everything was secure, Mingyue entered the tent. She set up a coal stove, confident in the well-ventilated area that allowed for safe use. The stove was not for warmth, but to dissipate moisture. Prolonged dampness would be uncomfortable. Changing into dry clothes from her spatial storage, she also brought out a radio, eager to hear any updates from the government regarding the disaster. The broadcast revealed that the flood had affected 4 neighboring provinces, with rescue teams arriving by noon. Citizens were urged to seek higher ground and remain safe while awaiting assistance. Reflecting on the selfless heroes in her previous world who rushed to aid those in peril, Mingyue felt a stirring of compassion. The current flood echoed the past struggles against nature's wrath. Although not inherently noble, she yearned to contribute in some small way. If the waters could be lessened, perhaps it would alleviate some burden on the rescuers. Garbed in waterproof overalls and a raincoat, she made her way to the river's bend. The waters had risen significantly, inundating what she had previously mistaken for a small hill. Mingyue retrieved a small stool from her storage, seated herself beneath an umbrella, and extended her hands into the water, collecting it into her spatial warehouse. She had previously experimented and discovered that liquid without a container would coalesce, floating above other items without interference. Whether this effort would yield any benefit for those affected remained uncertain, but she pressed on, believing that every drop collected could make a difference. As night fell, she continued her task until past 9 o'clock, her mind fatigued to the point of almost bursting with pain. Struggling to move, she trudged back to the tent, collapsing onto the bed without even removing her clothes. Lying there, Mingyue closed her eyes, her complexion pale as paper. At this moment, she could no longer discern whether she had lost consciousness or simply succumbed to exhaustion. The following day, when Mingyue awoke, a slight headache lingered. It was not as unbearable as the day before. A glance around revealed that the water in her space had accumulated significantly, resembling at least a small lake. Gathering water upstream, she hoped to alleviate some pressure downstream. However, the relentless rain above suggested that any relief would be limited. Yet, Any reduction was welcome. And who would choose difficulty when an easier path was available? In the morning, Mingyue enjoyed a bowl of bridge-crossing rice noodles, the warm broth comforting her. After her meal, she resumed her seat on the small stool to collect water, noticing that the water level had risen further. The spot she had chosen was the widest section of the park in Apo's River, and if the water was rising so swiftly here, the peril in other areas was evident. While collecting water today, Mingyue distinctly sensed that the flow entering her space was greater than the previous day, indicating a potential enhancement of her mental fortitude. This was a valuable outcome, reinforcing her resolve to persist in her efforts. Not only was she aiding others, but she was also cultivating her own growth. Primarily, she found joy in helping others. Her own needs were secondary. As noon approached, Mingyue experienced a throbbing headache and decided to return to her tent to prepare a meal, considering it a form of rest. Having skipped dinner the previous night, she knew she could not neglect her health in pursuit of water collection. She retrieved a chicken she had prepared earlier, stoked the stove with coal, and set about making a small chicken stew with mushrooms, adding some vermicelli just before it was ready. 2 portions were set aside, one for her space and one for her meal, while the remainder was packed into containers for the game market. This had become her culinary routine. After enjoying her lunch, she felt somewhat revitalized. Mingyue then took out several frozen chickens, ducks, and geese she had collected from a previous venture, setting them aside to thaw naturally. She placed a kettle on the stove to boil water, returning to the riverside to continue her work. She would occasionally pause to scald and pluck the feathers from the poultry, cleaning them thoroughly before storing them in her space. This cycle continued until 10 at night, when exhaustion overcame her and the headache intensified to the point of nausea. She hurriedly stored her belongings in her space and fell asleep in her tent. Upon waking, she was startled to hear the sounds of water much louder than the previous day. Alarmed by the potential for unforeseen circumstances, she rushed to the riverbank to investigate the source of the noise. To her dismay, the area where she had collected water was completely submerged, the small slope now entirely engulfed. How could the river's volume have surged so dramatically? Quickly, she returned to her tent and turned on the radio, learning that the upstream dam could no longer contain the vast amount of water and was releasing floodwaters. She worried for those downstream who had not yet managed to evacuate. If the evacuation was not complete, chaos would undoubtedly reign in the city. Chapter 26. The catastrophe of the torrential rain. Mingyue's intuition was indeed correct. The city was in disarray. The sudden downpour had wrought havoc, affecting a vast area, and a significant portion of the populace had not yet managed to evacuate. The previous day, an urgent notice had been issued to release floodwaters upstream, prompting troops to assist in relocating residents. However, the torrents downstream were ferocious, with countless roads and homes destroyed, undoubtedly complicating the evacuation efforts. Despite a night of relentless struggle, some individuals remained trapped. With the floodgates now open, the burden of rescue operations intensified. Many without escape tools found themselves stranded in high-rise buildings. Several hotels and office buildings in the eastern part of the city had been commandeered by the government to shelter those fleeing from the west. Both soldiers and civilians were striving tirelessly, yet the swift currents were unyielding. Effort alone could not mitigate the peril. Their only recourse was to protect themselves as best they could or find sturdy high-rise structures for temporary refuge. Mingyue, too, did not linger idly. She wished to offer her assistance and felt a twinge of regret for not having exerted herself more in collecting water the previous day. Perhaps it could have made a difference. Though she understood that her modest collection would scarcely impact the situation, she still yearned to contribute in some way, however small. Donning waterproof overalls and a raincoat, she took up her umbrella and returned to the riverbank to gather water. She retrieved 2 buns from her supplies for breakfast, managing to eat while she worked, ensuring that no time was wasted. In times like these, words held little meaning. Even the effort of doing something, however minor, was still an effort. For those who could lend a hand, it was crucial to do so. Every bit of help could alleviate the burden. After all, who among us has not faced adversity at some point in life? Mingyue was determined to aid her fellow beings from this alternate world. Today, the water flow was noticeably stronger than the previous day. Mingyue remained at the riverbank throughout the day, her head pounding as if it might burst. Yet she gritted her teeth and persevered. Everyone below was striving to save themselves, and she too had to exert herself to ease their plight, refusing to give in or relent. Just as the tension in her mind reached a breaking point, she sensed that if she did not cease her efforts, she might never return her tent. With unsteady steps, she staggered back inside. As she crossed the threshold of her tent, she collapsed before she could even reach her bed, falling to the ground. Mingyue lay there, her discomfort palpable, her brow furrowed, occasionally retching, her body twisting involuntarily, clearly reflecting her distress. When she next opened her eyes, it was already the afternoon of the following day. After that prolonged and profound slumber, she felt revitalized, her spirit lifted, and her thoughts exceptionally clear, as if she had awakened from a delightful dream. Even the sound of raindrops pattering against the leaves outside, cascading onto the waterproof fabric, was vividly clear to her. In a moment of astonishment, Mingyue rose abruptly, murmuring to herself, "What did I just see?" She focused intently, incredulity washing over her as she exclaimed, "I can see outside the tent. Could it be I have developed the ability to see through objects? Or perhaps a psychic power? Has fortune smiled upon me with this unexpected boon?" Overwhelmed with joy, Mingyue felt as though a grand gift had fallen upon her. She expressed her gratitude to all the benevolent forces that had aided her, regardless of their identity. After repeated trials, she discovered that this ability was not true clairvoyance. When her gaze rested upon the tent, it remained unchanged. By closing her eyes and concentrating, she could perceive the outside world, every detail sharp and clear. Although her vision only extended to about 5 meters, it was still quite remarkable. Uncertain whether to label this ability as psychic or spiritual insight, she opted for the more modest term, psychic ability, believing that true spiritual insight was reserved for those who practice cultivation. Mingyue leaped joyfully within her tent, her heart racing as though it might burst from her chest. A surge of exhilaration coursed through her veins, and she bit her lip to stifle an exuberant scream. This was a thrill she had never experienced in her life. As the initial excitement began to fade, Mingyue composed herself, cheerfully attending to her morning routine. She hurriedly donned her rain gear and grabbed a small stool, racing to the riverbank. Once there, she propped her umbrella against her shoulder, one hand clutching a bun while the other dipped into the water to collect more. This place had transformed into a training ground for her newfound abilities, a ladder to ascend beyond the ordinary. She realized that she must seize this incredible opportunity. Calming her mind, she pondered the connection between her powers and her spatial abilities. Her excellent memory and penchant for gathering items from her spatial realm had likely honed her mental acuity over the years. This breakthrough felt like a culmination of her efforts, an unexpected revelation that her spatial skills could manifest in this way. With her stomach satisfied, Mingyue extended her psychic energy into the river, detecting fish swimming beneath the surface. Her psychic energy radiated outward in a circle centered on herself. Concentrating intently, she directed her energy forward, extending it 5 meters ahead, merely shifting her previous focus. As she continued to practice, she aimed to draw her energy inward from both sides, consolidating it into a singular direction, which would enhance her exploratory capabilities. After persistent effort, she successfully extended her reach another 5 meters, beads of sweat forming on her brow. No longer attempting to compress or extend her energy, she began to practice maneuvering it laterally, gradually increasing its agility. Observing the fish darting through the water, she endeavored to draw them into her spatial realm, discovering with delight that it was indeed possible, and surprisingly simple. Just a mere touch of her psychic energy sufficed. Realizing this, Mingyue withdrew her hands from the water and began using her psychic energy to collect water directly, occasionally encountering fish that she swept into her collection as well. This method proved far more efficient than using her hands, as the psychic energy could encompass a large volume of water all at once, making her efforts far more fruitful. However, she soon experienced a headache from the exertion, necessitating a 2-hour break before she could resume using her psychic abilities. After repeating this cycle several times, Mingyue concluded that simply sitting idly while employing her psychic power was unproductive. She might as well engage in some tangible work. Thus, she retrieved the thawed chickens, ducks, and geese from the previous day. While using her psychic energy to gather water from the river, she plucked feathers and cleaned the animals, efficiently multitasking and ensuring no time was wasted. On the 10th day, after 2 days of practicing her psychic water collection, Mingyue had become quite adept. As long as she was within reach of her psychic energy, she could gather water without needing to be at the riverbank. However, today marked the 10th day since the last hailstorm struck on the 5th day, and she was uncertain if today would mirror that experience. It was wise to prepare in advance. Rising at 5 in the morning, Mingyue sought a sturdy tree near the water's edge. Using the office desks she had collected to construct a small shelter beneath it. The structure consisted of 2 desks arranged together at the base, providing enough space beneath them for a person to hide. 2 additional desks were placed on top as a buffer, with a filing cabinet from a company positioned atop them, its doors facing downward for added protection. She secured everything with ropes, ensuring that the makeshift shelter would remain intact should hail begin to fall. The bright moon once again stowed away the tent and the isolation frame, for leaving them outside would surely result in damage when hail descended. She untied the 2 lower corners of the rain cover, allowing it to hang straight down, thus preventing it from being directly battered by the hail. Mingyue herself took refuge beneath the desk she had just secured, continuing to gather the river water with her mental prowess. Should the hail truly arrive, she was not afraid. This was merely a precautionary measure. If the hail did not come, retrieving the tent would be a simple task, requiring little effort. As if on cue, at 8 in the morning, the hail arrived punctually. This time, the hailstones were the size of quail eggs, and the filing cabinet above was pounded with a resounding thud, echoing like thunder in Mingyue's ears as she sheltered below. Fortunately, they had prepared in advance. Otherwise, the scene of such large hailstones striking down would be too dreadful to contemplate. She retrieved earplugs from her spatial storage to alleviate the cacophony. The hail persisted for half an hour, and as the sound of the hail outside became indistinct, Mingyue focused intently on collecting water and fish. The variety of fish here was quite abundant: carp, grass carp, silver carp, and crucian carp, likely having escaped during the flooding release from the upstream reservoir. Previously, without her mental abilities, she had not paid attention to the fish in the water. Once the hail ceased, Mingyue emerged from beneath the desk, only to find that the top filing cabinet had been utterly ruined, riddled with numerous holes of varying sizes. The second-tier desk bore only a few scattered punctures, while the surface itself was marred with small dents. Fortunately, her own desk remained unscathed, which was a relief. The day's crisis had been averted. Mingyue retrieved the isolation frame and tent, reattaching the rain cover to the previous tree. The damaged cabinet would not go to waste. It could serve as firewood in the future. Suddenly, Mingyue recalled that the hailstones might be used as ice. Placing them in her room during the summer could provide a refreshing coolness. However, upon surveying the area, she realized that it was hardly worth the effort to collect them, as they were too dispersed and not gathered in piles. She would not be able to gather much in a morning. Thus, she resolved to continue collecting river water, which held more significance. As a successor of socialism, it was imperative to engage in meaningful endeavors. After the hail, the rain ceased once more. Mingyue sat on a small bench by the river, enjoying a pancake roll. Gazing at the mountain across the way, she observed the mist curling around it after the rain, enhancing its mystery. The mountain seemed rejuvenated, the fresh air mingling with the damp earth, causing the peaks to radiate with vitality. As Mingyue admired the breathtaking scenery, a sudden rumble drew her attention. Rising to her feet, she turned toward the source of the sound, witnessing the flood rushing forth like a wild beast unleashed. Chapter 27. Catastrophic rainfall. When Mingyue beheld the scene, the floodwaters were already perilously close. It is worth noting that she had set up camp at a sharp bend in the river, a location that had remained hidden until the waters began to rise. Alarmed by the sight, Mingyue hastened up the mountainside, only to find the waters surging past her. The earlier rumble of thunder faded into the distance as she returned to the riverbank. The advantage of the river's width at this juncture became evident, as the floodwaters could momentarily dissipate their ferocity. Yet, Mingyue was also concerned about the safety of her tent in this position. Should she venture out again tonight? What had prompted this sudden flood? She hurried back to her tent and switched on the radio to ascertain the situation, finally discovering the cause after cycling through several channels. It turned out that by midnight the previous day, all residents downstream had evacuated, and today the upstream dam could no longer withstand the pressure of the floodwaters, leading to the opening of 2 sluice gates. An announcement had been made the day before, but Mingyue had not turned on the radio, thus remaining unaware. Now enlightened, Mingyue resumed her task of collecting water at the riverbank, determined that as long as her living conditions remained unaffected, nothing, not even supplies, could deter her progress. With the downstream population evacuated, the lofty ideals of serving the nation and its people no longer applied. Mingyue was solely focused on her self-improvement, aspiring to be an exemplary youth. However, under such circumstances, the available resources in the city must be dwindling. Reflecting on this, Mingyue recalled that prior to entering the game, she had harvested 100 gene of tomatoes, which the game had priced at 2 flower coins per gene. She had already sold several boxed meals and was not in a hurry. She remained optimistic about her meal business. Glancing at her clothing, still hanging unsold, she reassured herself that selling clothes was merely incidental. If they sold, that was a bonus, and if not, it was merely an opportunity to declutter. With the incessant rain, she knew that no one would be purchasing clothing. If she ventured out, she could find whatever garments she desired without needing to spend money in the game. Today, the river was teeming with fish, likely from the reservoir's aquaculture. Whether farmed or wild, any catch was welcome. Having endured hardships since childhood, she was not one to be overly particular. Mingyue's efficiency in collecting water had doubled, and she was now practicing how to condense her mental energy into threads, which would allow her to explore further distances. Moreover, she felt this practice was beneficial for her, enhancing her strength. In a world devoid of supernatural abilities, she belonged to the fortunate few who had the means to seize the opportunity to improve herself. By the time evening came, she was utterly fatigued from her training and returned to her tent to rest. Each day concluded with her feeling dizzy after practicing her mental focus. Nonetheless, there were benefits. In addition to experiencing gradual progress, she had no insomnia and enjoyed restful sleep every night, devoid of dreams. That night was no different. After a satisfying dinner, she collapsed in a bed, swiftly drifting into slumber. Unbeknownst to Mingyue, the city was bustling with chaos. Kuin and his gang had commandeered small boats from the amusement park to wreak havoc throughout the city. The remaining populace was fragmented, yet some had begun organizing to unite. While they may not match Kuin's crew in ferocity, their numbers provided a sense of strength. Together, they could confront Kuin without fear, and united, they had a fighting chance. However, alone, they would be easily overwhelmed. In summary, the city was in disarray. The following day, Mingyue lingered in bed upon waking. This game instance offered no place to train physically. The incessant downpour outside made practice impossible. Daily mental exercises were exhausting, and she slept even better than during physical training. Rising to add coal to the stove, she noted that while burning coal made the tent warm, prolonged exposure to the rain could lead to illness. Thus, the stove's primary function was to maintain dry air within the tent. Today, she resolved to enjoy a hearty breakfast, having grown weary of the meager meals by the river. After savoring a serving of spicy dumplings, she found herself still unsatisfied and indulged in shrimp dumplings until she was full. Opening the game's marketplace, she was pleasantly surprised to find that her tomatoes were selling well, with only 20 gene remaining. She decided to list another 500 gene for sale, knowing they would remain fresh as long as they were stored properly. Stepping outside her tent, she was met with torrential rain, the sound of raindrops echoing more intensely than before. In such weather, the upstream area might very well release more floodwaters before the game concluded. Mingyue ambled to the riverbank, perched on a small stool under her umbrella, and began her daily task of collecting water. Her mental energy could now compress to approximately 30 centimeters wide. Yet today, as currents were more ferocious than yesterday's, making the task significantly more challenging. To encapsulate a mass of water, She found herself expending far more mental energy than before. In a moment of inspiration, she devised a strategy. As the water flowed downward, she directed her mental energy upstream, creating a sensation akin to resistance. Despite knowing her mental energy remained stationary, this method successfully increased the volume of water collected in her space, serving as a formidable exercise. After a day spent in this struggle, Mingyue felt on the verge of collapse by 4 in the afternoon, with the game nearing its final stages. She feared potential dangers and hurried back to her tent. She had barely removed her raincoat and waterproof overalls before collapsing on her bed, falling into a deep sleep. In the early hours, around 4 or 5, the thunderous sounds jolted her awake. Initially mistaking it for thunder, she soon discerned it resembled firecrackers. As she donned her raincoat and ventured outside to investigate, she discovered that a landslide had occurred on the opposite mountain, although that mountain lay beyond the game's boundaries. Such distinctions were meaningless in reality. Reaching the riverbank as dawn broke, she witnessed a torrent of mud, rocks, and debris crashing into the water. From her distance, she could not discern the situation clearly, but the earlier roar confirmed that the mudslide was substantial. Troubled by the thought of the players downstream enduring such hardship, Mingyue hesitated at the prospect of rescuing them. Feeling sympathy was one thing. Becoming a martyr was another. What would become of her after the rescue? The burden of moral obligation was not something she wished to entertain. Imagining such a scenario cooled her fervor. She considered herself a mere novice and resolved to prioritize her own well-being. "I will focus on selling my tomatoes and honing my abilities," she muttered to herself. If she could lend a hand without consequence, she would, but sacrificing herself for others was out of the question. Such individuals held no significant value to her. The ensuing days saw relentless downpours, with occasional breaks to moderate rain, but the water levels continued to rise. Mingyue diligently practiced her abilities while amassing a bounty of water and fish. By the 15th day of the game, the entire city lay submerged, with only the upper floors of tall buildings visible above the water. Many self-built houses had been swept away, and low structures had vanished beneath the surface. The bridges connecting north and south were nearly submerged. Most players had congregated in the eastern part of the city. Kuen's faction occupied a hotel, while newly formed groups took over an office building. The remaining lone players sought refuge in elevated locations. In such torrential rain, few dared to venture outside, fearing the waters would sweep them away. In the face of natural disaster, equality prevailed. On this day, Mingyue did not arise early. She slept until she awoke naturally. The final day of calamity is often the most challenging in a game. Today, the foremost task is to prepare meticulously. After completing her morning routine and having breakfast, Mingyue separated the tent from the isolation frame, subsequently storing the tent and its contents within her space. The isolation frame was then dismantled into 2 equally sized sections, which were stacked like a bunk bed and secured with clasps, resembling a simple double-decker bed. This substantial frame was positioned between 2 adjacent trees, tethered securely, and then a rainproof tarp was unfurled and laid over the frame, creating a sheltered area below that would remain untouched by the rain. Chapter 28. Rainstorm Disaster 9. Retrieving the safes acquired from the office building. Mingyue employed her mental acuity to scrutinize their contents for valuables. She gathered the jewelry and gold bars, storing them in her spatial dimension. Some safes also contained cash, prompting Mingyue to check if her smart bracelet could be recharged with this money. However, it proved to be wishful thinking. If recharging were possible, she would have become instantly wealthy, eliminating any concerns about insufficient funds for stockpiling resources in the next instance. Alas, such daydreams were futile. Mingyue collected several more safes, arranging them according to the shelf's dimensions and securing them with adhesive tape. She then fastened them to the previously constructed frame, effectively creating a robust roof for the structure. By the time she finished, it was past noon. The torrential rain compelled Mingyue to retreat to the lower level of her makeshift shelter, which, although small, now offered a sense of security, thanks to the safes and Oppo's thickness. This was Mingyue and Oppo's as protective shell. After enjoying a midday meal under the glow of a small lamp, she returned to the riverbank. Based on past experiences, She anticipated no immediate danger until the following morning. Moreover, her newly constructed sanctuary was a mere 20 meters from the river, allowing for a swift escape if necessary. Mingyue resumed collecting water from the river, focusing primarily on acquiring fish. During her previous resource accumulation, she had dismissed fish due to their perceived difficulty in transportation. However, given the vastness of this aquatic domain, she resolved to seize the opportunity to stockpile as many fish as possible, considering them a free and readily available resource. Before she could amass a substantial quantity, another landslide occurred on the opposite bank. The terrain consisted of steep mountains, prone to such events during prolonged torrential rains. This time, however, the landslide occurred downstream from Mingyue and Appo's location. The sheer force of the cascading earth and debris evoked a primal fear of nature and Appo's power, a spectacle that never ceased to inspire awe and trepidation. She wondered if there were deities of nature, and regardless, she offered silent prayer, better safe than sorry. She thought, Don and Appo's, always be angry, it makes you age faster. Mingyue remained on the riverbank, diligently collecting water and seizing any fish that came within reach. The muddy waters concealed her efforts, making the task relatively effortless. However, the recent mudslide had scattered the fish, requiring her to wait for them to regain their composure before returning. After spending the better part of the afternoon by the river, Mingyue returned to her refuge as dusk approached. Unsure if the calamity might escalate prematurely, she opted to seek shelter in her makeshift sanctuary. The following morning, she awoke to find no discernible changes in the external environment. With just over 2 hours remaining until the instance concluded, she wondered if the game had any further surprises in store. As Mingyue began to believe that the game would conclude uneventfully, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The sound of hailstones pummeling her small refuge reverberated through the air. Peeking through a gap in a rainproof cloth, Mingyue observed hailstones the size of eggs. A direct impact, she surmised, would likely prove fatal. Recalling her newfound mental abilities, she lowered the rainproof cloth and extended her mental perception to survey the surroundings. Nearby trees had suffered extensive damage, with numerous branches torn away. One tree, in particular, had its bark completely stripped from the lower trunk. Realizing that she was not in immediate danger, Mingyue idly began using her mental powers to gather the hailstones scattered on the ground. She had never encountered such large hailstones before, some even approaching the size of duck eggs. After an hour of relentless hail, the storm subsided, leaving behind a noticeable drop in temperature. Although the safes had remained intact, they now bore numerous dents and pockmarks. Mingyue detached the safes, removed the adhesive tape, and dismantled the rainproof cloth and isolation frame from the trees, storing everything in her spatial dimension. With 40 minutes remaining until the instance concluded, Mingyue was about to relax when a surge of water cascaded down the river. She had been walking towards the riverbank to assess the situation when the floodwaters arrived. Reacting swiftly, she turned and fled, barely escaping the deluge that engulfed her former campsite. Mingyue retrieved her radio to ascertain the cause of the sudden surge. An official broadcast revealed that the upstream dam had been breached to alleviate pressure, resulting in a controlled release of water. This, it seemed, was the game in Appo's final trial. Had Mingyue hesitated, she would have been swept away by the torrent. The broadcast further indicated that the floodwaters were being directed towards Mingyue's current location, a city already grappling with natural disasters. Mingyue could only be thankful that she had chosen the city and Appo's highest point as her initial refuge. While the early stages had been less comfortable than residing in a high-rise building, this grounded location now offered the greatest sense of security. She ceased collecting water and stood by the riverbank, watching the turbid waters surge downstream, lost in thought. Time passed quickly, and at precisely 8 o'clock, Mingyue was transported back to the real world. Ding! Congratulations, player Mingyue, for successfully completing the rainstorm disaster instance. Reward: 5 to all base stats, 10 to merit. Base stat points cannot increase merit points. The next instance's opening will be announced separately. The game inventory is temporarily unavailable in the real world. All player game-related information is shielded in the real world. The system shop and chat channels are now open. The room was as Mingyue had left it, with her pre-game backpack lying next to the sofa. A glance at her watch confirmed that the time was exactly 8 o'clock, unchanged from when she had entered the game. The phrase announced separately piqued her curiosity. The game and Oppo's timing had become unpredictable, and inquiries went unanswered. Resigned, she decided to accept the situation and adopt a passive approach. As Mingyue reached for her backpack, she suddenly remembered her mental abilities. The newly acquired powers were still unfamiliar, and she often forgot she possessed them. Eager to test their functionality in the real world, she focused her mind and projected her mental perception towards the neighboring apartment. It was unoccupied, but she could clearly discern the interior decor, which exuded a sense of warmth and comfort. Next, she concentrated her mental energy and extended her perception downwards, towards the lower floors. However, she quickly recoiled, withdrawing her mental senses. The experience had been jarring and unpleasant. It seemed that indiscriminate mental snooping in urban environments was not advisable. She shook her head, dispelling the unwanted mental images. She was, after all, a respectable individual, not to be corrupted by such voyeuristic tendencies. Mingyue's spirits lifted as she realized that the game had not stripped her of her mental abilities in the real world. This was likely because she had cultivated her mental powers independently, whereas the game inventory and shop were provided by the game itself. This reinforced the notion that self-reliance was paramount. Possessions acquired through one's own efforts were more secure and enduring than those bestowed by external sources, which could be revoked at any time. The peace of mind that came with self-sufficiency was invaluable. Mingyue paused, realizing that she had inadvertently stumbled upon a profound insight. How clever and philosophical of me, she mused. After taking a hot shower, Mingyue applied a layer of medicated ointment to her skin, a precautionary measure against potential contaminants from the rainwater. After tidying up, Mingyue settled onto the sofa and opened her personal panel. Name, Mingyue. Physique, 4. Stamina, 4. Speed, 4. Endurance, 4. Intelligence, 5. Luck, 5. Virtue, 10. Special item. Protective suit. Protection value, 100. Capable of shielding against ultraviolet rays, radiation, viruses, acid rain, etc. The greater the protection, the more significant the damage. If the protection value reaches 0, it will no longer provide any protective function. Mingyue then accessed the game mall, where a new item had been added, basic attribute points for the body, each point priced at 10,000 game currency. Upon glancing at her balance, she realized she could not afford it. Initially, she felt quite pleased with her balance, but upon seeing the price of the attribute points, she recognized her status as a mere pauper. The game mall now boasted a plethora of items, predominantly sold in the personal shops of players, with instant noodles, chocolates, and snacks being the most common. There were also various other products available, including gaming consoles. In short, the inventory encompassed nearly everything imaginable. Chapter 29. Reality beckons. The scarcity of fresh produce and hot meals, save for those procured from Mingyue's emporium, was palpable. It was understandable, given that the game commenced with the onset of the cataclysm, leaving scant time for the acquisition of fresh provisions. The items available in the game's marketplace were likely those painstakingly gathered by players amidst the incessant downpour. The game bestowed upon her 5 base attribute points. After careful deliberation, Mingyue allocated 2 points to speed, 2 to stamina, and 1 to luck. Her updated stats read: Name, Mingyue. Physique, 4 stamina, 4 speed, 6 endurance, 6 intellect, 5 luck, 6 merit, 10 special item, protective suit. Protection value, 100, effective against UV radiation, radioactivity, viruses, acid rain, etc. Protection diminishes with damage, nullifies upon reaching 0. Having concluded these adjustments, Mingyue deactivated the game interface, mindful of her real-world obligations. She ventured out to continue procuring tomatoes, intending to explore neighboring villages that day. As a proprietor, she felt compelled to assess the quality of tomatoes from other locales, thereby gaining a comprehensive understanding. Upon reaching the hotel lobby, Mingyue received a call informing her that fruit farmers in Xiguang province were also facing an overabundance of unsold produce, a veritable bumper crop. She was urged to promptly assess the situation if interested in acquiring the surplus. This year's exceptional sunshine had fostered remarkable growth in most fruits and vegetables, save for certain leafy greens. Mingyue sensed an anomaly, wondering if her concerns were unfounded. Regardless, she resolved to seize the opportunity. With a mindset that larger entities would bear the brunt of any impending crisis, she prioritized the acquisition of fruits and vegetables. Given her impending travel, Mingyue needed to designate a responsible individual to oversee the tomato operations. She enlisted the assistance of a friend to hire a local girl to manage warehouse receipts. Village chiefs would ensure quality control, and all produce would be transported to the city warehouse, where Mingyue could conveniently collect it. This arrangement would streamline the process, allowing her to manage multiple responsibilities without delay. After completing another procurement run in Dong Province, Mingyue boarded a late-night flight to Shiguang Province. The southern provinces were renowned for their prolific fruit production. If the fruit remained unsold, farmers would suffer significant financial losses, and Mingyue would miss out on potential profits. This situation differed from instances where crops were unsaleable due to disaster-induced quality deterioration. In this case, the fruit was of excellent quality but faced a glut in the market. The prospect of watching perfectly good fruit rot on the trees, rendering their labor worthless, was deeply disheartening for the farmers. Their arduous toil and anticipation of a bountiful harvest were met with an overwhelming surplus. The inability to find sales channels left them feeling helpless and as if they had betrayed their own efforts. Mingyue's arrival offered a glimmer of hope. While she was known for her opportunistic nature, she also possessed a strong moral compass. She would claim her due, but never exploit others. Over the years, she had cultivated a sterling reputation among fruit and vegetable farmers. While other merchants were perceived as opportunists, Mingyue was seen as a benefactor. Her ability to store produce for future sale in her dimension set her apart. She avoided market competition and occasionally conceded ground, fostering amicable relations with her peers. Upon arriving and inspecting the produce, Mingyue acted decisively. Originally intending to purchase only dragon fruit, she discovered a surplus of all types of fruit. With a grand gesture, she acquired the entire lot. This act delighted the village chiefs, securing their annual income. The prospect of unsold fruit had kept them awake at night as they tirelessly sought buyers. Their concerns were now alleviated. The price was lower than usual, but they had anticipated this. Despite Mingyue and Appo's efforts, her purchases could only address a fraction of the problem. Large-scale farms typically had long-term contracts, and major factories, such as canneries and dried fruit plants, made substantial annual purchases. Mingyue and Appo's contribution was limited to alleviating the plight of a small segment of the population. Given China and Appo's vast territory and diverse climate, such situations were commonplace, resulting in a considerable accumulation of resources in Mingyue and Appo's dimension over the years. Most of these goods had been sold, with the remainder reserved for her personal consumption. She recalled a year when an overabundance of scallions caused prices to plummet from a high of 5 yuan per kilogram to a negligible amount. Despite national efforts to find distribution channels, a significant portion rotted in the fields. Mingyue had purchased a substantial quantity, but her individual capacity was limited. At the time, she was just starting her business and had limited capital. She acquired 100 tons of scallions, which, while substantial, represented only a fraction of the total output. At 2 yuan per kilogram, the purchase cost only 40,000 yuan. This effort provided limited relief, preventing one farmer from incurring losses. Farmers rarely made substantial profits, but this helped minimize their losses. This was a typical scenario in the salvage business. Initially, Mingyue felt guilty about their plight, but over time, she realized that she could not change the broader circumstances. She would offer a slightly higher price to ease her conscience and avoid alienating her competitors. Returning to the present, Mingyue entrusted the village chiefs with quality control and rented a large warehouse in the city, hiring someone to manage daily receipts. This allowed her to delegate responsibilities effectively. Mingyue traveled back and forth between Dong Province and Shiguang Province weekly, collecting the goods delivered over several days and settling accounts. During her stays, she collected local specialties, particularly food items. Over the past week, Mingyue had noticed a rise in temperatures in the real world. This summer was exceptionally hot. While walking, She would often hold hailstones from a previous to stay cool, as prolonged exposure to the heat could easily lead to heat stroke. During her stay in Shiguang province, temperatures had reached 39 degrees Celsius. The village chief mentioned that temperatures had reached 42 degrees Celsius in previous years, which was not unusual. However, Mingyue felt uneasy. Dong province had abundant sunshine, leading to high tomato yields, and Shiguang province was experiencing similar conditions. This widespread heat wave across multiple provinces made her wonder if her concerns were valid. Mingyue instructed the village chiefs to monitor the villagers' working hours to prevent heat stroke while harvesting fruit. She assured them that all produce would be purchased and that work should be done during the cooler hours of the day. The village chiefs assured Mingyue that they were aware of the situation. Mingyue thought to herself, "You may be aware, but I am not." 2 days later, Mingyue revisited Dong province and found that temperatures remained high. After settling accounts with the farmers and collecting the goods, she returned to Shiguang province. The following morning, the game reappeared. Ding! Player Mingyue will enter the survival game in 30 minutes. Please prepare accordingly. Countdown initiated. A large countdown icon appeared on her personal panel. Mingyue quickly rose, showered, changed into sportswear, and consumed a breakfast she had retrieved from her dimension. She decided against preparing a backpack, as it would not be allowed into the game. Donning a hat and mask, she sat on the sofa and was immediately transported into the game. Ding! Welcome to the survival game, where players must endure for 15 days in a world ravaged by extreme heat. Each participant is bestowed with 2,000 floral coins, yet they are forbidden from departing their place of origin. The game commences. This time, Mingyue finds herself directly within a house. The expansive living room adorned with a grand floor-to-ceiling window. Through this aperture, the sun outside blazes like an inferno, rendering the interior stifling, akin to a steam room. Hastily, she dons the protective suit awarded from the initial quest. Under such relentless sunlight, even a brief exposure leaves one's skin feeling uncomfortable. Having fully enveloped herself in the garment, Mingyue approaches the window, intending to draw the curtains to shield the room from the scorching rays, allowing for a slight reduction in temperature and a modicum of comfort. However, she notices that the leaves atop the grand tree in the community garden below have begun to yellow. It appears that this trial has endured for some time. Indeed, each challenge seems increasingly formidable. Mingyue attempts to activate the air conditioning, only to find it unresponsive. She then turns to the lights, which thankfully illuminate, indicating that the power remains intact. It seems the air conditioner's external unit has succumbed to the oppressive heat. Peering into the neighboring homes with her mental faculties, she observes that none of them are utilizing their air conditioning systems. Some residents have drawn their curtains tightly and succumbed to slumber, while others simply lie on the floor, seeking solace from the heat. This widespread abstention from air conditioning can only be attributed to the external unit and Oppo's inability to withstand the extreme temperatures, rendering it inoperative. This predicament poses a significant challenge. With supplies yet to be gathered and the sweltering weather outside, venturing outdoors may prove exceedingly inconvenient. Chapter 30. Catastrophe of Extreme Heat. Fortunately, equipped with protective clothing, there was no need for fear. This attire could offer exceptional safeguarding. Mingyue reassured herself, patting her small chest, nearly startling those around her. After arming herself appropriately, she ventured downstairs and noticed a cluster of trees in the community where many residents had laid out mats to bask in the shade. Exiting the community, the streets were sparsely populated. The occasional passing vehicle moved cautiously, their hoods doused in water as a precaution against the risk of spontaneous combustion in the sweltering heat. Rows of shared bicycles lined the roadside, yet no one dared to ride them, as the seats were likely too scorching to bear. There was no sign of any brave souls willing to challenge their dominance. At the entrance of the community stood a pharmacy. She first purchased 2 boxes, each of Huoxiang Zhengxi liquid and Rendan, along with 2 boxes of cooling patches and bitter tea, as well as 2 boxes each of floral water, essential oil, and mosquito coils. After completing her purchase, she realized she was the sole customer in the store, promptly storing her acquisitions in her game backpack, while the clerk showed no reaction whatsoever. Utilizing her game backpack outside ensured she would not be detected by the locals, but the same could not be said for using inventory space. Before any other players appeared, securing items in the game backpack was the wisest choice. This realization further led Mingyue to perceive the inhabitants of the dungeon as mere NPCs. Once everything was stored in her game backpack, she procured additional medications for treating diarrhea and heat stroke, requesting 10 boxes of each, as well as 10 pain relief sprays. Finally, she acquired 10 oxygen tanks and 100 masks, meticulously scanning and storing everything. Satisfied with her stockpile of medications, she deemed it sufficient for this dungeon. Determined not to repeat the plight of the last dungeon, where purchasing options were non-existent. Who could say if future dungeons would present similar opportunities? Inquiring with the pharmacy clerk for directions to the supermarket, she followed the provided guidance. The clerk mentioned this was a newly opened supermarket, previously a gaming hall that had failed to thrive, hence the transformation. The supermarket was conveniently located next to the pharmacy, but was situated underground, with a modest storefront that even long-term residents might overlook, mistaking it for a small convenience store. Upon entering the supermarket, she was greeted by a bustling crowd. Passing through the entrance, a refreshing breeze swept over her. Yet once inside, the atmosphere felt somewhat stifling. However, it was still cooler than her home, albeit the overwhelming presence of so many bodies created an unpleasant odor. It seemed the establishment relied on central air conditioning, and with so many seeking refuge from the heat, the space was crowded. The proprietor was an old resident of the area, unable to turn anyone away, resulting in a congregation of locals, some even bringing small stools, illustrating the extent of the crowd in this air-conditioned haven. Observing the situation inside, Mingyue lacked the courage to push further in. Although the patrons were considerate enough to leave pathways for movement, she ultimately decided against it. Recognizing the low likelihood of detection, she approached the manager directly and ordered a case each of the store's ice creams, popsicles, and other frozen treats, transferring them in her game backpack. Drinking water was available in the game market, so she purchased 2 ice-making machines, a practical investment given the current weather. With her currency nearly depleted, she could only wait for further opportunities to stock up again. Returning to her residence, she turned on the television, filled her water storage tank, and opened the curtains, placing the solar cooker in front of the floor-to-ceiling window to prepare a large pot of mung bean soup. She also brewed a significant quantity of the previously stocked herbal tea. With both solar cookers set up, the temperature in the room noticeably increased, the warmth palpable against her skin. Taking advantage of the still normal water supply, she washed an abundance of vegetables, cooking those suitable for stir-frying and stewing. The chickens, ducks, and geese she had salvaged during the extreme cold were now thawing, their defrosting expedited by the heat. She connected the ice-making machines to electricity, continuously producing ice cubes, which were collected in large containers and stored in her inventory. As she prepared the meals, the heat became unbearable. She retrieved a bag of snow that she had stockpiled during the cataclysmic cold and placed it in the kitchen. The moment the snow was introduced, it slightly lowered the kitchen temperature. She positioned the snow bag in a plastic bucket beside her, seeking a modicum of comfort. After completing her cooking, Mingyue listed several boxed meals in the game market, reserving one for herself while storing the remainder in her inventory. When lunchtime came, she placed a thermometer outside her window, curious to ascertain the current temperature. It felt as though it could roast anyone exposed to the sun. Post-lunch, she continued cooking, preparing 2 large pots of mung bean soup and herbal tea. By the time she was ready for her midday meal, the 3rd pot was just finishing. The ice-making machines worked tirelessly, with all the produced ice cubes stored in her inventory. By 3 in the afternoon, the snow she had brought out had completely melted into water, which she decided not to waste, storing both the water and the container for potential future use. Checking the thermometer, she discovered the outside temperature had soared to 48 degrees Celsius. Such extreme heat explained the malfunctioning air conditioning. Fortunately, it remained within human-tolerable limits. Yet the air felt oppressively warm, inducing a sense of irritation. In this weather, the risk of heat stroke or heat exhaustion was heightened, and the ultraviolet rays posed a significant threat to the skin. This was merely the first day of the disaster. Who knew how much hotter it might become the days to come? Throughout the day, Mingyue prepared an extensive array of dishes, cooking 6 pots, each of mung bean soup and herbal tea, producing countless ice cubes. In such sweltering heat, it felt as though no amount of preparation could be sufficient. She listed the prepared mung bean soup and herbal tea in the market, choosing not to add ice cubes, uncertain of customer preferences, leaving the decision to them. The ice cubes were sold separately. As evening approached and the sun dipped below the horizon, many residents emerged to enjoy the cooler air. Mingyue joined them, seeking a breath of fresh air after feeling cooped up all day. Despite the absence of the sun and Appo's scorching rays, the evening remained stifling, offering little relief. The air was notably dry, lacking moisture, which only heightened the discomfort. Seated in the garden, she overheard nearby conversations among the women. "I heard someone was cooling off in the property management hall today. Did you hear?" One asked. "Do I need to hear?" "I was there today." Another replied. "You didn't call me. Are we not still friends? I always think of you when something good happens. Come on, why are you so anxious? Let me finish speaking first. What do you think you can say?" It was evident that the plump woman was genuinely upset, and if the tall woman did not offer an explanation, Mingyue might witness a public argument unfold. The tall woman continued, "You don't understand. I wanted to check if we could stay in the hall. If it was allowed, I would have called you. But it was so crowded inside. People were packed like sardines. There wasn't an Appo's to even place to sit. I thought it was less comfortable than being at home, so I came back. I heard after I left, some people even started arguing inside." The plump woman, fanning herself, remarked, "I only found out there was an argument because someone mentioned it in the group chat. I didn't in Appo's see it myself, and I'm dying to know what happened afterward." Listening to their gossip, Mingyue gleaned no useful information. Despite the oppressive heat, the women seemed unconcerned. Day after day, she watched the locals go about their languid lives, feeling a sense of urgency on their behalf, wishing she could shake them by the shoulders and urgently inform them, disaster is imminent. Alas, they were oblivious to the impending threat. In the face of extreme natural disasters, the situation is arguably more manageable than before, provided one prepares sufficient water and food, safeguarding them from potential theft. This precaution significantly enhances one's chances of survival. Even with ultraviolet rays strong enough to cause burns, Mingyue possesses protective gear. She wishes to remind the indigenous people that the game system imposes limitations, rendering them powerless. Thus, it is best for them to focus on their own well-being and refrain from unnecessary worries. After a brief respite below, she noticed the presence of mosquitoes, a common occurrence in hot weather, which fosters their rapid reproduction. Suddenly, Mingyue recalled that her stock of insecticides seemed inadequate, and with her currency depleted, she felt a pang of anxiety. The threat of mosquito bites, a swift vector for disease transmission, necessitated prompt action. Upon returning home and settling on the sofa, Mingyue accessed her personal interface and discovered that her tomatoes were nearly sold out. Engaging in the chat channel revealed that many had come to the dungeon today, contemplating the stockpiling of vegetables and fruits. A visit to the market unveiled wilted produce at exorbitant prices, and after purchasing a few items, she noted a surge of customers eager to buy her fresh tomatoes. Recognizing this as a lucrative opportunity, Mingyue hurried downstairs. Outside the community, she found a corner to position her electric tricycle, loading it with baskets of various vegetables, bok choy, spinach, tomatoes, and cucumbers. She parked the vehicle at the entrance of the community, ready to commence her vegetable sales. Chapter 31, Scorching Calamity, Part 2, without a direct solicitation. A small crowd gathered around Mingyue's stall. Business was exceptionally brisk. Customers were plentiful, and purchases were substantial. Some matrons mentioned they were stocking up while supplies lasted, planning to dry any excess into preserved vegetables, anticipating future scarcity. Inquiries about Mingyue and Appo's return were frequent. As she sold, Mingyue surreptitiously diverted produce into her personal storage. After 2 hours, she decided to close up shop. Continuing would have aroused suspicion, as she had already made 2 clandestine withdrawals. The matrons were delighted with their acquisitions, and Mingyue was equally pleased with her earnings. However, she had forgotten to bring water, and her throat was parched. Upon arriving home, she quenched her thirst with a large glass of ice water. Despite the brief duration of her outing, Her shirt was soaked with perspiration. After a quick change and shower, Mingyue tossed her soiled garments into the washing machine, along with the unlaundered clothes from the previous rain-soaked instance. She preferred to maintain a semblance of normalcy in her real-world life. With the laundry underway, Mingyue tallied her earnings. Her balance, augmented by the evening's sales, exceeded 2,000 credits. She proceeded to list a plethora of fruits and vegetables on the marketplace, sourced from her original world. These items, unsellable in her home reality, were now available for purchase. This strategy exemplified her principle of both hands working in tandem. Her inventory included a wide array of produce, each item listed in quantities of 10,000 pounds. Once listed, the system automatically priced and preserved the goods, requiring minimal oversight from Mingyue. This hands-off approach allowed Mingyue to avoid customer service interactions, adopting a take-it-or-leave-it attitude befitting her exclusive business. With her listings complete, she retired for the night. A good night's sleep was essential for maintaining health and preserving her beauty. Placing an ice pack in a container by her bedside, she drifted off to sleep. Upon awakening, it was nearly 9 in the morning. Had it not been for the oppressive heat, she might have slept even longer. Suspecting heat stroke, she quickly ingested a dose of Huaxiang Zhengqi liquid and applied cooling balm to her temples. She ventured out to procure insecticide, hoping to avoid the worst of the heat. At the pharmacy, she purchased 5 cases of insecticide, 5 cases of mosquito coils, 2 cases of fever-reducing patches, 200 masks, 50 hazmat suits, and 20 oxygen tanks. Oxygen tanks, while seemingly unnecessary, were invaluable in emergencies. As for the hazmat suits, the pharmacy-grade suits were adequate for everyday use, reserving the superior, limited-use suits from the game for more extreme situations. Returning home, Mingyue was drenched in sweat. She retrieved a popsicle from her inventory and savored its icy sweetness. With a cooling patch applied, she luxuriated in the dual sensations of refreshment. As she rested on the sofa, she pondered the dwindling water supply. Setting water to boil on the solar cooker, Mingyue practiced military boxing. Despite the heat, she persevered, internalizing the techniques and augmenting her physical attributes. After a brief session, she paused to address the boiling water. She prepared a sour bamboo duck soup and a ginseng chicken soup on the solar cookers, while braising a goose on the gas stove. The simultaneous cooking filled the house with stifling heat. Opening all the windows, she retreated to her bedroom, finding it slightly cooler than the sauna-like conditions of the kitchen. Mingyue reasoned that since she was already cooking, she might as well prepare extra dishes to sell on the marketplace. It was now past 1 in the afternoon, and Mingyue had yet to eat lunch. The heat had suppressed her appetite, but she knew she needed to maintain her strength for future instances. Selecting a bowl of cold noodles from her inventory, she added ice cubes for a refreshing and satisfying meal. While refilling the ice maker, she wondered if she could separate the river water she had collected in the static space. Focusing her mental energy, she carefully isolated a portion of the water, creating a gap between it and the rest. To her surprise, she succeeded, albeit with considerable mental strain. After replenishing the ice supply, she turned her attention to the simmering dishes. Realizing they needed more time, she began transferring water from the kitchen faucet to her spatial inventory. She kept the new water separate from the river water. Her space contained an inexhaustible supply of utilities, but she wanted to collect more, perhaps to assist others in need. Returning to her bedroom, Mingyue resumed collecting water, mindful of the soaring temperatures. After an hour, she was overcome with fatigue. She shut off the faucet, retrieved the cooked dishes, and stored the solar cooker. When Mingyue awoke, it was already dark. Hastily descending the stairs, I made my way to a secluded corner to retrieve my electric tricycle, which today was filled to the brim with small watermelons. On such a sweltering day, I lacked the appetite for a meal, and I surmised that others were similarly disinclined. Instead of forcing a meal, it would be far better to sell some watermelons. It would be even more delightful if I could chill them. Indeed, business thrived today, with numerous patrons gathering to make purchases. Given the size of the watermelons, several customers bought them according to the number of people in their households. I sensed that I had clandestinely moved 2 or 3 loads of watermelons, and selling these would suffice. Although 2 or 3 loads seemed substantial, they were sold out before 10 o'clock. Upon returning home, I discover my balance had swelled to over 9,000. However, this figure included not only the proceeds from the watermelons, but also earnings from last night's vegetable sales and today's gaming marketplace. I was certain that many players were still unaware that my shop offered fruits and vegetables, and I anticipated that business would improve even further in the coming days. Unbeknownst to me, while selling watermelons, I had attracted the attention of a player notorious for ambushing others and seizing their equipment, waiting for me to be vulnerable to execute their scheme. Oblivious to all of this, I retired early for the night. On the third day of my gaming journey, I intended to visit the ice cream factory to wholesale a supply of popsicles, as they had become a highly sought-after commodity in the extreme heat, second only to pharmaceuticals. Rising before dawn, I hurried to rent a refrigerated vehicle, eager to head to the address I had learned about yesterday. Chapter 32. Extreme Heat Disaster 3. As soon as Mingyue settled into her rented vehicle, fastening her seatbelt, the passenger door was abruptly yanked open before she could even engage the locks. She instantly recognized the individual as the flaxen-haired accomplice from the previous homicide with Mingyue. He had been observing her merchandise stand from a distance, deducing that she, too, was a player and likely possessed a substantial stockpile of sought-after goods. The flaxen-haired man surmised that Mingyue must possess an extraordinary cache of supplies. Otherwise, she wouldn't be brazen enough to set up shop, vending luxury commodities. Moreover, he suspected that the vendor Xingxian in the marketplace was none other than her, as no other explanation accounted for her abundant supply of fruits and vegetables. The congruence in their product offerings was too conspicuous to ignore. Thus, he approached, recognizing a potential windfall of immense proportions. Who would have anticipated that Xingxian was a woman? This encounter was a stroke of luck, an opportunity too lucrative to pass up. Having observed Mingyue's early departure, he shadowed her relentlessly. Mingyue, unaccustomed to utilizing her mental acuity, neglected to scan her surroundings, leading to her current predicament. During the previous incident when they eliminated other players, Mingyue had surreptitiously observed them from behind a pile of debris. Undetected, the moment the flaxen-haired man entered the vehicle, Mingyue realized her cover was compromised. He, a man of action, wasted no time, brandishing a dagger and lunging at her. Mingyue remained composed, even remarkably so. Escape was impossible, given the fastened seatbelt. To survive, she had to eliminate the immediate threat. Otherwise, he would either make an attempt to steal her equipment or expose her secrets, condemning her to a life of incessant peril. With calculated precision, Mingyue conjured two small safes from her inventory, launching one at his head and the other at his hand. The sudden impact caused him to drop his blade, which clattered to the floor and left him momentarily disoriented. Recognizing her fleeting opportunity, Mingyue seized the moment. Retrieving a woodcutter and Oppo's hatchet from her game inventory and plunging it into his chest. He stared at her in disbelief. Fearing he might retaliate with a weapon from his own inventory, Mingyue resolutely withdrew the hatchet and delivered another forceful blow. As his eyes slowly closed and his form vanished, along with the splattered blood, as if nothing had transpired, only the crimson stains on her face and the pervasive metallic scents served as stark reminders of the recent violence. Overcome with tremors, Mingyue drove to a secluded location before retreating into her personal sanctuary. Within its confines, she succumbed to a torrent of emotions, vomiting uncontrollably, tears streaming down her face. Initially, she wept out of terror, then remorse, and finally, a profound sense of injustice. Her purging was both visceral and cathartic. Realizing she could not afford to dwell on these emotions, she steeled herself, allowing her mind to settle. After a period of mental recuperation, she cleansed herself of the blood, weeping anew as she did so. The abruptness of the situation was overwhelming. Though she had anticipated such confrontations and mentally rehearsed her reactions, the disparity between imagination and reality was immense. Yet, as long as she remained in the game, such encounters were inevitable, merely the beginning of a long and arduous journey. Composing herself, she changed her attire and hastened back to the ice cream factory. Throughout the journey, she repeated affirmations, reminding herself that this was a game of survival, a desperate bid to overcome the cataclysm and secure her existence. Evading predators was equally essential for survival. Had the flaxen-haired man not been so overconfident, she might not have prevailed. Nevertheless, this was her first experience, an ordeal that would unsettle any sane individual. She had to persevere, motivated by her will to live, which necessitated the elimination of those who threatened her. Her internal monologue served as a form of psychological triage. She understood the validity of her actions, acknowledging that her emotional distress stemmed from the act of taking a life. An absence of reaction would imply either prior experience or sociopathic disposition. Upon arriving at the ice cream factory, she outwardly appeared composed. She parked the car, scrutinized her appearance for any signs of disarray, and practiced natural expressions in the rearview mirror. Noticing the safe in the passenger seat, she realized she had forgotten to retrieve it. She returned the safe to her inventory, intending to reuse it. After all, it had proven invaluable. As the flaxen-haired man perished, Mingyue had heard a game notification. A quick glance at her personal panel revealed that he had been a prolific killer, his demise well-deserved. Her account now boasted over 50,000 credits, a significant increase from the 9,000 she had possessed the previous night. Even accounting for player purchases, such a surge was improbable. Where had he acquired such wealth? Especially since players were hoarding resources? In truth, Mingyue had misjudged him. He had not spent a single credit since entering the game. During the initial trial, lacking a smart bracelet, he resorted to robbery, seizing credits and supplies from other players. This strategy proved successful until he encountered Mingyue, who overpowered him. Mingyue released him after he relinquished his possessions. He feigned poverty, claiming to have been robbed, in an attempt to justify his need for supplies. Mingyue, skeptical, beat him mercilessly. The flaxen-haired man remained steadfast, refusing to reveal any hidden resources. Mingyue, convinced of his destitution, recruited him as a subordinate. As a henchman, he discovered that players typically converted their funds into resources, making robberies less lucrative. Only near the end of the first trial did they inadvertently discover that killing other players automatically transferred their assets to the perpetrator. However, they faced competition from Mingyue's crew, who possessed superior numbers and firearms. Unable to confront them directly, they struggled to find vulnerable targets, as players were adept at concealing themselves. Consequently, they managed to eliminate only a few isolated individuals. During the second trial, their notoriety spread through the chat channels, making it increasingly difficult to find victims. They only managed to succeed once in the first 2 days, relying primarily on robbery. This context serves to illustrate that the flaxen-haired man's combat experience was limited, contributing to Mingyue's ability to retaliate. Nevertheless, he posed a potential threat to the game's ecosystem, making his removal justifiable. Mingyue believed she had merely taken the most challenging step in the game, acting in self-defense. With over 50,000 credits, she resolved to invest 30,000 in merchandise, hoping to capitalize on future opportunities. Her entrepreneurial spirit quickly resurfaced. Despite her recent emotional turmoil, she was already contemplating wholesale purchases, rendering any prior sympathy superfluous. Mingyue entered the ice cream factory, where she ordered 15,000 flower coins worth of popsicles. The remaining ice cream and sorbet also amounted to 15,000 flower coins, which was quite a substantial sum, requiring several truckloads to transport. If this trend continues, it would likely suffice for decades to come. Mingyue made multiple trips before everything was finally delivered. Each time she loaded the truck, she would drive off, using her mental energy to store everything in her spatial warehouse along the way, before returning to load again. After several round trips, she managed to complete the task, returning the vehicle only after 2 in the afternoon. During these deliveries, she had to cover the car's engine several times with snow, fearing it might catch fire due to overheating. Even so, the engine remained alarmingly hot. Upon returning home in the afternoon, she continued to gather water from the faucet to store in her spatial warehouse. In this instance, the side quest lasted only half a month, so using a bit more water was of no concern. In half a month, Mingyue would return to the real world. If only the real world permitted such water usage, she would surely face a visit from the authorities questioning her activities at home. She spent the evening collecting water until dusk, and after a modest meal of cold noodles, she felt quite full. With little appetite, she resolved to go out and earn some money, as that was what truly motivated her. Everything else seemed lackluster in comparison. Mingyue piled small watermelons high in her tricycle, packing as many as possible. Yesterday and Appos, sales had been exceptionally good, and there were still customers who hadn't and Appos. T gotten their fill by closing time, so she decided to sell even more today. Upon arriving at the entrance of the community, she found several residents waiting. After parking her tricycle, a swarm of eager aunties surrounded her, some purchasing as many as 7 or 8 watermelons. She overheard one auntie selecting watermelons while instructing an elderly gentleman to rush to the supermarket for more supplies, especially water and beverages. It dawned on Mingyue that the locals had noticed the unusual weather and were already stockpiling provisions. It seemed the government must have implemented measures in response. Previously, she had thought the residents were indifferent to the weather changes. In her everyday life, she had grown accustomed to looking up information on her phone, but without a phone in the quest, she often forgot to turn on the television. Alone in this scenario, she had no source of news. This was a habit she needed to rectify. That evening, as she sold her wares, she also discreetly loaded more watermelons on her tricycle. After selling one full load, she retreated to a hidden spot to fetch another load for sale. Remarkably, there were still buyers, and by 11 o'clock, she had sold out her second load, which contained even more watermelons than before. Today, she had been more audacious in her smuggling, realizing that her previous caution had not gone unnoticed. It proved to be true that excessive caution does not guarantee invisibility. Those who need to see will always be watching, and they had likely already discovered her activities. There was nothing to fear. If any players attempted to take advantage, she could simply deal with them. Upon returning home, Mingyue drank 2 large glasses of water, having rushed out and forgotten to bring any with her. Her throat was nearly hoarse, and her clothes were soaked through. She quickly changed and took a shower. As the warm weather allowed her clothes to dry swiftly, she tossed her garments into the washing machine as well. Chapter 33. The Scorching Calamity for Mingyue. With her hair damp, settled onto the sofa, retrieving an ice pack to place beside her and biting into a popsicle, finally feeling some relief. The meager earnings felt as if they were igniting her whole being. Glancing at the thermometer she had brought in from outside, it read 58 degrees. Surely, the temperature would soar beyond 60 during the day, yet she had been merrily venturing outdoors. In such heat, she nearly succumbed on the road. Her ancestors might have pleaded with many a spirit below to spare her life, and thus she felt compelled to express her gratitude. Habitually, Mingyue offered her respects in all directions. Fortunately, she had rented a vehicle in the morning before the temperatures escalated. Had she ventured out at noon, her car might have ignited. The relief of having escaped such a fate was indeed a source of secret joy. This time, she remembered to turn on the television, filling the ice maker with water, while the ice accumulated in the storage space. Clutching the hose she had retrieved from the kitchen, she ensured the supply of tap water to the storage space was uninterrupted. One could never know when the water might cease flowing. The television host urged everyone to work from home, while students were engaged in online classes. Switching channels, a doctor spoke about the importance of hydration in high temperatures, advising sufficient water intake and electrolyte replenishment to prevent heat-related illnesses. He warned of the spoilage of food in such heat, urging prompt consumption of cooked meals to avert food poisoning. The report also mentioned the heightened activity of pests like mosquitoes, mice, cockroaches, and flies, advising residents to properly manage food scraps and promptly dispose of garbage to deter these nuisances. Watching the broadcast, Mingyue noted the emphasis on residents protecting themselves at home. Yet there was a distinct lack of actionable measures presented. Frustrated, she switched off the television. Could there not be some serious discourse on forthcoming strategies? It was essential to find a suitable refuge. The information was being tightly sealed, with no details leaking out. As the hour grew late, it was time to rest. Engaging with them all day was exhausting. Sleep would wash away her frustrations. Mingyue turned off the water, deciding to sleep on the floor. Having awoken drenched from sweat after a restless night in bed, she retrieved a roll of a cooling mat from her storage space and placed another ice pack nearby. hoping to find comfort in the heat. That night, she was haunted by nightmares, all related to the violence of the day. Despite her mental preparations, fear lingered within her, leaving her in a state of half-consciousness, drifting between wakefulness and slumber. Awakened by the heat around 6 in the morning, she noted the sun peeking through, the temperature already climbing. Checking the thermometer, she saw it reached 62 degrees. Venturing outside today was out of the question. Remaining outside for even half an hour would likely lead to heat stroke. Just as this thought crossed her mind, the wail of an ambulance echoed from below. Drawing the curtains slightly to peer outside, she saw an elderly woman from the neighboring building, apparently having fainted from the heat. To her surprise, it was not an ambulance that arrived. In these conditions, who would dare drive a vehicle, risking a fire? Instead, a human-powered tricycle had been summoned, and the siren's sound came from a speaker placed atop it. The sweltering day posed a significant challenge, particularly for the elderly. Anyone with even minor health issues would struggle in such extreme temperatures. Turning on the television, anxious not to miss any vital updates. She realized this was the 4th day of sweltering heat, with no other calamities reported aside from the high temperatures. After washing up and having breakfast, she finally heard some useful news. A shelter was being excavated in the northern part of the city, and volunteers were being recruited to work nightly while resting during the day. Mingyue felt this was a task she could undertake in this oppressive heat. The thought of searching for refuge on her own was but a dream. As long as the shelter was within the city, it fell within her realm of possibilities. The morning was spent collecting water, and the ice maker was continuously at work. The flow of tap water had diminished compared to previous days, and there was a genuine concern that it might cease entirely soon. Each time she filled the storage space with water, she was cautious not to mix tap water with river water, a task that proved mentally taxing. Mingyue sensed a slight enhancement in her mental fortitude during these days. It seemed that her psychic strength could only grow with use. However, she often forgot about this newfound ability, and she intended to exercise it more frequently to foster further improvement. After collecting water until noon, Mingyue had her lunch, planning to rest well before her evening volunteer work. Having barely slept the previous night, she could not afford to faint from fatigue later. Promptly at 5 in the afternoon, she rose, retrieving a cup of cool tea and a bowl of mung bean porridge with ice cubes, as the sweltering heat made it nearly impossible to eat. Were it not for her concern for her stomach, she would have indulged in a popsicle immediately upon waking. The heat was unbearable, akin to being trapped within a sauna, leaving no respite. After consuming 2 buns and a bowl of porridge, Mingyue filled her thermos with cool tea and ice, donned her athletic attire, and equipped herself with a hat and mask. She then located an old, ordinary bicycle in her storage space, checked her gear, and headed downstairs. Upon exiting the community, she pedaled towards the western part of the city. Within minutes, she was drenched in sweat, but working in shorts and a t-shirt was perilous, no matter the heat. She had to persevere. Upon reaching the northern area, she observed many people heading in the same direction, their attire suggesting they were also there to volunteer. Mingyue followed in their wake, soon arriving at the base of a mountain. Continuing alongside the others, they reached an air raid shelter where registration was required. Each individual had to provide their name, ID number, and any special skills they possessed. Mingyue felt disheartened. What special skills could she possibly list? She glanced down at her short legs, feeling inadequate. After lamenting internally, she soon approached the registration desk. Due to her lack of specialized skills, she was assigned to perform manual labor. Observing her petite frame, the registrar initially hesitated, but Mingyue believed that physical work would enhance her strength. She had not had the opportunity to exercise in the past 2 scenarios and was eager to test her limits by moving soil. If that proved too taxing, she could shift to a different task. The person in charge of assignments acquiesced. There was no shortage of laborers, and they welcomed anyone willing to work. Mingyue entered the shelter and began pushing a cart to transport soil to designated locations. Inside, many were already excavating. As one group finished a room, others entered to secure it with steel supports, while others followed to plaster the walls with cement. The operation resembled an assembly line, remarkably efficient. They dug downward, spiraling like a parking garage, devoid of steps. Mingyue trailed behind the cart brigade, lining up beside the excavation team, filling her cart with sand and gravel before making her rounds. The process was swift, and they advanced significantly, creating numerous rooms along the way. By 11 that night, exhaustion enveloped her. The descent had been straightforward, but pushing a cart laden with stones uphill was grueling. Mingyue often found herself making 2 trips, resting briefly before continuing. On her final trip, she struggled to push the cart up, nearly failing until a fellow excavator, emerging for a break, lent her a hand for the last stretch. Finding a secluded nook, Mingyue sought respite. Presently, a volunteer, tasked with registration, approached her, proffering 2 loaves of bread and a bottle of water. "Here, partake," the volunteer offered. All volunteers are entitled. Mingyue accepted the offering, expressing her gratitude. She breached the seal of the bottle and consumed half of its contents in a single draught, before commencing to ingest the bread with deliberate slowness. The refreshing tea she had brought was long exhausted. Her insulated flask still hung at her waist. Surrounded by such a multitude, she hesitated to draw provisions from her personal space. At long last, water was at hand, and the better part of a bottle was required to quench her thirst. Chapter 34. The scorching catastrophe 5 not far from the moonlight resting place. Volunteers who came to assist in excavating the underground shelter were either seated on the ground to rest or lying down asleep. Among these individuals were university professors and urban professionals, representing various sectors of society. They shed their usual fashionable attire and elegant suits, uniting in their efforts for the shelter. Ultimately, even the indigenous people, regardless of their initial reluctance, would likely seek refuge in this haven, as most were motivated by the desire for their own salvation. In times of peril, the citizens of this nation exhibit remarkable resilience, banding together to overcome adversity. This is the strength of a civilization with a 5,000-year heritage. No matter the magnitude of the crisis, its people are invaluable, their inherent tenacity unmatched by any other nation. This is the essence of a truly ancient civilization, despite facing lows. It possesses the fortitude to reclaim its place atop the world. Moonlight pondered that while she could not provide significant help, she did not wish to be a burden. Participating as a volunteer, even contributing a modest room, felt worthwhile. Everyone was striving. It was unrealistic to expect her to receive supplies without offering something in return. Yet, she wished she could simply use her spatial abilities to remove the soil and relieve others of the labor. However, such thoughts remained merely fantasies, as she lacked the means to execute them. After pushing 2 carts up, it was now 3 in the morning. Returning home seemed unwise. Today marked the 5th day of the game, and the temperature would surely rise sharply. Staying put, even within the air raid shelter, was a viable option as the heat increased. Moonlight was resolved. The shelter was operational even during the day, with the government mandating extended hours to expedite the process of relocating the entire city. Reports of elderly individuals succumbing to the heat had already surfaced. With determination, Moonlight hurried home on her bicycle. The sun's ascent would bring even higher temperatures, and she feared her current constitution would not endure long. Upon reaching her building, she wheeled her bicycle inside, not out of fear of theft, but to avoid the discomfort of riding a scorched seat later. Once home, her first action was to draw a bath, only to discover that the shower head produced no water. Remembering a notice she had seen in the elevator earlier, she quickly dressed and ventured outside to investigate. The notice indicated a severe water shortage, with water available for only 2 hours each evening at 6 o'clock. It was still early morning, and she felt compelled to wash away the sweat and dirt clinging to her skin. After checking that all doors and windows were secured, she entered her spatial realm to bathe, emerging with damp hair. She placed a snow bag in the living room, and having skipped breakfast, collapsed onto the cool mat. Succumbing to sleep, awoken by the heat around noon, she found the snow bag had melted into water, the temperature already rising. Glancing outside, she noted the thermometer reading 65 degrees, a relief that it had not spiked dramatically. The game was a slow torment, with temperatures gradually escalating like a frog in warming water. It felt as if the environment was roasting its inhabitants at a gentle simmer. She quickly dismissed such morbid thoughts, realizing how absurd her musings had become. Opening her personal panel, She noticed her balance had swelled to nearly 40,000, primarily from selling cucumbers and fruits, with a modest amount of vegetables. Given the oppressive heat, few players were likely to engage in cooking. As the game commenced, fresh produce became scarce, high temperatures rendering fruits and vegetables difficult to preserve, thus inflating prices. Moonlight's pricing, set by the game's parameters, was significantly lower than market rates, making her goods appealing. She glanced at the chat channel, where a message was incessantly scrolling. For players who haven't found a shelter, a 2-story underground basement at the suburban resort is available for gathering. Bring your own supplies. The message continued to flood the chat, leaving her unsure if it was genuine or a trap. Regardless, she had resolved to rely on the government's support this round, exchanging labor for shelter without fearing an intrusion as in the first game. Thankfully, her companions were decent individuals. Otherwise, her situation could have turned dire. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Moonlight made her way to the air raid shelter. She had already stored away all her belongings from her residence. The clothes she wore while working yesterday were discarded into the overflowing trash bin nearby, now swarming with flies. She dared not approach closely, tossing the refuse from a distance, and the insects scattered in disarray, leaving her momentarily disgusted as she hurried away on her bicycle. Upon arriving at the shelter, she found an increased number of people, all diligently working. Moonlight quickly joined in, taking a cart and following the throng downward. As she descended, she noticed that the excavation had expanded significantly, testament to the prowess of a nation known for its infrastructural achievements. Within the shelter, volunteers distributed bottled water, encouraging one another to exert their utmost efforts in hopes of moving everyone in within 2 days. The day's temperature had risen another 5 degrees, making an earlier transition to the shelter preferable for peace of mind. As they continued their swift pace, she felt confident that they could all settle in within that time frame, allowing for a semblance of normalcy in their lives. The deeper she ventured, the more volunteers were engaged in room construction. The chambers were modest, measuring approximately 2 meters in length and no more than 1.5 meters in width, accommodating only a single bed with a narrow walkway beside it. Such compact quarters were sufficient for solitary living. When fatigue overcame her in the middle of the night, Moonlight found a spot to rest on the ground. Though the constant movement of others nearby made her sleep uneasy, the conditions were shared by all, and thus she accepted them without complaint. After a couple of hours of restless slumber, she re-entered the air raid shelter and observed workers using pulley carts to transport soil. Curious, she inquired of a nearby volunteer why they weren't utilizing carts here for greater efficiency. We're short on pulling machines. The heat damaged one of our devices while working under the sun, and we currently lack materials for repairs, the volunteer explained. Nodding and understanding, Moonlight rejoined the labor. By morning, she saw many emerging from the completed rooms. Deciding not to return home, she resolved to rest here instead. Having stored her belongings in her spatial realm, there was no need to go back. Approaching a volunteer responsible for housing assignments, she learned that rooms had yet to be allocated. Those too distant from their homes could select any available room to rest. Grateful for the information, Moonlight chose a room that was neither too far nor too close to the working crowd. She felt a cautious distance was prudent, aware that unsavory individuals could lurk at any moment. Yet being too close to the noise would hinder her sleep, so the selected distance seemed ideal should danger arise. It would be manageable. Prioritizing her safety was paramount before considering anything else. Having enjoyed a sound, undisturbed slumber thanks to the cool environment, Mingyue awoke to find a multitude of volunteers diligently transporting supplies into the air raid shelter. The directive was clear. Everyone was to be accommodated by the following morning, as the impending daytime temperature was projected to exceed 70 degrees, rendering the surface world perilously unsafe. Even the hospitals were being relocated underground, for such subterranean sanctuaries had been excavated across the city, providing refuge for the entire populace. Though Spartan in their amenities, these shelters offered a far better alternative than the ever-present threat of mortality above ground. Mingyue joined the throng, receiving her meager breakfast of a water bottle and 2 compressed biscuits, the only provisions capable of withstanding the extreme heat. After her meal, she lent her efforts to the supply chain. Upon reaching the depths of the shelter, she was surprised to discover a miniature ecological cultivation system, where verdant sprouts of Chinese cabbage had already emerged. Though nascent, these tiny shoots represented a beacon of hope, greatly uplifting the spirits of the inhabitants. The sight instilled a renewed sense of optimism for the future. The presence of such a system also suggested that social order would be maintained, likely the primary reason for its public display. For if the populace were to lose all hope, the very fabric of society would unravel, a contingency the governing authorities were keen to avert. Throughout the night, a multitude of workers toiled tirelessly, sacrificing rest to expedite the preparations and ensure more comfortable accommodations for the morning influx. As dawn approached, a few dozen rooms remained incomplete. In a final, concerted push, the workers redoubled their efforts, forming a human chain within the tunnels. Miners excavated with fervor, filling carts that were then passed to others, who relayed them to the next in line, maximizing efficiency. In a parallel passage, supplies were transported using a combination of manual labor and pulley systems. Heavier items, such as grains and water, were conveyed by pulleys, while other necessities were carried by people of all ages and genders. Through their collective endeavor, everyone was successfully sheltered before the onset of the scorching temperatures. Chapter 35. The scorching calamity. The leaders stood at the forefront, a smile gracing their face as they announced the completion of the basement, declaring it ready for habitation. At that moment, a wave of applause erupted, accompanied by cheers and exclamations of joy and excitement. The air was thick with elation. Despite the fatigue weighing heavily on everyone's shoulders, many found solace in sitting directly on the ground to rest. This sanctuary, built with their own hands, each shovel and pickaxe wielded in unity, was a refuge from the relentless heat, embodying the collective hope of all. Each laborer bore the marks of their toil. No one was pristine, and the dirt beneath their bodies mattered little. However, exhaustion dulled their spirits, and volunteers hurriedly took down names to distribute room numbers, eager for everyone to retreat and recuperate. Each individual received a number, signifying their assigned space. Mingyue's room was designated as 6 to 2205, indicating her quarters on the 6th floor. Having worked diligently in this space for the past couple of days, she quickly navigated her way to her room. The quarters were modest, just large enough for a single bed. Currently, the rooms lacked doors, leaving a sense of vulnerability in the air. Seeking privacy, Mingyue found a secluded corner to don her protective gear. Not far from the air raid shelter's entrance, she discovered a red and blue woven bag and 2 long wooden sticks. Returning to her room, she tore open the bag and affixed it to the door frame with the sticks, providing at least a semblance of obscurity from prying eyes. With no door, Mingyue was hesitant to traverse the space freely. Even bathing was a luxury she could not afford. She nibbled on a piece of chocolate, careful not to let the scent waft to neighbors, making do with this small indulgence. Determined to find a proper door for security, she planned to venture into the city after nightfall. Awakening around 3 in the afternoon, Mingyue found the bag still in place, granting her a sense of reassurance. She moved it aside, realizing the oppressive heat of the day made it impractical to venture outside. Curiosity beckoned her to explore the lower levels, as her previous trip had revealed only the small vegetables cultivated in the ecosystem. Descending further, she was astonished to discover a supermarket. The entire underground city operated on solar power, ensuring a steady supply of electricity. The store boasted a variety of goods, though fresh fruits and vegetables were rare and exorbitantly priced. The mere existence of such a marketplace was remarkable. Whether owned by an individual or the government was unknown. Regardless of ownership, the sight of such a venue would undoubtedly uplift the spirits of the populace, instilling a renewed sense of hope. Outside, vendors were bartering, exchanging goods rather than currency. Mingyue had arrived empty-handed and now found herself unable to trade. As she strolled through the vibrant marketplace, she observed that transactions had shifted from cash to gold, indicating a profound devaluation of currency. It became evident that she needed to make a foray into the city tonight, bringing something back to ensure her survival. As dusk approached, many, like Mingyue, headed toward the city, some to retrieve belongings, others in search of hidden treasures. Her bicycle remained by the air raid shelter, untouched, and she felt a surge of happiness as she rode joyfully into the city. Mingyue's goal was not to acquire specific materials, but rather to return with a substantial load, providing herself a cover in case anyone questioned her intentions. Leisurely meandering through the city, she noticed armed guards at the pharmacy, overseeing the transfer of boxes of medicine to vehicles destined for the refuge. The presence of armed soldiers suggested a need for caution against potential disturbances from extremists. The streets were bustling. Everywhere she looked, individuals were hauling belongings, some from their homes, others salvaging items from abandoned residences. Mingyue fell out of place and decided to explore nearby factories, hoping to unearth something of value. Initially passing a food processing plant, she observed a flurry of activity as military trucks departed, their load secured. The crowd surged inside, scavenging for leftover food and utensils. She later approached a construction site, where similarly, people were rifling through the debris. However, as she neared, a group barred her entry, claiming the area as their turf. Disheartened, she contemplated returning to the refuge, planning to return at dawn for another chance at scavenging. Frustration gnawed at her. While others were gathering supplies, she felt left behind. Yet, the reality remained that newcomers were unwelcome in these territories, leaving Mingyue with no choice but to retreat. Not far from the refuge, she finally struck gold, unearthing a door panel discarded from a desolate building. This was a fortunate find, as she needed a door for her room. In a dimly lit area, she employed her mental acuity to ensure her surroundings were secure before retrieving a small cart. Wrapping a bundle of clothing in a sheet, she created a sizable package, placing the door panel atop it before wheeling her treasures back to her quarters. The items she gathered served merely as a fade, intended for the eyes of others. Their true contents would remain her secret. Once back, she swiftly installed the door panel, feeling a wave of completeness wash over her space. The absence of a door having left her feeling exposed. Though it lacked a lock, a wooden block propped against the door provided a measure of security. From her supplies, she retrieved a single bed mattress, a pillow, and a thin blanket. After sleeping on the bare wooden floor the previous night, she finally had a proper place to rest. Though the room appeared rudimentary, the residents had not yet succumbed to moral decay. While life was challenging, it had not reached the point of desperation. For now, residing here felt relatively safe, at least until the chaos of the world outside reached their doors. Having secured her room, she ensured the door could not be opened from the outside. A quick glance at the adjacent rooms revealed her neighbors were still absent, allowing her a moment to slip into her mental sanctuary for a quick cleansing. Water was a precious commodity, and daily baths were a luxury. She was keen to avoid raising suspicion among her neighbors with any telltale signs of moisture. After hastily washing, she reemerged, careful to stow the bundle she had brought back in her mental space. With her return, she had successfully created the illusion of having gathered supplies, and her room remained a sanctuary untouched by others. Leaning against her newly adorned bed, she pondered the remarkable design of the underground facility, which maintained a stable temperature despite the influx of residents. In the days that followed, Mingyue resolved to remain within the confines of her room. Sheltered from the escalating heat outside, she lacked for nothing in terms of sustenance, content to exist in her little haven, sheltered until the world outside settled back into a semblance of normalcy. Today marks the 9th day, with merely 6 days remaining until this chapter concludes. Each day, spent confined within this diminutive room, leaves me at a loss regarding how to occupy my time. The space is so limited that even physical exercise is unattainable, and practicing my mental fortitude raises the concern of witnessing something inappropriate. It truly is a source of distress. The life of a sloth is not as carefree as one might presume. Ultimately, Mingyue resolved to venture outside, for it was uncertain whether she might uncover something to engage in, predominantly because she could no longer endure the confines of this small chamber. At this hour, the underground marketplace is sparsely populated, likely due to everyone seeking supplies. Many items can no longer be produced, and remnants from before are cherished, as everyone is reluctant to discard anything, retaining them for potential future use. As Mingyue strolled, she entered a supermarket, where the prices have skyrocketed, especially for food and water. A loaf of bread costs 100 flour coins, a price that could procure 100 loaves in the game's marketplace. Instant noodles and bottled water cost 200 coins, a sum that could leave many aghast, as the same amount could purchase 200 bottles in the game. Ultimately, she merely observed and exited without purchasing anything. The cashier displayed no particular emotions, likely having grown accustomed to the sight of window shoppers. Continuing her exploration, Mingyue found herself at the ecological farm she had seen while moving items previously. The young vegetables had grown a bit taller, their rows a pleasing sight. If life seemed devoid of hope, merely gazing at these little green sprouts daily could uplift one's spirits. They symbolize hope itself. Perhaps she lingered a tad too long. As an elderly lady emerged to inquire if Mingyue knew how to cultivate vegetables. Awakened from her reverie, Mingyue smiled sheepishly, admitting she had only heard the theory but had never engaged in the practice. Noticing Mingyue's bashfulness, the lady remarked that few people nowadays possess the knowledge of gardening. Most have merely observed their elders. She then asked if Mingyue was seeking employment. Surprised, Mingyue looked at her with interest, wondering if there were openings available. Indeed, the lady replied, as long as one is willing to endure hardship. The reward consists of a bottle of water and 2 loaves of bread daily, a generous compensation. For novices like Mingyue, she would start with simpler tasks, guided by experienced mentors. Joy filled Mingyue, not out of greed for the bottle of water, but rather from the prospect of finally having something to do. The lady led Mingyue inside, arranged for her entry card, and introduced her to a skilled mentor, a former farmer with a wealth of experience from a lifetime of tilling the land. Mingyue trailed behind him, following his instructions to water the plants and dig holes. Though it appeared she did little, the bending and squatting proved quite exhausting, leaving her with a sore back by the time she returned home at dawn. Reflecting on her actions, she questioned her own reasoning. After all, she lacked a dire need for supplies, so what was the purpose of this endeavor? It baffled her. Regardless, having committed herself, Mingyue resolved to see it through, which became her final thought before drifting into slumber. Upon awakening the next day, she felt an overwhelming desire to chastise her past self for indulging in such folly. How could she have been so foolish? Her entire body ached, particularly her back, rendering her nearly immobile. Was it possible she had neglected to exercise that part of her body? With no time for excessive contemplation, she reached for the pain relief spray, applying it liberally, as it had become her miracle cure. Nothing could tempt her to part with it. Gritting her teeth against the discomfort, she rose to wash up and consume a bowl of mung bean porridge before returning to the fields. Thus, Mingyue embarked on her agricultural journey. Chapter 36. Extreme Heat Disaster 7. When Mingyue arrived today, several newcomers were also following the master to learn. She found herself caught in a mushroom shed, where her primary task was to water the mushrooms. The watering was done with a spray bottle, a more delicate task, and after observing a few demonstrations, the master finally allowed Mingyue to give it a try. As she watered in front, the master followed behind to guide her. He remarked, "Once you all master this, you can rent land to grow vegetables to sell to the base, and life will become much easier, improving your household's livelihood." Mingyue promised to learn diligently, eager to soon be able to complete these tasks independently. However, she secretly thought that before she could master it, she might need to venture into a dungeon, feeling she would disappoint the master's hopes. Nevertheless, she meticulously memorized every piece of knowledge imparted by the master, believing that even if it was not immediately applicable, it might prove useful in the future. After watering the mushrooms, the master took Mingyue to thin the seedlings of bok choy. There were too many, affecting their growth. The discarded seedlings could be used for a delicious soup. Thus, with her mind filled with knowledge, she returned to her small room, exhausted. After washing up, Mingyue lay on her bed and opened the game panel, noticing her balance was nearly 60,000, enough to exchange for 6 basic attribute points. She chuckled, anticipating the day she would become a martial arts master. However, she decided against making an exchange this time, contemplating the possibility of discovering something valuable upon her return to the game, preferring to save her points for the moment. She opened the chat channel and saw someone searching for her. After scrolling through the messages, she realized someone wanted to buy fruits and vegetables in bulk. Feeling the prices in the game store were too high and seeking to arrange a private transaction with Mingyue, she dared not pursue this, as meeting privately posed risks. If she wasn't robbed, it would merely mean her counterpart was benign, but there was still the danger of losing both money and goods, especially under the sweltering heat that could easily induce a cold sweat. Moreover, the prices listed in the store were not exorbitant. It seemed that the individual was not genuinely interested in fair trade, but rather in unscrupulous schemes. Mingyue pretended not to see the message and skipped over it. In the chat channel, she observed that her peers were faring well in the dungeon, mainly hiding in the basement. Some, like Mingyue, had joined the official base, and all seemed to be managing quite well. After closing the game panel, she went straight to sleep. On the 11th day, Mingyue requested a day off from the master. Planning to venture out, she hoped to find items the locals might not need, allowing her to take advantage of the situation. The base was small, and they could not possibly carry everything back, so there must be items they deemed unnecessary. The daytime temperature had already reached 75 degrees, halting crop growth, with water levels continuously declining, now only a third of their original height. If this were a real world, Mingyue and her companions would be facing a life-or-death situation upon exiting the dungeon. Mingyue considered pouring the river water she had collected into the local stream, but hesitated, realizing that the intense sun would likely evaporate it quickly. She needed a more foolproof plan, remembering that she had spotted a stainless steel factory during her last expedition. She recalled the throngs of people there and, feeling brave in the current heat with no one around, decided it was worth a visit. Cycling there, she was drenched in sweat, as if she had just taken a bath. In such heat, one needed immense courage to venture out. A moment's carelessness could be fatal. Halfway there, her thirst became unbearable, the high temperature sapping her body's moisture. She ordered a large glass of iced herbal tea, feeling an immense relief wash over her as she drank it. Upon arriving at the stainless steel factory, she had already consumed 2 large cups of iced tea. Realizing that hydration was slipping away too quickly, the factory was indeed deserted, yet the main gate stood ajar, perhaps forgotten by someone who had entered. Mingyue stepped into the warehouse and found it somewhat depleted of supplies. Some bowls, buckets, and plates were missing, indicating someone had come through, but these were not essentials. She took a few items she needed and left. Feeling bolder, she gathered every pot and dish she could find in the warehouse. In the next warehouse, there were various faucets and kitchen sinks, which were of little use to her. After a brief hesitation, she decided against wastefulness and collected everything. Since she was already there, she didn't want to overlook anything, accepting all the stainless steel pipes of varying sizes, unsure of their purpose. In the final warehouse, she discovered water tanks, which appear to be a display area. These tanks were assembled, stacked like nesting dolls, and now that Mingyue saw them, they were all hers to take. After a busy evening in the warehouse, she felt a bit dizzy, perhaps suffering from heat exhaustion. She took out a bottle of herbal remedy and applied some cooling balm, feeling better after a while, contemplating that if her condition didn't improve, she might need to resort to stronger measures. In the factory, she enjoyed a bowl of iced mung bean porridge and a serving of sweet and sour ribs, feeling much more refreshed. Mingyue leisurely cycled back, not daring to rush, fearing that overexertion might lead to further dizziness. On her way home, she saw many people heading to the base, some pushing carts laden with goods, while others, like her, returned empty-handed, though most carried bags filled with items. Upon returning to the shelter, she tidied up and lay on her bed, contemplating for a long time. She decided to leave the collected river water for the locals. The water levels were critically low, and her modest contribution Woon tea solved the problem. But it was a gesture of goodwill. Every day lived was a day of hope, and as long as life persisted, hope remained. Mingyue lay in bed, using her mental energy to guide the river water into the newly gathered storage tank, carefully positioning it during the transfer. As she drew it out, she had to control it, ensuring it didn't spill outside the warehouse. This was more challenging than collecting it, and by 8 in the morning, she could no longer endure, unknowingly drifting off to sleep. When she went to work that evening, she continued to pour water into the storage tank whenever she had a moment. This led to her appearing pale throughout the day, occasionally sweating profusely. Her master, concerned, believed she was ill and granted her a day off. At this point, Mingyue didn't hesitate to accept the break. After bidding farewell to the master, she returned to her small room and focused on filling the water tank. Whenever her mental energy waned to the point of fainting, she would pass out, which served as a rest. Once recovered, she would resume her efforts. Mingyue was determined to see this through until the last day of the dungeon, and by then, she had filled an entire large water tank. Early in the morning, Mingyue rose and prepared herself. Everyone had adjusted to a schedule of sleeping during the day and being active at night. At 7 o'clock, she arrived at the office of the base's director. A man in his 30s, affable in appearance, greeted her. At that moment, several high-ranking officials were in a meeting. Upon her arrival, a secretary attended to her. After hearing that Mingyue wished to donate supplies, the secretary glanced at her and asked, "What is your name, and what supplies do you intend to donate? Please register here. I will inform the leadership as soon as their meeting concludes." As Mingyue settled down to register, she overheard the meeting inside, discussing the complete depletion of the river on the ground, with little underground water remaining. Glancing at the clock, she noted it was already 7:30. Deciding against completing her registration, she informed the secretary, "My supplies will arrive promptly at 8. Whether or not you inform the leaders is inconsequential. I need to oversee the reception myself. If you wish, you may accompany me, but time is of the essence. I fear there may be no one to receive them, and I dread the thought of the supplies being mishandled." Upon hearing this, the secretary entered the meeting room to relay her message, and Mingyue was summoned inside. A few individuals scrutinized her, and one inquired, "Young lady, are you the one intending to donate supplies? Could you share what these supplies are?" Mingyue's eyes sparkled with clarity, exuding an aura of purity from every angle. She replied, "I cannot disclose that information. If you find yourselves pressed for time, I shall proceed alone. However, please ensure that someone is assigned to receive the supplies. It is imperative that this is remembered, lest they fall into the hands of others, making proper arrangements impossible." Casting a glance at her watch, she realized time was fleeting. "Do remember to come collect them," she urged before dashing upstairs. With this approach, she knew it was unlikely anyone would follow her. Mingyue merely wished for the base leaders to be aware that there were supplies at the entrance, ready to be retrieved, and to prevent them from being left to the sun's harsh rays, which could lead to further losses. Chapter 37. The Real World. Mingyue hurried to the entrance of the base, emerging from the air raid shelter, and stood on the open ground. Only 5 minutes remained before the mission was to commence. At that moment, the temperature outside soared above 70 degrees. Clad in protective gear, Mingyue stepped into the sunlight, concentrating intensely as she attempted to retrieve the water tank. Meanwhile, several leaders approached, gathering at the entrance of the shelter, perplexed by her actions. Mingyue had never before harnessed her mental energy to lift such a heavy object. It felt as though a colossal weight rested upon her head, threatening to crush her, rendering her immobile. Time was of the essence, and direct retrieval was proving futile. Determined, Mingyue began to experiment with various methods. Firstly, she attempted to divide her mental energy into 2 streams, one supporting the tank from below, while the other lifted it from above. This approach alleviated some of her burden, yet she still could not extract it. Next, she tried allocating a small portion of her mental energy to push from behind the water tank, which finally set it in motion. However, it merely shifted slightly outward. Extracting it would take considerable time, a luxury she could not afford. Despair began to creep in. Was her effort truly in vain? As the deadline loomed closer, Mingyue gritted her teeth, veins bulging on her forehead, large beads of sweat cascading down her face. With all her might, she channeled every ounce of energy into her mental force. Concurrently, she shouted with fervor, and in an instant, she vanished from her spot, leaving behind a massive water tank weighing 500 tons. Upon returning to her original world, she remained unconscious, fortuitously in a hotel. When she had left, she was seated on the sofa. Now, she had collapsed back onto it. Today marked the day she was to settle accounts with the villagers in Shiguang province. Having prearranged the time, her absence prompted concern. After numerous unanswered calls, the hotel staff was contacted. Upon investigation, they confirmed her presence at the hotel, but could not locate her. Fearing for her safety, they called the police to check on her situation. When the officers arrived and opened the door, they discovered her unconscious in her room. An ambulance was summoned, and after a thorough examination, it was determined that she was merely exhausted. Once she regained consciousness, the hotel manager breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that no serious incident had occurred. Mingyue awoke 3 days later, feeling well-rested, while the village leaders were understandably alarmed. During her recovery, it was the village head, Mr. Zhang, and his wife who kept vigil by her side. Upon awakening, she found them seated beside her bed. "Uncle Zhang, Annie, what brings you here?" she inquired, realizing she was in a hospital. "What happened? Why am I hospitalized?" Aunt Zhang hastily fetched her a glass of water. "Oh dear, you young ones think money is endless. Yet you can end oppos to neglect your health. Drink some water first. Uncle, please go get her some food. After such a long slumber, she must be starving." Turning back to Mingyue, she continued, "You youngsters never pay attention to your well-being, always relying on your youth. Just look at how frightening the situation was. You fainted in the hotel. If you're feeling unwell, just let your uncle know. Missing a day or two is nothing, but 3 days is simply too much." After finishing her water, Mingyue quickly expressed her gratitude. "I apologize for worrying you. I truly don't understand how this happened. I will take better care of myself in the future, sleep when I need to, and eat when necessary. I promise there won't be a next time. I'm truly sorry for causing you trouble, Annie. There's no need to fret. You are like a daughter to me. In my eyes, all of you are still children. Since you are here, we must look after you. Speaking otherwise would be inappropriate," Aunt Zhang reassured her. As they conversed, Uncle Zhang returned with food. After Mingyue had eaten, the doctor confirmed she was fine and discharge procedures were initiated. Mingyue intended to begin settling accounts with the villages, but the Zhang couple insisted she rest for another day. Considering their suggestion, she agreed and asked Uncle Zhang to inform the other villages of her situation before returning to the hotel. On her way, she purchased numerous gifts, expressing her gratitude to the hotel staff who had assisted her before finally returning to her room. The first thing she did was check her space. The previously stored water tank was no longer there, confirming it had been left in the mission realm. Regardless of whether that world was real or not, Mingyue was willing to contribute as long as it did not endanger her own well-being. If it were a real world, it could offer them hope. If merely an NPC realm, she had lost nothing. She assessed her mental energy, which had previously allowed her to scan a 5-meter radius around her. Now, that radius had expanded to 20 meters, with a linear distance of 200 meters, enabling her to see downstairs. This felt like a significant leap, as if she had ascended 2 levels in her abilities. If the first level was 5 meters, the second was 10, then she had now reached the third level at 20 meters, establishing a personal standard for future growth. Opening her personal panel, she discovered a notification awaiting her. "Congratulations, Player Mingyue, for successfully completing the extreme heat disaster mission. You are awarded 5 points to your base attributes. The opening of your next mission will be notified separately. The game backpack is temporarily suspended in the real world. All player-related information is shielded. The system shop and chat channel are now open." After reading the notification, it vanished, reverting her personal panel to its prior state. Contemplating her options, Mingyue allocated the 5 points to her attributes, 1 point each to Constitution, Stamina, Speed, Intelligence, and Luck. Her personal information now read: Name, Mingyue Constitution, 5 Stamina, 5 Speed, 7 Endurance, 6 Intelligence, 6 Luck, 7 Merit, 20 Special Item, Protective Suit Protection Value, 100, capable of shielding against UV rays, radiation, viruses, acid rain, etc. The greater the protection, the greater the wear. A protection value of 0 will render it useless. At the commencement of this mission, she donned the protective suit obtained through a lottery, which had suffered no degradation in value. It appeared the sunlight of the extreme heat disaster was not overly potent. However, she was grateful for having worn the pharmacy-bought suit throughout, or else her skin might have been severely burned. Mingyue had witnessed others develop rashes from sun exposure. Had she experienced that, returning to the real world would have been quite a shock, prompting questions from others about her sudden change in appearance. Fortunately, she had been wise enough to protect herself. With a sense of satisfaction, Mingyue opened the game shop to see what new items had become available following the mission's conclusion. The previous offerings remained unchanged: water, bread, bandages, and base attribute points. The base attribute points required 10,000 game coins each, while the other items were quite affordable: water and bread costing only 1 coin each, and bandages 5 coins. Given the pricing, the bandages might possess special effects, warranting a future purchase. 2 new items had been added: another protective suit, identical to the one she had won in the lottery, priced at 20,000 coins. This indicated that her previous win had indeed netted her a substantial prize. Mingyue couldn't and oppose. T helped but feel a surge of happiness at this revelation. Chapter 38. Reality World 3. There was also a combat suit, a sleek, form-fitting outfit in deep black, adorned with a leather utility belt at the waist. The hands were clad in leather, fingerless gloves, and a pair of infrared goggles graced the face. The entire ensemble exuded an aura of cool sophistication. Most importantly, this attire served as a bulletproof vest, an invaluable asset for martial cultivators, akin to the protective shell for spellcasters. Essentially, it functioned as a shield against firearms, a must-have. However, the price was steep: 100,000. Mingyue slowly sank onto the sofa, feigning to wipe away tears from the corners of her eyes, lamenting her futile desire to possess it, acknowledging her own unworthiness. With a dramatic tilt of her head, she displayed an expression of resolute despair, embodying the essence of theatricality. Suddenly, Mingyue sprang upright from the sofa, settling cross-legged in a meditative posture, engaging in a monologue. On second thought, I must rethink my perspective. Even if I purchase this suit, I cannot wear it in public. Wearing it in the game would merely expose my identity as a player. It is not about being stingy, but rather about maintaining a low profile. I cannot become a target for scrutiny. Mingyue internally cried out. No amount of self-justification can obscure the truth. I am indeed impoverished, yet this suit is simply too striking to resist. Imagining herself adorned in this attire, she envisioned her hairstyle and expression, drooling over the picture before reluctantly exiting the shopping page. First, she checked her current balance of in-game currency, finding over 60,000, inching closer to 70,000. Excellent, she mused. I'm one step nearer to my dream attire. I must persevere for those coveted pieces of equipment. On her personal panel, she noticed an added attribute of virtue. She had overlooked this detail in her previous dungeon run, where the reward was 10 points. The surplus must be from the last dungeon's bounty. It seemed that performing beneficial acts for the indigenous people within the dungeons bore its own rewards. Yet, she remained uncertain of the ultimate purpose of this virtue attribute. The Rainstorm dungeon had also yielded some river water, contributing slightly to the natives, thus granting her another 10 points of virtue. During her last visit, Mingyue had left behind 500 tons of purified river water, enough to sustain a family of 3 or 4 for several years, even sufficient for irrigating vegetable fields. This proved that doing good deeds without harming oneself was indeed worthwhile. Others benefited, and so did she. Do good deeds without questioning the future, she reminded herself, vowing to assist the residents of the dungeons whenever possible. Glancing at the clock, she noted it was just past 10 in the morning. Since she had no plans to venture out for harvesting today, she decided to tend to her crops in her personal space. Mingyue primarily cultivated grains and vegetables, which would not wither until harvested. She had sown 5 acres of staple crops and 5 acres of vegetables, with their maturation synced to the external world. This time, her grains were ready for harvest. Attempting to gather them using her mental energy proved significantly more efficient than before. Previously, she had to rest intermittently to complete the task, but now it was accomplished in one go. After securing her harvest, she replanted grains while some of the vegetables, sown during her last dungeon excursion, were ripe for picking. Once everything was tended to, midday had arrived. Mingyue ordered a meal of 4 dishes and a soup, accompanied by 2 servings of rice from the hotel. Upon arrival, she stored half of the meal in her space, deeming the remaining portion sufficient. Habitually, she picked up her phone to browse while eating. She noticed numerous reports of high temperatures across various regions. With further investigation, she confirmed that every province was experiencing elevated temperatures, even the northeastern areas reaching 35 degrees. This world I have always inhabited cannot be spared from such heat, can it? She pondered anxiously. Heaven forbid. Surviving natural disasters is exceedingly arduous, a calamity for all species. Without hope for survival, humanity would cast aside moral constraints, plunging the world into a hellish existence. She shook her head, dismissing such terrifying thoughts. Regardless of potential disasters, stockpiling resources was undeniably prudent. As a vendor of fruits and vegetables, she recognized the necessity of early preparation. If calamity did not strike, she could simply sell her stock later without incurring losses. Mingyue reviewed her savings. Years of trading and investment had yielded substantial profits, amounting to nearly 200 million in her account. This wealth would suffice for her resource accumulation. Given the sweltering temperatures, allowing her produce to rot in the fields would be wasteful. It was wiser to harvest now. Should disaster arise, selling to the government could provide a lifeline for her nation, a commendable act. However, it was certain that compensation would be required. Upon leaving the hotel, Mingyue visited various markets where supplies remained abundant. She observed vendors at the entrances, selling seasonal vegetables they had cultivated. Engaging in conversation with an elderly vendor, who happened to be from a nearby village where she was currently collecting fruits, she decided to return to the village with him to gather the surplus vegetables. After visiting several villages, she had amassed quite a collection. The agricultural prowess of the Chinese people was undeniable. Their ethos centered on ensuring no land lay fallow. Although waste was permissible, leaving land uncultivated was simply unacceptable. She arranged for the fruit cart to transport the vegetables back, settling accounts with each village for the fruits and vegetables. During her visit, Mingyue had also purchased numerous gifts to distribute among the villagers, a small token of appreciation for their assistance during her recent hospitalization. Village head Zhang and his wife praised her for being a capable individual. Having just been discharged that morning, they had advised her to rest for 2 more days before returning, yet she had surprised them by coming back that afternoon, demonstrating her integrity. As they spoke, the villagers joined in their commendations, rendering Mingyue overwhelmed by their exuberance. Their warmth was simply too much for her to bear, and she found herself retreating in embarrassment. By the time she returned to the city, night had fallen. Mingyue dined at a restaurant and then embarked on a culinary exploration at the snack street. While traversing a narrow alley on her way back to the hotel, she intended to store her snacks in her space. However, before she could do so, she noticed a disturbing scene. A girl was being dragged into an alley by 2 men. This was intolerable. As a self-proclaimed successor of socialism, Mingyue could not stand idly by while the girl was bullied. Swiftly, she dialed the police, reporting the location. After providing the address, she used her mental energy to observe the situation and saw that the 2 men were attempting to strip the girl of her clothing, who was desperately struggling. These vile individuals only knew how to prey on innocent girls. Scanning her surroundings, Mingyue spotted a bundle of bamboo poles, seemingly discarded by someone. With her mask on, she grasped a pole and dashed towards the adjacent alley, wary of potential accomplices. She refrained from shouting, keeping her mental energy attuned to detect anyone approaching within a 20-meter radius. Upon reaching the scene, she swung the bamboo pole, striking one of the assailants, who grimaced in pain. The other turned towards her, a menacing glare in his eyes. "What business do you have meddling? This is none of your concern. Or do you wish to join in?" Mingyue realized her time-wasting tactic was no longer viable. The girl had managed to break free from their grasp. With renewed determination, she charged at the man she had struck, swinging the bamboo pole with ferocity. Her enhanced physique now matched that of an adult man in strength and speed. As Mingyue engaged in combat, the girl seized a brick from the alley, fiercely hurling it at the heads of the 2 men. The bright moon seemed to induce a toothache, as she could inflict pain upon others, while the girl attacked with a fierce intent to kill. Among those who were not targeted by the moon was a towering figure, who, at the very moment she struck, turned and approached her, intent on subduing her first. Seizing this opportunity, the girl leaped with a brick in hand and delivered a heavy blow to the giant's head. Dazed, the giant turned to face the girl, only for her to leap once more, striking him again with the brick upon his skull, causing him to stagger and ultimately collapse. Chapter 39. Reality bites. Part 4. Mingyue's heightened senses discern the girl's incandescent rage, akin to a furious lion cub ready to pounce on anyone who dared approach. It seemed her earlier defeat stemmed solely from a lack of weaponry. Armed, the tables might have turned. Lost in observing the girl's combative prowess, Mingyue was caught off guard and fell by the man's kick. Fueled by anger, he brandished a knife from his pocket and advanced menacingly. Mingyue scrambled to rise, unaware that the girl was stealthily approaching from behind. Just as he was about to strike Mingyue, the girl delivered a blow to his head from behind with a brick. The man, surprisingly resilient, retaliated by kicking the girl to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Mingyue tackled the man from behind, then rose and relentlessly struck him with a bamboo pole, while the girl repeatedly smashed a brick against his legs. When the police arrived, they were confronted with a scene of two frenzied girls mercilessly beating a man on the ground. His anguished cries had dwindled to feeble moans, while another man lay nearby, his condition uncertain. A veteran officer intervened, shouting for them to cease their assault. Mingyue and the girl finally relented. The officer surveyed the scene. "Who called us in?" Mingyue innocently raised her hand. "I did." The officer glanced at her. "Take them all in for questioning. Those two need to be examined at the hospital." Mingyue eyed the two men on the ground. The girl, linking her arm affectionately with Mingyue's, reassured her, "Don't worry, I knew what I was doing. I avoided hitting the back of his head. They won't die. It was self-defense on my part, and you were a good Samaritan. As long as they're not dead, we're fine." The surrounding officers exchanged glances, surprised by the girl's ferocity, which belied her gentle demeanor. It was a stark reminder that appearances can be deceiving. At the station, they recounted the events. The two assailants were relatively unharmed. The girl's blows had only caused a mild concussion. However, Mingyue and Appo's assault had resulted in multiple fractures for the shorter man. After reviewing nearby surveillance footage, which corroborated their accounts, Mingyue and the girl were released. They exchanged contact information. As Mingyue departed, the police officer cast a lingering glance in her direction. "What are you looking at?" Mingyue retorted. "So I'm a little strong." It was a burst of adrenaline in a desperate situation. Don't blame a girl for that. You're acting like you've never seen anything before. 2 days later, Mingyue learned the full story. The girl, Li Qin, had just turned 18. The situation was a classic tale of familial strife. Li Qin's cousin coveted her fiancé and sought to dissolve their engagement in favor of marrying him herself. However, Li Qin and her fiancé had grown up together, even attending the same schools. Their bond was strong, and their families had arranged their engagement upon Li Qin's 18th birthday. The cousin, unable to bear it, decided that ruining Li Qin's engagement was the only way to secure her own happiness. She hired thugs, leading to the encounter Mingyue had stumbled upon. Mingyue found the situation absurd. The young couple had chosen each other freely, their relationship built on years of companionship. Their bond encompassed not only love, but also familial affection. It wasn't a business arrangement. Why should the engagement be dissolved simply to accommodate the cousin? It was sheer madness. Mingyue joined Li Qin's family and her fiancé for a meal, primarily to receive their gratitude. Upon learning that Mingyue earned a modest income by reselling fresh produce, they offered to connect her with additional business opportunities. Mingyue cautioned them not to disrupt existing business relationships. Her operation was small-scale and might not be sustainable in the long term. She didn't want established vendors with loyal customers to suffer losses because of her. She only needed to supplement her supplies when she had excess capacity. The meal was a pleasant affair. Accepting their gratitude eased any concerns that Mingyue might have ulterior motives. Their genuine appreciation made her feel at ease, and the matter was considered closed. After gathering all the available resources in the West Guang province into her spatial dimension, Mingyue prepared to travel to the East province to settle accounts for the tomatoes and collect them. Following the same procedure, she collected the surplus vegetables from the villagers. She also discovered several families with dried vegetables and acquired some of those as well. After 2 weeks of traveling back and forth between the West and East provinces, a red-level heat warning was issued nationwide. All mobile phones and televisions broadcast the meteorological department's high-temperature warnings via SMS, WeChat, Weibo, and other channels, effectively disseminating critical information to relevant departments and the public. Meteorological programs emphasized public awareness and education regarding the heat wave, advising people to take precautions against heat stroke, suspend outdoor work, and implement protective measures for vulnerable populations. Relevant departments and organizations were urged to be particularly vigilant about fire prevention. These were the measures visible to the average citizen. Behind the scenes, sectors such as water management, electricity, and hospitals undoubtedly made their own preparations. This was the advantage of living in a strong nation. While people often criticized the government, they understood that the country could be relied upon in times of crisis. Mingyue hadn't been following international news, but the heat wave wasn't confined to her own country. Temperatures abroad were also soaring, and some regions were experiencing minor unrest. After spending another week in the East Province, Mingyue had essentially exhausted the tomato supply. On her final day, after bidding farewell to her friends, she returned to the West Guang Province. The abundance of fruits and vegetables there was remarkable. It seemed that one type of produce was barely harvested before another ripened. Since she was collecting whatever she could, she took advantage of the low prices, adding everything to her spatial dimension. The day after arriving in the West Guang Province, Mingyue planned to enroll in a martial arts class. She had been too busy traveling previously, but now that she could stay in the West Guang Province for a month, she could finally dedicate time to learning self-defense. However, as she finished getting ready, the game notification sounded ding. Player Mingyue will enter the survival game in 30 minutes. Please prepare accordingly. Countdown initiated. Mingyue quickly changed into athletic attire, donning a tracksuit, sneakers, and a hat and mask. She called the village chief to inform him that she would be away for a few days and would return later. Anxious to avoid a repeat of her previous experience, she made sure to provide clear instructions. Then, she settled on the sofa, glancing at the time. With 5 minutes remaining, she picked up her phone and browsed for a while before being teleported away. Upon arriving at the new instance, Mingyue felt the ground tremble violently. Before she could process the game information, she lowered her center of gravity to maintain her balance. Opening her eyes, she was startled to find the world swaying. She was standing on a road, realizing that an earthquake was in progress. Looking up, she saw debris falling from tall buildings and knew she had to find an open space quickly. After running a short distance, she came across a gas station. The convenience store inside had already collapsed, indicating an earthquake of at least magnitude 7. Using her mental energy, Mingyue examined the underground area and discovered 6 fuel tanks. Without hesitation, she transferred them to her spatial warehouse, knowing that an explosion would be catastrophic for anyone nearby. As soon as she finished, the earthquake subsided. Although not entirely reduced to rubble, the area was littered with broken walls and debris. At that moment, the game system's voice echoed, "Ding! Welcome to the survival game. Players must survive for 15 days in this world. The primary natural disaster is earthquakes. Each player receives 2,000 game currency. Players are prohibited from leaving their starting area. The game has begun." Chapter 40. Natural Disaster of Earthquake. Listening to the broadcast through the receiver, Mingyue couldn't help but feel a mix of anger and amusement. Upon entering, she was greeted by the sight of collapsed buildings and sinking ground. With 2,000 flower coins in her possession, she pondered where to spend them in this instance. Day after day, the system was a source of frustration, yet she realized that having money was better than having none at all. At least the in-game store remained operational. Mingyue found herself in an urban village, an area predominantly filled with hastily constructed homes, where safety was far from assured. It was imperative to find an open space swiftly. At 8 in the morning, most people were still at home. Only a few had left early for work, while students were already attending classes. A handful of elderly individuals were out exercising. The number of injured would undoubtedly be significant, but it was still preferable to a midnight quake, as this timing allowed for some preparedness. As she approached the edge of the urban village and stepped onto the main road, she spotted a collapsed courtyard filled with gas canisters. A chill ran down her spine. What kind of hatred or vengeance had brought her to such a perilous place? Behind her was a gas station, and ahead lay the canisters. If the tremors intensified, her life could very well end here. It was a close call. Perhaps her ancestors had intervened to spare her life. Without hesitation, Mingyue gathered all the gas canisters into her space. knowing that the source of potential explosions had to be eliminated first. She quickly left the area, unaware of what other horrors awaited her. It was best to avoid confrontation and make her exit promptly. Hastening to the main road, she observed vehicles halted in place, their occupants emerging to make calls to confirm the safety of family and friends. Mingyue hopped on a shared bicycle, aiming to assess the situation in the city and perhaps scavenge for supplies. The streets were teeming with people, all having fled during the earthquake. Fashionable women with half-finished makeup and night shift workers clad in shorts, all displaying expressions of panic and fear. Moments later, a more intense tremor struck. The towering buildings swayed alarmingly, prompting Mingyue to stop her bicycle and find an open space in the middle of the road, where she crouched down to maintain her balance. Despite the awkwardness of her position, survival took precedence over any semblance of dignity. Nearby, at a shopping mall, signs fell from the heights, and walls began to crumble. Mingyue swiftly maneuvered away from the collapsing debris, her heightened awareness attuned to any signs of danger. The streets were filled with expressions of terror. The deafening noise compelled individuals to seek refuge. Mingyue witnessed a woman caught beneath a falling wall, unable to escape in time. The earthquake lasted for several agonizing seconds before subsiding, leaving everyone trembling as they cautiously stood. Suddenly, a heart-wrenching cry shattered the silence, filling the air with sorrow. A lone figure began to excavate the rubble, and others silently joined in, while some frantically searched for their loved ones. The aftershock severed mobile signals, likely cutting off power as well. Mingyue chose not to assist in the digging, but continued onward, her mental energy scanning the surroundings. She collected any buried supplies into her space, intent on retrieving as many fuel tanks from the gas stations as possible. Should another tremor strike, she feared the tanks could explode, leaving no escape for those nearby. By midday, Mingyue had not ventured far, as the streets were littered with collapsed structures. Nevertheless, she managed to gather 2 fuel tanks. Upon reaching the hospital, she observed doctors and nurses urgently treating patients outdoors. It seemed that the entire city was in chaos. Mingyue suspected that completing her objectives might lead to the end of this scenario. The hospital appeared to be a safer refuge, and she resolved to stay and assist. Approaching, she offered to help set up tents and move supplies, always ready to lend a hand to those in need. A middle-aged nurse inquired about her relation to any of the patients. Mingyue smiled and replied that she was not related to anyone, but had come to help upon seeing their busy efforts, as she had no family in the city. The nurse introduced herself as Lin Min, the head nurse, and invited Mingyue to join their efforts, acknowledging the chaos and need for assistance. Mingyue agreed, offering her name and readiness to help. As the two parted ways, Mingyue joined others in the rubble, some searching for survivors while others sought medical supplies. Rather than assist in locating survivors, Mingyue opted to dig through the pharmacy area, where medications had been buried. Many rescued individuals lacked the necessary treatments, and the pharmacy was critical for their survival. Mingyue dug in less crowded areas, discreetly collecting larger pieces of debris into her space to expedite the process. Before darkness fell, she had unearthed a considerable amount of medicine, though much of it had been damaged. The traditional medicine cabinet had also been destroyed. However, a seasoned doctor salvaged usable herbs from the wreckage and concocted disinfectant solutions, which he spread around the camp for added safety. That night, Mingyue shared a large sleeping area with the nurses. Whenever someone grew fatigued, they would return for a brief rest before resuming their efforts. As she lay down, a nearby person awoke, and after a quick meal of bread and water, they returned to the task at hand. It was evident that everyone was subsisting on limited rations, and players were unlikely to fare better than the locals. Mingyue stored 2,000 boxes of homemade meals in her space, 1,000 boxes of rice, and 1,000 boxes of vegetables, which could include anything from stewed meat to stir-fried greens. The game would automatically assess the value, relieving her of that responsibility. Around 7 in the evening, she fell asleep but was awakened in the middle of the night by another aftershock. This tremor was not as severe as the daytime quake, yet it still compounded the challenges of rescue efforts, causing previously stable structures to shift and additional debris to fall. Upon emerging, she noticed numerous soldiers outside. According to the nurses, they had arrived the previous day, but due to severe road collapses, they only made it to the vicinity in the afternoon. The initial troop presence had been minimal, which Mingyue had overlooked. With the main forces now present, Mingyue joined the search for survivors. Utilizing her mental abilities, she could discern the locations of individuals trapped beneath the rubble. She carefully excavated when she found survivors, using her powers to assess whether removing debris would endanger those below. If it posed a risk, she would call for assistance, alerting others to the presence of individuals underneath the ruins, ensuring that the subsequent operations were managed effectively. Some individuals she unearthed had only sustained minor injuries, while others had suffered severe trauma, with broken limbs or worse. The atmosphere was laden with numbness as everyone continued their rescue work, resting only to eat or hydrate when needed. Chapter 41. Earthquake Catastrophe 2 at such times. The notion of cleanliness becomes irrelevant. One can still sip from a mineral water bottle with hands soiled with dirt. The day after the earthquake, while Mingyue and others were engaged in search and rescue efforts, another tremor struck. Mingyue hurriedly retreated from the rubble to an open area, fearing that standing on the debris would lead her to lose her footing and fall into the void below. Though the aftershock was minor, the instability of the wreckage was apparent. Within seconds, Mingyue observed large stones plummeting down, pinning a young man beneath them. Once the tremor ceased, she immediately commenced digging, hoping that her prompt action might save his life. After clearing away some smaller debris, she found two substantial wall sections forming a Y shape, with the pressure resting precariously on the young man's waist. Removing one piece would not suffice. Any movement would likely inflict further injury. The young man was already unconscious. Surveying her surroundings, Mingyue noticed that everyone was engrossed in their tasks. Seizing the moment, she focused her energy and transported the two wall sections into her space. Once this was accomplished, she rushed to find assistance. Feeling a sense of accomplishment from saving a young life, Mingyue hoped the injuries were not severe, as a waist injury could be quite dire. Upon returning to the camp, she learned from the commanding officer that transport of supplies was currently impossible due to blocked roads, and they had arrived on foot with their packs. Efforts were underway to bridge the gaps and repair the roads, but this would take time. It was anticipated that repairs might be completed by the next day, although aftershocks could impede progress. A few individuals were to be dispatched to gather supplies. In such circumstances, any provisions were valuable, particularly food and heating materials, both of which were dwindling. Thus, everyone resumed their dual efforts of rescuing survivors while searching for resources. Mingyue, seated nearby and sipping water, joined the search. She did not wander far, quickly spotting fallen signs indicating numerous shops near the hospital. Using her mental prowess to navigate, she first arrived at a bun shop, where the only remaining items were flour and oil, along with some meat filling in the freezer. She salvaged what she could. Her next stop was a small convenience store, where she cleared away obstacles and transported instant noodles and mineral water back to the camp. Some of the noodles were crushed, but she took them regardless, knowing that they might serve as vital sustenance. Other snacks that would not greatly aid in the rescue were also gathered into her space. Candies and vacuum-packed tofu snacks were all returned to the camp, and she even unearthed a quilt from a damaged wardrobe, delivering it back. It was not until 8 o'clock in the evening that Mingyue finally retreated to her tent to rest. She collapsed on her bed and fell asleep almost instantly, feeling utterly exhausted after a day of exertion. The constant use of her mental energy had taken a toll, yet fortunately, there were still enough supplies to last a few more days. In the early hours of the third day, rain began to fall, complicating the rescue efforts. Mingyue donned a raincoat and joined others in the downpour. Drones could ascertain that there were still people trapped below, but the rain would surely lower body temperatures. This was now the third day, and the fate of those buried beneath the rubble remained uncertain. The critical 72-hour window had elapsed. Despite the optimal rescue time having passed, everyone continued their efforts. Mingyue utilized her mental abilities to gather nearby supplies that others were too pressed for time to retrieve, storing them for future needs. 2 kilometers from the hospital, Mingyue's mental acuity detected a large supermarket filled with food, daily necessities, household goods, clothing, electronics, toys, and global products. After surveying the area, she discovered an underground warehouse and, standing above it, collected all its contents into her space. With the warehouse cleared, she turned her attention to the rubble, salvaging anything useful as she moved forward, effectively combing through the entire supermarket. In truth, while many had sustained injuries from the earthquake, the death toll was relatively low. The initial tremor struck at 8 in the morning, while most buildings still stood. Upon realizing an earthquake was occurring, people began to flee outside, with aftershocks following 20 minutes later, by which time everyone was already on the streets. Thus, the personnel losses had not been severe. However, the scarcity of supplies remained a pressing issue. Mingyue recognized that without her mental abilities, she would hesitate to gather resources. Despite the rain, many continued to search for survivors, remaining vigilant against occasional aftershocks. On the 5th day following the earthquake, just after 11 o'clock at night, a sudden rumbling emanated from below. Everyone fled their tents as the ground shook violently, causing remaining structures to collapse. Mingyue watched as a vast section of the earth heaved upward, the ground appearing as if it were being shaken like a sheet of paper, while terrified screams filled the air. It was difficult to maintain one's balance in such chaos. Fortunately, this unsettling occurrence lasted only a few seconds. Everyone remained on edge, and no one could return to rest. At dawn, the commanding officer announced that the entire city would be evacuated. The roads had been completely severed, rendering the transport of supplies impossible. The decision was made to airlift all personnel from the area. Mingyue understood that this place would soon transform into a playground for game players. Within 2 hours of the announcement, helicopters began to circle overhead. Wherever there was a flat landing spot, helicopters would land to transport the injured first, followed by the elderly and vulnerable. As she watched the helicopters take flight, Mingyue quietly distanced herself, not wanting to draw attention to her continued presence there, which would be difficult to explain. As she walked, she continued to gather supplies, with helicopters taking off and landing throughout the city. When she sensed that the number of helicopters was diminishing, she concealed herself in the crevice between 2 collapsed buildings, emerging only once the aircraft had departed. With the entire city rendered unsafe, Mingyue resolved to head toward the outskirts, where the population was sparse. She donned a hat and mask, collecting anything she could find, including gas canisters from small restaurants and fuel tanks from gas stations. Unfortunately, all the vehicles had been destroyed. Otherwise, she could have gathered a few. Suddenly, a man in athletic wear appeared within her mental radar. He was undoubtedly a player. Mingyue contemplated changing her route, but then noticed another man behind her, wearing a hat. Both men focused on her and approached. Just as she recognized the threat, the man in front brandished a weapon, a large cleaver, while the one behind him wielded a baseball bat, preparing to flank her. Sensing their ill intentions, Mingyue swiftly projected a sizable piece of debris from her space at the man in front. The debris materialized directly above him. He reacted quickly, evading a fatal blow, but was nonetheless pinned by the falling rubble, rendering his leg nearly useless. However, Mingyue was also struck by the baseball bat wielded by the man behind her. Despite her efforts to evade him after launching the debris, his speed was too great, and she suffered rays. Chapter 42. The Catastrophe of Earthquakes 3. The man in the hat cast a fierce glance at the man lying on the ground and venomously exclaimed to Mingyue, "You shall perish." He then lunged toward her. Upon hearing this, Mingyue felt an overwhelming urge to roll her eyes. Was it not their intention to kill and loot? Why blame others for not allowing them to do so when they faced adversity? How delusional! Mingyue continuously hurled debris from her spatial storage to shield herself, slowing the man's advance. However, she found herself unable to injure him. Perhaps he had allocated all his attributes to speed, as his swiftness was astonishing. As the man prepared to strike again, Mingyue, caught off guard by the proximity of their encounter, saw the baseball bat hurtling towards her. In a moment of desperation, she concentrated her mental energy, forming a protective shield before her, successfully deflecting the blow. With the distance between them re-established, the man pressed on relentlessly. Mingyue evaded while countering with debris. Suddenly, inspiration struck her. While blocking his attacks, she focused her mental energy into a tangible form. Seizing a fleeting moment of his distraction, she thrust her mental force into his mind. The man paused, stunned for barely a second, But that was all Mingyue needed. Swiftly, she retrieved a machete from her spatial storage and swiftly severed his throat. At this juncture, Mingyue's complexion had turned pale. Beads of sweat cascading down her face as she approached the man, now incapacitated beneath the rubble. As she walked towards him, she collected the debris, mindful of its future utility. Upon reaching the man, who had succumbed to his injuries, she hesitated not. Her blade fell decisively, ending his life. Surveying the vicinity with her mental prowess, she confirmed the absence of other players and sought refuge in a concealed corner nearby. Mingyue appeared far from well. Her mental energy was depleted, her head throbbed painfully, and cold sweat trickled down her brow. Rest was imperative. Her mental force had not coalesced into an offensive capacity. That brief moment of clarity had been her utmost limit. Yet, she held firm in her belief that with relentless practice, she would one day master the art of control. After resting for over an hour, her headache had become bearable, and she seized the opportunity to consume a meal before heading towards the outskirts. Along the way, she collected substantial debris. As her basic physical attributes were still lacking, she was comparable to an ordinary individual and notably weaker than other players. Her only means of attack lay in her mental energy, necessitating the preparation of ample resources to utilize her abilities unexpectedly, thus enhancing her survival chances. While the encounter had drained her, leaving her pale and nauseous, it was a marked improvement from her previous experience. Fortunately, her adaptability proved strong. She did not feel as though she had lost a part of herself as she had during her inaugural encounter. As she journeyed toward the outskirts, nothing escaped her attention. She collected all usable items, including several hardware stores. When encountering other players, they instinctively shifted paths upon spotting one another, each respecting the unspoken boundary. Mingyue favored such interactions. In a game where strength was scarce and trust even scarcer, it was better to focus on individual pursuits rather than engage in needless conflict. Who, after all, would kill without benefit? With the game's objective still unclear, the thought of combat felt futile. One might even fall prey to opportunistic scavengers. Approaching the outskirts, she stumbled upon a seed market, gathering all available seeds, essential for her 10 acres of land. The area was littered with remnants of factories, the purpose of which was now unrecognizable, reduced to mere ruins. However, an intoxicating aroma lingered in the air, hinting at the presence of a distillery. Mingyue meticulously searched, finding most bottled spirits shattered, yet she salvaged the intact ones. Numerous barrels of bulk liquor remained, some jars unbroken. Within the ruins, she discovered large storage tanks, each containing up to 150 tons of liquid, most still filled with alcohol, though some were empty. It took her considerable time to gather everything, her previous exertion of mental energy still unrecuperated. Nonetheless, these were strategic resources, and thus, she deemed it essential to transport all of them. In a subsequent factory, she found an abundance of cotton and fabric, which she promptly collected, planning to clean them later. At this point, her mental energy was nearly exhausted, and she decided to pause her endeavors, aware that continuing might lead to faintness. With no towering structures in sight, Mingyue focused on ensuring her safety on the ground. As night fell, she refrained from pitching a tent, which would draw too much attention. Given her depleted mental state, any approaching adversary would overwhelm her easily. Instead, she utilized steel plates found nearby to construct a discreet shelter amid the ruins, sealing both sides before retreating into her spatial realm to rest. This marked her first experience sleeping in the game within her spatial confines. She had always feared that such relaxation might lead to complacency. Yet, given the circumstances, it was a necessary precaution. The previous day's battle had drained her significantly, and the arduous task of collecting liquor had been a struggle against fatigue. Upon awakening, she found it to be past 10 on the second day. Expecting to find herself in her makeshift shelter, she was startled to discover she was outside. The shelter she had constructed had vanished. A careful examination of the area revealed no signs of other visitors, yet the ruins showed visible changes. Some areas had sunk while others had risen. Returning to the spot where she had entered her spatial realm, she noticed a corner of the steel plate exposed, indicating a recent earthquake. It seemed the earth had cracked and then closed again, explaining the altered landscape. Mingyue's heart raced as she grasped the gravity of the situation. Had she chosen to sleep outside, she would have surely fallen into the depths. A fleeting decision had saved her life. Grateful for her spatial realm, her luck, and her spontaneous choice the previous night, she felt a profound sense of relief. Now on the 8th day of the game, Mingyue resolved to remain in this area, unless a group of players ventured forth. However, it was unlikely they would come to such a resource-scarce region. Continuing her search, she soon discovered a sugar factory, another strategic resource, though most of its contents had mingled with mud. Fortunately, she found numerous barrels filled with granulated and brown sugar. Upon further inspection, she was astonished to discover that the factory also produced yeast and alcohol. The sheer quantity available left her in contemplation, as she realized for the first time that these two items originated from sugar factory. The bounty she collected today would suffice her for several lifetimes. Even with much wasted, being a child of a humble background, she could not bear to see resources squandered and promptly sought out any additional usable items to gather. Chapter 43. Earthquake Disaster 4. Before Mingyue could complete her search of the vicinity, the sky began to darken, threatening rain. She hastened her preparations, retrieving the isolation rack she had purchased earlier and swiftly erecting a frame 4 meters long and 3 meters wide. Upon this, she secured her 3-meter-long, 2-meter-wide double tent. Scarcely had she finished when a flash of lightning illuminated the distance, followed by a deafening thunderclap and the onset of a torrential downpour. Mingyue secured the final tent peg and retreated into her shelter, observing the rain-lashed earth and the rising dust. She was struck by the realization that the recent earthquake had rendered the soil unstable, increasing the risk of landslides. Grabbing her binoculars, she scanned the surroundings. Her location, within a factory district, was devoid of tall buildings and hills. However, to the south lay a modest mountain of unknown former use. The lack of a map hindered her understanding of the city's layout. It was evident that the city was now a ruin, uninhabitable in this downpour, and that its residents would seek refuge outside its confines. This area, bordering the city, was vulnerable to both natural disasters and human threats. Mingyue donned her raincoat and waterproof overalls, dismantled the tent and isolation rack, stowing them in her spatial storage, and hurried towards the city's edge. She continued until she reached the boundary of the game, a vast expanse of flatland with no discernible form or purpose. There, she found a spot along the edge, reassembled her tent and frame, and was promptly tapped on the shoulder. Reacting swiftly, Mingyue leaped back, brandishing her woodcutter's knife. "You've improved your skills in these last 2 instances," a voice remarked. Turning, she recognized Zhang Hao. She lowered her guard, though not entirely, and put away the knife. "Why did you sneak up on me like that? You startled me. Don't you know what's going on right now?" Zhang Hao rolled his eyes. "I saw someone from afar who looked like you, and I've been calling out to you while trying to catch up, but you were running so fast." Mingyue felt a twinge of embarrassment. She had removed her mask after setting up the tent and forgotten to put it back on in her haste to find a safe spot. "Are you alone? Are you setting up camp around here too?" "Just me. The city's a wasteland. I wanted to find a suitable place to settle down, and I ran into you." Mingyue surveyed the area. "The rain's too heavy right now. Why don't you take shelter with me until it stops? Then you can build your own shelter." Zhang Hao waved his hand dismissively. "No need. Players from the city will probably be moving out here. I don't know how many will come. I'd better stake out a spot now." He moved to a spot not far from Mingyue's camp. Mingyue followed, intending to help, but she was astonished to see Zhang Hao produce a recreational vehicle from his inventory. "This is too convenient," she exclaimed, envy coursing through her. Zhang Hao said sheepishly, "I found this RV in the torrential rain instance. It can't be driven, it's flooded, but it'll make a decent tent." Mingyue gasped. "Decent? It's fantastic. With this, who needs a tent? I thought my tent was good, but now I'm envious." Zhang Hao opened the door and invited Mingyue to take a look. She remained at the entrance, noting that the RV had 2 berths, one above the other. Inside, a folding table was affixed to the wall, with sofas on either side and a kitchenette nearby. The upper berth was oriented horizontally, while the lower one was vertical, with a washroom beside it. "This is a great vehicle. Can it be repaired?" Zhang Hao removed his raincoat and hung it up, grabbing a towel to dry his hair. "I can't fix it myself. I can't take it out of the spatial storage, and I didn't have time to repair it in the instance. If I ever find a good one, I'll just abandon this one. For now, it's good enough as a tent. Mingyue nodded. I'll go back and cook. Come over and eat with me later. Zhanhao smiled. Let's have hot pot again. It's good on a rainy day, and it's not too much trouble. Sure, come back with me. Everything for the hot pot is ready. We can just cook it. Zhanhao put his raincoat back on, and the two returned to Mingyue's tent. Inside, they hung up their raincoats. Mingyue retrieved her lit coal stove from her spatial storage. She always refilled the stove after use, so it would be ready for the next time. She also took out beef and mutton for Zhanhao to slice. She had more sliced meat, but she didn't want to cut it herself. She would use the available labor. She put a pot on the stove with hot pot seasoning, water, scallions, ginger, and garlic. She added the vegetables, meatballs, and mushrooms. All that was left was to wait for Zhanhao to finish slicing the meat. As the hot pot on the stove began to boil, its aroma wafted far and wide, undeterred by the rain. Mingyue, ever vigilant since Zhanhao had tapped her on the shoulder, reactivated her mental energy. If someone had wanted to kill her for her gear, she would have been done for. She needed to remain alert. Soon, a group of people, drawn by the scent of the hot pot, approached. Mingyue detected them 30 meters away, having focused most of her mental energy towards the city. At the first sign of their arrival, she extinguished the hot pot and stove and stored them away. She tapped Zhanhao on the shoulder. Someone's coming. Zhanhao put down the kitchen knife, donned his raincoat, and Mingyue packed away everything in the tent. The group of 6, 4 men and 2 women, the latter carried in the arms of the former, arrived at the tent's entrance. Zhanhao stepped out. What's going on, fellas? The leader, cradling a woman, looked at Zhanhao with impatience. Nothing. Just leave the tent and the girl inside. You can clear off. The leader had taken a clear look inside the tent. Mingyue emerged, now wearing her raincoat. Hearing the crude words, she lost her patience and, without a word, caused a shower of earthquake debris to rain down on the group. The leader and 3 others dodged the debris, but the woman in the leader's arms fell and appeared to have twisted her ankle. The other woman, clinging to her companion, and the man carrying her were struck directly and were unlikely to have survived. Seeing Mingyue act, Zhanhao drew a dagger and launched an attack, slitting the throat of one of the men. As the leader and another man turned to flee, Zhanhao pursued the leader, while Mingyue blocked the path of the other with more debris. Zhanhao swiftly dispatched the leader and turned to assist Mingyue, only to see the other man drenched in scalding hot pot broth, followed by Mingyue's swift chop of her woodcutter's knife to the man's neck. Chapter 44. The earthquake disaster. 5. Zhanhao raised his eyebrows and gave Mingyue a thumbs up. Mingyue flicked the blood off her machete, and the two began their walk back, collecting the undamaged debris along the way. As they reached the entrance of the tent, they noticed a woman sitting pitifully outside, gazing at them with pleading eyes. I was forced by them. Can you take me in? I could do anything before she could finish her sentence. Mingyue stepped forward and plunged her knife into the woman's heart. The woman looked at Mingyue in disbelief, then at Zhanhao, before reluctantly closing her eyes. The dagger she had concealed in her hands fell slowly to the ground. Mingyue retrieved the dagger and returned to the tent, followed closely by Zhanhao. They hung up their raincoats, and Zhanhao remarked, I thought you would let her go. Mingyue took out all the ingredients for hot pot. Zhanhao took the cutting board to slice the meat, while Mingyue added water to the pot and opened a new package of hot pot base to pour in. Regardless of whether she had other companions, the moment she revealed her murderous intent, her fate was sealed. I suppose I do not appear so saintly after all. The two refrained from discussing the earlier incident and instead shared stories of their recent experiences, calmly finishing their meal. After they had eaten, the rain outside ceased. As Mingyue and Zhanhao began to tidy up, Zhanhao glanced at Mingyue and suggested, We are somewhat acquainted now. How about we collaborate once more on this instance? Mingyue, drying her hands, asked for further details. This instance is prone to earthquakes, which will undoubtedly become more severe. I believe it is impossible for anyone to stay awake indefinitely. We could alternate between resting and keeping watch, ensuring our basic safety. After considering it, Mingyue concurred, although she could retreat into her space to rest. If players in the city began to flee, the area would soon become crowded, making it impossible to enter her space. Alone, she would be outnumbered. So it was indeed better to stick together for mutual support. I trust your character, Mingyue declared. Our previous collaboration was quite successful, and I accept your proposal. Just as they planned to sit down for tea and continue their conversation, the ground began to tremble once more. This time, it was merely a minor quake. They rushed outside to witness RVs and tents swaying, but there was no immediate danger. At that moment, several muddy individuals emerged from the direction of the city, having undoubtedly rolled in the mud along their journey. They did not disturb anyone, setting up their tents at a distance. Mingyue observed that none among them seemed troublesome, so she returned to her tent. Zhanhao entered and asked, "Can you sleep now? Perhaps you should rest while I keep watch." Mingyue looked at Zhanhao's red eyes and replied, "You should rest first. I cannot sleep now either. Besides, there are fewer people at the moment, and if any troublemakers arrive, we'll need you." Zhanhao accepted this, setting up a military cot. "May I camp out here? It's inconvenient to keep watch in the RV." Seeing Mingyue nod, he added, "Don't be modest. If trouble arises, you can handle it. Had I not witnessed your skills earlier, I would not have dared to collaborate with you." With that, he settled down and fell asleep almost instantaneously. Mingyue was left speechless. His trust was rather excessive. However, as long as no one intended to harm her, she would never initiate violence. Such was her benevolent nature. Sitting at the entrance of the tent, she closed her eyes, extending her mental vigilance. Unbeknownst to her, Zhanhao had relaxed and drifted into a deep slumber. Throughout the afternoon, several more individuals arrived, quietly establishing their camps without disturbing others. They were indeed good comrades, unlike the previous players who sought to dominate. Everyone had been drawn into this game. It was far better to cooperate harmoniously in the instance than to engage in a struggle to the death. The heavy rain, mixed with mud, made the ground squelchy, and Mingyue remained inside the tent, unwilling to emerge and tarnish her princess-like image. Fortunately, the afternoon remained stable, with only one slight tremor, which ceased just as Mingyue was about to awaken Zhanhao. With nothing to do, she opened her personal panel and noticed that all her food stock had sold out. Truly, exclusive businesses thrived. While other items were easy to gather in instances, food and fruit were often scarce, consumed before one could collect them. Someone must have hoarded them for future use. Who knew if the next instance would also begin with a disaster? Seeing her balance had reached 270,000, she pondered enhancing her physical attributes upon returning home, saving the rest for emergencies. By 6 in the evening, Mingyue began cooking noodles, adding some greens and an egg. Just as the noodles were nearing readiness, Zhanhao woke up. "Why didn't you call me? You're awake. Cooking noodles is no trouble. Hurry and get ready for dinner." Zhanhao returned from the RV, freshened up, and came back with a meal box. Upon opening it, Mingyue recognized her own cooking, stir-fried greens, and braised beef. "Let us not eat just what you prepared. This is from the game store, and it's quite good. You should try some." Mingyue maintained a neutral expression as they sat down to eat, occasionally awkwardly complimenting the dish. The meat is wonderfully tender and flavorful. Under the table, her toes were nearly digging a hole into the ground. Unsure of how to handle the situation, it felt rather embarrassing. After dinner, around 8 in the evening, Mingyue retired to bed, knowing they would need to switch shifts later. Zhanhao moved a chair to sit at the entrance of the tent, leaving it unzipped for quick escape in case of emergencies. Just past 10, another tremor shook the ground. Before Zhanhao could call out to Mingyue, she was already awakened by the shaking. Realizing it was not severe, she rolled over and continued to sleep. At 1 in the morning, she was awakened by her alarm to swap shifts with Zhanhao, and thus they navigated through 2 relatively tranquil days. During this time, minor tremors occasionally shook the ground but caused no harm. The few players who had arrived, seeing the large group, did not cause any trouble, setting up camp not far away, which resulted in a small encampment of over 20 people. On the 4th day, rain began to pour heavily around 6 in the morning, with droplets creating ping-pong, ball-sized impressions upon hitting the ground. Before long, Zhanhao was also awakened by the noise. "You're awake? The rain is quite heavy outside." Zhanhao rubbed his face and grumbled, "It's time to wake up. It's nearly 7. Aside from the first day, when they cooked a proper meal, they had subsisted on instant noodles or bread for the past 2 days. With so many people around, Mingyue was cautious about indulging in better food, as it would attract unwanted attention, especially from Zhanhao. Thus, she had maintained a low profile, fully integrating into the survival team. For breakfast, they each had a piece of bread and a carton of milk. Before they could finish, the ground began to shake violently. This was no minor disturbance. The earth trembled fiercely, prompting them to dash out of the tent. Cracks appeared in the ground, extending towards the area where Zhang Hao's RV was parked. As they watched the RV teeter on the edge of a fissure, fearing their own shelter might also crack, Mingyue swiftly packed the tent along with the isolation frame into her space. Zhang Hao took a couple of steps towards the RV, only to retreat swiftly, recognizing the peril that lay ahead. After all, material possessions pale in comparison to one's life. Moreover, the RV served merely as a tent, and now that it had already toppled, rushing over would be futile. Chapter 45 Natural Disaster. Earthquake. Unbeknownst to Mingyue, a fissure suddenly appeared behind her. Just as Zhang Hao turned around, he caught sight of it and shouted, "Be careful behind you." He rushed towards her. By the time Mingyue heard his warning, one of her feet had already slipped into the crack. She desperately tried to stabilize herself, shifting her weight forward and reaching out with both hands. Yet the ground continued to tremble, making it exceedingly difficult to maintain her balance. As she was about to plummet into the abyss, Zhang Hao seized her arm just in time. With a powerful push from her foot, she leapt out of the fissure, while behind her, the crack closed with a resounding thud, and the earthquake ceased. Mingyue turned to gaze at the spot where she had just stood, her heart racing. She had narrowly avoided being trapped. Even a mere injury to her leg would have been quite distressing. Considering the force with which the fissure had sealed, it could have easily severed her limb. However, after enduring so many harrowing experiences, her psychological resilience had vastly improved. She quickly managed to compose herself. Turning around, she noticed Zhang Hao also appeared shaken. It seemed everyone had been profoundly startled by this earthquake. Although the tremors had subsided, rain continued to pour outside. Mingyue retrieved the tent and isolation frame. And as they entered the tent, Zhang Hao's spirits had already begun to lift. Mingyue used a towel to dry her face and expressed her gratitude. "Thank you for saving me, my hero." Zhang Hao, also drying himself off, replied, "Let us not indulge in such pleasantries. If I weren't in your tent, I would have tumbled down like that vehicle. So, I should be thanking you first." They exchanged knowing smiles, leaving behind any further niceties. After drying her face, Mingyue donned a raincoat and asked Zhang Hao to change his clothes inside the tent while she stood guard outside. Once he was done, she could also change. The downpour lasted over 2 hours before finally ceasing. Mingyue's isolation frame extended a meter higher than the tent. They sat on the platform in front of the tent, and not far away, in the camp, someone had fallen into a fissure. Most had been saved by nearby players, while some tents had also fallen. Seizing the moment while the rain had stopped, they hurriedly set about reassembling their tents. Mingyue closed her eyes, employing her spiritual energy to probe underground. Those who had fallen were now nowhere to be seen. She dared not look further down, even if she knew they were below. The lack of air for such an extended period would render survival impossible. Continuing to use her spiritual energy to survey her surroundings, she recognized that after the heavy rain, more people would be moving towards the outskirts, so it was wise to remain vigilant. The day was filled with minor tremors, which the players had grown accustomed to. A few players emerged from the city, and through her spiritual energy, Mingyue overheard them discussing the terrible conditions of the roads, muddy and treacherous. When they had left, they had trudged through muck, and during the earthquake they could barely stand, let alone evade fissures. Hearing this, Mingyue felt fortunate to have made her way to this location early. It was indeed the prudent approach to survival. When one is incapable, remaining in a safe place is the wisest course of action. Self-awareness is imperative. The following day dawned bright and sunny, allowing the camp to dry out somewhat. Otherwise, stepping off the platform would lead to muddy shoes, and a single misstep would leave one thoroughly soiled. Late in the morning, Mingyue spotted a muddy figure approaching from afar. Using her spiritual energy to probe, she realized it was none other than Zhang Mingze, the first instance where they had hidden together in a basement during an earlier dungeon. Zhang Mingze was covered in mud, his face and hair caked with grime. Had she not observed him through her spiritual energy, she would not have recognized him at all. Turning to Zhang Hao, who was inside the tent, Mingyue asked, "Is that Zhang Mingze coming from afar?" Zhang Hao stepped out and confirmed it is indeed him. As Zhang Mingze drew closer, he seemed to be limping, likely due to an injury. Zhang Hao approached him without concern for his muddy state, offering support as they made their way back to the tent. What happened to you? You look terrible. How's your foot? Is it serious? Zhang Mingze waved at Mingyue as a greeting and lamented, don't mention it. Walking outside today felt like trudging through concrete. I twisted my ankle, but it's nothing serious. It will heal in a couple of days. Mingyue wanted to invite him into the tent for a wash, while she and Zhang Hao stood guard outside. However, Zhang Mingze declined, explaining that he might feel embarrassed if an earthquake struck while he was bathing. Ultimately, he settled for rinsing off the mud and changing clothes in Mingyue's tent, while Zhang Hao also changed out of his soiled shirt. After they had both cleaned up, Mingyue prepared a pot of noodles, adding some greens and shredded meat, and topped it with a few poached eggs, allowing them to enjoy a humble yet satisfying lunch. Seated together, they listened as Zhang Mingze recounted the current state of affairs in the city, which had suffered heavy casualties. In the first couple of days, there were reports of violence and looting, but such incidents had ceased as survival became the priority. Many who wished to leave were severely injured and unable to do so, while others lacked the stamina to venture far before needing rest. In the city, a single misstep could lead to a fall, with injuries lurking at every corner. Zhang Mingze turned to Mingyue, acknowledging, "You're quite clever, finding such a safe haven early on." Mingyue smiled modestly, attributing it to luck. "I nearly fell into a fissure too, but Zhang Hao saved me. Why don't you take a nap? The tent is spacious enough for you to rest while we keep watch outside. We'll call you if there's any danger," she suggested. Zhang Mingze looked surprised at Zhang Hao, asking, "What about your RV?" Zhang Hao replied curtly, "It fell into a fissure. If I hadn't been eating with Mingyue, I would have gone down with it." "Then let's sleep in the tent," Zhang Mingze decided. "You rest first. I'll go set up a tent outside. By the time you wake up, I'll have it ready." Mingyue added, "Let's south pitch it close by, so we can take turns keeping watch at night." They all agreed, and while Zhang Mingze took a nap inside the tent, Zhang Hao set up a new tent nearby, with Mingyue assisting him. It was soon completed. Their tent lacked the isolation frame that Mingyue's tent had, but it was still a spacious two-person tent. As long as it didn't rain, sleeping inside would be quite comfortable. After helping them set up, Mingyue returned to her tent to practice her spiritual energy. Zhang Hao added a bed inside their tent, then settled down at the entrance. The advantage of Mingyue's tent was that it provided a vantage point and an early warning system in case of another earthquake. Mingyue released her spiritual energy, experimenting with various forms. Given the constant threat of danger, she dared not overexert herself. She could only practice within her existing limits, seeking new methods of attack. She tried creating a spiritual energy shield by concentrating her energy into a dense wall, then retracting it, practicing tirelessly to achieve instantaneous deployment. This skill had been conceived in moments of peril, effectively safeguarding her while allowing for repositioning. However, she had yet to master it completely, requiring ample practice to reach a reflexive level of proficiency. She contemplated the necessity of solidifying her energy to attack the brain. She had not yet achieved the ability to concentrate it into a needle-like form. Perhaps if she shaped it into a cone, even if she couldn't strike the brain, she could still inflict harm elsewhere. Mingyue continued her relentless practice, recognizing that both skills were quite practical. Once mastered, this offensive and defensive duo could potentially be lethal, striking unseen. It was not until evening that Zhang Mingze emerged from the tent, marking the conclusion of today's cultivation under the bright moon. Chapter 46. The catastrophe of earthquakes on that afternoon. The results of the training were quite commendable. Although the ability to condense into a cone could not be instantaneous, the speed had significantly improved. The shield could essentially be activated instantaneously, but unrestricted movement remained a challenge, requiring a buffer period. Mingyue felt a sense of joy having acquired a basic means of self-preservation and decided to indulge in a delightful meal that evening. Upon seeing Zhang Mingze emerge from the tent, looking well-rested with much of the fatigue erased from his face, Mingyue smiled and asked, "How do you feel after your nap?" Zhang Mingze took a chair and sat beside Mingyue and Zhang Hao, remarking on how splendid it felt to finally experience a solid rest since entering this challenging instance. The current quest posed a significant test of physical limits, and progressing alone without cooperation was exceedingly difficult. Who could tell if future instances would follow this trend? Adaptation was essential. Perhaps in time, everyone would become accustomed to collaboration, fostering a more harmonious environment within the game. Noticing the time, Mingyue inquired of the two, "I'm in the mood for some fried rice. How about you both? Any preferences?" Just as she finished speaking, Zhang Mingzi retrieved 3 boxes of rice from his gaming backpack, exclaiming, "This is perfect. I finished all the vegetables I bought from the shop, leaving just this rice. Lately, I've been craving it with spicy sauce. I can no longer bear the monotony of bread and compressed biscuits." With a smile, Mingyue accepted the rice and entered the tent, followed closely by the 2 men. Mingyue produced cucumbers, tomatoes, eggs, and ham from her space, while the 2 men took charge of washing and chopping the vegetables. They prepared a delightful egg fried rice and tomato egg soup, relishing a rare and flavorful meal amidst their recent bland diet. Zhang Mingzi, sipping his soup, commented, "Rice truly is the best. I've had my fill of bread and instant noodles over the past few days and felt anxious just looking at the rice." Zhang Hao finished the last morsel of fried rice, echoing, "Indeed, eating the same thing daily is unbearable." Zhang Mingzi, lost in thought, mused softly about how this starry realm managed to stockpile such an abundance of fruits and vegetables, suggesting a life of comfort. Mingyue shook her head, countering, "That may not be the case. Who knows if he dares to indulge too extravagantly in public, fearing theft?" The 2 men nodded in agreement, recognizing the temptation that such abundance posed. Mingyue reflected inwardly, realizing that she was indeed the one concealing her identity. She must guard her small secret well. If her true identity were revealed, she would undoubtedly become a target. With so many delectable items available in the instance, who wouldn't desire them? It was imperative to hone her abilities further. Once she gained sufficient strength, others would find it impossible to seize what was hers. That night, Mingyue took the first watch, followed by Zhang Mingzi, and then Zhang Hao the next day. This rotation ensured that everyone enjoyed a better quality of sleep. While on watch, Mingyue contemplated placing an order for 1,000 portions of rice and 1,000 servings of vegetables in the shop. Given the lack of time for physical training in this instance, it was likely that they would continue to face such constraints in the future. Thus, relying on the shop for fundamental physical attributes seemed prudent, and she resolved to save more currency for potential necessities that might arise. Life is a relentless cycle of striving and earning. As she observed some of the vegetables and fruit selling, Mingyue took the opportunity to list additional items. When she exchanged watch with Zhang Mingzi, a slight tremor occurred outside. Such disturbances had become commonplace in recent days and no longer drew their attention. They continued with their activities, and Mingyue even maintained her steady stride back to the tent for sleep. Zhang Mingzi remained firmly seated, unperturbed by the minor upheaval. In the following days, a multitude of newcomers arrived, appearing quite disheveled and coated in mud, their exhaustion palpable. Mingyue habitually sought refuge in a secluded spot far from the crowd during each instance. Yet this was the first time she encountered such a throng of players. Whenever she was outside the tent, she wore a mask, and Zhang Mingzi and Zhang Hao likely understood her apprehension, refraining from questioning her. 2 women approached, seeking the men's protection, while Mingyue sat quietly nearby, resting her eyes. Thankfully, the 2 men managed to send the women away. Otherwise, Mingyue would have been unwilling to cooperate with them further. It wasn't that women were unwelcome in the team, but rather that unproductive individuals posed a liability. Relying solely on others for protection would only hinder progress in times of danger, a situation Mingyue could not accept. In this camp, Mingyue observed several independent women, questioning why the 2 newcomers could not stand on their own. This was a notion she could not abide. On the morning of the 14th day, an unexpected group arrived at the camp. These individuals exuded a blatant air of menace, reminiscent of thugs in a gang, which instantly put Mingyue at ease. She sensed they were unlikely to cause significant trouble. Indeed, the camp now housed over 100 players. None appeared to be instigators, possibly fearing that conflict would lead to others seizing the opportunity to benefit from chaos. Consequently, Harmony prevailed within the encampment. The newcomers numbered around 60 or 70, and when they began to shout upon arrival, the others ignored them until they overturned the tent of a prominent figure. That individual brandished a machete and charged at them, prompting nearby campers to join in the fray, creating a surge of collective aggression. Upon witnessing the chaos, the thugs, seeing their compatriots fall, turned to flee as the camp members pursued them momentarily before retreating. Mingyue was astonished. This was her first experience observing such solidarity among campers. Zhang Hao, noticing Mingyue's expression, remarked on how this situation had emerged from prior bullying by smaller factions. Typically, they avoided conflict, but when camped together, personal battles were left unregulated. Deaths were simply viewed as a result of skill. However, when faced with aggression from smaller groups, they united to protect their camp, for disunity would spell doom for all. This arrangement seemed beneficial, at least for the time being. With the instance nearing its conclusion, those troublemakers would likely attempt to raid multiple players at once rather than targeting just one or two. While this fostered mutual wariness, it also encouraged collective protection. Mingyue pondered aloud. However, we must remain vigilant on the final day. If no one comes to provoke us, we can engage in any skirmish without concern for the camp's safety. Zhang Mingze turned to Zhang Hao, who reflected that possibility cannot be dismissed. Yet typically, the last day of a game is when disasters strike hardest. We must stay alert and protect ourselves during this period. Zhang Mingze concluded, acknowledging that every situation bore its advantages and disadvantages, emphasizing the necessity of keeping strangers at bay, as the unknown always carried risks. That day, even minor tremors were scarce, and the trio anxiously anticipated the potential for a major earthquake. Regardless of their worries, preparations were crucial. On the final night, they resolved to sleep from 6 o'clock onward, each taking a 4-hour watch to ensure ample rest. When they awoke at 6 the next morning, rain fell outside, and the other two began organizing their belongings in their separate tents. Since they had set up their tents, they no longer dined together, occasionally gathering for a communal meal. Mingyue enjoyed a steamer basket of shumai, 2 crab roe buns, and a cup of soybean milk to satiate her hunger before donning rain gear and pants. As the rain showed no signs of abating, she extended a telescopic ladder to its full length, inspected the remains of the structure, and stepped out of the tent to stow the tent and partition into her space. Chapter 47. Natural disaster. Earthquake at the camp. Everyone was busily preparing. Most had gathered their supplies and stood in the rain, poised and ready after 7 o'clock. As the clock struck 8, everyone hoped to emerge safely. They were acutely aware that the final moments of the game would not be tranquil. True to expectation, around 7:30, the rain intensified, pouring down in torrents, while a deafening rumble resonated from the ground beneath. The earth, which had only trembled slightly moments before, suddenly began to convulse violently, swaying from side to side, then jolting up and down, catching everyone off guard. People struggled to maintain their balance, desperately trying to steady themselves to avoid falling. Some were unable to adjust in time and tumbled to the ground. Fortunately, most managed to retain a semblance of stability. Mingyue quickly crouched down, pressing her hands and feet firmly against the ground in an attempt to enhance her stability. Just then, the ground beneath her began to crack ominously, and panic ensued as everyone scrambled to evade the perilous fissures. In that moment, each individual was solely focused on their own safety, neglecting the plight of others, striving to evade the dangerous crevices. Mingyue enveloped herself with her mental energy, creating a protective sphere extending 20 meters around her. Suddenly, she noticed a fissure opening up not far ahead, prompting her to retreat hastily. The ground was exceedingly slick, and she slipped, falling onto the earth. However, she reacted swiftly, rolling to regain her footing. Just as she stood, the fissure closed behind her, and a new one appeared diagonally from behind, causing several individuals to rush towards her direction. After only a few steps, the ground beneath them cracked again, but fortunately, they had not yet fully stepped onto it. Mingyue quickly retracted her foot and changed direction. Abruptly, the earth trembled violently, as if it were about to be torn apart. Numerous gaping fissures emerged, resembling the gaping maw of a demon, foretelling a cataclysmic upheaval. Mingyue exerted every ounce of strength to stand firm on a mere 10-square-meter patch of land, gripping the cold earth with her hands and feet, refusing to relent. The ground was perilously slippery. Even the slightest misstep could send her plummeting into an abyss. The ground beneath her was precarious. Even the faintest tremor could lead to her downfall. She widened her eyes, fixated on the expanding chasm before her. It had widened to over 10 meters and continued to spread, threatening to cleave the camp in two. In that moment, Mingyue felt as though she were stranded on a solitary island, isolated from the surrounding world. The ground around her receded, leaving her with barely 10 square meters to stand upon, with fissures stretching 3 to 4 meters wide all around her. The earth continued to tremble, and Mingyue could only cling desperately to the ground, her hands digging into the soil. Yet, her worries deepened as the ground beneath her began to shift. Soil crumbled like raindrops, and if this persisted, it would not be long before she too would plunge into the depths below. Mingyue retrieved the longest ladder she had stored in her space, positioning it across the fissure to the opposite edge. Amidst the continuous tremors, she was fortunate that one end aligned perfectly with Zhang Mingze and Zhang Hao's location. The two men half-crouched to secure the ladder as Mingyue lay on it. Once she was atop, the ladder's movement diminished, and the two retreated to a safer distance. Mingyue lay on the ladder, paralyzed with fear, unable to budge an inch, yet the ladder continued to shift. She pulled 2 large pieces of debris from her space, placing them at the front and back of the ladder to add weight and minimize its motion. However, earthquakes do not heed human will, and the chasm in the camp widened further, isolating Zhang Hao and Zhang Mingze on a minuscule patch of land barely over 10 square meters. In the distance, many others found themselves cut off by the fissures, some unable to escape in time and falling into the abyss. Suddenly, the ground shook violently, beginning to close, while the soil beneath Mingyue's safe haven began to crumble away, reducing her space to a mere point. It appeared that she too would soon plunge into the depths below. Mingyue clung to the ladder, attempting to maintain her balance as debris fell into the gaping pit beneath her, and the ladder began to tilt. She gripped it tightly, knowing that as long as both ends had support, she might yet be saved. Just as she felt her strength waning, the earthquake finally ceased. Most of the fissures had closed, yet beneath her lay a bottomless pit, while the central chasm remained a 10-meter-wide gash in the earth, with several smaller fissures still open. Once the tremor subsided, Zhang Hao and Zhang Mingze pulled her safety. Exhausted, Mingyue collapsed onto the ground, waving her hand to retract the ladder, her invaluable asset that had saved her life, deserving of careful preservation. With great effort, she rose to her feet, allowing the rain to wash the mud from her raincoat. Using her mental energy, she surveyed the area. In total, there were 2 such chasms in the camp, and she occupied one, while the other was even larger, measuring over 20 meters in diameter. Had she found herself at that gaping maw, survival would have been impossible. Her ladder was simply not long enough. Zhang Mingze and Zhang Hao were also seated on the ground, too fatigued to rise. Checking her watch, Mingyue realized that despite the harrowing experience feeling prolonged, only a little over 10 minutes had elapsed. In the remaining time, everyone quietly rested in the rain. Although brief, the ordeal had clearly drained their energy. Mingyue's body ached, her arms weary from clutching the ladder. When the clock struck 8, they were teleported out of the game, and upon returning to the real world, the system activated. Congratulations, player Mingyue, for successfully completing the Earthquake Disaster Dungeon. Rewards: 5 to base attributes. Notification for the opening of the next dungeon will follow. The game backpack was paused in the real world, and all player-related notifications were suppressed. The system shop and chat channel were now accessible. Mingyue, however, first shed her raincoat and trousers, rinsing them in the bathroom before hanging them up. After enjoying a refreshing shower, she finally turned her attention to the game panel. Personal panel. Name: Mingyue Constitution, 5 Stamina, 5 Speed, 7 Endurance, 6 Intelligence, 6 Luck, 7 Merit, 20 Special Item. Protective Suit Protection Value: 100, effective against ultraviolet rays, radiation, viruses, acid rain, etc. The greater the protection, the greater the damage sustained. Protection value of 0 renders it ineffective. This time, the game shop featured a basic gene potion designed to unlock the body's potential. According to the product description, the basic potion was akin to a low-grade cleansing elixir. Each player could only consume one of each type of potion, as the body could not handle the transformation in a single dose. Hence, it was divided into 3 doses. Subsequently, intermediate and advanced gene potions would be available, but one must first consume the basic gene potion to access them. Mingyue had originally intended to purchase 10 points to boost her base attributes upon her return, but now she could only afford the basic potion, which fortunately was not expensive at 20,000 game coins. After clicking to purchase, a thumb-sized glass vial materialized in her hand. Concerned about the potential mess similar to the cleansing elixir, she headed to the restroom to take the potion and began to await the results. Initially, the body experienced a sensation of itchiness, followed by a tingling pain, then a deep ache in the bones, culminating in a pervasive discomfort throughout the internal organs. However, these pains remained within a bearable threshold, rendering them uncomfortable yet tolerable. Following the ordeal of pain, a warmth began to radiate from within, as if impurities were being expelled from the surface of the body, accompanied by an unpleasant odor, interspersed with dark red streaks of blood. Mingyue hastily decided to take another bath, as the smell was becoming overwhelming. It seemed prudent to detoxify while washing, rather than waiting for the entire expulsion to occur. As she scrubbed away the grime from her body, her mind began to whirl with questions. This foundational potion, with a name suggesting advanced technology, yielded effects akin to those of a cultivation elixir. What realm did this game truly belong to? Had there been a collaboration between the 2 worlds? What was the purpose of this experiment? Such enigmas were truly perplexing. Chapter 48. The Real World 5. Emerging from a refreshing bath, I stood before the mirror, contemplating the subtle transformations in my appearance. To the naked eye, it seemed as though I had been refined to a more perfect version of myself. Both my facial features and physique bore semblance to an aesthetic optimization. Although the overall change might appear negligible, a discerning acquaintance would undoubtedly notice that my height had increased by 3 centimeters, and my bodily proportions had achieved greater harmony. It was akin to a delicate recalibration of my form, presenting an impression of enhanced vitality to those observing. I could perceive an elevation in my fundamental attributes. My body felt more robust, my senses heightened, and my reflexes sharpened. Even my mental acuity had ascended to a new tier. This last enhancement brought me immense joy, for the previous upgrades to my mental prowess had been arduous and fraught with discomfort, often leaving me incapacitated with dizziness and pain. The absence of side effects this time was a source of genuine elation. Upon accessing my personal panel, I was pleasantly surprised to find that all my foundational attributes had improved, each reflected in precise numerical values. I decided to invest an additional 5 points into my fortune attribute, resulting in the following profile. Personal panel. Name: Mingyue Constitution, 10 Stamina, 9 Speed, 12 Endurance, 11 Intelligence, 9 Fortune, 12 Virtue, 20 Special Item. Protective suit protection value, 100, effective against ultraviolet rays, radiation, viruses, acid rain, etc. The greater the protection, the greater the potential damage. A protection value of 0 renders it ineffective. I was delighted. Only 2 of my foundational attributes remained below 10. With a stroke of fortune, tasks would become considerably easier. Who wouldn't long for a daily blessing of good luck? Glancing at my available items, I noticed that the meals had sold out, while an abundance of fruits and vegetables remained. This time, I resolved to prepare more dishes for sale, saving up for intermediate and advanced potions. Checking my balance revealed a substantial sum of 280,000. Encouragingly, I reminded myself to work diligently. Small fortunes grow swiftly when nurtured. Before entering the game, I had communicated with the village chief, fearing a recurrence of my previous fainting episode upon exiting the game. I informed him that I would not be visiting today, opting instead for a solid rest. The dungeon had proven exhausting, and though I had company in Zhang Hao and Zhang Mingze for the night watch, true slumber eluded me. My body was fine, but the mental fatigue was overwhelming. I slept soundly, waking only once to satisfy my hunger before returning to my dreams, finally rising refreshed just after 5 in the morning. After a hearty breakfast, I ventured into the village, greeted warmly by the locals, to whom I responded in kind. Upon reaching the village chief's home, the elderly gentleman greeted me eagerly. After exchanging pleasantries, we swiftly transitioned into work mode, reconciling accounts and inspecting fruit quality. By midday, we were both drenched in sweat from our labors. I urged the chief to retreat indoors to avoid heat exhaustion, explaining that I was not in a hurry for goods. It was unwise for everyone to toil under the blazing sun, as it posed risks of heat stroke, not to mention the detrimental effects on the fruit trees themselves. I reassured them that I would collect the harvest whenever they were ready, and I entrusted Uncle Zhang with the responsibility of organizing this matter. The village chief, fanning himself with his hat, assured me that all would proceed without incident. This year had been unusually hot, causing discomfort among the livestock, with chickens particularly susceptible to heat stress. Reflecting on my own resources, I realized that I could sustain myself with grains and produce, but incorporating some livestock would provide additional security against potential disasters. My space was extensive, allowing for the accommodation of fully grown animals. They could be stored alive and unharmed, alleviating any lingering concerns. I inquired of the village chief whether he had any chicks or piglets available for sale. If he wished to sell his poultry or livestock, I would be more than willing to purchase them, especially if young ones were available. The chief's face lit up with excitement as he informed me that his son-in-law had contracted 2 mountains for breeding. If I was interested, he would gladly take me to see them. As fate would have it, we set out together. However, Aunt Zhang, the village chief's wife, called us back, having overheard our intention to visit their daughter's breeding farm. She chided Uncle Zhang, reminding him of the time and suggesting we eat first before embarking on our journey. I propose we go in the evening. The sun is too fierce right now, and we wouldn't want Mingyue to suffer from heat stroke. I interjected, assuring Aunt Zhang that I was not so fragile. In a moment, Uncle and I will drive over. We lost track of time in our conversation, nearly disregarding your generous hospitality. Please forgive us for that. I humorously performed an ancient bow, eliciting laughter from Aunt Zhang. Enough of your antics. Wash your hands. It's time to eat, she replied, heading towards the kitchen, with me following to help serve the meal. We enjoyed a delightful lunch at the village chief's home. Aunt Zhang suggested I take a nap before heading out, but I declined, feeling it inappropriate to intrude upon their family's space. Instead, the village chief offered to drive me to his daughter's home. His daughter, Zhang Yin, was married in the neighboring village where I had previously sourced fruits. Although her family focused on animal husbandry rather than orcharding, in a region surrounded by orchards, it was a wise decision. Livestock could yield profits, and the organic fertilizer produced was also quite lucrative. Upon our arrival, the family was resting. After explaining our purpose, they guided us up the mountain to the breeding farm. The facility was splendid, with all animals free range on the mountainside, while only the newborns were housed indoors under the care of dedicated staff to prevent illness. Due to the oppressive heat this year, precautions have been taken to protect the livestock and aside from animals contracted to others. Any available for sale were a welcome opportunity for me. The adage rings true, a family with wealth does not count those with fur. Once an animal passes away, it cannot enter the market, and the only recourse is to bury it deep and lime the site, rendering previous investments futile. Hence, my willingness to purchase these animals was mutually beneficial. Ultimately, I acquired all the uncontracted animals from the farm, requesting 100 of each type of young animal, cognizant of the need to trial their care and manage my risk. Since this venture was somewhat impromptu, I lacked transportation and storage for the animals. I decided to return to the city to arrange logistics before transporting them. Zhang Yin and her husband offered their assistance, having previously utilized a transit warehouse for deliveries to the city. They could accommodate my purchases for a day, after which I could retrieve them from my space. Zhang Yin organized a vehicle to transport my acquisitions to the city while I settled the accounts, catching the last truck back. The employees placed all the animals into the warehouse, and once they departed, I transferred everything into my space. Zhang Yin had even prepared feed, meticulously labeling the types for each animal and the appropriate quantities. Chapter 49. The Real World 6. What a meticulous and kind-hearted girl she is. Although the amount of feed was only sufficient for 2 meals, it clearly demonstrated Zhang Yan's competence in managing affairs. Upon returning to the hotel, she rushed straight into the bathroom for a shower. The heat of the day had left her drenched in sweat, and her clothes were thoroughly soaked and imbued with an unpleasant odor, not to mention the scents acquired from an afternoon at the farm. Mingyue still hoped that under favorable circumstances, she could present herself as a fragrant little fairy. After a shower, she sipped a glass of iced tea, and before she could set the cup down, she received a call from Li Qin, the girl she had rescued after emerging from the last dungeon. Since then, the two had frequently kept in touch, dining and shopping together, treating each other as close friends. Today, Li Qin was calling to invite her for dinner. Knowing that she was in Xiguang province, and Mingyue readily accepted. Li Qin was not a difficult person to get along with. Their previous conversations had been quite harmonious, so Mingyue was eager to foster their friendship. After dinner, they went to watch a movie, and when it ended, Li Qin's fiancé was waiting outside. Since the last incident, he had become quite protective of Li Qin, insisting on picking her up whenever she went out. After exchanging greetings, they offered to escort Mingyue back to her hotel, but she declined, citing that she had some matters to attend to and opted to stroll alone. After all, who would want to be caught in the middle of a couple's affections? Besides, she had no particular fondness for dog food. A leisurely walk down the street was quite pleasant. Occasionally, a gentle breeze drifted through the warm evening air, providing a welcome relief from the stifling heat of the day. Strolling back to the hotel at a leisurely pace, it was already past 11 when she decided to take a shower and retire for the night. The next day, with no need to visit the village, she planned to seek out a martial arts class. She had wanted to go several times before, but had been delayed by various matters. Now she finally had the opportunity. Mingyue was introduced to the class by a friend, as she was entirely unfamiliar with martial arts. The information she had gathered was insufficient to determine whether the techniques were effective for self-defense, so she sought out a professional. Her friend recommended a retired soldier, and given that Xiguang was a permanent military preparedness zone, his expertise was beyond question. Initially, the coach assumed Mingyue to be a delicate young lady and attempted to dissuade her from pursuing martial arts. However, after a test conducted at her insistence, the results astonished him. Mingyue's physical attributes, strength, endurance, and reflexes, were remarkably exceptional, yet she had no idea how to apply them. Her sparring relied solely on brute force, and her evasive maneuvers were instinctive. The coach, recognizing her potential, meticulously explained various techniques and allowed Mingyue to practice on her own. He would subsequently engage her in sparring, guiding her in executing moves and correcting her mistakes, demonstrating how she could improve her reactions. The training was indeed exhausting, especially for someone like Mingyue, who had no prior foundation in martial arts. If it weren't for her unwavering determination, she would have been unable to rise after such a grueling day. Only when she could no longer stand did the training conclude. Indeed, the discipline of a permanent military preparedness zone was evident. The coach was relentless. He found it curious that this young girl was pushing herself so hard without taking breaks. On her way back to the hotel, Mingyue contemplated whether she should take on a disciple once she mastered her skills, wishing to share the experience of enduring hardship with someone else. The coach was simply too harsh. The pain was unbearable. The next day, Mingyue woke feeling as if her body were in disarray. After applying pain relief spray, she returned to face the coach once more. By the third day, she could occasionally land a hit on him, and at times, in a fit of desperation, she would cling to him and even bite through his clothing. The coach found her antics amusing, exclaiming that she had turned a disciplined military exercise into a chaotic brawl. Mingyue, with a sense of justification, replied, "If I am to envision you as an enemy attacking me, then I must ensure that you pay the price for your aggression." The coach rolled his eyes, pondering why someone with such remarkable physical capabilities had not considered joining the military. After a brief respite, they resumed training. At the end of the session, Mingyue requested a day off for the following day, as she needed to travel to the village to settle accounts with the fruit farmers. The next day, filled with excitement, she headed to the village, completed her transactions, then went to the city warehouse to gather fruits and vegetables before visiting the farmer's market to purchase fencing materials. Today was a day off from training, and Mingyue felt cheerful in all her endeavors. The young animals she had previously purchased were still resting in her spatial pocket, and she resolved to create a designated area for their care. She procured additional fencing, and once everything was delivered to the warehouse, she returned to organize her space. Upon entering her spatial realm, she found herself reluctant to uproot any of the plants she had grown. Surrounded by fruit trees, staple crops to the east, vegetables to the west, and a small patch of ginseng in the center, she couldn't bear to remove any of them. After all, the animals in the warehouse wouldn't starve, so she decided to let the young ones remain a little longer until the vegetables were ready for harvest. Next time, she would plant fewer seeds, leaving space for 2 or 3 of each type, ensuring nothing would go to waste. Emerging from her spatial pocket, Mingyue considered how to prepare for her upcoming game session. The hotel lacked a kitchen, so she re-entered her space to process several chickens, ducks, geese, and cuts of pork, beef, and lamb, gathering all the necessary ingredients. She set up a solar cooker in front of the hotel as floor-to-ceiling window, one pot for stewing radishes and lamb, and another for potatoes and lamb, while she returned to her space to make scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Having collected so many frozen eggs during her icy dungeon adventures, she planned to use them for her daily cooking. She meticulously washed and chopped the tomatoes, preparing batch after batch of scrambled eggs. As the time drew near, the stews of lamb were ready, prompting her to switch to cooking beef. Repeating this process, Mingyue spent an entire day preparing meals in the hotel, finding it just as strenuous as her martial arts training. Her arms felt weary and heavy. Looking at the numerous meal containers, Mingyue realized that this method was unsustainable. Even if she worked herself to exhaustion, the quantity produced was minimal. She contemplated writing a memoir titled Selling Lunchboxes in the Survival World, as it perfectly encapsulated her current predicament. Eventually, she devised an excellent plan. She contacted a culinary training center, offering her ingredients for students to practice their cooking skills, with the stipulation that all completed dishes would belong to her. Each day, she would return at noon and evening to collect the prepared meals while leaving ingredients for the next session. The students would even receive a small stipend, as she arranged for daily wages. Once this arrangement was established, the students were thrilled to have a practical outlet for their skills, and the training center was pleased to save on expenses. Mingyue was the happiest of all, finally outsourcing her cooking responsibilities. If she didn't do so, she would inevitably wear herself out. That evening, upon returning to her hotel, she found herself disinterested in dinner. The scent of cooking had dulled her appetite, so she opted for some fruit before retiring to bed. Chapter 50. The fog catastrophe. Upon awakening, Mingyue yearned to remain in bed, contemplating the inevitable beating awaiting her that day. The thought of being struck compelled her to rise, as the fear of potential life-threatening consequences loomed larger than her aversion to pain. Despite her reluctance, she understood that she must persist, enduring hardships to ultimately triumph over her formidable adversary. As she brushed her teeth, she motivated herself, recalling a day when someone had called their coach a tiger, and she vowed to conquer him. Bearing a grudge heavier than the wicked sword immortal, Mingyue hastened towards her coach, her spirits soaring upon arrival. Her goal for the day was to land 20 strikes on her coach. Achieving this would signify progress, and she sought nothing more. Mingyue had indeed made significant strides, transforming from a passive recipient of blows to a sporadic counterattacker within just a week. During this period, aside from martial training, she busied herself by renting a small truck, making daily trips to the culinary training center to collect the meals prepared there, amounting to hundreds of thousands of boxes. The rice was prepared using her spatial abilities, and though she never counted the quantity, she simply filled the boxes as she produced them. Various types of noodles were also abundant, crafted by master chefs specializing in dough. However, the volume of noodles paled in comparison to that of the rice. Ultimately, Mingyue resolved to pursue a boxed meal business within the game. Throughout the week, she had also gathered a considerable amount of fruits and vegetables, with fruits directly entering her spatial realm, while the vegetables were delivered to the training center. The meat comprised previously frozen animals scavenged from dungeons, and the eggs were similarly sourced from frostbitten creatures, embodying her principle of waste not, want not. As she prepared to practice martial arts with her coach once more, the game system chimed in. Ding. Player Mingyue will enter the survival game in 30 minutes. Please prepare. Countdown begins. Swiftly, she readied herself, donning her usual sports attire and shoes, securing her mask and hat. This time, she felt a sense of calm. Her skills had improved to the point where, barring encounters with professionals, she was confident in her competence against ordinary players. Moreover, with her newfound mental fortitude, she could shield herself if necessary, remaining unperturbed. Seated on the sofa, she informed her coach of her absence, waiting for the game to commence. Ding! Welcome to the survival game. Players must survive for 15 days in this world, plagued by the fog catastrophe. Each player is granted 2,000 flower coins. Players must not leave their birthplace. The game begins. Upon entering the game, she found herself on a fog-laden street, visibility reduced to a mere 10 meters. Vehicles traversed the road cautiously, while most individuals opted to walk, as the dense fog posed a significant risk of accidents. Realizing the potential toxicity of the fog, she quickly donned surgical gloves and secured her mask tightly. Her immediate priority was to find shelter. In this fog catastrophe, the nature of the fog remained uncertain. If it were indeed toxic, the water and food sources in this world could be rendered unsafe, along with other resources. She hastily located a hotel and checked in, prioritizing her safety over the ideal living conditions. Settled in her room, she meticulously examined her clothing for any contaminants, opting to wash them in boiling water for peace of mind. Utilizing the hotel's kettle, she soaked her sportswear and hat, hanging them in the bathroom to dry, while discarding her shoes and mask in the trash outside her door. She then sanitized her body from head to toe with disinfecting wipes before taking a shower in her spatial realm, cautious of any potential hazards lurking in the fog. After her shower, she turned on the television to find reports of the dense fog causing multiple traffic accidents in the city. Viewers were urged to exercise caution and maintain distance from pedestrians to avoid unnecessary tragedies. Yet, Mingyue sensed that the fog was not the only threat in this scenario. According to the news, the fog had not just recently appeared. It had been present for several days, as indicated by the phrasing in the reports. Under these circumstances, she was too apprehensive to venture out for supplies, fearing that undesirable substances might adhere to the items she collected. Thus, she resorted to practicing martial arts within the confines of her room. After ensuring that the windows were securely closed, she continued to watch the news as she trained, remaining vigilant for any changes in the situation. However, the day passed without significant developments, the television merely broadcasting regular programming while Mingyue maintained her focus. In the middle of the night, she was startled awake by the sound of an ambulance arriving for a resident who had just moved in that evening. Through her mental acuity, she perceived that the individual was struggling to breathe, their veins visibly protruding. It was only after the paramedics administered oxygen that their condition improved slightly. Yet the difficulty in breathing remained evident. Mingyue pondered whether this was a consequence of the fog catastrophe. She turned to the television, lying in bed, prepared to watch for any further updates. Before long, she drifted into slumber. Upon awakening, she discovered that the news had indeed reported on the various health hazards posed by the dense fog. It contained harmful substances such as acids, bases, salts, amines, and phenols, which, when combined with the moisture in the air, exacerbated pollution and posed threats to human health. The fog could lead to acute respiratory infections, pneumonia, asthma, and other ailments, particularly endangering those with cardiovascular diseases, hypertension, and coronary conditions. Citizens were advised to wear masks while venturing outdoors. The individual who had been lifted into the ambulance the previous night was likely not an isolated case. To ascertain the full extent of the situation, Mingyue resolved to visit the hospital, contemplating the safest route to take. Ultimately, she decided to wear the protective suit she had won the game raffle underneath her regular attire, layering it with the protective gear purchased from the pharmacy. This way, she could dispose of the outer suit before entering her room to minimize the risk of bringing any contaminants inside. With her protective gear secured, Mingyue ventured out of the hotel. She noticed that the fog appeared denser than the day before, with visibility reduced to a mere 5 meters. Each time she passed a pharmacy, she would enter to purchase additional protective suits and oxygen tanks, gathering these supplies into her game backpack. She hoped that it would shield her from any harmful substances clinging to the surfaces of her acquisitions. Regardless, she decided to take a chance. She would discover the safety of these items once the dungeon concluded. As she roamed through the pharmacies, she ensured to procure ample protective suits and oxygen tanks, occasionally adding skin disease medication and allergy remedies to her collection, determined never to leave empty-handed. Chapter 51. The Misty Calamity. Mingyue arrived at the hospital to find it already teeming with people. Not only were the wards filled to capacity with patients, but the narrow corridors were also lined with hastily arranged beds. At this moment, there was a severe shortage of medical personnel, and everyone was exceedingly busy. Some even mistook Mingyue for a medical staff member, calling her over to assist with medication delivery. It was apparent that everyone was overwhelmed, and even Mingyue's lack of affiliation with the hospital went unnoticed. Her mere attire, a protective suit identical to that worn by the staff, seemed to inspire confidence in them. Mingyue, feeling obliging, readily agreed to help. After all, delivering medication was not a particularly arduous task, and she had intended to enter the hospital to observe the situation anyway. Helping out in this manner was hardly a burden. Without delay, she sought out the bed from which she was tasked to deliver medication, and after inquiring with a nurse, she discovered it was located in the innermost room of the floor. Upon her arrival, the atmosphere was dire. The doctor, upon seeing Mingyue, did not spare time for pleasantries. He swiftly took the medication from her, confirmed its name, and urgently signaled to the nearby nurse to administer it to the patient. The doctor was completely engrossed in observing the patient's reactions, not daring to let his guard down for a moment. Aware of her potential to be an obstruction, Mingyue wisely retreated to a corner, watching the tense and frantic scene unfold before her. The nurse quickly administered the medication, while the doctor intently recorded observations in his notebook, notes that Mingyue could not comprehend. Realizing her presence was unwarranted, she exited the room, hoping to find a place to sit and listen to the doctor's discussions. However, as she stepped out, she was hastily stopped by someone who insisted that due to the shortage of hands, she needed to assist in transporting patients downstairs. Mingyue couldn't help but feel exasperated. Fine, she thought, it wouldn't require too much exertion, so she would push the stretcher. Why was it so challenging to gather information? Not only did she have to run errands, but now she was also engaged in physical labor. Driven by compassion, she could not bear to witness the hospital's staff struggle to provide care for the patients. Upon reaching the ground floor, the scene that met her eyes was astonishing. The incident at hand was not directly linked to the mist, yet was undeniably a consequence of it. This was a chain of car accidents involving a bus. No wonder so many were needed to assist with the transport. If every 2 people were to push a patient, it would require nearly 100 individuals to transfer all the injured, and there was no certainty whether more casualties might still arise. Mingyue toiled for quite a while, sweating profusely. She murmured to herself, questioning why anyone would choose to drive in such foggy conditions. Surely, riding a bicycle would have been a wiser choice. At worst, one might scrape a knee. Among the injured, she had noticed 2 individuals on electric scooters, and she wondered what they were thinking. Lacking any protective gear and visibility of just 5 meters, an unguarded moment could easily lead to injury, flesh against metal. After her musings, Mingyue returned upstairs to the earlier patient room, only to find the doctor and nurse had stepped out and the patient's condition had stabilized. Well, that was a wasted effort. She hadn't gleaned any information. Mingyue continued to wander through the hospital, occasionally being called upon to assist with minor tasks. Ultimately, she garnered no insights, having spent a day working without pay, a situation we might call volunteer work. Disheartened, she returned to her hotel, resolving to see if there were any new developments the following day. Even if it felt like a futile endeavor, there was no better source for first-hand information than the hospital. With resignation, she removed her protective suit at her room's entrance, discarded it into a trash bag outside, and then locked the door behind her, exhausted as she headed to the bathroom for a shower. Once she had cleaned up and lay on her bed, Mingyue reflected on how hard she had worked that day, running errands across various departments. If she were to record her steps, she would surely top her friends' list. Leaning against her bed, she turned on the television, but the programming failed to capture her interest. It was merely a series of trivial matters. Suddenly, a thought struck her. She had almost forgotten to list the boxed meal she had prepared. Quickly, she opened the game marketplace interface and swiftly uploaded each dish. One must not neglect their business. Earning money was paramount. In the game, there were two primary objectives: survival and profit. The dishes she listed were intriguing. The same type of meal bore different prices. This was primarily due to the varying chef skills, which affected both taste and quality, thus justifying the price differences. Fortunately, the game system was quite intelligent, establishing reasonable prices based on each dish's specifics. New additions included noodle dishes. For those who preferred rice, there were options aplenty. In this game, selling boxed meals was the most suitable business for Mingyue, as she could find no better way to earn within the confines of the instance. So seizing every opportunity was essential. That day had indeed been exhausting. After a simple dinner, she rested for a while before engaging in a round of boxing practice. She feared that without practice, she would become rusty. Thus, even in fatigue, she would train. However, it was only enough to get in one round before she washed up and fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, as soon as she opened her eyes, Mingyue turned on the television. A field reporter was broadcasting live from the hospital corridor, where beds and patients filled the space. Hospitals across the city were overwhelmed with patients, facing shortages of beds and medical personnel. An urgent appeal was made for citizens to refrain from unnecessary outings, particularly emphasizing the need to guard against respiratory illnesses. The scene shifted back to the news studio, where the host continued the report. This morning, the municipal committee had announced that all schools would temporarily suspend in-person classes, transitioning to online teaching to ensure the health and safety of students and staff. Additionally, some businesses were implementing temporary shutdowns to respond to the evolving situation, prioritizing employee safety while stabilizing operational order. The morning news was filled with such disconcerting information, leaving Mingyue anxious and troubled. With a heavy heart, she set off once more towards the hospital, noting the worried expressions of many citizens along the way. In supermarkets, people frantically filled their carts with food, bottled water, and other essentials. The once quiet pharmacies were now bustling, with masks flying off the shelves, alongside cough medicines and syrups selling out rapidly. Chapter 52. The catastrophe of Miss Mingyue continued her journey towards the hospital, the road desolate and devoid of vehicles. The visibility was so poor that even when two individuals stood face to face, it was challenging to discern their features. To avoid colliding with others, Mingyue chose to walk closely alongside the buildings lining the street. Despite not purchasing anything along the way, the time taken to reach the hospital exceeded that of the previous day. Upon entering the hospital, Mingyue discovered that the situation had indeed worsened since yesterday. Many patients exhibited symptoms of respiratory distress, and the number of ventilators was insufficient. Some were utilizing the oxygen tanks that Mingyue had purchased from the pharmacy. There were not enough hospital beds. The influx of patients with breathing difficulties was overwhelming, prompting the hospital to increase the number of beds, leaving only a narrow passage between each, allowing doctors to conduct their rounds. The outpatient building was a cacophony of chaos, reminiscent of a train station during peak travel season. Patients and their families mingled with those who had come solely to procure medication. Faced with such disorder, Mingyue conceded defeat. She could not push her way through and decided it would be best not to add to the turmoil. With a clear sense of self-awareness, she opted to return to the inpatient building, hoping to glean some information. Not long after her return, she noticed a young man who had been involved in an accident the previous day lying in the corridor, trembling uncontrollably. She quickly called for a doctor while remaining nearby to observe the patient. Mingyue distinctly remembered that the young man's injuries were not severe, aside from a fractured leg. He had only sustained minor abrasions. How could he now be trembling so violently? As she awaited the doctor, Mingyue kept her gaze fixed on the young man, noticing with astonishment that something beneath his skin appeared to be moving, a small area no larger than a soybean. The doctor arrived promptly, instructing Mingyue to assist in restraining the trembling patient while he worked diligently to save him. Mingyue pressed firmly on the young man's shoulders, while another individual helped hold him down. Her eyes remained glued to the pulsating spot beneath the skin. In an unexpected turn of events, the protruding point broke through the young man's skin at the clavicle, revealing a completely white worm. Mingyue was genuinely startled, instinctively releasing her grip and swiftly retreating. Simultaneously, The young man ceased his trembling. Realizing that this was not a place to linger, Mingyue hurriedly exited the hospital and made her way back to the hotel. On her route back, she passed several pharmacies and unhesitatingly entered each to purchase deworming medication and insecticides. She continued this pattern until she reached the hotel. Upon arriving at her hotel room, she hesitated to enter directly, wrapping her outer protective clothing in several layers of plastic before dousing herself with alcohol for reassurance. She even sprayed the doorknob before finally stepping inside. Once in her room, anxiety lingered, especially knowing that housekeeping would enter to clean, possibly bringing in unwanted pests unbeknownst to her. She disinfected the entire space and sprayed insecticide throughout before finally allowing herself to bathe. Emerging from shower, she still felt uneasy, the image of the worm crawling out of the young man's body haunting her, leaving her with an unsettling sensation. She turned on the television, eager for official reports. After all, the worm's emergence had occurred in the corridor, witnessed not only by Mingyue, but also by the attending physicians and potentially by others nearby. If the fog contained worms, the authorities surely would not conceal this information, as it would leave the entire populace unprepared for protection, exacerbating an already dire situation. Feeling insufficiently prepared, Mingyue sealed all the gaps in her windows with tape and even blocked the bathroom drain, wary that other types of worms might exist. She firmly believed that a clean death was preferable to being devoured from within by a worm, a fate she could not abide. This represented her final act of defiance. The television remained silent on the matter, and Mingyue became increasingly paranoid, feeling as though danger lurked in every corner. She could not help but lament the grotesque nature of this ordeal, musing that even zombies were preferable, as they at least had a visible form. She chastised herself, acknowledging her need for mental fortitude and practice. After languishing on the sofa for a time, Mingyue suddenly became hypervigilant, meticulously scanning the room with her mental faculties, discovering nothing amiss, which provided her with slight comfort. Thus, she remained in her room, restlessly awaiting the afternoon. Just before succumbing to madness, the television finally broadcast a report confirming that the fog indeed contained worm eggs, which could only penetrate human bodies through open wounds, subsequently hatching within. There was no need for excessive alarm. Research indicated that the deworming medications and insecticides could effectively eliminate these creatures. However, the deworming medication was only effective against eggs, and once expelled from the body, insecticides were required for extermination. Mingyue felt grateful for her intuition in acquiring such supplies upon her return. Her luck was indeed beneficial. She could only imagine the chaos in pharmacies as deworming medications flew off the shelves. Without delay, she decided to take the deworming medication. Regardless of whether she had any worm eggs within her, it was better to be safe than sorry. If there were worms, she would eliminate them. If not, she would protect herself from future encounters, ensuring there was no opportunity for the creatures to invade her body. Following the instructions, Mingyue consumed the medication, feeling considerably reassured. She had no wounds to worry about for the time being. She practiced her punches in the room, fearing that a lack of training over the past few days would lead to regression in her skills, resulting in her coach's reprimand. She resolved to practice diligently, determined to return and confront her coach, confident in her abilities. As night fell, she still felt uneasy, considering that the worm eggs entered the body through open wounds. She pondered whether their hatching was triggered by blood or flesh, both plausible scenarios. Mingyue retrieved a chicken she had collected during the extreme cold disaster, making an incision in its body and placing in a bowl at her door. If any worms were to arrive, they would likely seek out the ready meal rather than venture far for hers. She murmured prayers to various deities, seeking their protection before finally settling into bed. Whether her prayers would yield results remained uncertain, yet she slept soundly that night. Upon awakening, she used her mental faculties to inspect the chicken, finding no changes. Mingyue chose to leave it undisturbed, maintaining its position at the door. Chapter 53. The Mist Catastrophe. 4. Turning to gaze out the window. A shroud of white enveloped the world beyond, rendering visibility nearly non-existent. One could scarcely discern a figure, even at arm's length. Today, Mingyue could distinctly feel a viscous sensation while breathing, a stark contrast to the usual ease of inhalation. It required considerable effort, and those with respiratory ailments were at grave risk in such weather. The oppressive atmosphere made venturing outside impossible, leaving her mental energies to flit restlessly within the confines of the hotel. Once again, someone had succumbed to respiratory distress and fainted, prompting the hotel to call for an ambulance. However, the thick fog rendered it impossible for emergency services to navigate, leaving the hotel to devise alternative means to transport the afflicted to a hospital or to provide oxygen tanks for relief. In truth, reaching the hospital was of little consequence. The facilities were already at capacity, devoid of beds and ventilators, relying solely on oxygen tanks and the ingenuity of doctors to manage the prevailing symptoms. As the evening news broadcasted, the entire city was declared under lockdown. The patient Mingyue had encountered previously had experienced an emergence of parasitic entities from within their body, and several similar cases had since been reported. These parasites, in their egg stage, could only infiltrate the human body through flesh and blood, hatching into larvae that resembled the size of soybeans upon emergence. The larvae, however, could bypass this requirement and enter the body merely through contact. Upon receiving this alarming news, Mingyue donned her protective suit, goggles, mask, gloves, and shoes, preparing herself as if for an overnight excursion in the wilderness, determined to avoid any contact with the parasites. Fully armed, she utilized her mental acuity to scrutinize the chicken in her room, which, thankfully, showed no signs of reaction, indicating that the room remained secure for the time being. Thus, she settled in for the night, clad in her protective gear. Throughout the city, unrest persisted as citizens clamored for insecticides, anti-parasitic medications, masks, protective clothing, and oxygen tanks. Supermarkets were besieged, resembling a scene of frantic stockpiling. Meanwhile, despite the lockdown, soldiers and scientists surrounded the city, diligently researching solutions to the pervasive fog, their efforts broadcast live on news channels. This provided a semblance of reassurance to those trapped within the city, averting chaos among the populace. Awakening to the morning news, Mingyue found herself reflecting on the resilience of the government in instilling hope amidst such calamity. Yet, she was acutely aware that this was a doomsday game. Even if everyone was saved, players like herself were bound to remain. After breakfast, Mingyue surveyed her room's arrangement, noting the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, the central air conditioning unit at the entrance, and the ventilation shaft in the bathroom, none of which offered a sense of safety. She promptly retrieved tape, meticulously sealing all windows and glass surfaces, as well as the ventilation openings, leaving only a slight gap at the door for ventilation, which she blocked with a bowl containing the chicken. From her supplies, she procured insecticide and, after deliberation, unearthed a small flamethrower. Though modest in size, it provided an added layer of security. Throughout the day, she periodically checked on the chicken with her mental prowess. By midday, she discovered that the chicken harbored partially hatched parasite eggs. Observing closely, she realized these eggs utilized flesh to incubate, and once hatched, the parasites would lay more eggs within. Sickened by this revelation, Mingyue swiftly armed herself with insecticide in her right hand and the flamethrower in her left, aiming the insecticide at the moment the parasites emerged. Her mental focus remained unwavering, watching as the larvae wobbled before ultimately succumbing after half an hour. It became evident that should these creatures mature further, exterminating them with insecticide would prove exceedingly difficult. The eggs within the chicken's body could not be eradicated by the insecticide. Hence, she directed the flamethrower at that location, incinerating the eggs until she was assured of their demise. After severing the cooked portion, she set it aside, determined not to waste anything. Feeling a sense of quiet pride in her resourcefulness, reclining on the sofa while watching television, her thoughts lingered on the earlier incident. The eggs, invisible upon entry into flesh, only became apparent once they grew larger. Before emerging as parasites, they would spawn another batch of eggs, similar to what she had witnessed in the young man's body at the hospital. Surely, by now, the hospital would have made this discovery. Curious about the fate of individuals post-extraction of the parasites, Mingyue recalled the harrowing scene she had witnessed, which had driven her back to the hotel without a second thought. Regrettably, she had not stayed to learn the outcome. She changed the channel, hoping for updates from the hospital, but was met with nothing but light-hearted entertainment and uplifting programming. Returning to the rescue broadcast, she resolved that at least this aired news pertaining to the calamity, allowing her to stay informed. As the fifth day of the game unfolded, she pondered the potential changes that awaited. Daily, she practiced martial arts with fervor, her determination to strike her coach palpable even through the screen. After a vigorous workout that left her drenched in sweat, she retreated to her space for a shower, re-emerging fully equipped for the day. Suddenly, she noticed a white shape on the window that resembled a parasite. Upon closer inspection with her mental abilities, she confirmed it was indeed a parasite, now significantly larger than before, capable of climbing the walls to such heights. Remarkable considering she resided on the 26th floor. Since yesterday, there had been no updates regarding the internal situation of the city, likely due to the dense fog obscuring visibility, preventing reporters from venturing outside. Observing the live broadcast, it was revealed that these parasites had originated from eggs formed in the mist, incubating in flesh, but requiring a humid, cool environment to thrive. They would perish in dry conditions. Currently, efforts were underway to mobilize resources, employing desiccation and fire to dissipate the fog before attending to the afflicted. However, Mingyue contemplated a crucial detail the government had not disclosed. Even if the fog were dispersed, the resilient eggs would still be free to drift, posing an even greater threat. Fortunately, the absence of strong winds recently mitigated potential disaster. The imperative remained to eliminate the fog as swiftly as possible. Chapter 54. The Calamity of Mist. Mingyue glanced at the report mentioning damp areas and hurriedly retreated to the bathroom. The faucet, toilet, and water pipes constituted the most perilous zones. From her storage space, she retrieved some cement she had stockpiled from the extreme cold instance, mixed it with water, and sealed the faucet, shower head, and drain with the cement. The toilet proved challenging to seal. So Mingyue employed construction debris salvage from the earthquake instance to extract the bricks within, ultimately encasing the toilet entirely within the wall using bricks and cement. After contemplating further, she also sealed the ventilation and central air conditioning ducts with cement and bricks, enhancing her sense of security. Observing the rubble in the bathroom, Mingyue resolved to chisel additional bricks for future use, ensuring she wouldn't be flustered when the need arose. She toiled away at the bricks all day, and by evening, discovered 2 more pests within a chicken. Employing her usual method, first using insecticide, followed by a flamethrower, she disposed of the unusable parts, leaving only a third of the chicken intact, which she carefully wrapped in multiple layers of garbage bags to set aside. It was out of the question for Mingyue to open the door to discard the trash, as the corridor was now shrouded in a thin mist that even her mental prowess could perceive. The same must be true for her room, albeit faintly, rendering the risk of opening the door unnecessary. A sudden epiphany struck her. If hatching required moisture, then dryness was the counter. Without the prerequisites, they could create their own conditions. Without further ado, Mingyue extracted a stove from her space and placed it in the center of her room, ensuring ample dryness, albeit at the cost of excessive heat. With the air conditioning now rendered inoperative, she found solace in the stove's ability to eliminate pests. Despite the discomfort of the sweltering temperature, an idea sparked in her mind. Lacking air conditioning, she could utilize an electric fan. She retrieved a fan from her space, plugged it in, and directed it towards the doorway from the side of the floor-to-ceiling window. The area near the stove was too hot, so she settled beside the fan, feeling quite clever in her improvisation. With safety concerns temporarily alleviated, Mingyue felt inclined to browse the game marketplace, checking on her boxed meal business and searching for any items she might need to trade. The sales of her boxed meals appeared promising, but the comments below had her chuckling. One user remarked on whether the shop owner had launched a blind box event, while another noted that purchasing 2 differently priced versions of the same dish proved the adage you get what you pay for. Another user expressed indifference as long as there were vegetables, treating it as a promotional activity by the owner. Yet another user, intrigued by a dish priced at a mere 1 flower coin, resolved to try it, curious about how unpalatable it could be to warrant such a low price. The comments were a lively mix, with many urging this user to report back on the dish's taste. Mingyue herself was curious about just how dreadful it could be at that price. The comments were from earlier, and the user had yet to respond, leading to playful jests about whether he had suffered from food poisoning. Amidst the banter, someone even suggested the owner should offer compensation, while others provided rational analyses, creating quite the lively atmosphere. It was only moments ago that the user finally commented, proclaiming the dish to be a divine creation. Others urged him to elaborate, expressing their concern for his well-being. He reassured everyone that he was fine and proceeded to recount his experience upon purchasing the dish. It appeared visually appealing and emitted no strange odor. However, the first bite nearly sent him to his demise, evoking an overwhelming sensation reminiscent of a grandmother's embrace. He continued, stating that despite his initial trepidation, he persevered, finding the dish seemingly harmless at first. Yet as he chewed, he encountered an indescribable flavor, akin to a summer's refuse or the scent of a sewage pit. Ultimately, he succumbed to the dish's assault on his senses. However, he claimed to have emerged fortunate from the ordeal. Upon waking, he found a pest lingering nearby, seemingly hesitant to approach. Through repeated experimentation, he discovered that the pest was indeed fearful of that dish. He spread the remnants of the meal around his vicinity, claiming a newfound stability in his situation and inviting envy from others. The comments erupted in skepticism, with most expressing disbelief, including Mingyue, who found it hard to accept such a conclusion. Who prepared this dish? It seemed akin to a biochemical weapon. Had it been sold as a medicine or a weapon rather than food, its price would have soared. Seeing the disbelief, the user uploaded photos and videos to the chat, and many began to believe, though some remained doubtful. Those who believed sought out the miraculous dish, urging the owner to prepare more like it, much to Mingyue's amusement. How could such an unpalatable dish exist? It was inconceivable that a training center would allow such a product to be distributed. They too bore responsibility in the event of mishaps. Mingyue scrutinized the items available for sale, relieved to find no more of that dish. She was concerned about potential issues, as both she and others were susceptible to curiosity. Her primary motivation was compassion, fearing harm might come to others. She had intended to explore the marketplace for necessary items, but found herself engrossed in the lively chatter, ultimately drifting into slumber. This sleep was the most restful she had experienced in this instance, her subconscious assuring her of safety. Awakening past 9 in the morning, drenched in sweat, she promptly retreated to her space for a shower, hastily changing her bedding to ensure the room remained dry. On the television, she observed that the rescue teams had made some progress outside, albeit at a sluggish pace, as they were operating in the wilderness, where achieving absolute dryness remained a formidable challenge. At this moment, they seemed to be contemplating a change in strategy, opting not to advance immediately, but to first strive to dissipate the mist, thereby reducing the resultant pest eggs. Chapter 55. The misty catastrophe. In an effort to combat the pervasive fog, citizens were urged to light fires within their homes to dissipate some of the mist. A nearby leader quickly added a note of caution, reminding everyone to prioritize safety while igniting their fires, demonstrating genuine concern for the well-being of the populace. As Mingyue contemplated the wastefulness of incessantly burning firewood, a thought struck her. Why not utilize the flames for a bit of grilling? With nothing but time on her hands, she decided to experiment. She returned to her space to marinate various meats and selected some vegetables, washing and preparing them for the grill. Remembering the plentiful fish she had collected from the river, she decided to marinate a few smaller ones, as she feared the larger ones might not cook through properly. Mingyue set up a grilling pan atop the stove, brushing it with oil before artfully arranging the marinated meat upon it. The delightful sizzle of the meat filled the air, and she flipped the pieces with tongs, noting that they looked quite promising. A minor adjustment to the flame was all that was needed. Cautiously, Mingyue refrained from removing all the meat from the grill at once. While the room seemed safe, she was still wary of any potential insect eggs that might have found their way inside. The aroma of grilled meat wafted through the room, tantalizing her senses, and she couldn't resist taking a bite. The golden brown crust was crisp and delectable, while the succulent juices melded perfectly with the unique barbecue sauce. The gentle smokiness from the low heat was simply divine, drawing the attention of the neighboring children. As Mingyue savored her grilled meat, she mused that she bore no blame for any impatience. After all, it was the others who had instigated the situation. Having satisfied her cravings, she portioned the cooked meat into smaller servings, storing half in her space for future enjoyment and placing the other half in the game's marketplace. This was not merely a pursuit of profit. Rather, it was an endeavor to offer a delightful change of flavor for her fellow players, enhancing their gaming experience. After completing a batch of meat, she moved on to grilling vegetables, alternating between the two to prevent the grill from burning and allowing herself a sneaking nibble now and then. Initially, her new offerings went unnoticed in the shop, but word spread as players sampled the grilled meat and praised its delightful flavor in the comments. Soon, demand surged, with players clamoring for more, some even urging the owner to expedite the cooking process. Mingyue spent an entire day at the grill, feeling overwhelmed by the sheer volume of orders. Yet she found joy in the hustle, knowing she was helping others. Many players had returned to the game without provisions, and her grilled offerings were a welcome relief. With satisfaction, she treated herself to a meal of grilled meat and vegetables, complemented by a refreshing icy cola. Afterward, she returned to her space to wash away the scent of smoke in preparation for rest. In the following days, Mingyue trained in martial arts each morning and grilled in the afternoons. Occasionally, insects would crawl up to her window, but as long as they remained outside, she paid them no mind. The whole chicken she had previously procured was now replaced with meat chunks, as the high indoor temperature made keeping a whole chicken impractical. It was better to utilize manageable portions. As mealtime approached, she found herself receiving messages from eager customers before she even began grilling. With the current quest requiring players to isolate in their residences, they had found their communal interactions significantly diminished. The comments reflected a harmonious atmosphere, with seasoned players well prepared for the challenges ahead. On the 10th morning of the quest, Mingyue awoke to find that the rescue teams had made progress. The fog outside had thinned, allowing visibility of up to 2 meters. This reduction in fog greatly alleviated the associated dangers, yet the game was never that simple. The arrival of large mosquitoes and flies reminded her that the humid conditions were ideal for their growth. Quickly, she armed herself with insecticide and meticulously sprayed every crevice in her room, particularly around the door and window frames, ensuring no area was overlooked. As she observed the increasing number of insects outside, some even attempting to collide with her window, she pondered what might be drawing them in. Her room was pristine, devoid of any refuse. Could it be the aroma of food that was attracting them? Mingyue kept the television on, hoping for an official update, but by afternoon, her grilling business had come to a halt as her heart was not in it. The next day, she was stirred from sleep by the incessant buzzing of mosquitoes. Upon opening her eyes, she confirmed her fears. A large mosquito had entered her room, seemingly intent on landing on her. Armed with insecticide, she aimed at the creature as it approached, but to her astonishment, it appeared unaffected. Resorting to her small blowtorch, she found it challenging to aim accurately, given the mosquito's diminutive size. After a half-hour standoff, she finally managed to vanquish it. Kneeling beside the fallen insect, she prodded it with a matchstick to ensure it was truly lifeless. After incinerating it with a blowtorch, she ignited a mosquito coil at the door and added more firewood to the grill. Reflecting on the incident, Mingyue realized that the mosquito had specifically targeted her, as it had shown no interest in any other part of the room. Despite her use of insecticide, it was clear that its effectiveness had waned. The mosquitoes required a larger quantity and more time to be dispatched completely. Chapter 56. The Calamity of Mist 7. Fortunately, Mingyue had stockpiled enough supplies beforehand, alleviating any concerns about shortages. Placing mosquito coils at the entrance served as a defensive measure. However, a persistent layer of mosquitoes and flies attempted to breach the window, which was truly vexatious and affected her mood. Thus, she resorted to practicing martial arts, which brought her joy. Meanwhile, others in the city faced the same torment from the insects. A single bite could lead to a sizable welt, marked by a tiny puncture wound at its center, providing an opportunity for the larvae within the mist to infiltrate the body and hatch. Everyone devised their own means of protection. wrapping themselves tightly while seeking ways to seal their homes. News reports on television detailed the aftermath of mosquito bites, urging citizens to stay indoors for their safety. As the fog began to dissipate, vehicles were dispatched to spray insecticide. Mingyue believed this method was merely a temporary fix, while the mosquitoes and larvae might be eradicated. The fog would inevitably thicken again, rendering the current insecticides ineffective against any re-emerging larvae. The rescue team was not oblivious to this reality. Yet their immediate priority was to eliminate the existing threats within the city, thus buying time for the research teams. The first squad entered the city to spray insecticide, while the second continued to combat the fog outside. A significant number of soldiers were stationed on the city's periphery, working in shifts to disperse the mist. Mingyue pondered what other insects might emerge after the mosquitoes were eradicated, suspecting that the coming crisis would indeed involve more insects, given that such an environment was optimal for their hatching. She contemplated what additional preparations could be made. Once the insecticide vehicles departed, the outside quickly reverted to a dense fog, obscuring visibility. Yet, things close at hand remained discernible. Mingyue scrutinized the window pane, concerned that adhesive tape might obscure her view, and thus employed her mental acuity to examine it closely. She discovered that the outer glass was already infested with insect eggs, likely remnants of the mosquito onslaught. However, she wondered if they could survive after being subjected to such a heavy application of insecticide. Simultaneously, the underground realm of the city was overwhelmed by a tide of cockroaches, as if the entire subterranean space were brimming with these small creatures. The cockroaches emerged from every nook and cranny, converging into a colossal mass, advancing toward all available exits. As they reached the surface, they were greeted by an expanse of insecticide mist. The front ranks were instantly engulfed by the toxic fog, succumbing after a brief struggle. Yet the following waves did not falter. They climbed over their fallen comrades, pressing onward. From a distance, it appeared as though the cockroaches were constructing a path with their bodies. Before Mingyue could react, alarms blared throughout the city. The television channels urged everyone to seal all gaps in their homes as a massive influx of cockroaches was reported, raising concerns about potential disease transmission. The rescue team decided that soldiers would drive in with military flamethrowers to exterminate the cockroaches. Upon hearing this news, Mingyue sprang into action, using dirty clothes to block the gaps around her door. Although cement would have been the simplest solution, the ongoing scenario would last several more days. And sealing the room with cement would deplete the oxygen supply. She could not rely solely on oxygen tanks. Thus, she had to manage with her current makeshift defenses. After all, cockroaches lacked offensive capabilities, and her current setup was sufficient for protection. However, cooking on a stove was out of the question, as that would certainly lead to inadequate oxygen levels. Mingyue stored the stove away and retrieved an electric heater. The combination of the heater and a fan was quite effective. Such a method of heating and ventilation was only seen in gaming scenarios. In reality, it would garner significant attention. What a peculiar notion. It seemed that Mingyue must harbor some eccentric thoughts. Before long, vehicles passed below, presumably those of the soldiers dispatched to eliminate the cockroaches. The television displayed footage of fully armed soldiers waiting to rotate for rescue operations. The government's actions were commendable, effectively reassuring the populace that they had not been abandoned and that efforts continued to secure their safety. With no professional obligations, Mingyue resolved to practice martial arts, determined to quietly strengthen herself and astound everyone. Yet, the stifling room soon revealed a lack of oxygen, prompting her to grab an oxygen tank for a brief respite. This, too, was a challenge. She could not simply lie idle in her room. Such stagnation was irksome, akin to a trial of patience, driving one to the brink of madness. Ultimately, the ever-curious Mingyue recalled the books she had prepared earlier, which remained unread. She retrieved a volume from her collection on botany, flipping through its pages, contemplating the merits of using her mental focus to read. She believed it would also serve to enhance her mental acuity. With her eyes closed and her hands cradling the book, she turned the pages. Mingyue discovered that reading with her mental prowess was remarkably efficient. Each word she scanned became indelibly etched in her mind, and her reading speed was astonishing, allowing her to turn a page in the blink of an eye. The knowledge and information were copied into her consciousness as if by a photocopier. This revelation filled her with delight. Such a capability was indeed extraordinary. In just over an hour, Mingyue had thoroughly absorbed the entire volume. This was an exhilarating reading experience. Had she possessed such an ability during her schooling, she would undoubtedly have excelled, bypassing the likes of 985 or 211 institutions, with a national team as her ultimate destination. She reveled in her newfound talent, a source of private amusement that could elicit laughter even in solitude. Now, she was resolutely committed to her studies. The Botanical Encyclopedia was divided into 9 categories, and the volume she perused was dedicated to angiosperms, which encompassed approximately 226,000 species, further categorized into dicotyledons, 172,000 species, and monocotyledons, 54,000 species. Other categories included gymnosperms, 800 species, ferns, 12,000 species, mosses, 26,000 species, algae, 33,000 species, fungi, 50,000 species, lichens, 20,000 species, bacteria, 1,600 species, and cyanobacteria, 2,000 species. These are the subjects Mingyue would delve into in her botanical studies. After pausing her reading, the exhilaration faded. At that moment, the after effects of her mental reading emerged. Having concentrated intently, she now felt her head swelling, as if it might split in two. This sensation left her dizzy, yet unable to fully succumb to it, leading to bouts of dry heaving. Chapter 57. The catastrophe of Mist. Mingyue curled up in bed, hands clasped around her head, trembling all over, drenched in sweat, uncertain whether it was from pain or heat. Time slipped away unnoticed until eventually tranquility enveloped her, and she succumbed to slumber. Exhausted in both mind and spirit, sleep proved the best remedy, albeit not entirely restful. She furrowed her brow throughout her dreams, awakening only the following day. Upon scrutinizing her mental acuity, she found it had not ascended, yet had notably expanded, and she retained every morsel of knowledge gleaned from her readings the previous day, though the after-effects were somewhat overwhelming. Nevertheless, it was a worthy trade, if one were to describe such agony for a chance to possess a photographic memory. They would undoubtedly agree. Mingyue was no exception, for it was a coveted skill during her academic years. A trivial after-effect hardly mattered. Let us see who truly commands this vessel. Let the duel commence. Today, she resolved to continue her studies, delving into traditional Chinese medicine, determined to memorize every medicinal name, appearance, growth habitat, and property. Such a rare opportunity must not be squandered. This time, Mingyue immersed herself in her studies for an even longer duration than the previous day. The book on traditional Chinese medicine was thicker, and she approached it with utmost seriousness. With a combined total of 12,800 entries from both the Compendium of Materia Medica and Ethnic Minority Pharmacopoeias, she spent 2 hours engrossed in her studies before collapsing into unconsciousness. Throughout her sleep, her brow remained furrowed, her body writhing uncomfortably, as if enduring tremendous suffering. At times, low growls escaped her lips. It was only after an entire night that she gradually settled into a deeper slumber, having barely rested from the previous night's botanical studies. Her continued exertion was bound to lead to her current state. Yet, Mingyue felt no regret. Even in dreams, the names of the medicines danced through her mind. The furrowing of her brow, merely a manifestation of mental discomfort. Absorbing years of academic achievement within a mere 2 hours was no small feat. It was hardly surprising that she might faint, for such an endeavor necessitated a protective slumber to process her newfound knowledge. In this deep repose, Mingyue slept for a day and a night, and upon awakening, she felt the lingering fatigue from her extended rest. She rose to stretch her limbs, engaging in some light exercises, which brought her body considerable relief. This time, her mental faculties had fully rejuvenated. She awoke with clarity, her thoughts unclouded, and her head felt remarkably light, devoid of any lingering grogginess. Glancing outside, she noticed the fog had thinned slightly. During her unconsciousness, soldiers had been rotating shifts to eradicate the cockroaches. Not only had the fog dissipated somewhat, but the cockroach population had also been reduced by more than half. There were orders from above to prioritize the eradication of the dense fog, annihilating any cockroaches encountered, confident that once the fog lifted, they could be dealt with at will. Fortuitously, the weather had favored them, as strong winds had not swept through, keeping the fog contained. However, there was a palpable fear that a sudden gust could disperse the fog, unleashing chaos. The populace risked becoming a breeding ground for parasitic creatures, and even now, no one could ascertain how many animals had been infected. From any perspective, allowing the fog to spread was unacceptable. Under the unrelenting barrage of flame outside, visibility had stretched to about 5 meters. Yet, the city resembled a vast steamer, suffocatingly hot both inside and out. A conservative estimate placed the temperature at 50 to 60 degrees Celsius. Mingyue, drenched in perspiration within her room, would have found it unbearable had she not previously enhanced her constitution and undergone an initial cleansing. The relentless heat outside, coupled with the stifling atmosphere within, resulted in a deficiency of oxygen, causing many to faint within this grand steamer. Mingyue observed on television that medical professionals had been dispatched to treat residents, equipped with ample supplies. The entire city now existed in a state of enforced containment. The populace, sensible as they were, did not create disturbances. After all, they understood that as long as the fog persisted, they would not be permitted to leave. The issue of parasitic eggs within the fog was no trivial matter. Aside from extremists, most individuals were reluctant to cause trouble for others. The citizens were not in immediate danger, merely enduring discomfort due to circumstances beyond their control. Once the fog was dealt with, they would be free as birds in the sky, and everyone was striving to maintain a balanced mindset. Doctors could only remain in the city until the fog was entirely eradicated. However, despite the populace's understanding, complaints inevitably arose, with grumbling voices expressing their discontent. The live broadcasts on television continually sought to reassure the public. Apart from their grievances, no significant unrest ensued. Everyone recognized that as long as the fog remained, the situation was immutable. The residents existed in a state of begrudging cooperation, supporting the efforts while feeling compelled to voice their frustrations. With the final day of the game approaching, preparations were in order. Any potential danger warranted a means of self-defense. Should there be none, it would merely serve as practice for future endeavors. In her room, only the windows and door remained unsealed, and Mingyue resolved to close the windows today, leaving the door open for ventilation, intending to seal it tomorrow. Although blocking the door with old clothes diminished the oxygen supply, she was alone in the room, and as long as she refrained from vigorous activity, it sufficed. She retrieved bricks salvaged from the construction debris and mixed cement in the bathroom, using them to seal the windows. As she placed the final brick, she contemplated leaving a small opening to observe the outside world. Without it, she would be left to guess at unfolding events, which was inherently unsafe. She also sealed the bathroom door in the same manner, having avoided using it for days due to fears of pests, opting instead for her spatial solution. Ultimately, she left a single brick's width unsealed, ready to block it completely if anything amiss occurred the next day. Transforming her room into a semi-enclosed haven, Mingyue dared not move recklessly, fearing excessive exertion. Once she completed the tasks, she collapsed on her bed. Opening the game chat channel, she noted an array of strategies for the final day's evasion. One proposal struck her as particularly secure. A player had amassed a bank safe-like enclosure, planning to take refuge inside when the time arrived, provided he stocked it with sufficient oxygen, ensuring his absolute safety. Chapter 58. The calamity amidst this fellow's idea is quite remarkable. The method is simply splendid. I must acquire such a safe for myself, as it may prove useful in one of the dungeons. However, this would mean that the safe would remain within the dungeon and could not be taken out, which is rather unfriendly to my finances. Unless absolutely necessary, it is best to refrain from such actions, unless the safe comes at no cost. Otherwise, I, Mingyue, will be loath to part with my money. My finances are my lifeblood. Nothing shall cause me to lose such a substantial sum without due cause. Mingyue fervently declared in her heart. There exists a more economical option. A man produced a cement pipe, one end of which he had already sealed, and the other end could be sealed once he drilled into it tomorrow. This method deserves commendation, both frugal and practical, ensuring stability in the dungeon. Truly, there are many skilled individuals in the game. These ideas can serve as inspiration for the future. They're all talents. When compared to this cement pipe, Mingyue and Appo's method is still somewhat costly. However, her approach allows for comfort, making it the preferred choice for most players to endure their final day. On this day, she observed the myriad of creative strategies employed by the players, each more ingenious than the last. How do they conceive such ideas? On the last day of this dungeon, everyone appeared relaxed. Unlike the previous dungeon's final day, where players were on high alert, knowing that a single misstep could lead to disaster. The players thus navigated this day with ease. The following morning, Mingyue first sealed the door with cement and bricks, leaving no gaps. Then changed her attire and prepared an oxygen tank. Half an hour later, the oxygen tank was put to use, and she noted that it was nearly 7 o'clock. Standing at the sole remaining gap in the window, she gazed outside, and soon enough, she saw a dark mass approaching, akin to a black mist. Suddenly, she recalled a line she had heard during a comedic performance. "Please, Elder, retract your supernatural powers." Mingyue felt an urge to exclaim this, for the ominous black mist outside was truly terrifying. As it drew nearer, Mingyue discerned that it was a horde of locusts, their numbers seemingly endless and formidable. She hastily descended to seal the last brick, positioning a fan to blow against it, hastening the drying of the cement, while also providing some defense against the locusts. It was said that famished locusts could devour humans. Whether this was true or not, the sheer number of them attacking Mingyue left her too intimidated to confront them. It was better to adopt a defensive stance, raising the banner of non-aggression high, for she could not afford such an encounter. The sound of the locust battering against the window was audible, slightly less intense than that of hail, yet still quite frightening. Mingyue maintained her vigil. Her mental energy focused on the outside, where she noticed not only locusts but also various other insects, many of which she did not recognize, including armored ones. She marveled at how they could coordinate their movements. This was indeed an army of insects, complete with vanguards and shields. The game's design was impressive, capable of conjuring all manner of scenarios. However, Mingyue harbored concerns about the potential presence of more formidable insects capable of breaching her cement barricades. These creatures seemed almost sentient, and while it was likely laborious for them, the possibility remained. In her mental focus, Mingyue observed that these locusts were significantly larger than those she had previously encountered. The glass window held out for less than 20 minutes before shattering. Fortunately, she had reinforced it with tape, delaying their entry as they continued to struggle against the first line of her defenses. Mingyue watched as locusts came and went, almost as if her location were a tourist attraction. After more than 10 minutes, a particularly determined locust managed to create a hole in the tape, allowing others to follow its lead into the room, advancing toward the second line of cement barricades. "You may crash against it, but you shall not pass," she thought, feeling a sense of cleverness. However, her moment of triumph was fleeting, for a new adversary emerged, a large swarm of termites. Termites possess the ability to secrete formic acid, which interacts with concrete structures, compromising their integrity and ultimately leading to the destruction of entire buildings. Yet, she remained undaunted by the time they had finished their work. She would have long returned to the real world. "Fear not," she reassured herself, "they are merely posturing." Her mental focus remained steadfastly on the termites, and she could not deny their superiority over ordinary ones. In just 10 minutes, the outer wall had developed small pits. Given time, these termites could erode the entire building. Mingyue pondered the fate of the individual within the cement pipe, wondering if he was faring well amidst the cacophony outside. She found the sound of their movement grating. Previously, she had thought insects moved silently, but now, surrounded by such a multitude, she was acutely aware of their presence, and the noise was rather unsettling, akin to the discomfort some feel when hearing glass scrape. The first brick to succumb to their corrosion was the one she had recently repaired. It had not yet dried, and the insects, upon passing, had begun to erode it, rendering that spot particularly vulnerable. Mingyue concentrated her mental energy on that location, ready to take swift action should any mishap occur. There had been no changes at the entrance, suggesting that the hotel had prepared defenses. Even if the insects breached the main door, each floor would likely have its own protections, alleviating her concerns about the game for the time being. Yet, she wondered if they had considered the plumbing and ventilation ducts. If overlooked, the hotel could fall swiftly. Maintaining her focus on the window, as 8 o'clock approached, she noticed that the termites had successfully breached the brick she had repaired that morning, allowing a few to infiltrate. Mingyue immediately sprang into action, using her mental energy to protect that spot, rendering the termites' efforts futile. Some retreated, while others continued their relentless assault, undeterred. As the clock struck 8, in the final 10 seconds, Mingyue gathered the fan and heater into her space, releasing her mental hold on the window. She watched as the insects surged into the room like a flood, and at that moment, she vanished, returning to the real world. Upon her return, Mingyue found herself comfortably seated on the sofa, greeted with the message, "Congratulations, player Mingyue, you have successfully cleared the Miss Calamity dungeon. Reward: 5 to basic attributes. The opening of the next dungeon will be announced separately. The game backpack is paused in the real world, and all player-related information has been obscured. The system marketplace and chat channel are now accessible." Chapter 59. Reality beckons. 7. Mingyue disregarded these thoughts for the moment, feeling an urgent need for a refreshing shower. Emerging from a game without cleansing felt peculiar. After her ablutions, she donned comfortable attire and settled onto the sofa to inspect her rewards. The rewards remained consistent, a mere 5 points to her base attributes. The game system was rather stingy in this regard, but she was grateful nonetheless. As a humble wage earner, she wasn't one to complain. The very fact that each completed instance granted a physical enhancement was a boon. With these newly acquired attribute points, she might even manage to land a few more blows on her coach. The prospect filled her with glee. The latest addition to the game store was an intermediate gene serum, priced at a hefty 200,000 Hua coins. No small sum indeed. Mingyue promptly checked her Hua coin balance and gasped with delight. She had become affluent, possessing a balance of 580,000. This particular instance had yielded a profit of 300,000, primarily from the sale of boxed lunches and grilled meats. The former accounted for slightly over 10,000 units, with the remainder stemming from barbecue sales. This was a lucrative enterprise, one that she couldn't afford to discontinue. She resolved to persevere, to expand her operations, and to achieve enduring success. Go forth and conquer, she exhorted herself. Without hesitation, Mingyue purchased an intermediate serum and 5 additional attribute points. After imbibing the serum, she eagerly awaited the transformative pain in the bathroom. Following another shower, she emerged feeling revitalized. Once again, she endured the sensation of internal reconstruction, a fusion of agony and exhilaration. As her body underwent its metamorphosis, she mused that she should remember to check the situation before taking a shower upon returning in the future. Both times, she had pointlessly washed before the transformation, needlessly complicating matters. As expected, her wandering thoughts helped the time pass quickly. Mingyue felt that this time was less torturous than the last. In truth, the experiences were identical, but Mingyue's mental diversions made it seem shorter. Refreshed, Mingyue appeared to have undergone further refinement. Her proportions had been subtly adjusted, as had her facial features. Her bone structure and muscle density were now incomparable. She had also gained 3 centimeters in height, surpassing 170 centimeters. She was overjoyed, no longer merely a petite figure, but possessing the potential to exude a captivating aura. Mingyue reveled in the thought, wondering if she might even evolve into a mature and alluring woman. She allocated her remaining attribute points and reviewed her personal stats. Name: Mingyue Physique, 14 Stamina, 13 Agility, 15 Endurance, 16 Intelligence, 12 Luck, 16 Merit, 20 Special Item, Protective Suit Protection Value, 100, provides defense against ultraviolet radiation, viruses, acid rain, etc. Greater protection results in greater damage. When the protection value reaches 0, the suit will no longer provide protection. She was delighted with her base attributes, all exceeding 10. She now possessed the physical prowess of a seasoned soldier, though she lacked the experience to gauge her capabilities accurately. However, she understood that her improved physique was a gradual process. While she now possessed these enhanced attributes, she would need to train diligently to unlock her full potential. Her future prospects were brighter, and the effects of her final marrow cleansing would be amplified. Realizing that she didn't need to settle accounts with the village today and that her morning martial arts class was canceled, she only needed to pick up boxed lunches from the training center at noon. With nothing pressing, Mingyue decided to treat herself to a morning of leisure, indulging in some light entertainment on her phone. She initially encountered humorous videos, but soon stumbled upon heatwave warnings. Videos posted by students studying abroad depicted extreme temperatures, with some frying eggs on the pavement. One particularly striking video showed freshly purchased shrimp turning red during the short walk home from the supermarket. Mingyue stroked her chin thoughtfully. The situation was concerning. Global heat waves would inevitably lead to reduced crop yields. The provisions she cultivated in her dimension were sufficient for her own needs, and she could occasionally acquire additional supplies from game instances. However, with such a large national population, a natural disaster would undoubtedly cause food prices to soar. She wondered if the government was adequately prepared, but had no way of inquiring about the situation. Should she stockpile grain from abroad and resell it in the event of a natural disaster? She decided to refrain from depleting her own country's resources, as they could provide sustenance for a longer period during a crisis. Characterized by her decisive nature, Mingyue promptly took action. After carefully examining domestic and international grain prices, she noted that they had not yet deviated significantly from previous years. She then assessed the grain she had accumulated in various instances, primarily consisting of bread and instant noodles. She couldn't reveal these items at the moment, as their conspicuous branding would be difficult to explain. Having made her decision, she resolved to first test her improved skills with her coach before determining whether to purchase grain from abroad. Mingyue initially loaded 2 head of cattle into her small truck and transported them to the training center, requesting that they be processed into jerky when time permitted, with payment to be arranged separately. If feasible, she would provide 1 head of cattle daily for jerky production. A trainee with average culinary talent, but a strong desire to learn volunteered for the task. He had learned the art of jerky making from a young age and was quite skilled, while he required more effort to learn cooking techniques compared to others. Jerky making was a means of supplementing his income. With the jerky matter settled, Mingyue delivered a truckload of ingredients for the preparation of boxed lunches. She then proceeded to her coach's location, who remarked on her increased height. Mingyue offered a vague explanation and commenced their sparring session. To her surprise, Mingyue managed to hold her own against her coach. Although lacking in technique and combat experience, her superior strength made the encounter challenging for him. Her coach was astonished by her progress, but refrained from asking too many questions. He simply advised her to practice more and to gain experience through sparring. He suggested that she could discontinue her lessons at the center. However, Mingyue declined to terminate her lessons, as she needed a sparring partner. She arranged to continue attending the class whenever possible for training purposes. Her coach agreed, and they spent the remaining time sparring, with the coach providing feedback on her shortcomings. In the afternoon, Mingyue returned to the training center to deliver ingredients and collect the boxed lunches. The following day, she settled accounts with the village chief. As she prepared to leave, she informed him, "Uncle Zhang, I have a work-related matter that requires me to travel abroad. I'll need to suspend vegetable deliveries from the village for a few days. I'll resume them upon my return. As for the fruit, please ensure quality and maintain records. Xiaoyu will also keep records at the warehouse. I anticipate returning in about a week. I apologize for the inconvenience and appreciate your assistance. Please extend my greetings to the other village chiefs and inform them that I'll settle accounts with them upon my return. I'm grateful for your help." Chapter 60. The real world ate the village chief turn around and said, "Why do you need to go so far? Be cautious. Our country is much safer than abroad. Is anyone accompanying you?" Mingyue continued forward, assuring him, "Rest assured, I am going to handle some matters, and I have companions." The village chief nodded. That's good. When you return, do come by my house. Don't worry about things here. I will keep an eye on them. Thank you, Uncle Zhang. I will bring you a gift upon my return. Now, I must take my leave. You should head back quickly, too. No need to see me off. With that, Mingyue boarded the vehicle and departed, acutely aware of the many tasks awaiting her, particularly concerning arrangements at the training center. After finalizing discussions with the training center, Mingyue organized for the week of her absence. She would provide the ingredients and wages, while they would be responsible for processing items such as jerky, soy sauce duck, and marinated barbecue meat, any goods that could be preserved long-term. The half of the meat she had collected from the extreme cold dungeon was left behind, to be harvested upon her return. The head of the training center had the admirable quality of never inquiring about Mingyue's intentions for these provisions. After all, they were merely foodstuffs, incapable of serving any other purpose, and of varying quality. Attempting to open a shop with them would be futile. As long as it was clear that no harm would come from it, the arrangement was mutually beneficial and thus agreeable. Upon returning to the hotel, Mingyue hastily booked a flight to the United States. In the event of a natural disaster, it seemed prudent to take advantage of the situation in a country that was unfriendly towards theirs. Although her funds were limited, every bit saved for her homeland could help the people endure just a little longer. The following day, she took the earliest flight, spending most of the journey asleep, with little worth recounting. After disembarking, she checked into her hotel, and the next day, her actions commenced. She rented a car and visited several farms, purchasing 10,000 tons of flour. Currently, it was not harvest season, so she could not buy such quantities from a single source. Her funds dwindled to half in a flash. Money truly did not last long. As she drove, she contemplated the possibility of buying and selling here for profit. Suddenly, it struck her, gambling was legal in this place, and with her mental prowess, winning should be within reach. That same day, she flew to the gambling city. This time, she opted not to stay in a hotel, aware that the surveillance here was far inferior to that of her own country. Checking into a hotel would still require registration. Mingyue entered a small park, finding a secluded spot to access her space, utilizing the 4 great Asian arts to disguise herself as an inconspicuous young man. Standing at 172 centimeters, transforming into a shorter, Western-looking fellow was not a daunting task. With colored contact lenses, a wig, a nose prosthetic, and casual attire, Mingyue stepped out of her hiding place and into the casino. She did not indulge in other games, focusing solely on blackjack and high-low, as she was unfamiliar with anything else. Winning tens of thousands to millions at one casino before moving on to another, she amassed over $10 million in a single evening. Playing from day until midnight, she thought that once she finished at this casino, it would be time to call it a night. Her winnings should suffice. If she lingered, she feared she might not be able to leave at all, having noticed someone keeping a watchful eye on her. Unexpectedly, chaos erupted. It was unclear whether it was a territorial dispute or a vendetta, but gunfire erupted within the casino. Patrons scattered in panic, seeking refuge from the unknown source of the bullets. Some hid behind sofas, others ducked under tables, while a few seized the opportunity to snatch money and flee. Utilizing her mental powers to carve a path through the turmoil, Mingyue escaped into the hotel kitchen. The staff seemed to have vanished, leaving the kitchen eerily quiet compared to the violence outside. Peering through the door, she observed several individuals sprawled on the ground, struck by bullets, their fates uncertain. It was evident that foreign lands lacked the safety her homeland afforded. Such scenes were unimaginable back home. Realizing that the gunfire would continue for some time, she retreated into the kitchen, where the abundance of food supplies and kitchenware suddenly sparked an idea. Indeed, this was an opportune moment to conduct a thorough sweep amidst the chaos. She set about clearing the kitchen of all utensils and supplies, leaving only the load-bearing walls behind. Using her mental powers to scan the area, she discovered that the kitchen and Oppo's outer wall was a secret chamber, a vacuum-sealed space filled with money. At the back of the kitchen, a hidden passage led somewhere unknown, and as she peered, she saw several individuals in chef's attire armed with firearms rushing towards the kitchen. Mingyue's intuition told her that something was amiss. How could a kitchen be devoid of staff? The soundproofing here was remarkable. Despite the cacophony outside, it was almost silent within. She quickly leaped from the kitchen's back window, transferring all the hidden money into her space with her mental powers, while keeping a watchful eye on the underground passage. Following the passage, she ran for about 50 meters, reaching another concealed chamber, likely the source of the weapons the chefs had been armed with. Inside, she spotted a cache of weapons, with guards present, but she refrained from disturbing anything. This was not the end of her pursuit. Continuing down the passage, she arrived at a modified vehicle factory, which could hardly be called a weapons cache. It was a den of iniquity. Here, she found an abundance of arms, alongside various narcotics typically found in entertainment venues. With no qualms, she seized the items from the wrongdoers, gathering an impressive array of weaponry, several hundred wooden crates designed for firearms, along with a plethora of other arms and ammunition. It was astonishing how many weapons there could be, enough to equip a small battalion. Once she had collected all the arms, the guards outside remained oblivious, engrossed in drinking and card games. Upon closer inspection, she discovered another room resembling a vault. Indeed, the entire chamber functioned as a safe, an extravagance in and of itself. Inside lay cash and gold bars, which Mingyue had no hesitation in taking. Chapter 61. The search for the oasis. This journey proved to be remarkably fruitful. There was ample money to suffice, eliminating the need for further perilous ventures, leaving only the task of gathering supplies. As I retraced my steps, the sounds of gunfire from the city still echoed in the background. I decided against returning, opting instead to enter the space to remove my makeup and don my own attire. I then took a rented vehicle and set off towards other cities. In the land of the unrefined, I procured a substantial amount of flour and potatoes, along with numerous cattle and sheep, both alive and butchered, including 1,000 dairy cows. I also commissioned the construction of 10 vehicles, comprising 5 motorhomes and 5 off-road vehicles, ensuring that every component was of the highest caliber. The glass and body armor were merely the foundation. I insisted on the latest advancements for the engines and tires, which needed to withstand a variety of terrains. I anticipated challenges with these requests, yet to my astonishment, they informed me that the vehicles would be ready for collection in 3 days. They had previously crafted such vehicles, and many prominent figures in the area frequently ordered custom builds, each with increasingly demanding specifications. The manager even presented me with photographs for selection, and I paid the deposit as per his recommendations. In my view, aesthetics were secondary. Durability was paramount. I had 2 motorhomes and 2 off-road vehicles designed in a more understated fashion, while the remaining vehicles were transformed into formidable machines capable of mounting weaponry. This duality would sufficiently serve my needs. During the 3-day wait for the vehicles, I adorned myself with Western-style makeup and engaged in extensive procurement of grains, fruits, meats, and seafood within the unrefined territory. My approach was lavish, accepting all goods provided they were of good quality and reasonable price, regardless of variety. However, I refrained from acquiring any vegetables, as they were subpar here. Upon obtaining the vehicles and storing my goods within the space, I embarked on my return journey home. The conflicts among foreign gangs held no relevance to me. I was merely an inconspicuous merchant. Upon my return to Shiguang, my first task was to collect the finished product from the training center. To my delight, they had indeed prepared a surprise. I had forgotten to instruct them on how to handle the offal, and they transformed it all into marinated delicacies. Overjoyed, I rewarded them with extra payment and brought gifts for my travels. I left the ingredients for meal preparation, then drove away with the jerky and semi-finished products they had created over the past few days. I visited the warehouse to collect the fruits, settled accounts with the villagers, and also bestowed gifts upon them, encouraging them to continue supplying vegetables to the training center while I resumed my collection efforts. Subsequently, I returned to the hotel to rest. After this exhausting round, I had no desire to engage in any activities upon returning to the hotel. A shower and bed beckoned me. The following day, I awoke around 5, having skipped dinner the previous night, and decided to venture out for a local breakfast delicacy. I found a small eatery I had passed earlier and ordered a bowl of rice noodles and a portion of dumplings to enjoy on site, along with a takeaway of oil tea and banana leaf rice cakes. Having satisfied my hunger, I carried my takeaway back toward the hotel. As I approached, the game system chimed, announcing, "Ding, Player Mingyue will enter the survival game in 30 minutes. Please prepare accordingly. The countdown begins. Hastily, I quicken my pace, returning to the hotel to change into my usual athletic attire, sweatpants, a hat, and a mask. I stored my breakfast in the space, ensured the doors and windows were secured, drew the curtains, and settled onto the sofa to await the transport. This time, the interval between game instances was merely 10 days. A stark contrast to the previous nearly month-long gap. I was left pondering the criteria the game used to determine entry into the next instance, as it felt rather abrupt. Just as I had completed my preparations, I felt a flash before my eyes and found myself within the game. Upon opening my eyes, I surveyed my surroundings, which were dominated by endless sand. It seemed this time, I was not even in a city. The system announced, "Ding, welcome to the survival game. Players must survive in this world for 15 days. The natural disaster in this realm is the quest for an oasis. Each player is awarded 2,000 flower coins. Players must not leave their birthplace. The game begins. I gazed up at the sky, feeling utterly lost amidst the vast expanse of sand. How was I to locate this oasis? At that moment, I desperately needed a geographical expert. Remaining stationary was not an option. I chose a direction towards the east, uncertain if it was correct, but resolved to proceed in that direction, relying on fate to guide me. Before setting off, I applied sunscreen, donned protective eyewear, and regretted not being able to read star maps. If I could, at least I might be able to navigate by the stars at night. How I lamented the increasing amount of knowledge I needed to acquire. The thought of attending classes made my head ache. Ultimately, I retrieved a four-wheeled sand dune buggy. It would serve me better than traversing on foot. I stowed a bag of snow behind the driver's seat to keep cool. I refrained from using my newly acquired vehicles, fearing that I might encounter quicksand and be unable to escape, becoming trapped along with the vehicle. The dune buggy, however, allowed for easy egress, and its lighter frame meant it would not sink as rapidly in the event of quicksand. With everything prepared, I set off. The snow on my back provided a refreshing chill, a welcome contrast to the scorching sun ahead, where temperatures steadily climbed. I felt increasingly uncomfortable from the heat, primarily due to the dry conditions causing rapid dehydration. I halted the vehicle to apply cooling patches and drank a substantial portion of chilled tea from my supplies, then fashioned a towel to hold some snow, securing it atop my head. This improvised arrangement brought considerable relief as I continued onward. The desert winds were arid and scorching. After merely an hour of travel, I found myself in need of water. Although the snow helped alleviate some discomfort, my throat remained parched, prompting me to sip water cautiously, lest I feel as if I were being desiccated by nature itself. By 4 in the afternoon, I stumbled upon a rather favorable campsite. The ground was comparatively firm and level, with a high slope providing a shield against the wind. Continuing further would yield little distance before it would be necessary to settle for the night. Traversing the desert after sunset was ill-advised, given the unpredictability of quicksand, and the nighttime temperatures could drop significantly. Thus, early preparations were prudent. I set up the isolation frame and tent, positioning them against the wind, and stored the vehicle within the space. Entering the tent, I ignited a stove for warmth and consumed the meal I had prepared earlier, taking advantage of the normal weather conditions to retire to bed early. Sleep was essential, for none could predict what the future might hold. In the middle of the night, a fierce wind began to blow outside. Thankfully, the high slope provided some protection. Otherwise, I would have endured considerable hardship. Around 4 in the morning, the wind subsided, and Mingyue stowed the tent, retrieved her motorcycle, donned a windproof suit, and cautiously advanced, guided by her mental acuity. As dawn approached, she proceeded with diligence and at a measured pace, minimizing potential hazards. The day proved even more scorching than its predecessor, leaving Mingyue's throat perpetually parched. To remedy this, she affixed a beverage container to the handlebars, inserting a long straw for measured sips, a more prudent approach than excessive consumption, which could lead to discomfort. During the day's zenith, she procured snow from her reserves, applying it to the vehicle's exterior to mitigate the heat. Unlike the previous day, fortune did not favor her, and she failed to locate a suitable campsite by nightfall. She eventually discovered a large stone offering minimal wind protection. The sandy terrain presented challenges for setting up camp. as the tent's security was compromised. Undeterred by wildlife and unpredictable weather, Mingyue opted to spend the night in her recreational vehicle. With darkness enveloping the landscape and no encounters with other travelers, the likelihood of encountering fellow players seemed remote. She positioned the RV in the stone's leeward side and retreated inside. Upon securing the doors and activating the air conditioning, Mingyue's priority was a thorough ablution. The accumulation of sand since her desert ingress had become unbearable. As the night deepened, fierce winds and torrential rain assailed the region. Mingyue felt grateful that she had not chosen to sleep in a tent, which would have exposed her to the elements. The downpour was substantial, and Mingyue pitied those who had neglected to construct drainage trenches around their campsites. The RV shuddered under the force of the gusts, a testament to the gale's intensity. Given the inclement conditions, venturing outside was impractical, and Mingyue resolved to resume her slumber. Convinced that the weather posed no serious threat, she disregarded it and drifted back to sleep. Upon reopening the RV's doors, she observed that the rain had ceased, leaving traces of moisture on the sand. She promptly stowed the RV in her interdimensional space and resumed her journey on the motorcycle. The recent rain had alleviated the aridity, making travel more pleasant. She seized the opportunity to cover more ground and lessen her discomfort. Mingyue accelerated, her mental acuity focused on the path ahead, alert for any potential dangers. Around 10 in the morning, the familiar sensation of thirst returned, prompting her to dismount and replenish her fluids. Dehydration posed a significant threat in this environment, and she could not afford to be careless. The day's journey was fraught with challenges. In the afternoon, she encountered quicksand, which she detected from afar using her mental prowess, allowing her to avoid it. However, she observed a fellow player being engulfed by the quicksand. She refrained from intervening, citing the distance and uncertainty of the individual's intentions. Haunted by dystopian narratives, she prioritized self-preservation, mindful of the potential for betrayal. As she attempted to circumvent the area, quicksand unexpectedly appeared in her path. Mingyue frantically accelerated, narrowly escaping the treacherous pit. The incident heightened her vigilance, and she meticulously scanned her surroundings for potential threats. As dusk approached, she had yet to find a suitable campsite. However, she discovered an elevated area where she could establish a camp for the night. Mindful of the player she had witnessed succumbing to the quicksand, she feared encountering other players in the vicinity. Rather than sleeping in the RV, she opted to erect her tent. While the RV offered convenience, its opulent contents could attract unwanted attention. She prioritized discretion and chose the relative anonymity of a tent. Mingyue erected her tent, foregoing the need for drainage ditches thanks to her integrated isolation frame. After dinner, she retired early, placing traps near the tent's entrance to provide early warning of potential intruders. The night passed uneventfully, save for the wind's persistent buffeting of the tent. As she prepared to resume her journey, the weather turned unfavorable. Unlike the previous days, strong winds persisted throughout the day, rendering travel without protective eyewear impossible. The scorching sun and relentless winds made an already challenging environment even more arduous. Mingyue applied fuel to her motorcycle and donned protective gear, including sunscreen, goggles, a hat, a face covering, and gloves, before venturing out into the elements. The strong winds raised concerns about a potential shift in weather patterns. She hoped to locate an oasis soon to prepare for any eventuality. However, Mingyue was essentially searching blindly, with no clear indication of the oasis's location. The wind persisted throughout the day, obscuring her vision despite the protective eyewear. She relied on her mental acuity to navigate, ensuring she maintained a general heading. She occasionally had to alter course to avoid quicksand, leaving her progress to chance. In the afternoon, the weather took a turn for the worse, with lightning visible in the distance. The scene resembled a dystopian film, with the sky darkening prematurely and lightning illuminating the landscape. The lightning was still distant, but Mingyue knew its speed and dared not risk being caught in its path. She fled in the opposite direction, as if escaping the apocalypse. She hoped to gain as much distance as possible before the storm overtook her. The lightning appeared to connect the heavens and the earth, and Mingyue lacked the necessary protection. She berated herself for her lack of foresight and vowed to acquire lightning rods upon her return. As she raced across the desert, the lightning did not pursue her. However, the distance obscured the details, leaving her with a sense of impending doom. Eventually, the sky brightened, and Mingyue turned to observe the area where the lightning had struck. The scene had returned to tranquility, indicating that the danger had passed. Chapter 63. The search for the oasis. 3. The weather in this desert is notoriously fickle. One moment, the sky is a pristine blue, and the next, it is engulfed by ominous thunder and lightning, a truly terrifying spectacle. Today, I am uncertain of my whereabouts, as the path I have been traversing eastward has been disrupted by the storm. In my frantic escape, I lost track of my direction, and now I find myself surrounded by endless yellow sand, with not a hint of an oasis in sight. Raising my hand to shield my eyes from the glaring sun, I attempt to survey my surroundings, only to be met with the discomfort of aching arms and a sweaty body, a testament to the tension I just endured. I pause on the sandy terrain to catch my breath, taking a generous swig from my water bottle, which alleviates my parched throat. The anxiety I felt earlier rendered me oblivious to my thirst, illustrating the remarkable resilience of the human spirit. I am convinced that if I continue in a single direction, I shall surely discover the oasis. The task assigned to me in this quest is to locate it. Thus, the sooner I find it, the sooner I can deem the mission accomplished. After that, I merely need to survive for the stipulated 15 days within the confines of this challenge. Hence, the priority remains to locate the oasis swiftly, allowing me to shed this burden and focus on preserving my life. Before mounting my motorcycle for departure, I doused it with snowmelt to cool it down, as the speed I had previously attained had caused it to heat up. My arms are weary, but I can now afford to proceed at a slower pace, concentrating on finding a suitable camping site to endure the night. Around 5 in the afternoon, I stumble upon a remarkably suitable campsite, suggesting that it has been previously occupied. Although the traces have been obscured by the windswept sands, it is evident that others have camped here before. The former occupants, likely adept players, excavated a sand pit at the base of a high slope, creating an ideal space for their tent, providing better warmth and shelter. Seizing the opportunity, I clear the sand pit and set my tent within it. From a distance, it appears well concealed, a testament to the skill of the previous campers. I must not forget the mouse traps I placed at the entrance of my tent. I have added a few more obstacles, anticipating the possibility of other players nearby. It is prudent to prepare for any eventuality. Having completed these preparations, I take a moment to tidy myself before hastily consuming a meal. The tension from earlier has left my arms particularly sore, so I apply a fatigue-relieving spray and lie down to rest. Reflecting on the lightning I witnessed earlier, I realize this issue must be addressed. Perhaps I can explore the game shop to see if any other players might sell lightning rods. To my surprise, such items are indeed rare. None are available for purchase at the moment. However, many players have been discussing them in the chat, sharing insights. One player even educated others on the commonly used metals for constructing lightning rods, including copper, aluminum, and stainless steel, all of which possess excellent conductivity and strength. Without a ready-made rod, I could potentially fashion one from these materials, though I must be prepared to abandon it if my life is at stake. Yet, sleeping on such a makeshift structure poses its own dangers. A lightning strike could easily target me. Observing the darkening sky outside, I feel a reluctance to move. Deciding to endure this day as it is, planning to dismantle the structure during future camping. Having resolved a significant dilemma, I feel a weight lift from my shoulders. I check the sales of my boxed meals, which have exceeded 10,000 units, indicating that this quest has been more profitable than the last. I also restock some previously retrieved delicacies and jerky without further glancing at the chat, closing my eyes to sleep. In the dead of night, a blood-curdling scream pierces the silence of my tent. With a swift motion, I leap from my bed and retrieve my machete from my inventory, rushing toward the source of the noise. The intruder retaliates, brandishing a 2-meter-long saber, clearly an advantage in reach. However, the confines of the tent limit our movements, rendering the size of his weapon less effective. After a couple of exchanges, the assailant realizes the tent hampers his technique. He slashes through the fabric, exposing us both to the desert night, further placing me at a disadvantage. Fortunately, he lacks proficiency in combat, Despite wielding a formidable weapon, he clumsily swings at me, relying solely on its length. My previous training in martial arts has equipped me to handle this situation better than he can. The struggle continues, neither of us gaining the upper hand. I remain nimble, evading his strikes, while he fails to close the distance. Realizing our stamina is waning, I muster my mental energy as a shield and leap forward, only to find him drawing a small crossbow, attempting to ambush me. Just as I expand my shield to protect myself, I channel a fragment of my mental energy into his forehead. Seizing the moment of his distraction, I strike down at him, while his bolt flies wildly, falling harmlessly to the ground. Breathless, I collect the saber and crossbow from the fallen intruder, both valuable weapons. Had I not relied on my mental prowess, I would have surely succumbed. As the figure vanishes, I store my machete in my inventory, now enriched with an array of weapons, including a tang sword, a miao knife, and a katana. This individual seems to have raided someone's armory. Such a diverse collection is unexpected. The others I encountered before merely possessed basic supplies, but this one has truly astonished me, even augmenting my wealth with over 300,000 flower coins. With such an arsenal at my disposal, dispatching adversaries will become significantly easier. It is no wonder he was so affluent. I organized the weapons in my storage, retaining only the saber in my backpack, as its impressive length and imposing presence resonate with me. In due time, I shall seek a mentor to refine my skills, aspiring to become a formidable warrior in my own right. Among the collection, I also discover a hidden dart, precisely the tool I require. Without hesitation, I affix it to my left arm, testing its weight and feel, securing it as my secret weapon. Chapter 64. The search for the oasis for Mingyue discovered a box of silver needles from her spatial storage and placed it alongside her weapons. Earlier, when she unleashed a mental attack, her shield had thinned considerably. If the assailant were to strike again, the shield might not withstand the force. Hence, Mingyue prepared a box of needles, intending to control them with her mental energy for attacks from a distance when close combat was unfeasible, thereby conserving her mental strength and adding another means to confront her enemies. After this commotion, dawn was approaching. Mingyue decided against returning to sleep, opting instead to rest outside for a while. After having breakfast, she sprayed some pain relief spray on herself. The tent had been damaged and was no longer usable, so she dismantled it and burned it, retrieving the frame into her spatial storage. Once the remnants of the tent were reduced to ashes, she consulted her compass to ascertain her direction and mounted her motorcycle to continue her journey. It was the 5th day of the game, and she pondered the potential disasters that awaited her. Despite the harsh and unpredictable weather conditions, the desert was undeniably beautiful. As she rode toward the rising sun, the golden sand dunes shimmered under its rays, exuding an ancient and alluring charm. This stunning vista always ignited a desire for exploration. Yet the recent caprices of the weather dampened her spirits. During the early hours of the morning, aside from the need to be cautious of quicksand, the temperature was quite pleasant, devoid of the oppressive heat. However, by mid-morning, a fierce wind swept across the desert, the strongest she had encountered since entering this realm. In the distance, a tornado began to form, and the air was thick with swirling yellow sand. The tornado was still far from her, but Mingyue accelerated her motorcycle to its maximum speed, racing against the gale. Along the way, she spotted other players in distress, waving for help from afar. But Mingyue feigned ignorance and changed her course, unsure if they sought to commandeer her vehicle or were merely fleeing for their lives. Her motorcycle could reach a top speed of 170 kilometers per hour, a high-performance beach bike that, while not comparable to professional models, was still among the best in her possession. Yet, she worried about outrunning the tornado. As the tornado took shape, Mingyue had no choice but to evade it and flee. The tornado veered several times, and she adjusted her course accordingly. At one point, it was perilously close, less than 3 kilometers away, and fortune smiled upon her as it suddenly changed direction, allowing her to escape unharmed. She expressed her gratitude to her ancestors and to fate. It wasn't until evening that the tornado finally subsided, and the players collectively sighed in relief. The day's frantic escape had left Mingyue utterly exhausted, and, as night fell, She found herself disoriented and unable to continue her search. She resolved to wait until morning to reassess her direction. Finding a sheltered spot, she set up her RV and disguised it for added security before retreating inside to sleep. She was too weary to pitch a tent, especially since the previous one had been torn and she and T had the chance to set up a new one. After a refreshing shower, Mingyue succumbed to sleep. The next morning, she rose early. Upon opening the RV door, she noticed what seemed to be animal tracks outside, albeit unclear. This served as a reminder that, in addition to harsh weather, the desert posed threats from wildlife. Having avoided encounters with such creatures in recent days felt like a stroke of luck, given her current capabilities. Encountering a carnivorous wild animal could lead to severe injuries, even if she managed to kill it. Using her mental energy, Mingyue scanned a radius of 200 meters around her, finding no trace of animals, which provided a modicum of comfort. The thought of stepping out only to confront a lion or desert wolf sent shivers down her spine. She did not wish to become a buffet for such predators. As she rode her motorcycle that day, she remained vigilant not only for shifting sands but also for distant dangers. Animals generally do not stray far from water sources, and the tracks near her RV indicated that she was close to one. However, after circling the area for the entire morning, she found nothing. Mingyue's expectations were modest. She merely sought a sizable waterhole surrounded by a few trees, which would qualify as a small oasis and complete her quest. Why was it proving so elusive after days of wandering the desert? By noon, the heat began to blur her vision, casting halos around everything. The scenery was still captivating, yet waves of nausea washed over her. Quickly, she consumed some herbal medicine, wrapped a towel soaked in cold water around her head, and applied cooling patches to her chest, taking some time to regain her composure. Heat stroke in the desert could be fatal without any assistance. For lunch, she settled for a plate of cold noodles, her appetite diminished, and nibbled on a popsicle, feeling somewhat revitalized before resuming her search. Now, knowing the oasis was near, yet remaining elusive heightened her frustration. She feared missing something crucial, which only intensified her anxiety. In the evening, fatigued from her search, she sat atop a high slope to enjoy the sunset, realizing she could not find what she sought. The evening glow felt soothing against her skin, and the distant afterglow illuminated the desert in a golden sheen, evoking a sense of tranquility. After a moment of quiet admiration for the beauty surrounding her, she acknowledged the need to confront reality, her mood settling as she descended the slope to make camp. Mingyue retrieved her RV, refusing to sleep in a tent given the proximity of potential wildlife. She believed it unwise to provide a midnight snack for such creatures. It was acceptable not to find anything today. She would continue her search tomorrow. She resolved to scour every inch of this area, believing that persistence would yield results. Clenching her fist, she affirmed, "What does not kill me makes me stronger." Onward. After vocalizing her determination, she proceeded to wash up and retire for the night. The next day would bring another round of relentless searching. Logically, the oasis should be close, yet its concealment baffled her. It must be lurking in some overlooked corner, perhaps behind a hill. She needed to search with renewed diligence, particularly around the curves beneath high slopes, hoping for a vantage point that might lead her to her destination. Chapter 65. The search for the Oasis 5, wandering aimlessly through the desert, oblivious to the impending disasters, was undeniably unwise. It was imperative to locate an oasis swiftly to prepare for the forthcoming calamities. At noon, beneath a high slope, a small sapling was discovered, piquing Mingyue's curiosity. Surrounded by elevated terrain, this singular depression bore a tree. How could it have survived the wrath of a tornado? However, this tree could scarcely be deemed a tree. Standing a mere 30 centimeters tall and entirely desiccated, its color a faded yellow. From a distance, it resembled nothing more than a branch embedded in a mound of sand. Were it not for its unwavering stance against the wind, one might mistake it for a dead twig. As lunchtime approached, Mingyue resolved to investigate this peculiar tree, hoping to uncover its mysteries while also addressing her hunger. Using her mental prowess, she meticulously examined the sapling, confirming the branch's lifelessness. Yet, despite her efforts, she found them unyielding, as though they were forged from iron. What kind of tree possessed such resilience? Each branch, no thicker than her pinky finger, resisted even the slightest bending. Attempting to uproot the sapling, she exerted all her strength, but remained firmly planted, defying her attempts. Exhausted, she pondered the anomaly. This tree, so withered, should have been fragile, yet proved remarkably robust. Her earlier efforts had altered its surface not in the slightest. This was no ordinary sapling. Today, she resolved to unveil the truth behind this enigma. Delving deeper with her mental focus, she discovered that the branches and trunk were devoid of vitality, akin to the dry twigs one might gather for kindling. Each branch bore the same lifeless quality. Continuing her examination down to the roots revealed a peculiar green mass. It was neither gas nor solid, yet it seemed tightly gathered, a curious phenomenon indeed. This sapling's unusual nature was likely linked to the green mass. Intuition urged Mingyue to seize it. It felt like a treasure, yet she was uncertain of its identity or how to obtain it. Her initial attempt to draw it into her spatial realm had proven futile. It was the first time she encountered something that could not be contained within her space. Determined to investigate whether the core of the mass mirrored its exterior, she pressed on, eager to discern whether it posed any threat. As she probed further, she encountered significant resistance, not as if it were being deliberately obstructed, but rather due to the mass's considerable density. To penetrate, it would require substantial effort. The more she struggled, the more her curiosity intensified. This was an extraordinary opportunity. She could not afford to let it slip away. The afternoon wore on, and she remained fixated on the sapling, her mental energy surging forth. What had begun as a triangular arc of focus had transformed into a fine, pointed stream reminiscent of an arrowhead. By dusk, she had managed to penetrate 1/3 of the green mass with her mental force. As night fell, she continued to wrestle with the sapling, her concentration unwavering. In a moment of distraction, she retrieved her vehicle, ensuring her mental energy remained focused on her exploration. However, this brief lapse caused her mental energy to recede slightly. Yet, returning to her previous position was not as arduous as before. With minimal effort, she resumed her probing. By 9 o'clock, Mingyue was drenched in sweat, fatigued, and in pain. For the first time since acquiring her mental prowess, she found herself unable to penetrate the core of the mass, which remained steadfastly unyielding. As fatigue clouded her mind, she pressed on instinctively, exerting her mental force despite her body's protests. In a state of near unconsciousness, she clung to the unwavering belief that she must persist. Time became a blur until, suddenly, the green mass appeared to relent, or perhaps her mental energy had reached a new threshold. In that pivotal moment, her mental force pierced the heart of the green mass. Instantly, it surged into her body, vanishing without a trace, while the once sturdy sapling began to crumble under the wind's caress. With the green mass's entry, all of her mental energy retreated to her consciousness, and she collapsed onto the floor of her vehicle, drifting into a deep slumber, as if the previous ordeal had never occurred. Upon awakening the following day, Mingyue felt revitalized, unaware of the events that had transpired in her semi-conscious state. The memory of the peculiar sapling lingered, and she yearned to continue her exploration of its mysteries. Stepping outside, however, revealed an empty expanse. The tree had vanished without a trace. Mingyue distinctly recalled its position by the vehicle's door. How could it have disappeared so completely? Confounded, she meticulously surveyed the surroundings and returned the vehicle to her spatial realm. Yet, there was nothing beneath it either. How could this be? She was certain she had seen it yesterday, and it was inconceivable that someone else could have taken it without her noticing. After searching the vicinity fruitlessly, she muttered in disbelief. Chapter 66. The quest for the oasis. 6. Frustrated, Mingyue pounded the sand a few times to vent her emotions, sitting in the desert, stewing in her anger. The entire afternoon yesterday had been a futile endeavor, yielding no rewards and wasting precious time in search of the oasis. With this thought, Mingyue could no longer remain still. The elusive entity had already fled, and there was nothing to be done now. Stagnation would not compel it to return, and it was her own fault for dozing off last night. The pressing urgency was to locate the oasis without delay, the task remained unfulfilled. And with so much time already squandered, idleness could not persist. Yet, the irritation simmered within her. What a waste of an afternoon. All that time could have been better spent on something productive. Kicking at the sand in exasperation, Mingyue climbed the slope once more to continue her search for the oasis. Now on the 8th day, doubts crept in regarding her previous decision to head east. Half of the game time had elapsed, and she had yet to find even a single clue. The frustration was palpable. If she failed to find the oasis soon, the harsh weather would be upon her. Just as Mingyue mounted her motorcycle, preparing to set off again, she spotted several wolves watching her from a nearby ridge. She slapped her own face in reprimand. This is what you get for speaking too soon. Now you have nothing to show for it, just a multitude of fur. With no time to ponder, she revved the engine and sped off. The wolves immediately gave chase, and to her astonishment, there were not just 5 or 6, but over a dozen of them. Retreat was not an option. She had to escape. With a pack of wolves pursuing her, Mingyue raced ahead on her motorcycle. After half an hour of frantic flight, she had put considerable distance between herself and the wolves, finally stopping to catch her breath. The desert was terrifying, filled with perilous weather and wild beasts. It seemed humanity occupied the lowest rung of the food chain, necessitating constant vigilance. Fortunately, the wolves could not outrun her motorcycle. Otherwise, she would have become their breakfast. In the midst of her escape, she had not noticed her parched throat or the heat radiating from her face. Splashing some snow on her skin, she unwrapped an ice pop and savored the refreshing treat, sighing in relief. It was arduous indeed. The fabled oasis remained elusive. Reflecting on her struggles, she recalled that the game store did not offer ice pops. Thus, she stocked her in-game shop with 100 ice pops, ice creams, and some ice cubes. After enduring so much hardship, she felt deserving of a small reward to lift her spirits. After savoring her ice pop, Mingyue noticed what appeared to be an oasis in the distance. Thinking her eyes deceived her, she scrutinized the horizon and, upon confirmation, cheered exuberantly. It was a genuine discovery, making the wolf chase worthwhile. Riding her motorcycle with renewed vigor, she sped towards the oasis, her spirits soaring after days of hardship. However, her elation was short-lived. The oasis gradually transformed into a mirage before dissipating entirely. Her motorcycle slowed to a halt, and her joy faded into disappointment. Realization dawned upon her. She had encountered a mirage. The depths of despair enveloped her, feeling both defeated and unjustly wronged. Seated atop the sand, she hung her head, pouting in sorrow, unsure of how to channel her frustration. After a moment of silence, she stood, mounted her motorcycle, and took a few deep breaths. Starting the engine and accelerating, she steeled herself to continue the search. Recognizing that despondency would solve nothing, determined, she decided to pursue the direction from which she had seen the wolves. Surely they too needed water, and the oasis could not be far from their territory. If only she could speak the language of beasts, she mused. Perhaps she could capture a wolf and inquire about the oasis's whereabouts. Yet, as dusk fell, Mingyue saw no sign of the wolves. She circled further in that direction, but discovered nothing. Gazing across the endless expanse of desert, she pondered whether the game truly intended for players to find the oasis. If she, with her means of transportation, struggled so greatly, how would those without vehicles survive? How would they fulfill their quests? Moreover, in the real world, there were no reports of players meeting tragic ends. Where did those who perished in the game go? The game's intentions eluded her, leaving her perplexed. As night approached, Mingyue, regaining her composure, retreated to her camper for rest. Venturing outside at night was unwise, given the high risks. With uncertainties lingering, she resolved to take things step by step, focusing on completing her task and preserving her life. By the 10th day, Mingyue had traversed the same stretch of desert. She had encountered wild animals multiple times, further convincing her that the oasis must be nearby. Expanding her search radius in hopes of finding the elusive oasis, she soon spotted the tracks of a majestic lion basking in the sun. Upon noticing her, it sprang into action without hesitation. Mingyue quickly turned her vehicle and sped away. The sand dune motorcycle lacked a canopy, making swift maneuvers essential. The lion, faster than the wolves, posed a greater threat, especially since lions were social animals. With renewed urgency, Mingyue accelerated, fearing that after escaping the wolves, she might fall prey to a pride of lions. The lion, while swift, could not match the motorcycle's speed. Though navigating the sandy terrain posed challenges, the lion could leap over obstacles with ease, requiring her to maneuver skillfully to evade it. Finally shaking off her feline pursuer, she considered stopping for water and a moment's respite, only to witness a figure tumbling down the slope ahead. Another player, without a doubt. Mingyue contemplated whether to ignore them and continue on her way. Chapter 67. Searching for the oasis. 7. Upon discerning the visage of the individual rolling down from above. It was none other than Zhang Mingze, who had accompanied me through 2 instances of the dungeon. This fellow was indeed unfortunate, having just tumbled down from a high slope. As Mingyue recognized him and was about to extend a greeting, a lion came charging from behind, having just reached the summit and poised to leap down. With no time to ponder, Mingyue swiftly grasped Zhang Mingze and hurled him behind the motorcycle, urging him to steady himself on the rear crossbeam as the beast pursued them. Zhang Mingze, quick to react, adjusted his posture and shouted, "Hurry!" Mingyue took off without hesitation, narrowly evading a lion's ferocious pounce. The 2 of them racing past it while the lion continued its relentless chase behind them as they sped forward on the motorcycle. While riding, they soon glimpsed a patch of green ahead. Though modest in size, it was undeniable that with water and trees, it could be deemed an oasis. Mingyue dared not reduce speed. Even if it were merely a mirage, they would charge in that direction. Before long, they encountered 2 lions. It appeared they had ventured into the territory of the beasts, unsure how many more awaited them. Thus, it was prudent to flee. The duo careened through the terrain, with Zhang Mingze crouched behind the crossbeam, clinging tightly to the seat back to avoid being thrown off. They skidded to a halt at the edge of the pond within the oasis, leaving long skid marks in their wake. Mingyue dismounted the motorcycle, stretching her arms to relieve the tension, while Zhang Mingze, still crouched, felt his limbs tingle from the strain and took a moment to shift beneath the vehicle. Mingyue assisted him in moving to a nearby rock to rest. "You 2 seem to be fleeing from dogs with such haste," a voice chimed in. It was Zhan Hao and Qin Zheng approaching them. Fleeing from dogs? Had we been pursued by dogs, we would have slain them for a feast. We were chased by lions, and had it not been for Mingyue, I would have met my end today, Zhang Mingze retorted, shaking his hands to ease the numbness. Mingyue, employing her mental acuity, scanned the surroundings for any potential threats. Realizing the area was secure, save for their group and the trees surrounding the pond, she relaxed and inquired, "When did you arrive? Did you find a suitable campsite?" Zhan Hao, assisting Zhang Mingze in loosening his legs, looked up at Mingyue and replied, "We just arrived as well. We witnessed you speeding past as we were about to enter the oasis. Let an oppos scout for a location together shortly." At that moment, Qin Zheng, having surveyed the vicinity through binoculars, remarked, "The game merely instructs us to find an oasis, yet this may not be the only one. This particular oasis seems rather small, its only merit being the relatively firm soil. I propose we dig a pit for shelter. What are your thoughts?" Mingyue was inclined towards a subterranean habitation, but harbored concerns regarding potential collapses. Zhan Hao suggested excavating 2 pits large enough to accommodate a vehicle, digging deeper and creating a narrow passageway for communication between the 2, thus providing a measure of safety from predatory assaults. Zhang Mingze voiced his dissent. "If there are thunderstorms or heavy rain, we would be doomed." At this juncture, Mingyue timidly raised her hand. "I have cement and bricks. Do you think we could dig a large pit and construct a shelter beneath? Though I may lack sufficient cement. Does anyone have extra?" Qin Zheng promptly produced 10 bags of cement. The group exchanged glances, realization dawning that they were now equipped with everything necessary. Without further ado, they commenced their labor. Mingyue retrieved various construction debris and, alongside Zhang Mingze, began to extract bricks. None of them had brought farming tools for digging, so Mingyue shared her shovels, pickaxes, and hammers from her spatial storage with Qin Zheng and Zhan Hao. The 2 of them embarked on digging the pit, gradually excavating enough to begin erecting walls with the bricks and cement, continuing to dig as they constructed a rudimentary house underground to prevent the loose soil from collapsing. By the end of the day, they had managed to create a small room, along with a corridor extending slightly longer than the room itself. Essentially a space accommodating a single bed, ensuring there was enough room to stretch one's limbs. Given they were in the desert, caution was exercised regarding potential collapses above. Thus the room was constructed as compactly as possible, which was unanimously accepted. Safety during sleep was of utmost importance. Night soon enveloped them. As they settled in for the evening, Qinzheng produced a motorhome for their 3-person occupancy, while Mingyue retreated to her own vehicle. Zhang Mingze distributed walkie-talkies between the 2 vehicles for communication in case of emergencies. After returning to her motorhome and taking a shower, Mingyue collapsed on her bed. Reflecting on the day, she suddenly realized it was the 10th day. How had nothing unexpected transpired? Recalling the morning's peril, where she had nearly become prey for a lion. She felt a shiver at the memory of being so close to the beast, able to see its whiskers clearly. Her heart had nearly ceased beating in that moment, and the thought still sent chills down her spine. Deciding to dismiss such thoughts, she resolved to sleep early. Tomorrow held a multitude of tasks awaiting her. Whether her fear was genuine or feigned, she couldn't discern. Genuine fear might induce immediate sleep, while feigned fear could lead to exaggerated displays. Who was she trying to impress? At dawn, sunlight streamed through the vehicle's window, rousing Mingyue from her slumber. Seeking fresh air, she instinctively employed her mental abilities to scan for dangers, only to discover several lions outside, leisurely strolling and quenching their thirst. Fearing to make a sound, she worried that the others might awaken unaware of the looming threat and would descend from their vehicles. Hastily, she seized the walkie-talkie, calling out, "Is anyone awake? Hurry up." After a moment of silence, she continued, "Anyone there? Wake up. Several lions are outside. Don't rush to come out." At last, Zhang Hao's voice crackled through the walkie-talkie. "I'm up. I just saw them. Let's stay hidden in the vehicles for now. If they don't leave, we can devise a plan." Mingyue acknowledged, understood. She set the walkie-talkie down and began her morning routine, all the while keeping her mental focus on the large felines outside. It appeared the lions had no intention of departing, seemingly content to go about their leisurely activities. One curious male lion wandered closer, circling the vehicles, scratching and sniffing around, occasionally nipping at the edges, driven by its inquisitive nature. Chapter 68. Searching for the Oasis 8, Mingyue feared that the lion might discover the presence of individuals in her vehicle and subsequently attack it. As she stepped back, she took the opportunity to shield the windshield and utilized her mental prowess to observe the situation outside. The majestic lion circled around her vehicle before finally leaping onto the roof, finding a comfortable spot to recline motionless. Its upright torso surveyed the surroundings with an air of regal authority. The other lionesses scattered nearby, either standing or lying about leisurely. Mingyue found herself at a loss for words. This male lion seemed to regard her as its throne, relishing the presence of its harem while presiding over her domain. In a moment of indignation, she felt a fleeting anger, yet she was acutely aware of her precarious situation. With a total of 7 lions outside, she had no intention of providing them with an additional meal, so she remained coiled within the vehicle, adopting a submissive demeanor. Well, if they were all outside, she might as well consider it a day of respite. After all, the oasis had been located, and it mattered little if she delayed her exit. Recognizing the futility of resistance, she resigned herself to inaction, reflecting on the fact that if she could not fight, there was little else to be done. The standoff persisted until past 10 in the morning, when several lionesses gradually departed, presumably to tend to their young. As it was customary for the lionesses to handle the hunting while the males took a back seat. Shortly before noon, only the male lion remained, still lounging atop her vehicle, occasionally shifting positions to bask in the sun, exuding an air of utter relaxation that gnawed at Mingyue's nerves. After pondering her options and wishing to avoid wasting time, Mingyue resolved to lure the lion away. After all, it was the sole occupant left, and it would be unable to catch her motorcycle as long as she accelerated swiftly enough. She picked up the walkie-talkie and announced, "I have a beach motorcycle that can reach speeds of 170. I will drive out shortly to divert the lion. You all should focus on your tasks." At that moment, Qin Zheng's voice crackled over the radio, expressing concern for her safety. "This is far too dangerous. How can we allow you, a young woman, to go alone? If anyone should venture out, it should be us." Mingyue chuckled at his overreaction. "You think it's a military operation? It's not that serious. The lion's top speed is 80, while my motorcycle can reach 170. What is there to fear? Even if you went, you wouldn't be able to reach me in time. Besides, since the day we entered this game, gender has become irrelevant. We are all fighting for our lives. So it's settled. Focus on your work. I will handle myself." With that, she began to don her gear, unfazed by the chorus of warnings to be cautious that echoed back from her companions. Once she was fully prepared, she opened the vehicle door and spoke into the radio. "If it reacts too quickly, please create a distraction. I am about to open the door. Be ready." As the acknowledgement came through, Mingyue inhaled deeply, opened the door, and leaped onto the motorcycle, speeding away as fast as she could. The lion took a moment to register her sudden departure. The motorcycle had been primed to start into space, and with a swift twist of the throttle, she shot off, covering a considerable distance before the lion even reacted. However, the lazy lion merely glanced at her before returning to its comfortable perch atop the vehicle, seemingly unbothered. With no choice left, Mingyue rode back, placing some construction debris not far from the vehicle, awaiting Zhang Mingze to continue his work today. She observed the lion, which acted as if it couldn't see her, continuing to lounge without any inclination to descend. It showed no interest in the ample meat swaying in front of it. In a sudden burst of audacity, Mingyue aimed her wrist crossbow at the lion and loosed an arrow, challenging it to give chase. The three men present held their breath, astonished by her audacity to provoke a lion so directly, though the arrow did not penetrate deeply, landing on the lion's shoulder. It seemed to have struck with enough force to elicit a reaction. The lethargic lion finally sprang into action, pouncing in Mingyue's direction. Without hesitation, she turned and fled. Mingyue refrained from accelerating to her maximum speed, fearing that if she did, the lazy lion might simply return to its previous position. She had discerned that this creature had developed a fondness for its spot atop the vehicle, showing little desire to move for trivial matters. Thus, for nearly 2 hours, she leisurely led the lion on a chase, until it seemingly lost interest in the pursuit and ambled off in another direction, perhaps to find a meal of its own. Once she deemed it far enough away, Mingyue headed back towards the camp, returning much quicker than when she had lured the lion away, encountering no perils along the way, and arriving in under an hour. The others at the camp were hard at work, just one room away from completion. Upon hearing her approach, they greeted her with concern, asking if she had sustained any injuries and why it had taken her so long to return. Sweating profusely, Mingyue retrieved an ice pop from her supplies and replied, while savoring it, "I was afraid that lazy lion would return after moving only a few steps. So I took my time. I've never encountered such a lethargic carnivore. I couldn't be lured away too far, or it would surely come back." Zhang Ming suggested, "It's still you, sister you. While others walk dogs, you walk lions. The distinction is undeniable. Go take a break." Seeing that Mingyue was unharmed, they exchanged some light-hearted banter and concern, but time was of the essence, and they returned to their tasks. It was now the 11th day of the game, and they needed to complete their work swiftly. Any discrepancies could still be rectified later, but the cement in the rooms required time to dry, and the pressure was mounting. After finishing her ice pop, Mingyue joined in the bricklaying efforts, contemplating that even if these bricks were not utilized this time, they might serve a purpose in the future. One could never predict what calamity awaited them next. The excavation of the basement had reached its limit with no room for a third person. So she decided to refrain from adding to the chaos and focused on the task at hand. The group resolved to work overtime that night to complete everything below ground, allowing the cement to dry afterward. They were determined not to let time slip away again. If the cement remained wet when the winds arrived, they would be in grave danger. Under the collective effort of the group, they finally finished applying the cement in the basement shortly after midnight. The vertical passage was accessed by a single ladder, leading down to an 80-centimeter wide corridor. To the right of the corridor were 4 small rooms, each measuring 2 meters wide, 2 meters long, and 2 meters high, designed to optimize space with all walls serving as load-bearing structures to prevent collapse from above. Mingyue stoked both stoves with coal and placed them underground to dry the cement. The entrance above was wide open to allow for ventilation, hastening the drying of the walls. Afterward, they planned to construct a wooden door, as a metal one could conduct electricity during storms, necessitating a makeshift wooden solution. Chapter 69. The Search for an Oasis 9. Essentially, this little refuge has been completed. The weather today is pleasant, and it seems unlikely to rain. The basement door is left ajar without concern. After exchanging goodnights, everyone retreated to rest. The following day dawned bright and sunny, with the heat persisting outside. The Pride of Lions merely approached the waterhole, not venturing towards the camp. While the male lion did not make an appearance at the oasis, the lionesses came to drink, lingering for a while before departing. Once they had all left, Mingyue made her way to the basement, where the initial room she had excavated was now mostly dry. The area near the ventilation shaft dried more quickly, while the interior room still exhibited dampness on the walls. She stoked both stoves with coal and placed them at the back to expedite the drying process before returning to the surface. There was little to occupy her that day. The other three were busy constructing doors, 2 in total, one level with the ground for regular entry and exit, and another to be embedded within the wall for use during a tornado. They considered various methods, but struggled to successfully install the door below, primarily because they could not use metal for fear of conductivity. Ultimately, it was Qin Zheng who produced a thick tree trunk from his game backpack, suggesting that if all else failed, they could block the entrance with it and live inside using oxygen tanks. He inquired if everyone had oxygen tanks, and upon receiving affirmative responses, he felt reassured. Zhang Mingzhen noted that ever since the first instance where oxygen tanks were insufficient, he had taken to stockpiling them whenever possible. Qin Zheng nodded in approval, stating that it was acceptable if supplies ran low. They could simply share and replenish during future collaborations. The group concurred with Qin Zheng's plan. Those who contributed more would be compensated by those who contributed less in subsequent endeavors, ensuring a sustainable partnership devoid of discord. After storing away the thick wood for later use, they each returned to their vehicles to rest. Following lunch, with little to do, Mingyue initially intended to read a book. However, fearing that extensive reading would deplete her mental energy and lead to fainting in this perilous environment, she opted for caution, prioritizing her well-being. Opening the system marketplace, she assessed the success of her entrepreneurial ventures. To her delight, ice creams and popsicles had sold out, and meals were also faring well, with even ice blocks sold out. In this sweltering desert, cold beverages were immensely popular, and she reveled in the thriving business. Half of the remaining ice blocks were restocked, and she placed 200 popsicles and ice creams on display, relishing the balance in her account. This influx of revenue, combined with the currency acquired from a previous encounter, had surpassed 1 million, marking her as quite affluent, instilling a sense of security. Mingyue's spirits soared. She felt exceptional and playfully wished to embrace her balance. After a brief midday nap, she rose to find the others engaged in sparring outside. Their exchanges were spirited and dynamic, employing lethal strikes with punches and kicks that cut through the air, indicating a solid foundation in combat honed from a young age. They were well acquainted, able to critique each other's progress while practicing. Mingyue felt an urge to join their bout, eager to gauge her abilities against theirs and solicit their guidance for improvement. Observing her enthusiasm, Qin Zheng took the initiative to ask if she wished to join the sparring. Mingyue eagerly agreed, seizing the opportunity to test her skills. Hoping for leniency, as this was her first formal engagement outside of training sessions with her coach. Thus, she stepped in, launching a whip kick followed by a punch, and seizing an opening for a side kick. In her encounters, Mingyue prioritized effective techniques over form, which initially put her at a disadvantage against Qin Zheng and his trained companions. However, she quickly regained her rhythm. Her physical prowess, particularly in reflexes and speed, shone through, allowing her to sense attacks, even without using mental energy. Initially, Qin Zheng focused on defense, offering guidance to Mingyue. Her perceptive abilities enabled her to block all his strikes, while gradually, she worked to correct her earlier flaws. as Qin Zheng began to unleash more offensive moves. Mingyue found herself unable to defend against every attack, but successfully blocked all critical hits. After nearly 2 hours of sparring, she ultimately succumbed to exhaustion, collapsing to the ground. This outcome arose from Mingyue's choice not to utilize her mental energy, and it was evident that Qin Zheng had also refrained from exerting his full strength. Both emerged from the experience with a newfound respect for one another. After their bout, they joined Zhang Mingze and Zhan Hao for a refreshing drink, the late afternoon breeze providing a pleasant reprieve. After a brief exchange of light-hearted conversation, it was time for dinner. The trio unveiled their box meals, and Mingyue was pleasantly surprised to find that they were identical to those she sold in the game marketplace. As they compared their dishes, Zhan Hao remarked on the inconsistency in flavors, expressing curiosity about how the meals were sourced. Zhang Mingze and Qin Zheng sampled the spicy chicken, acknowledging its superior taste, likely due to the differences in the dungeons where they had been stored. Zhang Mingze noted, "Having meals like this is a blessing. Without them, we would be reliant on instant food. I'm more intrigued by how he managed to stockpile so many boxed meals." Qin Zheng, barely looking up, speculated that the individual behind the meals must remain discreet. If their identity were revealed, the consequences could be dire. Zhan Hao enjoyed his soup, expressing a desire to befriend the source of these meals, vowing to never inquire about their origin, as long as more supplies were forthcoming, particularly the much-coveted barbecue, which was often in short supply. Qin Zheng, unusually lighthearted, pointed out that the barbecue was likely prepared by Zhan Hao himself, as they were all preoccupied with survival, and he would need time to grill. As they neared the end of their meal, a small group of 3 approached the oasis, waving and greeting them before setting up camp. Chapter 70. Seeking the Oasis 10. As twilight descended today, there was little time for the newly arrived trio to construct a shelter. Mingyue observed from their gaming backpacks that they had brought a security kiosk, reminiscent of those found at the entrance of residential complexes. This modest abode, measuring 6 or 7 square meters, though somewhat cramped for the 3 of them, sufficed for sleeping, providing a safer alternative to a tent. On the 12th day of their adventure, the oppressive heat persisted, unchanged from previous days. Upon rising, Mingyue spotted her old neighbors, the lion family, at the water source. Today, the male lion had also made an appearance, ambling about outside the kiosk occupied by the newcomers. A lioness had already discovered the underground chamber they had constructed. To expedite the drying of the basement, its door had been left ajar, and the lioness paced nearby, causing concern that she might leap inside. Confronting her within that confined space would prove perilous. If she descended first, the humans would be left vulnerable to her jaws. The male lion, intrigued by the kiosk, seemed to ponder what marvels the bipedal creatures had conjured in his absence. With 7 lions lurking outside, it was imperative to act swiftly to avoid trouble. After a brief discussion via walkie-talkie, they opted for their tried-and-true strategy, while a few distracted the lions. Mingyue would lure them away. As Mingyue prepared to set off, the trio inside the kiosk fervently tapped on the windows, attempting to capture the lions' attention. 2 lionesses, however, remained unimpressed by their efforts. One of the men inside seized the opportunity to toss a portion of meat out the window when the lions were distracted, quickly shutting the window afterward. This roused the curiosity of the male lion, who glanced back at the 2 indifferent lionesses, which finally drew them away. Once the pride had retreated to a safe distance, Mingyue flung open the door of her motorcycle and surged forward, revving the engine to its fullest. It was early morning, and the lions had likely not yet feasted. Upon spotting Mingyue, they charged toward her like a pack drawn to a substantial meal. She sped ahead, and though they pursued her for nearly an hour, their stamina paled in comparison to that of the male lion, and they soon veered off, perhaps returning to their cubs or seeking other prey to feast upon. With the lions no longer in pursuit, Mingyue turned back toward the camp. The lions, perched on a nearby slope, regarded her with a haughty air before turning away. Upon returning to the camp, she found the male lion had succumbed and lay dead at the center, surrounded by curious onlookers. After securing her motorcycle, she expressed relief at having dispatched such a formidable creature, wondering if the lionesses would seek vengeance. Qin Zheng reassured her that the pride would simply appoint a new leader. The newcomers approached, expressing their gratitude for Mingyue's assistance in diverting the lions. She waved her hand dismissively, exchanging pleasantries before taking her leave. After bidding farewell, Mingyue retreated to her vehicle for a much-needed shower, as the dry heat had left her covered in sweat and sand. After washing, she scrutinized her reflection in the mirror, acutely aware of the desert's harsh effect on her skin. Knowing she would soon return to the real world, where she would reunite with the village leaders, she felt the need to maintain her appearance, lest the sudden change raise questions. Once she completed her skincare routine, she noticed the newcomers deliberating on how to construct their shelter, eager to tour Mingyue's underground chamber. However, time was not on their side. They could not replicate her setup before the game and Oppos. As conclusion, ultimately, they decided to excavate a small basement to accommodate the kiosk, employing plastic they had hoarded to coat it for added protection against the elements. They would then fill the gaps with cement, hoping to stabilize the structure against potential collapses. As the newcomers set to work, Mingyue attempted to assist but found the space too cramped for her involvement. With no other tasks to occupy her, she retreated to her vehicle, seeking refuge from the intense UV rays outside. Meanwhile, the ice pops and ice cubes in the game store had sold out, a testament to their high demand in the desert. 500 new ice pops were added to the inventory, and with the remaining ice cubes, it was clear that once they sold out, no more would be stocked before the conclusion of this chapter. With little else to occupy her, Mingyue placed some small watermelons in her refrigerator, intending to chill them for a communal treat. Thus, she passed the last few days in languid monotony. The weather remained relatively pleasant, save for occasional strong winds, which posed no threat to those who had secured adequate shelter. They simply needed to clear the sand that accumulated in the basement once the wind subsided. Most of her days were spent exploring the oasis, occasionally checking in on her entrepreneurial endeavors in the game store. Each morning, she would draw the lions away, monitor the newcomers' progress, and lend a hand when necessary. However, much of her time was devoid of significant activity. After lunch, she would often indulge in a nap. Despite the boredom, there was a sense of tranquility. On days when the weather was favorable, she would relocate a chair beside her vehicle, closing her eyes to savor the gentle breeze brushing against her face while basking in the warm sunlight that enveloped her. Upon slowly opening her eyes, she was greeted by a panorama of golden hues. The undulating sand dunes appeared as a vast ocean. Resilient cacti punctuated the monotonous landscape with vibrant green. And in the distance, a fiery orange sun dipped below the horizon, casting the sky in a resplendent array of colors. The breathtaking scenery filled her with serenity. Mingyue embraced these rare moments of leisure as a mini-vacation, allowing herself to unwind completely and revel in the beauty around her. Chapter 71. The search for the oasis in this game, where the uncertainty of survival looms over each day. One must not take for granted the splendid vistas that grace their eyes. Who knows what dangers may await on the morrow? The beauty of the world should be savored. After all, the realities of life may not afford one the luxury of witnessing the desert's grandeur. Thus, it is essential to relish such bounties. Time and leisure always seems to slip away swiftly, and soon it was the 15th day of the game. The three-person encampment had been established, with cement filling the junction between the sentry post and the earth. The entirety of the post was enveloped in a thick layer of plastic, and the gaps between the post and the earthen walls were tightly packed with excavated soil, rendering the shelter a cohesive part of the land. Though the space was somewhat cramped, it was otherwise satisfactory. There was little choice. Time did not permit for a more spacious construction. As long as it was secure, a little snugness was of no concern. The basement had dried completely, and the fires lit over the past days had not been in vain. There was no trace of dampness below. Tapping on the wall produced a solid sound, indicating that it had become a commendable refuge. On the afternoon of the 15th day, the desert weather shifted and winds began to rise. Initially, the gusts were mild, merely stirring up a bit more dust than usual. By evening, however, a fierce wind laden with yellow sand swept through, resembling a thick fog of golden hue. The voice of Qin Zheng crackled through the walkie-talkie, suggesting they retire to the basement for the night. Given the intensity of the wind, remaining above was perilous, The basement was now inhabitable, and it would be safer to descend sooner rather than later. Mingyue hastily secured the RV, and Qin Zheng and the others disembarked as well, one by one, until the last person closed the door, significantly reducing the wind's intensity. The three gentlemen insisted that Mingyue occupy the innermost room, as it would be least susceptible to dampness should rain occur. Mingyue accepted without hesitation, setting up a single bed with a moisture-proof mat and a sleeping bag, while the other three organized their sleeping arrangements. In the fine weather of recent days, they had discussed installing a new iron door at the corridor entrance, mirroring the example set by three others. They had wrapped the door in plastic, enhancing their safety even further, to the point where the sounds from above had become nearly inaudible. Mingyue's mental focus remained on the outside, where the howling wind now resembled an enraged beast, howling and swirling with ferocity. The trees within the oasis swayed precariously under the force of the wind, some uprooted entirely. Smaller saplings were blown to the ground, transforming the once vibrant oasis into a scene of devastation. Below, however, there was a sense of tranquility, utterly detached from the turmoil above. The confines of the basement were tight, forcing the group to nestle in their respective rooms, with the only passageway being an 80-centimeter wide corridor. Mingyue decided to take a brief rest, anticipating potential dangers in the latter part of the night. After sharing her intention with the others, they too succumbed to slumber. And soon, the basement was enveloped in silence, with the understanding that the night would not remain peaceful for long. Mingyue fell into a deep sleep, only to be awakened by the sound of a violent banging against the door. Peering outward with her mental prowess, she saw that the door had been torn away by the wind. At that moment, a tornado was sweeping toward them, accompanied by flashes of lightning that danced through the sky like silver serpents, wreaking havoc upon the desert. The sounds she had heard were the result of debris hurled by the wind striking the door. As the tornado approached, Mingyue observed the area of impact widening. By the time it reached their location, the trees above had been toppled, and even from the basement, the force of the wind was palpable. The iron door rattled against the wall, and the howling of the wind echoed through the corridor. Large stones were dislodged and struck the door, creating a sizable dent. Mingyue's mental perception revealed a mound of sand at the entrance, all of which had been blown down by the fierce winds. Fortunately, the lightning did not inflict damage upon their basement. However, Zhang Mingze, who was closest to the door, felt a slight tingling sensation against him. The plastic covering could only do so much. After all, the door lock and frame remained vulnerable, and he likely encountered one of those exposed areas. As the sand accumulated at the door, it surmounted halfway, threatening to seal it completely. Glancing further afield, Mingyue noted that the small Group S basement, constructed beneath a particular tree, was on the verge of collapse. Roots had already been pulled from the ground. They were fortunate, as the tornado had begun to shift away, nearing the exit of its destructive path. Just as she exhaled a sigh of relief, her confidence proved premature. A bolt of lightning struck directly at the tree's roots, severing them with precision. Mingyue mused that the lightning had likely been attracted to the metal framework of the sentry post. The tree had borne the brunt of the strike. A stroke of luck for them. As the tornado finally departed from the oasis, it took the tree with it. Above the small basement, considerable amounts of soil were pulled away, yet fortunately, the depth of their refuge remained intact, still concealing the sentry post from full exposure. On Mingyue's side, the door was now entirely blocked by sand, making any attempt to escape impossible. It was now past 3 in the morning, and the outside had finally settled. However, with the basement filled with sand, oxygen would soon be depleted. The group returned to their small rooms, preparing to breathe oxygen for the remaining hours. Holding an oxygen tank, Mingyue kept her mental gaze fixed outside. Just half an hour after the tornado had passed, she noticed raindrops beginning to fall. Should the rain intensify, they would find themselves in dire straits, with no drainage to prevent flooding. Mingyue quickly roused the others, alerting them to the impending danger of heavy rain following the tornado and lightning. Qin Zheng sprang to his feet, realizing the oversight. It was indeed improbable that the calamities would cease so soon. Yuan Hao concurred, acknowledging the likelihood of further disasters, prompting them to act swiftly. Zhang Mingze, positioned closest to the door, noted that it swung inward. He urged the others to step back, declaring that he would take cover behind the door once it was opened, cautioning them not to be buried by the incoming sand. Chapter 72. Seeking Oasis 12. Several individuals nodded in agreement as Zhang Mingze promptly opened the door, allowing a torrent of sand to inundate the dwelling. The group diligently transported the sand into the rooms where they had previously slept. Upon extricating Zhang Mingze from the task, they observed that it was presently raining. They collectively rejoiced at their opportune departure, as their demise would have otherwise entailed drowning in the desert, a particularly vexing end, given their successful navigation through numerous trials, only to meet their fate in a self-dug grave. The desert's temperature had plummeted to a mere few degrees Celsius, exacerbated by the torrential downpour. Mingyue swiftly retrieved the recreational vehicle and prepared a copious amount of ginger soup. Qin Zheng and others embarked on a mission to rescue the 3 individuals stationed at the sentry box. Their predicament was dire, as they were unable to extricate themselves without external assistance. The apertures surrounding the sentry box had been obstructed by silt, necessitating external intervention to clear the obstruction. By the time Mingyue had completed the ginger soup, the trio had been successfully rescued. Donning raincoats, she dispensed the ginger soup to the individuals before retreating to her recreational vehicle. This act constituted the utmost benevolence Mingyue could extend to unfamiliar players. Her modus operandi typically involved demanding reciprocal actions before extending any form of reciprocation. Her benevolence possessed finite boundaries, incapable of encompassing the entirety of the world. Her predilection lay in prioritizing her own well-being. The precipitation mirrored the intensity of a torrential downpour, potentially jeopardizing the safety of the parked recreational vehicles. Mingyue, clad in a raincoat and waterproof overalls, disembarked from the vehicle with the intention of excavating a drainage ditch. Given the intensity of the downpour, the accumulation of rainwater threatened to inundate the vehicles. The inclement weather, characterized by both heavy rain and strong winds, obscured Mingyue's vision. She promptly donned windproof goggles, thereby restoring her ability to excavate the ditch with assurance. The remaining individuals lacked agricultural implements, relying instead on military shovels. However, not all possessed such tools, and they had been utilizing Mingyue's shovel for the past few days. As Mingyue labored, Zhan Hao approached. "Allow me to assist you with this task. May I borrow the shovel momentarily?" Mingyue retrieved another shovel from her spatial dimension. "There is no need for your assistance. Expedite your task. As the intensity of the rain is a cause for concern, collaborative efforts would expedite the process." She extended the shovel to Zhan Hao. Qin Zheng and Zhang Mingze also disembarked from their vehicles. Qin Zheng relieved Mingyue of the shovel, stating, "Return to the vehicle. We shall attend to this task." Without awaiting Mingyue's response, he commenced work. Zhang Mingze surveyed the surroundings for potential hazards. The individuals from the sentry box emerged and joined the excavation efforts. Observing that her presence was no longer required, Mingyue returned to the vehicle. After completing the task, Zhan Hao returned the shovel, and Mingyue reciprocated by providing ginger tea. Such reciprocal gestures fostered amicable relations, facilitating future interactions. Seated within the vehicle, Mingyue gazed at the sky through the window. The sky appeared to have been rent asunder, with a ceaseless torrent of rainwater emanating from the fissure, forming an impenetrable aqueous curtain. The deluge resembled a breached celestial river or a cascading waterfall. Mingyue pondered the circumstances that had transformed the area into a desert. Prior to her arrival, she had assumed that deserts were devoid of rainfall. However, in a mere matter of days, she had witnessed multiple instances of precipitation. After 6 p.m., the wind intensified, exacerbating the torrential downpour. The meteorological phenomena seemed to compensate for the preceding days of tranquility, converging into a singular paroxysm. Mingyue maintained constant vigilance, and soon an unforeseen event transpired. In disparate directions, she observed 3 tornadoes. Mingyue promptly contacted the other individuals via walkie-talkie. "Tornadoes have materialized in different directions. We must relocate. Are your vehicles capable of traversing the desert?" Qin Zheng responded via the walkie-talkie. "They are, but they're not suitable for fleeing. Given the exigency of the situation, we lack superior alternatives. Do you possess other options? Mingyue acknowledged that her recreational vehicle was capable of traversing the desert, albeit with limited agility. I possess an off-road vehicle, but my driving skills are inadequate. We must act expeditiously. Mingyue donned rain gear, disembarked from the vehicle, stowed the recreational vehicle, and positioned an off-road vehicle in its stead. Observing that the trio from the sentry box had also emerged, they produced an off-road vehicle. While it appeared less sophisticated than Mingyue's, it was nevertheless a top-tier vehicle. With proficient driving skills, it should suffice for evading the tornadoes. Qin Zheng and his companions stowed their recreational vehicles, exchanged acknowledgments with the trio, and the trio departed in their vehicle. Qin Zheng assumed the role of driver, while Mingyue occupied the passenger seat. Zhang Hao and Zhang Mingze monitored the situation from the rear. Once seated, the quartet embarked on their journey. The tornadoes exhibited erratic behavior, seemingly wreaking havoc at whim. They veered eastward with alacrity, only to abruptly change course and surge westward, defying predictability. Mingyue and her companions were fraught with anxiety, narrowly navigating between two tornadoes on several occasions. During their perilous journey, they glimpsed other players' vehicles, each endeavoring to escape the calamitous event. The individuals widened their eyes, maintaining unwavering vigilance. The vehicle swayed precariously in the tempestuous winds, seemingly on the verge of being engulfed by the gales. The other players found themselves in equally precarious situations. Some were unable to evade the tornadoes and were propelled into the air by the formidable force, their bodies tumbling uncontrollably. Others had their vehicles struck by lightning, resulting in a loss of power and control. They could only helplessly witness their vehicles hurtling toward the impending collision. Some were fortunate enough to avert catastrophe, while others were unfortunate enough to be swept into the tornadoes. Mingyue's vehicle, owing to Qin Zheng's adept driving skills, narrowly avoided disaster on several occasions. After an hour of perilous, high-speed flight, Mingyue detected a structure resembling a house plummeting from the sky in their direction. Startled, Mingyue issued a loud warning to the right. Qin Zheng, without hesitation, executed a sharp right turn, descending the slope. The aforementioned structure crashed onto their intended path, shattering into fragments. Qin Zheng, with unwavering focus, monitored the path ahead, asserting that the tornadoes were likely to abate soon. Be vigilant for objects falling from the sky. Mingyue maintained unwavering vigilance, cognizant that any object falling from above could prove fatal to the occupants of the vehicle. Utmost concentration was imperative. Subsequently, she observed a vehicle plummeting from the sky. Mingyue promptly declared to the left. Immediately thereafter, a tree plummeted downward, threatening to obstruct their intended trajectory. With no time to alter course, Mingyue, in a moment of heightened tension, implored full throttle. Chapter 73. The real world. The tree fell perilously close to Mingyue's vehicle, sending chills down the spines of all the passengers who were drenched in cold sweat, including Zhang Hao and Zhang Mingze, who became increasingly vigilant. Having narrowly escaped disaster, both Zhang Hao and Zhang Mingze in the back seat simultaneously exclaimed, "To the left." Shortly after, they echoed, "To the left." This frantic evasion had been repeated numerous times, and everyone's nerves were stretched to their limits. Gradually, as the debris falling from the sky diminished, the atmosphere inside the vehicle began to relax. It must be said that Qin Zheng was an exceptional driver. Despite the numerous precarious situations they encountered, he responded with impeccable timing each time. After waiting a little longer, when the hail of debris ceased and the tornado dissipated, only the relentless downpour remained. Qin Zheng maneuvered the car onto a high slope and wiped the sweat from his brow, realizing that he had just experienced his most tense moment. Focused intently on controlling the vehicle, the group fell silent, still reeling from the earlier tension. Mingyue closed her eyes to recuperate, occasionally extending her mental energy to scout for any further threats. After about 10 minutes of relaxation, she opened her eyes to find that less than 5 minutes remained in this chapter. With a sigh of relief, she reflected on the difficulty of this ordeal. Grateful to have survived, Zhang Ming's chimed in, "I haven't had the chance to thank you yet. If it weren't for you, I would have been done for in this chapter. Mingyue lazily waved her hand, dismissing the compliment. Don't be so formal. You saved me in the earthquake chapter as well. There's no need for such pleasantries. Qin Zheng interjected. We are all individuals we can trust within this game. From now on, whenever we encounter trouble, we should lend each other a hand. Agreed? The other two responded affirmatively, their voices resonant with agreement. Mingyue raised her hand. I concur. I may be a mere novice, but I will undoubtedly find myself in need of your assistance in the future. Thank you all in advance. Seeing Mingyue's rare, playful demeanor, the others laughed. Zhanhao smiled and remarked, You're not weak at all. Stop belittling yourself. Checking his watch, he noted it's about time. Mingyue, why don't you stow the vehicle? With that, he opened the door and stepped out. The others followed suit, and as Mingyue secured the vehicle, the rain continued to pour outside. They stood atop the slope, taking in the breathtaking scenery below. As the clock struck 8, the group vanished from the high slope. Upon returning to reality, Mingyue found her raincoat still dripping. She promptly changed out of it, and her waterproof overalls dried the floor and collapsed onto the sofa, reveling in the comfort. At that moment, an announcement from the game system echoed. Congratulations to player Mingyue for successfully completing the Oasis quest, earning a reward of 5 additional attribute points. The next quest will be announced separately. The game backpack was paused in the real world, blocking all player-related information, while the system store and chat channel were activated. After the first 2 quests, she had treated herself to a bath. This time, she resolved to learn from her past experiences. First, she browsed the game store to decide whether or not to bathe. A new product caught her eye, a high-grade gene serum priced at 2 million currency. Mingyue collapsed dramatically onto the sofa. Who can afford that? At this price, is there anyone in the game with that much money? Discouraged by the exorbitant price, she realized that she was far from wealthy, despite her earlier notions. Not one to give up easily, she meticulously counted the zeros again, still 2 million currency. Finally resigned. She accepted that such luxury was beyond her reach. I should just stick to selling boxed meals and save diligently. To become affluent, I must keep striving. Mingyue then noticed another new icon in the store resembling a trash bin. Clicking on it revealed a recycling option. The description stated that players could recycle their game backpacks for 200,000 per slot, totaling 1 million for 5 slots. A small note at the bottom indicated that future game backpacks could hold up to 99 items of any type in a single slot. Mingyue pondered, surely, no one would agree to sell their backpack to the game. How would they store their supplies? However, the last line sparked her curiosity. If someone amassed enough containers, it would indeed be feasible to sell slots, as one could fit everything into a single slot instead of requiring numerous ones. She speculated that many would be willing to part with their backpack slots for that reason. At present, she had no intention of selling hers. From the last quest alone, she earned over 300,000 currency from defeating a player, plus an additional 60,000 from selling boxed meals and ice pops. Adding her previous earnings, she had amassed 110,000 currency. Mingyue encouraged herself, 2 million is not far off. Patience is key. There's no need to sell my backpack to the game now. It may appreciate in value later. Gazing at her currency balance, she felt a surge of happiness. It's essential to maintain a full purse for a sense of security. She purchased 10 body attribute points, augmenting her total with a 5 earned from the game, resulting in personal panel, name, Mingyue physique, 16 stamina, 17 speed, 16 endurance, 18 intelligence, 16 fortune, 18 merit, 20 special item, protective suit protection value, 100 effective against ultraviolet rays, radiation, viruses, acid rain, etc. The greater the protection, the greater the potential damage. When the protection value reaches 0, it loses its protective function. Now, all her physical attributes exceeded 15. Could she consider herself among the excellent? Before she could revel in her achievement for long, a troubling thought struck her. If someone else had already exchanged for the high-grade serum before her, she would be left behind. No, I must work hard to earn money and acquire that serum to grow stronger. I must press on. After perusing the game store, she entered her space to harvest the vegetables she had grown earlier. The grains were not yet ready, so she decided to let them continue growing. She harvested the vegetables and replanted those that needed to be sown, ensuring the animals had enough food and water to avoid neglecting them. Afterward, She headed to the bathroom for a shower, as her finances were still tight. She needed to deliver some flour to the training center and make more pastries to sell. The flour she had purchased from the ugly country was still waiting to be delivered, which would yield her additional income. As she bathed, she reflected on the ice blocks she had sold out during the last quest. This time, she needed to stockpile more to avoid running out for the next sale. Perhaps she should also consider making some juice to sell, but after contemplating it, she dismissed the idea. In the game, players rarely had time to indulge in life as pleasures. The boxed meals were popular primarily due to their quality and affordability, providing a change from bread and compressed biscuits. There was no need for overly refined food. After her shower, Mingyue retrieved a commercial ice maker from her space, filled it with water, and began making ice. She would have liked to take out a few more machines, having hoarded several during the earthquake chapter, but she feared that turning on too many would trigger the hotel's alarms due to the high electricity usage. Chapter 74. The Real World 10. How to respond when people mistakenly think that Mingyue is engaging in inappropriate activities in her room. After all, she is a respectable person and cannot tarnish her reputation. It is best to proceed slowly and cautiously. After completing her tasks, she left the hotel to deliver a truckload of flour to the training center. The pastry chefs were overjoyed, shaking Mingyue's hand with palpable excitement, exclaiming that they had thought she didn't like flour-based foods. They had always received only small quantities of flour, which had hindered their creative endeavors. Now, they were thrilled to have ample materials for practice and expressed their heartfelt gratitude for her support. Mingyue felt a bit awkward, responding with vague affirmations that did little to quell the chef's enthusiasm. She made 2 more trips, taking away the prepared dishes and delivering additional ingredients for them to experiment with at their leisure. They were encouraged to try any ideas they had. As long as they produced successful results, she would gladly take the finished products. The packaging boxes were running low, prompting Mingyue to place an order for more, arranging for direct delivery to the training center. Once the matters at the training center were settled, she proceeded to the warehouse to store the received fruits, followed by settling accounts in several villages where she exchanged pleasantries with a few village heads. As the day drew to a close, she took the last vehicle back to the city and collapsed onto the hotel sofa, engrossed in her phone. On her phone, she watched a video depicting a chaotic gunfight in a gambling city, where an underground deal had seemingly gone awry, leading to a flurry of gunfire as people scattered in panic. The footage even captured a chef collapsing after being shot. The comment section was flooded with sympathy for the chef, but Mingyue thought to herself that their chef was likely quite different from what they imagined. Their chef wielded a Gatling gun in the fray, while the chefs they envisioned could only manage a kitchen knife for mundane tasks. As she scrolled through the comments, she chuckled at the analyses, debating whether it was a case of mutual destruction or a cover for territory theft. One commentator's reasoning made her laugh out loud. She mused that had she donned the guise of a young black man, that would have been a true depiction of black eating black. However, she had indeed been quite ruthless, taking all the arms and cash from that stronghold for herself. Yet, she felt no guilt without those funds. She wouldn't have been able to procure so many supplies. If calamity were to strike, those individuals could brandish their weapons to rob the innocent. And now, stripped of their resources, they would be prevented from committing further atrocities. Mingyue felt increasingly assured, as long as they didn't scheme elsewhere and didn't implicate others. It sufficed. None of the gunmen were virtuous. Their mutual conflict served to diminish evil forces, benefiting the community. After watching videos and some comedic skits, she decided it was time to read. She aimed to complete her botanical encyclopedia studies and had memorized some herbal remedies. She also aspired to remember acupuncture points, so that in a confrontation, she could employ needles for a non-lethal yet effective approach. Given that women generally lacked the physical strength of men, this could be seen as a clever tactic, a surprising secret weapon. Pleased with this notion, she decided to focus on it first. Entering the library within her space, she retrieved an acupuncture chart and descriptions, settling at her desk to begin her studies. This time, she was not in a rush as before. She had never encountered this knowledge previously, and some terms proved quite challenging, requiring multiple readings to grasp their meanings. Thus, she meticulously worked through them, bit by bit. By the time dinner arrived, she had memorized all the acupuncture points and retained a substantial amount of information regarding their descriptions, though further practice was necessary. Taking a moment to rest, she collected the ice prepared by the ice maker, refilled it with water, and changed into fresh clothes before leisurely heading downstairs for dinner. Mingyue relished evening strolls. At this hour, the streets were alive with the vibrancy of human activity. Young workers just finishing their shifts, couples strolling hand in hand, and elderly folks dancing in the plaza all bore testament to the happiness and comfort of the nation's people. Observing her country's nightlife, especially in contrast to the desolate streets of other nations, she recognized the genuine safety of her homeland. As she wandered through the night market sampling street food, she reflected on the truth in the video she had seen. Her country was indeed wonderful, and venturing out at night posed little risk. The only drawback was the safety of her wallet, as the abundance of delectable street food tempted her to overindulge. Mingyue's appetite had increased significantly, likely due to her heightened activity levels and improved physical condition, perhaps even influenced by the genetic serum enhancing her physique, demanding more energy. Ultimately, she could eat considerably without gaining weight, embodying the proverbial can eat without getting fat physique. As she meandered through the snack street, savoring each bite while listening to the distant music of a plaza dance, she couldn't help but joyfully sway along. Finding a dish particularly delightful, she purchased an extra portion to take home. After thoroughly exploring the snack street, she felt her round belly and realized returning to the hotel right away might not be wise. Eventually, she slipped into a hidden spot to store her snacks in her space, and noticing her full belly, she decided to join the elderly dancers behind the plaza, hoping to aid digestion. Although it appeared simple, coordinating her limbs proved challenging as they seemed to have minds of their own. After half an hour of trailing behind, feeling much more comfortable, she finally meandered back to the hotel at a leisurely pace. Upon returning, she took a refreshing shower, despite the brief time spent outside. The heat had caused her to break a sweat. That night, she lay in bed, finishing the acupuncture descriptions she had completed previously, and before sleeping, she replaced the water in the ice maker, refusing to waste any time in the ice-making process. The following morning, after getting herself ready, she contemplated whether to practice her knife techniques again. She also needed to learn shooting. She had only just grasped the acupuncture material, and the list of skills she wanted to acquire felt daunting. However, these were all life-saving abilities, so she resolved to master as many as possible. Tackling them one by one, she called her martial arts instructor to inquire if he had any knowledge of knife techniques or could recommend a skilled instructor. Lacking connections in this domain, she feared that seeking someone on her own might lead to unproductive learning. Fortunately, the instructor did know someone, and, after scheduling a meeting, Mingyue set off to meet her new knife instructor. Thus, Mingyue gained yet another mentor in the art of knife techniques. Chapter 75. The Real World After Enduring the Previous Training Regimen. This time, Mingyue found her physical condition to be considerably improved. Unlike before, she no longer felt utterly exhausted each day. She had adapted more swiftly than anticipated, in addition to her daily increase in martial prowess. Her business within the game had expanded to include the sale of ice pops. With the advent of this new venture, it was essential to ensure a steady supply of assorted flavors. Mingyue resolved to procure a wholesale supply of ice cream pops to prepare for the upcoming demands. Each day, aside from her midday and evening visits to the training center to collect the prepared meals, she made a point to stop by for a wholesale load of various flavored ice pops. She even purchased an ice cream machine along with ice cream mix. Adopting the philosophy of I may not sell, but I must not lack, Mingyue firmly believed that with sufficient effort, even without selling backpack slots, she would soon be able to afford high-grade genetic potions. Before bedtime, she often dedicated some time to studying acupuncture, keeping herself quite occupied during this period as she meticulously arranged her various tasks. After a fortnight, she sensed a rise in temperature. A glance at the weather forecast confirmed her suspicions. It had soared to a staggering 42 degrees Celsius. She pondered whether such extreme heat could affect the growth of crops, especially with the prolonged absence of rain. The news had offered no reports on this matter, yet an unsettling feeling loomed within her. Could this year truly bring calamity? Mingyue sought leave from her master and the village chief, intending to travel abroad once more. The village chiefs were genuinely supportive, always presenting an endless array of produce. One harvest would conclude just as another ripened, making it difficult for Mingyue to detach herself from this place. This time, she had no intention of venturing far. The currency she had exchanged during her last visit to the United States had barely been spent, representing a significant sum that required careful expenditure. Initially, she considered visiting a small island nation where she could enjoy a guilt-free shopping experience. Yet the recent pollution disasters had devastated their seafood, making her hesitant to import anything back home. She decided it was better to wait for another opportunity to visit that region, focusing instead on stockpiling food that could sustain her. As long as money was not an issue, she could choose only the finest quality, dismissing any inferior products. This time, she planned to travel to Russia, a country abundant in grain and known for its emphasis on food quality, and it was conveniently close to her homeland, sufficient time for a round trip within a week. Prior to her arrival in Russia, she arranged contacts with local farms, planning to rent a large warehouse upon her arrival to begin inspecting and receiving goods. There were many compatriots there, so hiring someone from her homeland to assist would facilitate the process. Her primary focus in Russia was on procuring wheat, while also acquiring a variety of agricultural products and seafood. She purchased ample quantities of milk powder, honey, sausages, and even livestock, both live and prepared for consumption. Mingyue politely declined dining out, finding that the cuisine of foreign lands never quite satisfied her palate. Her heart remained loyal to the flavors of her homeland. She also visited the largest freshwater lake in the area, which was presently unfrozen, and procured a significant amount of fish. During her 2-day stay by the lakeside, she took the opportunity to gather freshwater, mindful of the extreme heat and the need for future provisions. With the water from the torrential rain world still untouched, Mingyue reasoned that it was prudent to collect more, as it might serve her fellow countrymen in times of need. Now, she aimed to bring back as much as possible, though time constraints prevented her from being too conspicuous. Her spatial inventory contained water from the torrential rain instance, tap water collected from the extreme heat instance, 2 5-ton water tanks, and the lake water she had discreetly gathered. She organized these supplies within her space, ensuring that when the time came, she could access them without delay. 2 days later, the grains collected from various locations were delivered to the warehouse, and Mingyue meticulously inspected each shipment before finalizing payments. When she finally stored the last of the goods into her spatial inventory, a profound sense of confidence washed over her. The grain she had procured, combined with the potential to stockpile more from instances, would provide her nation with some assistance during times of disaster, ensuring that her compatriots would not face hunger in the immediate future. By the end of her journey, she had spent nearly half of her currency from the United States. But she felt no regret. Spending money that had come her way freely was a liberating experience. Not donning military attire was of little consequence. The joy of contributing to her country filled her heart. The loss of funds was inconsequential. With food, there was promise for the future, especially as it had been acquired without cost. Considering whether to seize the opportunity to visit the small island nation, she realized that a week had already passed. She feared that another trip there might be too time-consuming, so she decided to return home first. If the game did not commence swiftly, perhaps she could still make a brief visit to the island for leisure. Upon returning home, Mingyue resumed her previous routine, practicing her sword techniques, delivering ingredients, collecting boxed meals and noodles, wholesaling ice pops, and purchasing fruits while settling accounts. However, her master, noticing her fondness for the saber, decided to teach her his own techniques, as well as the proper methods for wielding a saber, recognizing that he himself was not a master of the saber's art. This was of no concern to her. After all skills were genuine craftsmanship. Mingyue believed that learning any form of combat was beneficial, and her master was indeed skilled. She would focus on mastering this first, with the intention of learning others when the opportunity arose. As long as she could enhance her martial prowess and safeguard her life, acquiring multiple skills was a welcome endeavor. Occasionally, Mingyue would take leave to visit the neighboring country, gathering fruits, vegetables, rice, and the like. having returned home for several days. She felt apprehensive about the impending opening of the game instances and refrained from traveling too far, sticking to nearby nations. In her excursions, she ensured that her purchases maximized the resources of her homeland. She was determined to leave no stone unturned, even acquiring various seasonings to bring back. During yet another visit to the village for accounting, Mingyue cautioned the village chief, Uncle Zhang, the weather seems concerning. If you have methods to preserve your harvest, be it through drying fruits or making jams, please consider saving some. It would be regrettable if prices soared later on. The village chief pondered her words for a moment, his expression somber. I have noticed the heat as well. It should not reach such extremes, should it? Mingyue replied. If you decide to sell, I am willing to purchase all you have. However, I still retain a semblance of conscience. Global temperatures are rising, and with the ongoing drought, I cannot ascertain whether a disaster is imminent. I merely think it prudent to prepare. Earning a little less now is far better than witnessing the entire village suffer from hunger later on. The village chief regarded Mingyue thoughtfully, and after a long pause, he said, regardless of what may occur, I thank you. You are a kind-hearted child. We will confer with a few others in the village regarding your suggestion. And once we reach a consensus, I will give you a call. Chapter 76, Reality Bites, Part 12. Mingyue acquiesced with a nod. After bidding farewell to the village chief, she hitched a ride back to the city on the delivery truck. For the next 2 days, the temperature persisted at sweltering levels, hovering just below 42 degrees Celsius. An extended drought had left the sky devoid of even the slightest wisp of cloud. The roadside greenery seemed to have lost its vigor, and pedestrians sought refuge in shaded areas. During the hottest part of the day, the streets were virtually deserted, and strenuous physical labor was suspended due to the elevated risk of heat stroke. 2 days later, Mingyue received a call from the village chief, informing her of their decision to cease selling fruits and vegetables externally, opting instead to preserve them as dried goods. They also expressed their gratitude for Mingyue's timely advice, acknowledging the favor regardless of whether a natural disaster materialized. Mingyue concurred with their decision, terminating the current business arrangement. She assured the village chiefs that they could contact her directly should they wish to sell their produce in the future, as she would be available to collect it at any time. With the rural trade suspended, Mingyue's boxed lunch, popsicle enterprise, and swordsmanship practice continued unabated. In addition to her daily routine, she made thrice-weekly excursions to several smaller nations to the south, acquiring grains, vegetables, and fruits. Edible items were promptly dispatched to the training center, while the majority was stored in her interdimensional space for future use. Mingyue harbored a particular disdain for 2 of these neighboring countries, where arable land was devoted to the cultivation of narcotics rather than food crops, a practice she found deeply objectionable. She viewed their pursuit of illicit activities as a deviation from a proper way of life. One evening, under the cloak of darkness, she disguised herself as a dark-skinned woman and doused their opium poppy fields with white spirits and lime before setting them ablaze. When pursued, she deliberately revealed her identity to her pursuers. Enraged, they unleashed a hail of gunfire. Mingyue, however, refrained from retaliating, focusing solely on evasion. A mental energy shield protected her, while her mental powers scanned for approaching adversaries. She swiftly sought refuge in a pre-selected hiding place, entering her interdimensional space to change out of her disguise and into local men's attire, complete with matching facial makeup. Emerging from her concealment, she brazenly joined the search party. Gradually distancing herself from the group, Mingyue maximized her mental acuity and proceeded towards the base's warehouses, seeking supplies. Instead of resources, she stumbled upon a multitude of captive women. They were confined within a 2-story building, many scantily clad and bearing numerous injuries. Some were shackled, while others were visibly pregnant. Their expressions were vacant, devoid of any hope for survival. Mingyue silently cursed the perpetrators as vile beasts. She seethed with impotent rage, realizing that she could not rescue them all. Any intervention would likely result in the women's deaths and further torment at the hands of their captors. Although the victims appeared to be foreign, Mingyue's anger and frustration remained palpable. Unable to stand idly by, she intensified her search, eventually discovering the processing plant. It was currently deserted, due to a break period, but several lookout towers guarded the perimeter. Infiltration seemed impossible, given the strict security. However, if she couldn't get in, she could still take things out. Using her mental powers, she transferred the entire stock into her interdimensional space, following suit herself. She then mixed the white powder with lime and returned it to its original location, eager for the perpetrators to savor her special concoction. Continuing her search, Mingyue located the armory. While the weaponry was not as advanced as what she had acquired in the United States, its sheer volume was impressive. Enough to equip a force of 2,000 or 3,000, she decided to take it all. Under the cover of night, Mingyue extracted the contraband and retreated from the perilous location. As she departed, she set fire to the area, hoping to inflict damage and incite the enemy's fury. For another fortnight, the drought persisted, and the game remained dormant. One day, Lin Xin unexpectedly arrived at Mingyue's doorstep. They spent the day indulging in frivolous activities, with Lin Xin taking Mingyue to various large-scale supermarkets and wholesale markets. That evening, as Lin Xin prepared to leave, she hesitated before confiding in Mingyue. Don't sell your goods yet. Try to convert them into finished products with a longer shelf life. The weather is getting hotter, and prices might increase. Trust me on this. Mingyue understood her unspoken concerns. Lin Xin's family wielded considerable influence in the Xiguang province and was privy to insider information. The young woman's reticence throughout the day suggested a reluctance or familial prohibition against divulging sensitive information. Mingyue nodded in acknowledgement, accepting her friend's advice. Don't worry. I'll heed your words. Take care of yourself. At that moment, Lin Xin's fiancé called to announce his arrival. Mingyue escorted Lin Xin to the car, exchanging farewells as she watched them drive away. Unwilling to return to the hotel, Mingyue wandered aimlessly through the streets, gazing at the cloudless sky. Artificial rainmaking seemed impossible, and the sheer power of nature dwarfed humanity. A mere whim could bring catastrophic consequences. She hoped for everyone in Apo's safety. Her wanderings led her to the night market. Recalling the stalls that had previously captivated her, she sampled their offerings, ordering takeout from each. Returning to the hotel, she stored the ice and refilled the ice maker before showering and retiring for the night. The following day, before Mingyue could even venture out, the game initiated. Ding! Player Mingyue will enter the survival game in 30 minutes. Please prepare accordingly. Countdown initiated. Mingyue hadn't yet had breakfast. Preoccupied with the weather, she had suffered a restless night. After all these days of inactivity, the game had chosen the moment of her greatest disarray to return. Grumbling, Mingyue hastily donned her athletic attire, drew the curtains, and settled on the sofa with a package of convenient baozi and soy milk. She stuffed a baozi into her mouth, choking slightly, and washed it down with a gulp of soy milk. Her breakfast was a chaotic affair. Chapter 77. Volcanic Eruption 1. Having just finished 3 steam buns and a cup of soy milk, I was abruptly transported away before I had the chance to wipe my mouth. A chime echoed, welcoming me to the survival game. Players are required to endure for 15 days in this world, where the calamity to be faced is a volcanic eruption. Each player is granted 2,000 flower coins, and it is strictly prohibited to leave the starting point. The game commences. When I opened my eyes again, I found myself on a bustling street, teeming with people. After listening for a while, I realized that I had arrived during the Hot Spring Festival. This city, renowned for its hot springs, attracts numerous tourists annually, and this month marks the celebration of the festival. Organized by the local government, the festival aims to invigorate the local economy, featuring performances, free access to certain hot springs, and a lottery on the final day. It is a popular event, providing businesses with a lucrative opportunity. Unperturbed by the festivities, I was acutely aware of the impending volcanic eruption. In a city where hot springs form the cornerstone of the economy, I needed to swiftly gather supplies. My first stop was the pharmacy, where I purchased gas masks and oxygen tanks, ensuring I stocked up as much as possible. The volcanic ash from an eruption poses significant harm to the human body, necessitating frequent replacements of the masks for them to remain effective. With the city crowded due to the festival, I anticipated chaos when the eruption occurred. I needed to find a suitable refuge. If I failed to do so, I questioned whether it would be possible to rent a helicopter in this city. Even if I could, I certainly wouldn't know how to pilot one. Adding to my dilemma, time was of the essence, and as I walked, I pondered each task at hand. My first order of business was to acquire a map to strategize my movements within the city, given the overwhelming number of pedestrians. Taking a vehicle was out of the question. After inquiring for directions, I decided to walk. The streets were so congested that I could hardly make my way through them, prompting me to take a detour through less crowded avenues. Although still busy, at least it was not to the point of being suffocated by the throngs of people. Eventually, I arrived at the library, where I continued to purchase gas masks and oxygen tanks along the way. Upon obtaining the map, I contemplated the sea of faces outside and opted to find a quiet corner within the library to study the materials, as the outside offered no solace for research. This city is nestled amidst mountains, with only one flat side serving as its sole exit. This implies that in the event of a volcanic eruption, the residents would have no choice but to flee towards this exit or ascend to higher ground. The threat of not only natural disasters, but also human stampedes could result in numerous fatalities, making the search for safe refuge exceedingly challenging. Further investigation revealed that this area lies within a volcanic belt, albeit one that has not erupted in ages, with rumors suggesting it to be a dormant volcano. Geologists have been stationed here, and records indicate that experts have claimed there would be no danger for the next 50 years. Nevertheless, I dismissed such reassurances. An eruption was imminent. I had not anticipated that the surrounding mountains were all volcanoes, as I had initially hoped to seek refuge atop a high peak. That notion now seemed futile. Consulting the city's commercial layout, I noted that the economy primarily revolves around the hot springs, with the central area surrounded by mountains being the main attraction, alongside hotels and dining establishments catering to tourists. The outskirts are home to the local residents, while souvenir shops and modern urban infrastructure abound, indicating a densely populated tourist destination. The map indicated processing factories near the exit, drawing my attention to a chemical plant. I resolved to explore if they possessed any special fabrics. Perhaps there existed an alternative method to ascend to the skies without a helicopter. Up to this point, I had not spotted any rental helicopters, so I would have to devise a plan independently. Having memorized the route to the factory, I swiftly made my way to the outskirts of the city, where the crowds thinned. I hailed a taxi, which quickly transported me to the chemical plant. The factory was relatively quiet, as most employees had gone to partake in the festivities, leaving only a few on duty. This annual cycle sees the workforce alternating, allowing the entire city to engage in the celebrations. I approached the factory manager and inquired about special nylon materials. To my delight, they indeed had the fabric I needed for constructing hot air balloons. The manager confirmed their capability to assist, having previously undertaken similar projects. They possessed all the necessary components for the balloons, ready to assist in their fabrication. My anxiety dissipated, knowing I had secured a means of escape. I placed an order for 5 hot air balloons, 3 accommodating 4 individuals and 2 for 6, totaling a cost of $150,000. The manager generously provided a supply of fuel, and I purchased an additional $50,000 worth. The rationale behind acquiring so many balloons was to ensure redundancy in case of unforeseen circumstances. The manager inquired if I had any special requests, such as custom designs or patterns, to which I simply responded that I prioritized speed. I was eager to know when they would be ready. The manager retrieved a catalog from a drawer, showcasing the available designs. If I had no special requirements, they could have the balloons ready within an hour. Without wasting time, I flipped through the pages and requested a large and small balloon in rainbow colors, while the remaining large and 2 small ones should be in camouflage. Purchasing these hot air balloons could prove beneficial beyond this instance, as they might be reusable in future scenarios, thus serving as a sound investment in transportation. Even if I were offered a helicopter at this moment, I would not be able to pilot it. Therefore, this option appeared far more practical. As long as I was equipped with sufficient gas masks, the risk to my life would be minimal, and I could manage minor inconveniences. After settling the deposit, the manager promptly instructed the staff to expedite the production. I agreed to return in an hour to collect my order, and I exited the chemical plant. First, I intended to survey the surrounding environment and identify the types of factories nearby, as these might become vital resource points following the volcanic eruption. Chapter 78. Volcanic eruption. The factories here primarily cater to the city, such as the textile mill, which specializes in towels, sleepwear, and bedding. There's also a chemical plant that focuses on cosmetics, particularly hot spring skincare products. The abundance of locally grown fruits and vegetables, available year-round, is noteworthy. Besides being sold fresh, the surplus is processed into canned goods and hot pot soup bases. Various other supporting factories contribute to the region's overall prosperity. Having assessed the industrial landscape, Mingyue intended to explore the nearby mountains. Even in a volcanic zone, not every peak is necessarily an active volcano. Undeterred, she hoped to find a secluded spot to seek refuge. Preferring the stability of land over the uncertainty of flight, she felt more secure on solid ground. These mountains, lacking hot springs and remaining undeveloped, were desolate. The steep terrain made ascent arduous, prompting Mingyue to secure herself with safety ropes early on. Despite the absence of volcanic flora, she remained vigilant, scanning the surroundings with her mental energy. Noticing small animals fleeing towards the other side of the mountain, she followed their path, eventually reaching the summit after a strenuous climb. Descending the other side, she discovered the game's boundary halfway down the slope. The game restricted movement beyond these mountains, explaining the animal's exodus. While the area's safety was questionable, the proximity to the game's boundary suggested that the safe zone lay just beyond. This mountain could serve as a temporary haven, but she would continue searching for a more suitable location. After surveying the mountain, Mingyue realized she was late for her appointment. She hurried back down to the chemical plant, settled the outstanding balance, expressed her gratitude, and stored the hot air balloons in her inventory before returning to the city. She planned to examine the mountains with hot springs to assess how long they could endure and to stockpile more supplies. However, upon returning to the base of the mountains, a subterranean rumble sent a chill down her spine. Realizing the imminent danger, she attempted to navigate through the dense crowd, but panic ensued. As the ground trembled, a volcanic eruption commenced. Turning back, Mingyue witnessed the cataclysmic event, molten lava spewing forth from the Earth's core, resembling a fiery dragon unleashed upon the world. The sky was filled with billowing volcanic ash and smoke, obscuring the sun and casting a pall over everything. The air was filled with screams as people scrambled for higher ground, while volcanic ash and rocks rained down, battering buildings and streets. Donning a gas mask from her inventory, Mingyue chose not to follow the masses uphill, but instead sprinted toward the city's exit near the chemical plant. With no time to find a secure shelter, she hoped the mountain might offer temporary reprieve, with the option of relocating later. The city descended into chaos, with people running, hiding, and trampling one another. Some attempted to flee in their cars, but traffic congestion was inevitable. Mingyue, preferring to stay on foot, traversed rooftops and utilized her mental energy to scout ahead, collecting essential supplies like bottled water from supermarkets. Reaching a large shopping mall, she realized she had a detour. Just then, another volcano erupted, intensifying the pandemonium. This eruption, originating from a different direction, caused those who had fled in the opposite direction to turn back, further exacerbating the congestion. Nearly knocked over by a passerby, Mingyue deftly dodged the collision. The man, spotting her gas mask, lunged to snatch it, but Mingyue swiftly retaliated with a kick that sent him sprawling. Ignoring his groans, she continued her flight. The mall was in disarray, with some attempting to escape and others seeking refuge on higher floors. Passing through the mall was no longer an option, as people desperately tried to force their way out. In a moment of desperation, Mingyue noticed a narrow alleyway. She darted into it, only to discover it led to the mall's warehouse, enclosed by high walls except for the small entrance she had just used and a locked loading bay door. Looking back, she realized the alleyway was merely a service entrance. The warehouse door was ajar, revealing a delivery truck in the process of being unloaded. The workers had likely fled during the chaos. Seizing the opportunity, Mingyue wasted no time in claiming the truck and its contents for her inventory. She then swept through the warehouse, gathering a treasure trove of supplies, including supermarket goods. Emerging from the warehouse moments later, she found her escape route limited to the narrow alleyway. Turning back was a waste of time. With a running start, Mingyue leaped, using the wall to propel herself upward. Grasping the edge, she hoisted herself over the wall and continued her escape on the other side. The advantage of this route was the absence of crowds, but it required parkour skills. Fortunately, Mingyue's physical conditioning was up to the task, allowing her to navigate the challenging terrain. Chapter 79. Volcanic Eruption 3. Upon escaping the narrow alley, the vast road lay ahead, strewn with falling volcanic rocks and bustling residents eager to flee the city. Mingyue noticed a vehicle halted in the middle of the road, its windshield shattered, with traces of blood staining the seatbacks. The car was abandoned, its door ajar, suggesting that its occupants had hastily exited to escape. She retrieved her bicycle from her spatial storage and rode a short distance before deciding to stow it away again. The crowd made cycling impractical, as navigating through pedestrians and debris proved cumbersome. Since the eruption began, some had managed to escape the city, but the influx of visitors for the hot spring festival created congestion, hindering any swift exodus. This situation was untenable. The main road was a time-consuming obstacle, as everyone was trapped in a bottleneck. Ultimately, she resolved to take the side streets, opting for a parkour approach despite the exhaustion it would entail, for survival was paramount. Along the route, she collected any supplies that might obstruct her path, regardless of their immediate usefulness, believing it preferable to retrieve them rather than allow them to fall into the molten lava below. She was determined not to overlook any valuable resources that could aid her later. About 2 hours into the eruption, numerous helicopters appeared overhead, dispatched to evacuate the city's inhabitants. The sole exit was manned by soldiers maintaining order, while others ventured into the city against the tide to assist those unable to escape. Soon, the thoroughfare became clearer, and the evacuation proceeded with greater efficiency. From the moment she spotted the military personnel, Mingyue concealed herself, wary of being detected. She decided to remain hidden until the crowd was fully evacuated. Entering a fast food restaurant, she found it deserted, the door left ajar, with food still available. She gathered all the ready-made and semi-finished items, even the drink dispenser, before retreating to a corner of the kitchen to consume a hamburger. Having been preoccupied with survival since the eruption began, she had neglected to eat, and now her stomach growled, feeling as if it were pressed against her spine. Just as she took a few bites, the sound of the volcano erupted again, the ash cloud thickening to the point of obscuring her view. Helicopter rescue efforts were temporarily halted, and a new squad of soldiers entered the city to assist civilians. Realizing she could not linger, Mingyue resumed her escape towards the outskirts, understanding that remaining in one place would ultimately lead to discovery. Utilizing her mental acuity to navigate, she ran for some distance until she encountered soldiers who paused intermittently to direct and aid the evacuation. Mingyue followed, closely behind the main group heading towards the exit, but soon spotted a less-traveled side path and discreetly veered off, sprinting towards the exterior. As she neared the exit, she was met with soldiers and large trucks waiting to transport evacuees. Taking advantage of the volcanic ash for cover, Mingyue darted into a nearby factory, planning to wait until the area was clear before proceeding further up the mountain. Hours passed until evening fell, the skies darkening as civilians had all been evacuated. The soldiers remained at the exit, having retreated only a short distance to escape the ash-esque grasp. Mingyue resolved to wait until night deepened before making her move, recognizing that they had no intention of leaving soon. With the immediate threat diminished and her energy restored, she approached the factory's rear wall, contemplating scaling it to inspect other facilities for supplies. However, she hesitated before several chemical plants, wary of potential toxins. In her mind, chemical materials were perilous, and she preferred to avoid unnecessary risks. It wasn't until she reached a cosmetics factory that she felt emboldened to act, collecting whatever she could carry, regardless of its potential utility. Following that, she discovered a food processing plant filled with semi-finished goods, which she thoroughly rated, leaving no raw materials behind. She also took stock of vehicles parked within the factory, recognizing their value as consumables, knowing that any breakdowns would leave her without time to repair them. By the time darkness enveloped the area, she ceased her explorations, prioritizing her safety above all else. Mingyue planned her ascent up the mountain, aiming to find a concealed spot during the day to establish a campsite for the night. She understood that without the ash obscuring visibility, the military would surely detect her presence, necessitating further distance into the woods to obscure her silhouette. Her ascent proceeded smoothly, though constant beams of light swept across the area, and helicopters occasionally circled overhead, surveying the city. Running towards the mountain, she remained in shadow, minimizing her chances of detection. Upon reaching the base, she pressed onward, branches and leaves brushing against her face, yet she remained undistracted, finally stopping to rest when she felt adequately shielded by the trees. She sipped water from her spatial storage and surveyed the steep terrain, realizing that the ground was too uneven for setting up a tent. With the treacherous mountain path proving too perilous at night, she opted not to risk camping and instead retreated to her spatial realm for the night, planning to reassess in the morning. Awakened by her alarm at 4 a.m, she brushed her teeth and exited her space. In such circumstances, personal hygiene was a luxury she could forego, especially if she encountered other players. Upon reaching the mountain, she took her time ascending, exploring any cave she came across. Several caves appeared dry, and she mused that if the lava flow did not reach this area, they could serve as excellent shelters. Just as she pondered this, the ominous sound of volcanic eruption echoed once again. Sprinting from the cave and climbing a tree to better observe, she realized it was the same volcano that had erupted earlier, now erupting anew. She silently prayed to her ancestors, beseeching them for a smooth passage through this ordeal.